The clear sky was suddenly disturbed by a powerful aura. On the ground, a man who had just been sent flying by helmsman Wu was now levitating in the air with 3 of his subordinates shouting, "Bayou!" He crossed his arms, glaring angrily. The very picture of arrogance. Helmsman Wu spoke first. "Let me tell you, my patience is wearing thin." Lying on the ground, Bayou's eyes suddenly rolled back. He gritted his teeth, his entire body seeming to endure both physical and mental torment. Bayou shut his eyes tightly, enduring the excruciating pain. Then he slowly opened them, a huge question suddenly popping into his mind. "What's happening to me?" Bayou lay on the ground, arms spread wide. He felt incredibly surprised and couldn't help but let out an excited woe in his mind. He struggled to sit up. Lingering dust and smoke filled the air around him. A sharp pain shot through him, causing him to frown. Bayou wondered, "Why does my chest hurt so much?" The moment the thought crossed his mind, he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Bayou frowned in alarm. "Oh my God," he thought. His eyes widened, shot with blood, and the intense pain made him knit his brows tightly. He thought in confusion, "I'm even coughing up blood." Looking around, he saw helmsman Wu and his men standing before him, their faces full of pride and arrogance. Bayou was stunned. "What happened to me? And where is this place?" Helmsman Wu held up 3 fingers threateningly. "I'll give you 3 days. The Bayou sect must submit to my heavenly physician cult and become its outer sect." He paused, then continued with undisguised malice, "Otherwise I'll make you and the Bayou sect disappear forever." Bayou didn't understand what was happening. Bloodstains lingered on his lips. His eyes couldn't hide his confusion, and his face was a giant question mark. Helmsman Wu turned to leave, not forgetting to leave a contemptuous remark. "Who does this kid think he is, daring to establish his own sect? He truly overestimates himself." The 2 subordinates behind him added fuel to the fire. "Exactly. The world is divided into 9 and he dares to fish in troubled waters amidst the chaos. What a waste of effort. He'd be better off serving our heavenly physician cult." Then they all laughed smugly together. Bayou watched their retreating backs, the man's words beginning to connect in his mind. A suspicion arose within him. Heavenly physician cult. The world is divided into 9. Could it be that I've... In the Bayou sect, Bayou sat with his head in his hands, deep in thought. He replayed everything that had just happened and came to a conclusion. He had indeed transmigrated. In Bayou's memories, he stood on a high set of stairs, hands clasped behind his back, looking down at a green-haired man opposite him, who was flanked by an orange-haired and a brown-haired person. The original Bayou was the Sect Master of the Bayou sect. He had founded it with grand ambitions at the age of 12 and took in 3 disciples at 26. Later, all 3 of them left without a word, one after another. Images of the heavenly physician cult flooded his mind. At the age of 27, the heavenly physician cult attempted to unify all the factions in Bayou City. Because Bayou refused to hand over the sect he had built from scratch, he ultimately became a target of the heavenly physician cult. A notification sound came from nowhere. Player Rebate System. Congratulations on understanding part of the plot. Activating the 000x Rebate System for the player. Below it, 2 options appeared. Accept and delete. Bayou thought, a system? Is this standard issue for transmigrators? The system notification sound rang out again. Congratulations on understanding part of the plot. Activating the 000x Rebate System for the player. He thought curiously, I'd like to see just what kind of system this is. A system prompt popped up. As long as you recruit a disciple who meets the system's requirements and gift an item to them, the system will provide you with a multiplied rebate. Addendum 1. The rebate system can be used once per month. 2. The host must have previously established a sect, otherwise the rebate system will be invalid. Bayou couldn't help but get excited. Just by recruiting a disciple he could get a rebate, and a multiplied one at that. This system is way too simple, I love it. Just as he was reveling in this newfound source of fun, a sudden jolt of pain made him cry out, "Damn it, this hurts like hell." Bayou bent over, complaining. "Those bastards from the heavenly physician cult are truly ruthless. I must have at least 10 broken bones." System prompt. First suitable disciple detected in Bayou City slave market. Somewhere a group of people bound as slaves were restless and agitated. Seeing Bayou walking down the street, people around him began to gossip. "Isn't that Sect Master Bai? I heard all 3 disciples of his Bayou sect have run off. When is Sect Master Bai planning to join the heavenly physician cult? Should I just keep toughing it out?" Bayou had to admit it. It seemed the original owner of this body had become a laughingstock in the eyes of the world. He sighed and walked slowly toward a stall, thinking to himself. Bayou asked, "How much for this dog?" Meanwhile, he was scheming. "If I just try to take him as a disciple out of the blue, this guy will definitely refuse. Besides, the original owner just lost 3 disciples and has a bad reputation. I should probably get familiar with him first." The yellow dog was covered in wounds as if it had been abused. Bayou looked at it and thought, "A dog? If I weren't so seriously injured, I'd send you flying with a single slap." Li Shu coldly stated the price. 30 taels, no bargaining. The crowd started to buzz again. "No way, a dog for that much? No wonder the kid hasn't sold it after 3 days. That's daylight robbery. Only a fool would buy it." After a moment of thought, Bayou turned to get the money, but he didn't have enough. He searched the entire Bayou sect and only found 12 taels of silver. Seeing him not respond for a while, Li Shu said assertively, "I'm definitely not ripping you off. I caught this demon dog in the demonic mountain forest. I was badly injured catching it and spent a fortune on medical expenses. I'm short on silver." Bayou made a request. "I'm determined to buy this dog, but you have to deliver it to my door." Li Shu agreed. "All right." He put the dog in a cage and loaded it onto a cart for delivery. After lifting the dog onto the cart, Li Shu, drenched in sweat, said, "Sect Master Bai, your payment please." Ahem, Bayou slyly patted his shoulder, deliberately changing the subject. "Young man, to be honest, I can see you have an extraordinary physique. You're truly a natural talent. You must be a 1 in a million martial arts prodigy. How would you like to cultivate with me?" The words went in one ear and out the other for Li Shu, he repeated, leaving Bayou frozen in embarrassment. "Unreliable. Hand over the money." Bayou persisted stubbornly. "How about I take you as my disciple to cancel out the debt?" Li Shu was annoyed by now. He asked angrily, "Are you trying to Welsh on the deal?" Bayou raised his hand and swore, "No, I just sincerely want to take you as my disciple." Frustrated, Li Shu started pulling the cart away, muttering contemptuously, "You're no match for me, you dare to be my master?" Hearing this, a fierce look appeared in Bayou's eyes. He said in a deep voice, "Stop." He provocatively challenged him to a fight. Bayou looked at the cart in front of him, his mind made up. No matter what, he was going to subdue this young man today. Li Shu's steps also came to a halt. He looked at Bayou with a troubled expression. A surprise attack sent Bayou flying with a cry of awe. It turned out the blow had come from Li Shu. He was flexing the wrist he had just attacked with. Bayou lay sprawled on the ground yelling, "Oh my god, that hurts so much, another rib is broken." The dog in the cage sighed, looking at the two of them with contempt in its heart. "What is this nonsense, a couple of weaklings? When this demon lord recovers, a roar. I'll kick you both to the ground with 1 foot." Li Shu scorned him inwardly. This was the consequence of overestimating oneself. As if struck by a powerful force, his eyes suddenly widened in excruciating pain. He then spat out a large mouthful of blood and his legs gave way as he fell backward. Li Shu said, "Not good, my injuries are acting up again." Bayou clutched his chest, his face still contorted from the blow, and sized up Li Shu. "This guy's even more injured than I am." Setting aside their previous conflict, Bayou clutched his chest with one hand and walked toward the fallen Li Shu, thinking, "I have to make him stay, no matter what." Li Shu had passed out after coughing up blood. After lying there for a while, his eyes slowly fluttered open. He sat up to find himself in the Bayou sect. He frowned and exclaimed, "My injuries are even worse than before." Bayou walked in and immediately laid out the conditions. "You have 2 choices now. 1. Become my disciple. You can leave after you've recovered and I won't stop you. 2. Leave right now, but with your current injuries if you leave. I'm afraid your life will be in danger." Li Shu asked impatiently, "You definitely won't stop me from leaving once I'm healed?" Bayou smiled and affirmed, "Definitely." And with no strings attached, Li Shu verbally agreed, "Fine, I'll become your disciple," but inwardly he had other plans. "Given the situation, my only option is to recover here first and then leave." The system notification sounded, "Congratulations on completing the disciple recruitment mission. You have successfully recruited your first disciple." Bayou felt a sense of satisfaction. He crossed his arms and grinned, looking a bit mischievous. "The good times are here again. Now all I have to do is find something good to give him and I'll be done." Somewhere Bayou sat on the steps, lost in thought. "Besides him and me, this Bayou sect has no money or anything else." Auntie Wang saw him sitting there alone and approached him. "Sect Master Bai, you haven't eaten in days, have you? You must be hungry." She kindly took a bun from her basket. "Here, have a steamed bun. It'll at least warm your stomach." Bayou took the steamed bun and stared at it thoughtfully. She turned to leave, offering a piece of advice. "You'd be better off finding a proper job. Starting a sect these days without financial backing is impossible. On this street alone there are over a dozen sects, big and small, and they're all on the verge of collapse." An idea seemed to form in Bayou's mind. He muttered to himself inside the Bayou sect. Bayou's voice rang out, "Li Shu, now that you're my disciple, I'll give you any good things I get." He handed the steamed bun to Li Shu. "Here, have a steamed bun for now." Li Shu looked a little confused, but he still said, "Thank you." The system notification sounded, gifting 1 steamed bun to disciple. 10,000x Rebate system triggered. Bayou was ecstatic, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. "Here it comes." He stroked his chin and analyzed. "A 10,000x rebate. It should at least give back some spirit rice or spirit pills, right? Things you can use to make spirit food. That kind of top-grade food is for cultivators. It can even speed up injury recovery. Ordinary cultivators might never even get a chance to see it." System prompt, "Congratulations, you have received 10,000 steamed buns." Hearing this, Bayou's face twisted as if he'd suffered a heavy blow. "Holy shit, that's just cruel." The system prompt displayed, 10,000 steamed buns have been sent to your system storage space." Bayou stood with his hands on his hips, sweat pouring down his face. "I didn't," he wondered. "Wait, this 10,000x rebate disciple system, could it have made some kind of mistake?" Scene change. Bayou was sitting in front of the gate, chin in hand, gazing into the distance and pondering his current situation. "I need to teach Li Shu a cultivation technique as soon as possible to trigger the 10,000x rebate. That's the only way to really change things." Thinking of this, Bayou struggled to his feet, muttering wearily to himself, "Time is tight. In 3 days the people from the Heavenly Physician cult will definitely come knocking." With that he rushed out, his eyes filled with determination. "I have to hurry up and guide my disciple." Meanwhile, in a sun-drenched corner of a small courtyard, Li Shu was sitting and relaxing, enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. A thoughtful glint flashed in his eyes. "I've recovered quite a bit. I should be able to leave in another 2 days." Suddenly, a hand landed heavily on his shoulder. Li Shu frowned in confusion and turned to see Bayou take an excited step forward. Patting Li Shu's shoulder with great enthusiasm, "Li Shu, your recovery ability is quite good as your master. I can now officially impart a cultivation technique to you, right? As if he had misheard, Li Shu asked again, "You're going to teach me?" But then he decided the idea was unreliable and refused. "Let's just forget it. I'm leaving as soon as I'm healed." He immediately raised a threatening fist. "That won't do," Bayou said resolutely. "It must be fate that we became master and disciple. I have to teach you." He stood in front of Li Shu and began to show off his accomplishments. "You've heard, haven't you, back when I had just turned 20. I mastered a set of tiger taming fist." Bayou clenched his fist and struck an imposing martial arts pose as if the phantom of a fierce tiger had appeared beside him. "Today I will pass it on to you." Li Shu looked helplessly at the show-off in front of him and said flatly, "No need, I learned tiger taming fist when I was 5. Hearing this, Bayou's expression froze, but his confidence was not extinguished. Bayou immediately switched to another technique. "No problem, your master also knows mantis fist." He put his hands behind his head and leaned back, answering lazily, "Learned it when I was 7. Another technique was brought up. He sidestepped and shouted, "Gai Qi Gong." Li Shu glanced away unconcerned. "Finished learning it at 10. Under the clear sky," the sound of their conversation echoed. "Tai Xuanmen sword." The response came in a flat tone. "Was using it freely by the time I was 12. Bayou refused to give up, pressing on. "Wind god legs," Li Shu answered, annoyed. 14. After all his fruitless efforts, Bayou was exhausted and covered in sweat, feeling incredibly bitter inside. "Damn it. These are all the techniques I know from my memories. And this guy has learned every single one of them." Seeing that Bayou seemed to have given up, Li Shu turned to leave. "Who knows about these things? I'm going back to sleep." Suddenly a loud shout rang out. "Stop!" Li Shu stopped in his tracks. Behind him, Bayou's expression had turned grim. "If you have the guts, show me everything you've got. Do you really think your master is a pushover?" But that only lasted for a moment. Bayou's expression changed in an instant. Bayou pointed forward, smiling and affirming, "I have another cultivation technique, and I bet you've never even heard of it, let alone practiced it." Li Shu scoffed disdainfully. "Impossible." He turned to face Bayou, who stood with his arms crossed, brimming with confidence. Li Shu sneered inwardly. "I, Li Shu, have practiced all sorts of techniques since childhood. I've even seen the moves of top-tier secret manuals, not to mention your common worthless techniques." He closed his eyes, putting on an air of profound mystery. "Then listen closely." Bayou pointed to the sky and shouted, "The 8th set of." He announced the name of the technique with resonant power. "Broadcast calisthenics." Then he asked provocatively, "Have you learned it?" Hearing the name, Li Shu's eyes went wide, his head full of question marks. He walked up to Bayou and demanded, "Say that again." Bayou placed his hands on his hips and said proudly, "The 8th set of broadcast calisthenics, my exclusive secret technique." Li Shu stroked his chin and frowned, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. "Never learned it." Bayou immediately beamed. "So want to learn?" Though Li Shu didn't quite understand, he couldn't hide his excitement. "I can give it a try." Under Bayou's guidance, the training began. "We will now begin learning the 8th set of broadcast calisthenics. First section, marching in place." They both lifted their left feet simultaneously and began to march in place. The second movement involved raising both arms high and extending them to the side, stretching rhythmically with the beat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Next, the left leg extended to the side with the right leg as the pivot. The left arm straightened and the right arm held at the chest. Each movement was crisp and clean, stretching the body and opening the chest with the beat. 1, 2, 3, 4. After practicing for a while, Bayou paused, holding the pose with his hands clasped above his head. He turned and asked, "How does it feel?" Li Shu, holding the same pose, replied with some shame and embarrassment, "A bit embarrassing." Hearing Li Shu's feelings, Bayou froze on the spot for a full 5 seconds. In the distance, Lin Wang, trapped in his cage, watched the two train and thought with contempt, "Two fools, you call this a cultivation technique? What a joke." Lin Wang snickered to himself. "This demon lord's injuries have recovered quite a bit today." It stared intently at the two, its eyes filled with hatred. "You two little brats," Lin Wang gritted his teeth and hissed, "just wait until you become my dinner." Suddenly, with a ding, a prompt popped up. "You have imparted the cultivation technique, the 8th set of broadcast calisthenics, to your disciple Li Shu, successfully triggering a 10,000x rebate." Bayou clasped his hands together, ecstatic, his face alight with excitement. "Excellent. What can the 8th set of broadcast calisthenics give back? As long as it's not 10,000 sets of broadcast calisthenics, I'll take anything." The next notification popped up. "Congratulations, you have obtained the god-tier cultivation technique, Grand Mystic Body Art." Seeing this, Bayou threw his arms open and laughed up at the sky. "Fantastic, a god-tier technique. I'm about to rise." A martial arts manual appeared. System prompt, "Grand Mystic Body Art has been stored in the system. To cultivate, simply call its name." Bayou sat cross-legged, his hands on his knees as if in meditation. He closed his eyes solemnly, feeling the power. After a moment he stared ahead with focused eyes and commanded, "System, cultivate the Grand Mystic Body Art immediately." As soon as he spoke, streams of blue and yellow spiritual energy swirled around Bayou. His cloak and hair stood on end, blowing in the wind. Bayou heard the system's notification sound again. "Congratulations, you have automatically learned Grand Mystic Body Art. Congratulations. You have reached the elementary realm of Grand Mystic Body Art." The scene shifted to a deserted pavilion on a starry night. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the iron bars of a cage fell to the ground. It was Lin Wang, kicking the bars with force, trying to escape with a clanging sound. It opened its great mouth lined with sharp iron teeth, revealing a sticky, saliva-covered tongue as it looked ahead. Then Lin Wang stood with its legs spread wide and laughed triumphantly at the sky. "Your granddaddy is out." Next, it strode toward the lit room. "Prepare to face the wrath of this demon lord. Let's go. Let me see which one of you I should eat first." The lit room remained silent in the dark night. Suddenly, Bayou threw an excited punch. As expected of a god-tier technique, it seems all the techniques the original owner practiced were just trash, completely useless. He placed his fists on his waist, his stance imposing. Even though I've only just reached the elementary realm of the Grand Mystic Body Art, I feel like I can control the entire world. This is the confidence a god-tier technique gives me. Bayou struck forward with a punch, his eyes sharp. Let's test its power. As the move was executed, a powerful golden attack shot out, grazing past Lin Wang, leaving it dazed and confused. Lin Wang gritted its teeth and roared, "Kid, still training in the middle of the night? I'll eat you first." Just as it lifted its foot to move, another flash of light like a torrential downpour struck it, rendering it immobile. It couldn't take another step. Lin Wang was caught in the attack and sent flying back tens of meters. What? Its body was covered in wounds. Lin Wang stuck out its tongue, exhausted. What is this? A violent impact shattered the earth and stone, sending debris flying. It now lay on the ground, battered and bruised, foaming at the mouth, its eyes wide open, showing only the terrified whites. How is this possible? What kind of astonishing technique is this? How could that foolish kid unleash such immense power? Hearing the loud commotion, he rushed out to check. What's that noise? Seeing Lin Wang lying motionless on the ground, Bayou felt relieved and picked it up. So it was this dog that got out. He put his hands on his hips and threatened, "You dare to run out again? Want me to stew you in a pot of soup?" Lin Wang, dizzy and confused, thought to itself, "Did that kid really hit me with that last palm strike? A casual palm with such terrifying power? It must be at the heaven-tier realm." It blurted out in disbelief, "How could an ordinary kid possibly know a god-tier technique? Besides, this kind of special technique has always been exclusive to the major sects and never passed on to outsiders." Before it could recover, he threw it back into the iron cage. Then Bayou tossed 2 steamed buns inside and warned, "Behave from now on and you'll have all the steamed buns you can eat." With a forceful slam, he shut the cage door, watching his retreating back. Lin Wang grew even angrier, thinking, "Steamed buns, your granddaddy is not to be trifled with. How dare you insult me so directly?" Despite its words, it picked up a steamed bun, frowning as it schemed. "Kid, just wait until your granddaddy's injuries are fully healed. I'll force you to hand over that heaven-tier technique." Meanwhile, someone was walking slowly forward, Li Shu carrying his bag. Planned to leave quietly under the cover of night. "My injuries are mostly healed. It's time to go." His eyes were filled with determination as he thought of the bright future ahead. "Farewell. I will join a great sect one day, so as not to disappoint my family's expectations." Suddenly, Bayou appeared before Li Shu out of nowhere, holding out a hand to stop him. "Wait," Bayou had already guessed his intentions. "Looks like this disciple is trying to leave without saying goodbye." Caught in the act, Li Shu's face turned livid. He asked impatiently, "What is it now?" He smiled brightly, feigning curiosity. "The 8th set of broadcast calisthenics we just learned yesterday. How's your practice coming along?" The mention of it only made him angrier. He pointed at him and said, "You dare to ask?" Then Li Shu walked past Bayou resentfully, saying, "From the very beginning I never should have trusted you." "Liar." He put on a stern face and shouted, "Stop," he thought to himself. "I finally got a disciple who meets the system's requirements. I absolutely cannot let him go." He turned his face. "I'm already furious with you. You dare to waste my time? Don't blame me for getting rough." Just then, Helmsman Wu burst through the gate with 4 of his subordinates shouting, "Bayou!" Helmsman Wu and his men walked in and he grinned. "I'm asking you, 3 days are up. How's your consideration going?" Seeing the intruders, Li Shu was also puzzled. "People from the Heavenly Physician cult." He glanced at Bayou behind him and thought, "It seems the rumors are true. The Heavenly Physician cult really wants to absorb the Bayou sect." As he was lost in thought, one of Helmsman Wu's men pointed at him, arrogantly striking a domineering pose. "Hey kid, he's talking to you. Cat got your tongue." Bayou looked at the uninvited guests with cold eyes. "The Bayou sect will never join the Heavenly Physician cult," he thought. "The condition for the system rebate is that I must establish a sect, so no matter what, the Bayou sect cannot fall into the hands of the Heavenly Physician cult. Besides, this guy broke several of my bones and they still hurt." One of Helmsman Wu's subordinates laughed sarcastically. "Is this kid talking nonsense out of fear? Did I hear him right?" Another chimed in. "Helmsman Wu, you must have scrambled his brains when you hit him. He actually dares to refuse." Helmsman Wu spread his hands and walked towards Bayou smugly. "In that case, I'll just have to pull his brain out and see if it's broken." Watching the urgent situation unfold, Li Shu closed his eyes and calculated. Helmsman Wu of the Heavenly Physician cult is a well-known master after all. He's ruthless and can kill people on a whim. The Bayou sect will be annexed sooner or later. I'm still injured, so I'd better leave now. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Helmsman Wu was suddenly struck by a force and sent flying past him at lightning speed. Helmsman Wu flew out like an arrow shot from a bow, and a loud crash echoed from dozens of meters away from where Li Shu stood. With a loud bang, he was slammed hard into a wall, blood continuously spewing from his mouth. Witnessing this terrifying scene, he broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, How is this possible?" Bayou stood with his hands behind his back, his entire body radiating a dazzling golden light. "Such audacity! Are you threatening this Sect Master?" Helmsman Wu's subordinates were now also dumbfounded, their mouths agape. "How is that possible? Am I seeing things?" He simply turned his head, smiled, and commanded, "All of you get down." As soon as he finished speaking, an infinitely extending golden pillar of energy formed beneath Bayou's feet. The pillar of energy swept across the spot where the subordinates were standing, instantly cracking the ground and scaring them out of their wits. With a deafening boom, a powerful beam of light like a volcanic eruption shot up from the ground, blasting them all into the sky, completely powerless to resist. Li Shu was drenched in sweat, his face full of confusion, thinking, "How is this possible? This aura is from a heaven-tier technique. No, perhaps it's even beyond heaven tier. Could it be god tier? At this moment, Helmsman Wu had struggled out of the wall. He clenched his fists and roared, "Bayou, you piece of trash." Despite being covered in blood, Helmsman Wu gritted his teeth filled with resentment. "You dare to resist me?" The moment he finished speaking, he was ruthlessly punched by Bayou again. He calmly retorted, "You bald man, between the two of us, who's the real piece of trash?" Helmsman Wu was shocked and blurted out, "What?" He turned his face, which was red and swollen from Bayou's punch, still in disbelief, and continued to threaten, "I am a helmsman of the Heavenly Physician cult. If you kneel and apologize now, I can still..." Before he could finish, Helmsman Wu was kicked again, blood splattering everywhere. Bayou's kick sent Helmsman Wu flying, creating a white explosion, while he himself landed steadily with a flip. Bayou stared intently ahead and taunted, "Keep screaming." At this point, Helmsman Wu was like a pig waiting to be slaughtered. "Spare me, I can pretend nothing happened." But in his mind he thought, how could this kid suddenly become so powerful? But he didn't care at all. Bayou reached out and grabbed his neck, then effortlessly lifted Helmsman Wu as if he were lifting air. "You're already a helmsman, how can you still be so naive?" He struggled desperately. "You dare kill me, I'm from the Heavenly Physician cult." The more he spoke, the tighter Bayou's grip on his neck became, causing Helmsman Wu immense pain. After dealing with the leader, he released his hand, letting him fall to the ground. Seeing this, Bayou was also a bit panicked. "What?" But the next second, seeing Helmsman Wu lying motionless on the ground, he squatted down and began to search his clothes. "For a villain like you, death is too good." He searched carefully. "Let's see what valuables this guy has on him." After a moment, Bayou pulled out a gourd bottle labeled third-grade healing pills. He was overjoyed. "My previous injuries never healed properly. These third-grade healing pills are exactly what I need." Li Shu walked over and asked again in disbelief, "What cultivation technique did you just use?" Bayou looked up and replied, "A god-tier technique, another realm of the 8th set of broadcast calisthenics." Then he asked him, "Did you really think your master was a fraud?" Seeing the contemplation and wavering in Li Shu's eyes, he continued, "Actually, your master wanted to temper your character. Cultivation must start from the very basics." After speaking, Bayou stood up, patted his shoulder and persuaded, "As long as you're willing to stay, your master will definitely teach you everything I know." Hearing this, Li Shu hesitated. "Stay?" Then he looked at Bayou and thought, "This guy seems to have many secrets." Finally, after a long struggle, Li Shu clenched his fists and blurted out, "Forget it." He gritted his teeth, ignoring Bayou's enticement. "I've still decided to leave." But his inner thoughts were the complete opposite. A god-tier technique is indeed very tempting. I want to join a great sect, but I also want to learn a god-tier technique. After all, god-tier techniques are the most profound core methods of all the major sects. Li Shu left resolutely, closing his eyes to ponder. "The most important thing for me now is to uncover the secrets of the major powers, as my injuries have already delayed me too much. Today happens to be the last day to sign up for the Shanqin Sect. If I hurry now, I might still make it." His expression gradually grew determined. This was all for his family. Before he could finish the thought, with a thwack, Bayou landed a heavy karate chop on the back of Li Shu's neck. Li Shu crumpled forward. He shot a sly glance, grinning. "My foolish disciple, how could your master bear to let you go? If the sheep runs away, how am I supposed to get my wool?" The scene changed. Li Shu's eyes fluttered open groggily. He let out a soft groan and asked in a daze, "Where am I?" Through his blurry vision, he saw Bayou grinning, offering a gentle greeting. "You're awake?" Li Shu was covered in sweat. He asked, confused, "What happened to me?" Bayou sat down beside him, gently placing a hand on Li Shu's shoulder, and began to act. "It was too dangerous yesterday. That guy from the Heavenly Physician cult suddenly ambushed you. If I hadn't stepped in, you would have been a goner." Hearing this, an extremely annoyed expression appeared on Li Shu's face. "Really?" Bayou patted his chest, projecting an image of utmost reliability as he said loudly, "Would I lie to you? At that time, besides you and me, everyone else was from the Heavenly Physician cult. You think I was the one who attacked you? I have no reason to hit you." Li Shu thought it made sense. "You're right, you have no reason to lie to me." He then clenched his fists, looking incredibly resentful. "That damned Heavenly Physician cult." Li Shu's face scrunched up in frustration. "They made me lose a day. The registration for the Shanqin Sect is probably over. All that effort wasted in an instant," he thought. But he didn't notice Bayou's gleeful smirk behind his back. The scene shifted to the next morning, again in the courtyard of the Bayou sect. Just as Li Shu pushed open his door, he saw Bayou teasing Lin Wang. He was poking it with a small dry stick. The dog had a truly foul temper, and its annoyed growls rumbled with anger. Li Shu's gaze was fixed on the scene before him, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. As if sensing Li Shu's stare, Bayou turned his head. "Li Shu, you're here." Seeing him, Li Shu mustered his courage and shouted, "Can you teach me that 8th set of broadcast calisthenics?" He thought to himself, "Since I missed the chance to sign up for the Shanqin Sect, I might as well stay here and recover completely before making plans to join a major sect." Hearing this, a very sly smile appeared on Bayou's face. Bayou pointed to himself and said confidently, "You are my disciple, so of course I can teach you." With that, he walked over to Li Shu, hands on his hips. "But you have to call me master." Sweat poured down Li Shu's face. He glanced around hesitantly, then gritted his teeth, his face turning beet red, clearly reluctant. In the end, Li Shu still pouted defiantly, turned his face away, and drew out the words, "Master." Bayou burst into laughter upon hearing it, praising him. "Good, my obedient disciple." Then he took out the third-grade healing pills he had gotten from Helmsman Wu and handed them to Li Shu. "Your master won't let you down. Take this bottle of pills to heal your injuries." Li Shu took the gift and asked, "Are these really third-grade healing pills? With these my injuries should mostly recover." At the same time the system sounded with a ding, gifting disciple Li Shu third-grade healing pills, triggering the 100x rebate system. "Congratulations, you have obtained a 5th-grade pill, the Origin Bone Pill." Bayou glanced at it, displeased, and carefully examined the Origin Bone Pill in his hand, thinking, before it was 10,000x or even a million-fold rebate, why is it only 100 times this time? Then without a care he tossed the pill in his hand to Li Shu. "Your master will give you an Origin Bone Pill as well." Li Shu looked completely bewildered. He held the pill in astonishment. "What is this? Is it really a 5th-grade Origin Bone Pill?" Then he asked with curious disbelief, "You're giving me so many pills that can improve my cultivation? With these pills, not only can I fully recover, but I can also temper my bones and muscles quite a bit." The system notification sounded again, gifting disciple Li Shu a 5th-grade healing pill. The system information displayed on the screen, activating 10x rebate for the player. "Congratulations, you have obtained a 6th-grade pill, the Snow Nourishing Pill." Hearing the diminishing returns, Bayou was stunned. 10 times? Why is my luck getting worse and worse? And just like that he tossed the pill directly to Li Shu. "Disciple, catch this Snow Nourishing Pill." Li Shu grew more and more confused, staring at the pills in his hands as he pondered. "A 6th-grade Snow Nourishing Pill. This is a rare treasure in this world. How can he just give it to me so casually? We've only just met. Why would he do this?" The system sounded once more, gifting disciple Li Shu a 5th-grade pill. Then another prompt popped up, activating 100x rebate. "Congratulations, you have obtained a Chaos-grade pill, the Heavenly Meridian Creation Pill." Hearing this, Bayou's jaw dropped and he jumped for joy. "Success, I finally got something good." Due to Bayou's frequent operations, the system was overloaded, and a series of warnings appeared on the screen. After a reboot, the system sounded with a ding. "Player Rebate System Warning. Detected behavior exploiting a bug causing a system error. This is a warning. The system will rebate the item, but you will not receive a rebate next time." He held the pill in both hands and glanced at the notification panel with disgust. Then Bayou took a deep, weary breath. "How can I get good stuff indefinitely? I didn't expect this loophole to be patched so quickly." Li Shu stood behind him, his face pale, and stammered, "Why are you?" He shyly looked away and asked, "Being so good to me again?" Bayou placed his hands on Li Shu's shoulders. "I am the master, you are the disciple. A teacher for a day is a father for life." With that, Bayou turned around and instructed with a smug look on his face, "Remember, from now on I'm your dad." Hearing this, Li Shu's head filled with question marks, his eyes widened in a daze. "Dad, what does that mean?" He watched Bayou's retreating back, thinking in confusion. "This person's behavior is extremely strange, but he doesn't seem to have any ill intentions toward me. I can't worry about that now. I'll just use these pills to heal up first." The scene shifted to a pavilion. A 5-colored pill contained a yin-yang bagua interwoven with flames, a truly beautiful sight. Bayou sat looking at the pill, beads of sweat dripping down. As expected of a Chaos-grade pill, it can even emit a 7-colored light. Truly extraordinary. Without hesitation he tossed the pill into his mouth and swallowed it, then muttered to himself, "I wonder what will happen if I just swallow it directly." Suddenly, a dazzling light shot out from Bayou's room. A ding sound came from the system. "Heavenly Meridian Creation Pill has been consumed. Congratulations on the massive increase in your internal energy. You have obtained the Mystic Lord Bati. Congratulations, you have comprehended the Grand Mystic Body Art and achieved elementary mastery." Information about the Grand Mystic Body Art appeared on the screen. After achieving elementary mastery of the Grand Mystic Body Art, you must continue to comprehend its ultimate skill, Ascension Punch. Special notice: your current cultivation level is too low. Besides the ultimate skill, you can only exert a portion of the Grand Mystic Body Art's power. Hearing this, he clenched his fist and cheered excitedly. "As expected of something from a million-fold rebate system, it has made me stronger from the inside out. The ultimate skill, Ascension Punch, and the Mystic Lord Body have already pushed my attack and defense to their limits." Bayou stood up, scratching the back of his head as he walked. He let out a weary sigh. The original body had its flaws. No wonder my cultivation never improved. The scene shifted to him walking out of the courtyard. Lin Wang was sitting obediently in the iron cage, its eyes rolled back and tongue hanging out. Then, with all its might, it shattered the cage to pieces. "Break for me." Lin Wang stood with its legs apart, tilted its head back, and let out a triumphant roar, laughing wildly. "Your grandpa, the Demon King, has finally recovered fully. Humans, your doom has come. Prepare to die." As Bayou approached, he glanced over and said with displeasure, "You damn dog, you got out again." Lin Wang bared its sharp, iron-like teeth, its eyes filled with killing intent, as if it wanted to devour him whole. "Human Bayou, perfect timing. Quickly, bring him over so I can interrogate him about his cultivation technique." The moment it finished speaking, it opened its great maw and lunged at Bayou with lightning speed. Bayou stared fixedly at Lin Wang and snorted in confusion. It lunged forward at high speed and bit down on his sleeve, which was covered by an iron bracer. Because of this, Lin Wang's sharp teeth shattered into countless pieces. This sent it into a panic. "What, my teeth broke?" Bayou lifted Lin Wang with one hand and held it up in front of him. "Stupid dog, you dare bite me?" Then, without any hesitation, he swung his arm and flung it forward. "Get back in there!" Lin Wang had no time to resist and could only slide across the ground, yelping unwillingly. In the end, it lay exhausted and motionless, foaming at the mouth and thinking, "Impossible. I'm a Demon King, how could I be no match for an ordinary human?" Not only that, Bayou walked over, picked up the drained Lin Wang by the scruff of its neck, and scolded, "You're out of luck. My mystic lord Bati is now active. I don't want to have it ruined by a bite from a stupid dog like you." He stood with his hands on his hips in annoyance, carrying it to the gate. "A dog that bites can't be kept. It'll be a problem if you hurt someone else in the future. I might as well cook you into a dish." Bayou's voice echoed in the air. "I've been eating nothing but steamed buns these past few days and I'm getting sick of them." The scene shifted to a mystic bird demon, clutching a yellow jade stone in its talons, struggling to fly. Behind it, a group of cultivators was in hot pursuit. "Still trying to run?" A young man in white among the cultivators shouted as he gave chase. "Mystic Bird Demon King, drop the item or we'll kill you." But the Mystic Bird Demon King only glanced back and said provocatively, "That depends on whether you have the ability to catch this Demon King." At that moment it flew right over the Bayou sect, saying, "Now that I've stolen Emperor May's hidden origin core, I'll have a chance to enter the core area of the Emperor's Horde. If I get the chance, I must get the thing inside. Then I, the Mystic Bird Demon King, can ascend to become a phoenix." Suddenly, the Mystic Bird Demon King noticed something. It opened its beak in surprise. "Why is the aura of my brother Lin Wang here? Didn't all my brothers go missing a month ago?" Seeing this, it quickly flew straight down toward the entrance of the Bayou sect. "This aura is coming from that courtyard." As if seeing a terrifying sight, the Mystic Bird Demon King thought, "This is." It turned out Bayou had placed Lin Wang on a tree stump and was raising a knife, preparing to gut it. Just then it rushed over, shouting, "Insolent human, how dare you eat my brother?" Hearing the shout, he subconsciously paused and turned to look up. The Mystic Bird Demon King opened its beak and shot down like lightning toward where Bayou stood. "How dare you treat the demon race like this? This Demon King will kill you." He frowned and curled his lip in disdain. "What a big bird. Is it trying to ambush me?" Instantly, Bayou clenched his fist, pulled it back to his side and swung it back to attack, roaring Ascension Punch. It was like a thunderclap on a clear day, its eyes filled with bloodshot veins in disbelief. "What? This power?" From out of nowhere, Bayou's heavy punch shot out like a yellow pillar of energy, striking the Mystic Bird Demon King directly and blowing its body to smithereens. At this moment he still held his punching stance. Bayou looked at the fallen head of the Mystic Bird Demon King and said with displeasure, "Damn it, you're just a bird demon." Bayou was lifting his foot to walk toward the stove when suddenly the jade stone fell to the ground, catching his attention. Bayou's eyes widened, staring intently at the strange object on the ground. "What's this, a stone? It has spiritual energy fluctuations. This material must be extraordinary." The jade stone lay quietly on the ground. He quickly squatted down, picked up the stone and tucked it into his robes. "Who cares what it is? I'll take it first." Bayou looked back at the Mystic Bird Demon King's head and its taloned feet. "What a waste of a big bird. I smashed it to pieces, leaving only a head and a pair of feet." Then an idea suddenly struck him. "It's a waste to throw it away. I might as well make a soup." Meanwhile, Lin Wang's eyes also groggily opened. It bared its sharp teeth, its brows furrowed in discomfort. Lin Wang looked blurrily at Bayou's back and thought, "Damn human, I'm going to fight you to the death." But when it saw Bayou tossing the Mystic Bird Demon King's head and claws into a soup pot, it thought, "That's." Lin Wang broke out in a cold sweat. "That's my big brother, the Mystic Bird Demon King." The Mystic Bird Demon King was actually stewed by that human. He glanced back at it and asked, "The mud is awake?" The question made Lin Wang tremble all over. It lay prostrate under the tree stump, its two front paws clasped together, and whimpered obediently. "What? He's making soup out of the Mystic Bird Demon King." Watching Bayou approach, Lin Wang worried silently. "Does he want to eat me too? How cruel. This human is terrifying. He's nothing like he appears on the surface. His cultivation is even lower than mine, but from all the signs he's shown these past few days, he's definitely a terrifying powerhouse hiding his identity." The more it thought, the more frightened it became, lying there quietly waiting for death. Suddenly, Lin Wang burst out crying with a wah, begging for mercy with snot and tears streaming down its face. "Don't eat me, I'll never do it again, I surrender." He stood with his hands on his hips, pointing at it. "Why did this dog suddenly piss itself in fear? How can I eat it like this?" Seeing its chance, Lin Wang seized the opportunity, quickly jumping down to hug Bayou's leg and licking it with its tongue as if to say, "Spare me, boss." Seeing this, Bayou also grinned, amused. "So you know how to beg for mercy?" Then Bayou turned and walked toward the stove. "Forget it. Seeing as you have some sense, you can stay and be a guard dog from now on." Having just walked back from the gates of hell, Lin Wang breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "That was close. I finally saved my own skin." The scene shifted to a group of cultivators. A violent cyan spiritual energy was shooting up into the sky, its power immense. Someone in the crowd suddenly spoke up. "Senior Sister Fang, the Mystic Bird Demon King's aura has completely vanished." Another person's eyes widened in surprise, guessing, could it be hiding in Haiyuan City? Fang Mulling, the chief disciple of the Wood Profound sect, lowered her head and said, "Impossible. Unless it's a special species, a great demon could never hide its aura so completely that we couldn't detect a single trace." A disciple behind her stroked his chin and offered an opinion. "There is another possibility. The Mystic Bird Demon King was killed by someone else." Another disciple immediately retorted, "That's even more impossible. The Mystic Bird is a Demon King, even if we gathered all our strength and added Senior Sister Fang's power, we could barely contend with it. There's no way it could have been eliminated so quietly." She looked around, then made a decision. "No matter what, for the Emperor's Horde, go investigate immediately. The most important thing now is to find the core area of the Emperor's Horde. Without the Emperor's Horde origin core, it's just a dead tomb. Once you enter, it's a 9 in 10 chance of death." Mulling thought to herself, I must enter the Emperor's Horde. Master is waiting for something inside to save his life. The scene changed. Next to a neatly folded set of brown clothes was a cup of water. Bayou sipped the water while stroking Lin Wang, calculating in his mind. I just used Ascension Punch once, and now I only have a little strength left. It seems using the ultimate skill of a god-tier technique comes at a high price. At my current cultivation level, I can use it twice at most before I'm exhausted. Just then, Li Shu walked in, puzzled. You actually let this demon out? He pointed at it and explained. This demon is likely a formidable demonic beast, extremely fierce. If it weren't injured, I wouldn't have been able to catch it. Hearing this, he pinched Lin Wang's face and asked playfully, Extremely fierce, you say? Then he said to it, Doggy, give your grandpa a smile. Lin Wang dared not disobey and immediately bared its teeth, forcing a dry laugh, comforting itself inwardly. Endure it. I'm a dog who knows what's good for me. Seeing this, Bayou said smugly, See, so obedient. From now on it will be the guardian beast of our Bayou sect. Li Shu was thunderstruck, surprised and confused. Strange, how is this demon so obedient? He smiled and pushed a set of clothes in front of him. By the way, Master saw how plain your clothes are. I'm giving you this set. Li Shu picked up the smelly, tattered clothes with a look of disgust. How long has it been since these were washed? They stink. The system suddenly chimed with a ding, and a prompt popped up. Gifting disciple Li Shu a set of tattered clothes. 000x Rebate triggered. Congratulations, you have received 1000 sets of tattered clothes. Bayou was speechless. Just as I thought, he stroked his chin and mused. The rebate system, whether it's the quality or quantity of the rebate, is probably determined by the nature of the item I gift. If I gift something related to cultivation, I'll get a quality rebate. For things related to daily life, I'll get a quantity rebate. Then Bayou glanced at the facilities of the Bayou sect. Unfortunately, the Bayou sect is dirt poor, with almost no cultivation resources. And the gifting system I have only has 10 rebate chances, and I've already used more than half of them. He looked at Li Shu and continued to think, From now on I'll only have 1 rebate chance per month. I should find a way to recruit more disciples. If I can get 30 disciples, I'll have a chance for a rebate every day. Bayou glanced at the screen and asked, System, what's the maximum number of disciples I can recruit? The system immediately displayed a prompt. Within the scope of Bayou City, no disciples meeting the system's requirements have been found at this time. He sighed in frustration. Looks like I'll have to get out more in the future to expand the system's search range and find some cultivation resources at the same time. The scene switched to the Heavenly Physician cult, where all the disciples were lined up before the Sect Master. The Sect Master of the Heavenly Physician cult sat majestically in his grand chair, stroking his beard and saying, The Celestial Court is now but an empty name and the world is divided into 9. If my Heavenly Physician cult is to achieve greatness, we must have Bayou City in our grasp. Is there still no news from Helmsman Wu? He repeated himself. Is there still no news from Helmsman Wu? Elder Wei cupped his hands and replied respectfully, Most of the small sects in Bayou City have been subdued by Helmsman Wu. Only a small sect called the Bayou sect remains with no news yet. He was puzzled. A small sect is being so mysterious, send someone to check. If they still refuse, just burn it down. The elder below accepted the order. Yes, I will send someone to investigate immediately. The scene switched to a newly repaired gate. Bayou held a hammer in one hand and wiped the sweat from his brow with the other, sighing, I'm exhausted. The main gate that was broken by that Helmsman Wu from the Heavenly Physician cult is finally fixed. If I had enough power, I'd definitely wipe out a heretical sect like the Heavenly Physician cult. Then he turned to leave, yawning and giving an order. Doggy, watch the gate. I'm going to sleep. Lin Wang grunted in agreement. It stood there gritting its teeth as it watched his retreating back, plotting, maybe I should sneak away while he's asleep, but this thought was quickly dismissed. No, this peerless master is unfathomable. He's probably testing my loyalty. If I dare to run, he'll definitely catch me and stew me in a soup. As Lin Wang thought this, it obediently lay down. This plan is too risky. Big Brother Mystic Bird Demon King is a prime example. I can't have such thoughts anymore. Just then, a few pairs of feet appeared on the ground, gathering together. A disciple following behind mulling asked in confusion, The Heavenly Physician cult? Another person also asked, Senior Sister Fang, what are we doing here? She replied, Currently, the strongest force in Bayou City is the Heavenly Physician cult. The Sect Master of the Heavenly Physician cult is a very powerful master. He once paid respects to my master, so we have some connection, the disciple asked again. Does Senior Sister think the Heavenly Physician cult will help us track down the Demon King? Another disciple also said, But I heard this Heavenly Physician cult doesn't have a very good reputation. Mulling heard this but didn't stop, instead quickening her pace to enter. I can't worry about that now, she thought, but there's no better way to get help from a local force. The best way is to find the strongest one, that way we'll get results the fastest. Meanwhile, a group of people stood before the gate of the Bayou sect. A disciple glanced back from behind and reported, Elder Wei, we've arrived at the Bayou sect. Elder Wei nodded and led the group in. Let's go. Then the newly repaired gate was opened again. Lin Wang, who was lying inside guarding the gate, suddenly widened its eyes, seeming to have noticed something unusual. The people from the Heavenly Physician cult once again kicked the gate to pieces, barging in and shouting, People of the Bayou sect, get the hell out here for this elder, watching the gate fall and shatter before its eyes again. It thought in terror, The gate is broken again. The disciples of the Heavenly Physician cult ran amok in the courtyard, cursing loudly. Damn it, where is everyone? How come we can't see a single person? Lin Wang gritted its teeth, its eyes cold and filled with rage. The master told me to watch the gate and you bastards dare to kick it down. A disciple drew his sword and glanced at it. Yo, there's a dog here. But Lin Wang showed no fear, only frowning with a grim face, staring fixedly ahead. Seeing this, the disciple flew into a rage, immediately raising his sword and roaring. You dare to glare and bare your teeth at your grandpa? I'll take this dog's head. The man slashed down without hesitation, but only hit the ground, creating a flash of light. It leaped into the air, looking at the disciple with displeasure, and threatened. You dare to sabotage the task the master gave me? The next second it pounced with its sharp-clawed feet, opening its mouth wide and shouting, unforgivable. In an instant the man's sword snapped in two. Lin Wang took the opportunity to rush forward and punch him in the face with the power of a demon king. It sent the disciple flying to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. What? Watching their man get sent flying a great distance, then lie motionless on the ground, the elder and the other disciples were dumbfounded. The group was in a panic, their faces pale and their bodies trembling. At this moment, all the hair on Lin Wang's body stood on end, and it began to exude a powerful, aggressive aura. Damn humans! A flame-like fighting spirit swirled around its body as it angrily approached the members of the Heavenly Physician cult. You bastards, every single one of you will die. Seeing Lin Wang's powerful aura and murderous gaze, the disciples immediately fell to their knees, their mouths agape. A demon king, this is the aura of a demon king. Elder Wei's face was grim, cold sweat pouring down, but he still forced a smile. How is that possible? A mere Bayou sect, how could a demon king appear here? Despite his words, they were terrified, scared out of their wits and turned to flee. Run, but it had already seen through their intentions. Lin Wang immediately kicked the elder in the back and roared, Die! Elder Wei was caught off guard and screamed in agony. Seeing this horrifying scene, the remaining disciples fled for their lives, screaming for help. Help? After dealing with the elder, it stood up and glared fiercely at the group. For ruining my great task of guarding the gate, not even the Heavenly King himself can save you. As soon as it finished speaking, Lin Wang decisively swiped its claw, and 3 sharp claw marks flew forward at high speed in an instant. The disciples of the Heavenly Physician cult were slashed by its sharp energy claws, sending flesh and blood flying. One of them survived by a fluke and desperately fled out the gate, drenched in sweat. It let out a few soft woofs, then began to worry to itself. What should I do? The gate is broken. If the master finds out, I wonder if he'll stew me in a soup. The scene shifted to the afternoon inside the Heavenly Physician cult. The Sect Master of the Heavenly Physician cult raised his hand in assurance. Miss Fang, please rest assured. The Wood Profound Sect is a major sect. The Wood Profound Sect's business is my Heavenly Physician cult's business. Mulling sat at the banquet table, looked up and smiled. Is that so? Then I'll have to trouble the Sect Master to send people to help search immediately, but unexpectedly he began to change his tune. It's just that Bayou City isn't exactly small. I'm afraid it will take some effort to find it. The Sect Master of the Heavenly Physician cult then added mysteriously, the number of masters in the Heavenly Physician cult right now. Hearing this, she seemed to understand something and stood there silently hesitating. After careful consideration, Mulling looked at him. She continued seriously, if you can find it, I am willing to gift your esteemed sect a C-grade profound tier spirit tool. Hearing this, the Sect Master of the Heavenly Physician cult revealed a cunning smile and praised, Miss Fang is truly straightforward. He held up 3 fingers and promised confidently, how about this, Miss Fang, give me 3 days, even if I have to turn Bayou City upside down. I will find it for you. Suddenly, an anxious report came from outside. Sect Master, it's bad. A disciple ran to the entrance, clutching his chest out of breath. Seeing this, the Sect Master of the Heavenly Physician cult scolded, What's with all this panic? Don't you see I'm hosting a distinguished guest from the Wood Profound Sect? The disciple was drenched in sweat and stammered loudly, Elder Wei has been killed. Hearing this, he was shocked. What? Who would be so bold? The disciple quickly explained, it was a demon king. We were all defeated by a demon king. Hearing demon king, Mulling immediately turned her face and pressed, What, a demon king? Where is the demon king now? The disciple quickly replied, At the Bayou Sect. Hearing this, she immediately turned to leave. Mulling commanded imposingly, the mystic bird demon king has appeared. Let's go, we're going to the Bayou Sect. Hearing this, he also spoke up, Miss Fang, please wait. The veins on the Heavenly Physician cult Sect Master's face bulged as he said indignantly, Let's go together. To dare kill my Elder Wei, even if it's a demon king, I, the Sect Master, will absolutely not let it go. The scene switched back to the Bayou Sect. Hearing the commotion, Bayou ran out angrily to check. What was all that noise just now? Can't a person get some sleep? Looking at the chaotic scene Lin Wang had created, he was also baffled. Bayou's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth unhappily, asking, What happened? It cowered on the ground, also breaking out in a cold sweat in fear. Master, please don't be angry. Suddenly he saw Mulling and the people from the Heavenly Physician cult rush into his Bayou Sect, and he took a step back in surprise. The Sect Master of the Heavenly Physician cult looked at the disciples killed all over the ground, his anger burning. Damn it, these are all masters of my Heavenly Physician cult. Who did this? Bayou's eyes were cold as he looked warily at the people in front of him and asked, What do you want? Just then a disciple turned and pointed at Lin Wang saying, Sect Master, that dog did it. He turned his head and asked in disbelief, A dog, are you sure? The person also quickly reminded, Sect Master, be careful. Don't be fooled by its appearance. The Sect Master of the Heavenly Physician cult immediately drew his sharp broadsword, then he charged straight at it. Today this Sect Master will hack you to death. Seeing this, Bayou couldn't contain his anger and rushed forward. How dare you! You barge into my home and dare to hit my dog, you damn old man! The Sect Master of the Heavenly Physician cult ignored his words, focused only on swinging his sword at Lin Wang, but Lin Wang easily dodged it. I dodge. Lin Wang leaped back, adopting a counter-attacking stance, and thought through gritted teeth. This damn old man is quite skilled. My cultivation is sealed, so I can't fight him head-on. The Sect Master of the Heavenly Physician cult's eyes rolled back, and he approached, his body shrouded in a purple aura of rage. Just a dog with a bit of skill. Ling stood to the side, somewhat puzzled. How can it be a dog? Isn't it the Mystic Bird Demon King? The disciple next to her looked away in fear. That's not it. He saw the head and claws of the Mystic Bird Demon King in the pot and shouted to her. Senior sister, look over there, isn't that the head of the Mystic Bird Demon King? How is that possible? He continued. The Mystic Bird Demon King was actually killed by a human. No, I should say it was used to make soup. Hearing this, Muling was struck by lightning and stood frozen on the spot. Then she looked at Bayou and thought, could the core of the Emperor's Horde have been taken by this person? Bayou, however, ignored Muling's gaze and just shouted angrily, how dare you let go of my dog? Seeing the Sect Master of the Heavenly Physician cult relentlessly attacking Lin Wang, Bayou kept shouting, stop it! Just as he was about to rush forward, Muling's hand stretched out to block him. Stop! She glanced at Bayou. Hand it over. He didn't understand anything, but being furious, he stared directly into Muling's face and yelled, hand what over? The group of disciples behind her pointed and postured. Hurry up and hand over the Emperor's Horde origin core. But Bayou paid no attention, forcefully shaking off her hand. Bayou answered sternly, I don't know what you're talking about. Seeing that words were useless, Muling's eyes filled with determination as she looked at him. She then drew her glowing sword and looked at Bayou's back. In that case, don't blame us for getting rough. On the other side, the Sect Master of the Heavenly Physician cult was swinging his green saber at Lin Wang with lethal intent, but it nimbly dodged with a backflip. Lin Wang landed lightly on the ground, panting with its tongue out, thinking, this guy is a bit tough to deal with. Lin Wang decided to run again, then leaped with a stomp of its foot. It had already jumped next to Bayou, yelping a few times as if asking for help. It thought to itself, let the strong one deal with him. The Sect Master grew impatient, his anger flaring, and he strode toward him. How dare you touch someone from the Heavenly Physician cult? A terrifying aura suddenly emanated from the Sect Master's entire body. Everyone from the Bayou sect deserves to die. Hearing this, Bayou immediately raised his fist. This is too much, first my dog, now me. This is lawlessness. Just then, he slashed his saber down in front of Bayou, shouting, die! At this critical moment a golden light flashed, stunning the Sect Master of the Heavenly Physician cult. What? Before he could understand, a fist struck him directly in the face, forming a powerful pillar of light. Just as Muling and her disciples were about to charge, they immediately stopped. Here, Lin Wang stood up, its legs held high in the air, and cheered triumphantly with its mouth wide open. That was awesome. Seeing this, the people behind her began to discuss. A single punch can reduce the Sect Master of the Heavenly Physician cult to dust, not even leaving a speck of bone behind, another person chimed in. This is truly shocking. The Sect Master of the Heavenly Physician cult was, after all, a formidable expert in his own right. Another person interjected. A man with seemingly ordinary cultivation is actually such a deeply hidden master. At this moment, the disciple standing closest to Muling spoke up for advice. Senior sister, should we still make a move? Muling was also terrified and immediately raised her hand to stop the others. No, don't act rashly. This is truly a great master. But who would have thought that at this moment, Bayou was covered in sweat, panting like a dog, and smiling, not good, not good, this is bad. She stood behind, her expression changing faster than flipping a book, and greeted him. Senior, we have been greatly offensive. Muling and her disciples clasped their hands in a salute, begging for his forgiveness and asking him not to be angry. He turned his face away in frustration and waved his hand. Forget it, you can get up. I'm not angry. Only then did she sincerely request, Senior, could you please return the Emperor's Horde origin core to us? We need it to save someone. Bayou raised his hand and explained in confusion, it's not that I won't give it to you. But what exactly are you talking about? She explained in detail. The Mystic Bird Demon King stole the Emperor's Horde origin core before, but now that the Mystic Bird Demon King has been made into soup by you, Senior, it stands to reason that the origin core should be in your hands. Hearing this, he reached into his robes and suddenly remembered. Now that you mention it, I do recall something falling out after that big bird died. Bayou took out the sparkling jade stone and asked Muling's group, is it this stone? She immediately smiled happily upon seeing it. Senior, that's the one, Muling explained. The Emperor's Horde origin core can open the core area of the Emperor's Horde. I need it to save my master's life. I beg you to grant my request, he asked curiously. What is the Emperor's Horde? She continued to tell Bayou everything she knew. According to legend, an immortal emperor hid his treasures in one place. It is said that the Horde contains countless magical artifacts and cultivation techniques, as well as pills and extremely rich alchemy resources. Hearing this, he stroked his chin and calculated. Countless magical artifacts, cultivation techniques, and pills. If I can get my hands on them, I won't have to worry about not having anything to give my disciple. With that thought, Bayou pointed and proposed. How about this? He looked at the jade stone in his hand and stated his condition. I can give you the Emperor's Horde origin core, but you must take me into the Emperor's Horde with you. Upon hearing this, Mulling happily welcomed the idea. Excellent. With a senior like you entering the Emperor's Horde with us, we'll be even stronger. Suddenly, a golden light shot up into the sky from Bayou's room, stunning everyone. Everyone had to raise their hands to shield themselves from the terrifying power. She asked in a panic. This aura, someone is breaking through. He turned his head and shouted in alarm. My room. After getting a clear look, he realized that in the dilapidated room it was Li Shu sitting cross-legged in cultivation. He had his eyes closed, feeling the power flowing through his body as if he had just advanced. Bayou waved his hand and smiled reassuringly. Everyone, don't panic. It's just my disciple cultivating. Mulling looked on with curiosity. What cultivation technique is this person practicing? The aura it emits is so powerful. My Profound Sect has never had a technique with such power, and the commotion caused by a breakthrough is far too great. Li Shu's eyes snapped open, and then he spread his arms and said, The god-tier technique you gave me before, the grand mystic body art, I seem to have broken through to the next realm. He thought, cultivation techniques progress from elementary to minor mastery to major mastery. When I first activated the system, I only reached the elementary realm. The more Bayou thought, the more he frowned. But god-tier techniques are inherently difficult to cultivate. I didn't expect this Li Shu fellow to break through so quickly. Watching Li Shu rubbing his firm muscles, he continued to think. Could it be that my disciple Li Shu is an exceptionally gifted person? The disciples pointed at him and discussed among themselves. What did he just say? A god-tier technique? I thought I misheard. At this moment she thought in surprise. In the Profound Sect, only master has cultivated a god-tier technique, and even that was just a fragment. How could it be passed down? To be able to casually gift a god-tier technique to a disciple. Muling's eyes sparkled and she pouted, thinking, maybe I should become his disciple too. At this time he had his arms spread wide and the power transformed into a golden aura surrounding Li Shu's body. After examining and trying it a few times, he finally commented, it truly is a top-tier technique worthy of being called god-tier. Even my cultivation has broken through. After all this time I can finally break through to a higher realm than others. Bayou crossed his arms, propped up his chin and asked, cultivation, then asked himself inwardly, can it be gifted? Bayou pointed at Mulling and her group and commanded, you all go outside first. They also clasped their hands and replied, yes, senior. After seeing them all leave, he walked up to Li Shu and placed his hands on his shoulders amidst Li Shu's astonished gaze. Li Shu, sit down quickly, closer to your master. He didn't know what Bayou wanted to do, but he obediently sat down, then glanced over with displeasure. What are you trying to do? He pushed his hands forward with all his might, forming a cyan ball of energy, imparting cultivation. Li Shu looked scornful. Your cultivation isn't even as high as mine. What cultivation are you imparting? Bayou clicked his tongue after hearing this. You don't need to worry about that. This is your master's command. Sit down quickly. Just like that, he sat behind him and pushed the cyan energy ball directly into his back. But nothing happened. It just felt like Bayou's palm had touched Li Shu's back with a thud. I don't believe it. He kept rubbing his hand on his back. It's not working, I can't transfer it. After having his back rubbed all over, Li Shu glanced back. What are you touching all over the place? What exactly are you trying to do? But at this moment, Bayou wasn't paying much attention, as he was deep in thought. Do I really have to rely on slow and arduous cultivation by myself? Seeing his silence, he suddenly stood up, turned around and asked, don't you know that imparting cultivation is a forbidden art? Apart from the special cultivation methods recorded in the classics, only the immortal king's throne can do it. Bayou asked back with a look of confusion. The special cultivation methods recorded in the classics, what are they specifically? Li Shu extended his hand and explained. Specifically, as far as I know, there is only one technique in the world that can impart cultivation, called the Universal Salvation Divine Art. However, this technique has long been lost. Hearing this, he sighed to himself in dismay. So that's how it is. It seems I have to find a way to raise my cultivation as soon as possible, or find the Universal Salvation Divine Art. The scene switched to the next morning at the Bayou Sect. Mulling and her group came to inform Bayou, Senior, today is the day of the full moon, which is also the day the Emperor's Horde opens. We can set off now. At this moment he looked at her with a blank expression and asked curiously, is there anything in the Emperor's Horde that can improve one's cultivation? Mulling enthusiastically informed him, there is indeed a treasure called the Frost Jade Bed. Cultivating on it will double your progress. 1 day of cultivation on it is equivalent to 3 ordinary days. Many cultivators wish to obtain this treasure, especially those with little lifespan left. Bayou's eyes widened in surprise as if he had heard a clap of thunder. He excitedly ordered, Doggy, watch the house, he thought to himself. Although I have the system's assistance, my cultivation is not enough. I must obtain the Frost Jade Bed and raise my cultivation as soon as possible. The scene switched to a desolate grassy hill. Bayou's group, led by Mulling, arrived to see that a crowd had already gathered. The place was bustling with noise and activity like a market fair. He frowned in confusion. Why are there so many people? Didn't you say the Emperor's Horde is very dangerous, and those who enter have a 9 in 10 chance of death? Mulling closed her eyes and lowered her head, saying, there's no other way. Ever since the world was divided into 9, the cultivation world has officially entered an era of chaos. Many great wars are bound to break out in the future. Everyone wants to increase their strength before the era of chaos arrives. Hearing this, Bayou scratched his head and repeated, era of chaos? Then he asked, Miss Fang, can you explain the division of the world into 9 for me? His eyes were thoughtful. After coming to this world, my mind is still a bit muddled. I basically can't remember anything before the age of 21, she pointed and began to explain to Bayou. 10 years ago, the Lord of the Celestial Court suddenly passed away, causing the Celestial Court to fall apart, with each faction governing itself, Mulling continued. From then on, the continent was also divided into 9 major holy lands, each controlling a region, causing the rest of the people to imagine a piece of land divided into 9 different parts. With everyone behind her listening intently, she told them everything she knew. The place we are standing now is called the Haotian Domain, which belongs to the territory of the Ocean Sect. However, that's just a rumor in the martial world. Mulling grew more enthusiastic as she spoke. The Ocean Sect is one of the strongest among the 9 major holy lands. Many forces are also trying to rise, and this Haotian Domain will sooner or later erupt into a great war. Suddenly hearing this, Bayou's eyes widened and he let out a gasp. She turned around and asked with concern, "Senior, what's wrong?" He just held his head and replied, "It's nothing, please continue." But he held his head in pain and asked himself, "Strange, when the Lord of the Celestial Court was mentioned, some vague memory fragments seemed to appear in my mind. Could I have some connection to the previous Lord of the Celestial Court? That's impossible. If I really had a connection with such a great figure, Bayou couldn't be so muddled." Mulling returned to the topic she hadn't finished earlier. "Besides, there's another important reason, which is the increasing depletion of cultivation resources." Thinking of the scene of thousands of cultivators fighting for resources, she couldn't help but worry. The cultivation world has been forming and developing for millions of years. By now almost all the resource veins have been exhausted, leading to an increasingly serious problem for the cultivation world in finding cultivation resources. Therefore, even knowing the dangers of the Emperor's Horde, hundreds and thousands of cultivators still risk their lives to enter. Mulling led the group and continued. In fact, countless sects have been established over the years, all built on their own potential. In this era of chaos, if one can gain an extra bit of strength for self-protection, people are not afraid of fighting and plundering. Speaking of this, she suddenly lowered her head, her tone somewhat sad. "And everyone knows that it's natural for the big fish to eat the small fish. So many small forces have already been annexed." Bayou waved his hand and asked curiously, "The depletion of cultivation resources is the most important reason. Is there no solution?" Mulling immediately replied, "There is, and that is to find a new Lord of the Celestial Court. This person must be an incredibly noble figure, enough to reshape the Celestial Court, because only the Lord of the Celestial Court can reunify the continent." Tone was filled with helplessness, "But everyone knows this is impossible. It's too difficult. Decades have passed, but there are very few great figures with such talent." His eyes were sharp and he calculated in his mind. "It seems the Bayou sect must also make thorough preparations, accumulate resources and strengthen itself, otherwise it will be annexed by others one day." After making his decision, Bayou turned to look at Li Shu. He walked over and patted Li Shu's shoulder, thinking, "This disciple of mine has decent cultivation and is practicing a god-tier technique." Then he said to him, "This time we, master and disciple, have a target to find." Bayou said solemnly, "It's the frost jade bed," while continuing to think, "If I don't use Ascension Punch, I'm still no match for him, so I must make good use of this." Mulling averted her gaze and asked, "Senior, I heard that the Ocean Sect has also sent people today. I'll go check on the situation first, because only the Ocean Sect is the biggest threat." Li Shu watched her retreating back with a heavy heart. "The Ocean Sect has sent people too. I wanted to join the Ocean Sect before, but I missed the opportunity." His eyes filled with determination. Could this be another chance? Just then a mocking voice suddenly cut in. "Isn't that the Sect Master of the Bayou sect?" The words made everyone turn to look. Zhao Tian approached with a group of disciples, stroking his chin with a contemptuous smile. "A guy with neither cultivation nor ability dares to try his luck in the Emperor's Horde?" He stretched out a hand, staring intently at the unwelcome guests. "Did you eat nothing but crap before you came out? Your words stink. Do I know you?" He crossed his arms, the very picture of arrogance. "Then allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Tian, the Sect Master of the Zhao Tian Sect. It doesn't matter if you don't know me, but I've heard a lot about your glorious reputation from my disciples." Looking at the 3 disciples who were laughing uproariously, their faces filled with disdain, Zhao Tian introduced them. "My 3 disciples, do you know them?" Bayou's eyes instantly turned cold. "It's you," a red-haired man grinned. "Master." "No, I should say Sect Master Bayou, long time no see," another green-haired man added flippantly. "Calling it the Bayou Sect isn't right either." After the 3 of us left, "The Bayou Sect has long been a mere name. It's better to just call him Bayou." He ignored them and continued his response. "We were master and disciples once, yet you stand here mocking me." I was truly blind, he thought to himself. These 3 were the original owner's former disciples. He had trained them with care, only to be met with ridicule and scorn, not even a single greeting when they met again. Wang Ba spat on the ground and said contemptuously, "Master and disciples, P2E, you think you're worthy of being our master?" He pointed at Bayou and shouted, "Bayou, are you pretending to be ignorant or are you really that clueless? You're a joke in the martial world. What could we possibly learn from training with you for all those years? To put it bluntly, it was a waste of our lives." Li Shu looked at the 3 arrogant, foul-mouthed individuals and thought, "These 3 are truly blind. Bayou's cultivation might be a bit lacking, but he possesses a god-tier technique. Then he began to speculate. It seems Bayou saw through their intentions from the start, and that's why he didn't teach them the God-tier technique. He also pointed at Zhao Tian and said proudly, "After we left you, we joined the Zhao Tian sect and have been fortunate enough to receive the Sect Master's favor. Our current cultivation is countless times higher than when we were at the Bayou sect." She also pointed at him and continued, "Bayou, just accept your fate. You're nothing but a loser, unfit to be a master and even less fit to be a sect master. You're only fit to be the laughingstock of Haiyan City." Hearing his three disciples' flattery, he laughed excitedly. These three are truly blind. Bayou's cultivation might be a bit lacking, but he possesses a god-tier technique. Bayou thought with some annoyance. It seems Bayou saw through their intentions from the start, and that's why he didn't teach them the god-tier technique. Zhao Tian seized the opportunity to continue. "After we left you, we joined the Zhao Tian sect and have been fortunate enough to receive the Sect Master's favor. Our current cultivation is countless times higher than when we were at the Bayou sect." He pointed at him and boasted, "Bayou, just accept your fate. You're nothing but a loser, unfit to be a master and even less fit to be a sect master. You're only fit to be the laughingstock of Haiyan City." His mouth fell open. "Bayou, don't be too angry. The three of us are just telling the truth. You're a magnanimous person, don't hold it against us. Following him will surely lead you nowhere. Why not follow me instead? Perhaps you'll even survive this chaotic era." Wang Ba pointed at Bayou. "Bayou, for old time's sake, we don't want to make things difficult for you." He quickly placed his hand on her shoulder, but Wang Ba let out a sinister, unguarded laugh. "As long as you kneel and apologize to us, we can let bygones be bygones." Suddenly, with a smack, she was sent flying by Bayou's slap, unable to react at all. Seeing his disciple knocked down beside him, Zhao Tian turned his head in surprise. "What?" He looked nonchalant, just rotating his wrist and snorting at the astonished gazes of the crowd. Wang Ba sat up, clutching one side of her face, and looked at Bayou in disbelief. "You dare hit me?" he grinned. "You brought it upon yourself, Wang Ba." The other two disciples roared in unison. "Bayou, how dare you? You asked for this," the other chimed in. "Drag him down. We must make him kneel and admit his mistake." At the same time, a pair of feet spread into a stance, ready to charge forward. In the blink of an eye, with a smack, the red-haired man was kicked until his nose was bruised and his face swollen. But it wasn't over. Immediately after, the green-haired man met the same fate. Taking a direct kick to the face, Li Shu delivered a roundhouse kick, sending both disciples flying. With a footprint on his face, he looked up and praised, "So strong." The other, not to be outdone, his face covered in blood, clutched his face in pain and roared, "Who are you? Why are you helping Bayou?" Bayou walked up, affectionately slung an arm around his neck and introduced him. "Open your dog eyes and see clearly. This is my disciple." One of the fallen disciples struggled to his feet, shouting in disbelief, "Impossible with your level of skill. How could you possibly recruit such a strong disciple?" At that moment, Li Shu spoke up to confirm, "I am his disciple. Anyone who dares to make a move today will have to step over my dead body first." He thought to himself, "I'll help him this once as a way to repay the favor of the Bayou sect's god-tier technique." His words were like a bolt from the blue, and the green-haired man gritted his teeth. "What?" The red-haired man was also in stunned disbelief. "Bayou's cultivation is mediocre. How could he possibly recruit a disciple as outstanding as you?" Zhao Tian stood in the distance watching the argument, and chimed in with a loud laugh. "Hitting my disciples is the same as slapping my face, isn't it? You clearly have no respect for me as a sect master." Zhao Tian looked at Li Shu. "Kid, I see you have good potential. I'll give you two choices." He held up two fingers and said with a playful wink, "First, join the Zhao Tian sect and become my direct disciple. Second, you and the Bayou sect will be annihilated together." Zhao Tian spread his arms and declared loudly, "My Zhao Tian sect has already joined the Wood Profound sect. We certainly wouldn't deign to be compared to the worthless Bayou sect. You surely know what to choose now." But he didn't notice Mulling approaching. Suddenly a voice asked, "Is that so?" This made him pause and turn to look. Mulling and three other disciples walked in imposingly. She tilted her head, looked ahead, and asked, "How come I wasn't aware that the Zhao Tian sect had joined the Wood Profound sect?" Wang Ba rushed up angrily and snapped, "Who are you?" She ran up to Mulling, pointed at her, gritted her teeth, and looked thoroughly annoyed. "What a busybody. Why do you always have to meddle in other people's affairs, without even looking?" She casually waved her hand and sent Wang Ba flying. "Get lost." After being sent flying, she hit the ground hard, her eyes rolling back and her face swelling up even more. Wang Ba's face was covered in bruises, but instead of being scared, she cursed arrogantly, "Damn it, you hit my face again, master. Kill them quickly and avenge me." Zhao Tian turned his head, his teeth gritted and his eyes wide with fury. Outrageous. He clenched his fists and threatened menacingly, "If you don't give me a clear explanation today." Zhao Tian's brow furrowed, making his already ugly face even more hideous. "I'll tear you to pieces." The moment he finished speaking, Mulling slapped him hard across the face. She held the pose and looked at Zhao Tian sternly. "Is that clear enough?" The red-haired man rushed forward angrily to defend him. "What? She even dares to hit the Sect Master? Is she crazy?" The green-haired man also rushed up, adding, "You wild girl, you're asking for death." He gritted his teeth, seeming not to have swallowed his anger. "Good, very good." Zhao Tian's eyes were filled with resentment. "State your name." "I don't kill nameless people." Mulling showed no fear, instead saying calmly, "Fang Mulling." He stomped his foot in anger. "So Fang Mulling." Immediately after, Zhao Tian lowered his center of gravity, assuming an attack stance. "Today, I, Sect Master Zhao Tian, will teach you some manners." Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind and he stopped. "Wait." Zhao Tian looked at her, thinking, "Fang Mulling, Did she say she's Fang Mulling? He brandished his fist, preparing to leap as if to strike Mulling directly in the face. Master, a wild girl like her doesn't need you to act. Let me kill her. At that moment his face turned pale, and he shot a panicked glance at his disciple. Then Zhao Tian immediately punched the red-haired man in the face to stop him. Stop! He didn't have time to react, only letting out a scream. The red-haired man's nose and mouth gushed blood. He cried out in aggrieved confusion. Master, why did you hit me? The red-haired man was still complaining. It hurts like hell. Master, did you take the wrong medicine? He had already approached her nervously. Fang Mulling. Zhao Tian raised his hands and asked softly, Are you from the Wood Profound Sect? Fang Mulling, a disciple standing behind, glanced over and replied, That's right, my senior sister is the direct disciple of the Wood Profound Sect. Hearing this, he shrank back. It really was them. Zhao Tian was covered in sweat, his expression changing faster than flipping a book, and he said with a fawning smile, Miss Fang, we were blind to your status. We apologize for the offense. Though he said this, he had other plans in mind. For the greater good, I'll endure it. They must be the disciples sent by the Wood Profound Sect. Mulling didn't even bother to look, just glancing at the group of lackeys. Is Senior Bayou someone you can offend? Hearing this, Zhao Tian was utterly shocked and stood frozen on the spot. What? Senior? The three disciples were also stunned. Did I hear that right? Miss Fang called him Senior Bayou? Wang Ba was the first to blurt out. Did I hear that right? Miss Fang called him Senior Bayou. The red-haired man also stammered in reply. Yes, that seems to be what she called him. He reached out, looking at her retreating back. Chief Fang, that Bayou fellow's cultivation is mediocre. Why did you call him Senior twice? Could it be? Hearing this, Mulling grew a little angry. She turned around and set up a formation, creating several expanding energy circles. What do you mean? A storm-like pressure washed over them, making Zhao Tian grit his teeth in fear. What terrifying pressure! At that moment, a powerful aura continuously emanated from her entire body. Have you still not seen the senior's unfathomable depth? The three disciples behind him immediately knelt, unable to withstand Mulling's pressure. After hearing Mulling's words, the three of them exclaimed in unison, What? He was now trembling with fear. What should we do? But the green-haired man stubbornly refused to believe it. It's all that Bayou's fault. I don't believe for a second that he's some hidden senior. Wang Ba also flatly denied her words. I don't believe it either. We followed the Bayou sect for so many years. We know exactly what he's like. He clenched his fists in extreme anger and made a venomous vow. No matter what tricks Bayou used to fool Chief Fang, I will find a chance to kill him. Fortunately, she still had some sense and persuaded the other two. Let's enter the Emperor's Horde first. If we can get the treasures inside, we can definitely join a new major sect. Just as she finished speaking, a violent tremor suddenly struck, panicking everyone. The tremor came from underground. Could the Emperor's Horde be opening? Just then, a huge vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, and a powerful beam of light shot out from its center. As everyone watched, the vortex gradually expanded, revealing a new and strange space. Those greedy individuals swarmed forward without hesitation. The Emperor's Horde is open. This is my third time in. I must get a lot of good stuff. You dare to dream of good stuff? You'll be lucky to make it back alive. Maybe even steamed buns will turn into gold. Meanwhile, Mulling ignored those people and focused on speaking to Bayou. Senior, after entering the Emperor's Horde, everyone will be teleported to a different place. Now, she finally turned to continue walking, not forgetting to look back at him. But all roads lead to Rome. For now, the Emperor's Horde origin core will be in your keeping, Senior. We'll discuss it when we return. Bayou didn't want to waste precious time and urged Li Shu, Let's go in quickly. But he didn't follow as expected, instead remaining silent and motionless. Wait, when he spoke his expression was somewhat stiff. I have something to tell you. Puzzled, he immediately turned his head. What is it? Only when he saw him turn to meet his gaze did he speak. You just had a conflict with those three former disciples. What I'm about to say might not be pleasant to hear. But I, Li Shu, have always been open and honest, so I must tell you. Then Li Shu clenched his fist and raised it without hesitation, showing his determination. Perhaps you already know that I've always wanted to join the Ocean Sect. I couldn't join before for various reasons. This time the Ocean Sect has also sent people. I want to find a chance to greet the people from the Ocean Sect and see if I can join them. After hearing this, Bayou's expression didn't change at all. So that's what this is about, and he on the other hand had been wildly guessing, thinking he knew best. I hope you don't mind. Only then did he understand Li Shu's intention, but he didn't complain. He even smiled and patted his shoulder. I don't mind. Then with the most understanding and sincere expression he encouraged him. How could your master mind? I told you long ago, whenever you want to leave I will never stop you. Go for it, kid. If my disciple can join the Ocean Sect it will bring me honor as well. Hearing words so different from what he had imagined, Li Shu felt a little guilty. Thank you, your words have truly moved me. No one suspected that beneath his upright and understanding exterior, he harbored a deep-seated scheme. My foolish disciple, you're the goose that lays the golden eggs. How could your master ever let you go? If you manage to join the Ocean Sect, I'll admit defeat. Not wanting to waste precious time, Bayou quickly turned and stepped into the portal. An endless vortex appeared, and Sect Master Bayou was sucked into it. The moment he landed he said, I'm in. Bayou looked around at the scenery and couldn't help but exclaim that it was truly a place worthy of hidden treasures. He never expected the inside of the Emperor's Horde to be like a miniature world. Knowing he had come to the right place, Bayou began to search for others. He didn't know where Li Shu had ended up and needed to find him as soon as possible. To prevent him from making contact with the people from the Ocean Sect, Suddenly a cry from behind caught his attention. Help! It was two people being chased by a demonic beast running for their lives. One of them shouted, "Oh my god, run!" As the demonic beast was about to catch up to them, the one in red urged, "Quick, think of a way." Bayou watched from the side. He couldn't help but recall his companion's warning. It was just as Fang Mulling had said. The greatest danger in the Emperor's horde was the rampant, countless demonic beasts. The slightest carelessness could easily lead to death. Bayou thought demonic beasts in the critical moment. The man in green had a stroke of genius and came up with a plan. That seems to be Sect Master Bayou of the Bayou Sect over there. Quick, run to him. Hearing this, the man in red's face grew even uglier and he asked, sweating profusely, "What's the use of running to him? Bayou has no cultivation, he's completely useless. He's no match for the Windwolf beast either." Faced with his companion's hopeless stupidity, the man in green seemed to have lost all patience and said sharply, "Are you pretending to be stupid? We don't need him to kill the Windwolf beast. I want to use him to distract the demon beast." Hearing this, the man in red smiled and praised, "Why didn't I think of that? Big brother is truly my good big brother." But before their plan could succeed, Bayou had already started running. He turned back and shouted, "You two big idiots, why are you running towards me?" They were both startled by Bayou's sudden action. Damn it. That kid ran too. In an instant he had vanished without a trace, while the two fools behind him still clung to a sliver of hope. "It's fine, as long as we can outrun Bayou, we'll be saved. Big brother is so smart, truly a scholar." The words of praise had barely left their lips when the demonic beast caught up to them. The man in red said, "Big brother, it's caught up," and at this moment he was still running leisurely ahead of them. After running for a while, the two fools couldn't run anymore. They stuck out their tongues, panting and looking utterly exhausted, and said, "I give up. Bayou, stop running, we can't keep up." The man in green added, "This guy's speed is incredible." As he ran, he thought smugly, "Grand Mystic Body Art has a footwork technique called Wind God Steps. I'm not even using a tenth of my speed and I still easily beat you too." But when he reached a certain spot, the path was blocked by a mountain. Bayou came to an emergency stop at the dead end and he blurted out, "There's no road ahead." The two who had been chasing Bayou to the point of exhaustion could finally stop. One of them complained, "I'm exhausted." "Bayou, were you born in the year of the horse? How can you run so much?" But they didn't get to rest for long before the green-eyed demonic beast also caught up. The beast was large enough to block the view of both of them. They looked up at it in terror and the man in red said, "Big brother, we can't escape." "What do we do?" The man in green suddenly had an idea, and he looked back at him. "What do we do?" The man in green suddenly shouted, "Bayou, go face that Windwolf beast for us. After you die, we two brothers will thank you handsomely." Hearing this, he stroked his chin, looking interested. "How will you thank me?" Not wanting to delay any longer, the man started to run, saying before he left, "We two brothers will burn more paper money at your grave." The man in green was proud of himself for tricking Bayou. "Be the bait for the wolf for me." But he couldn't pull him along. Only then did the man in green start to panic. "What?" Seizing the opportunity, he quickly grabbed the man's hand, forcefully threw the fool out and shouted, "You go on ahead." In the end, the man in green ended up in the demonic beast's mouth. Before he died, he cried out. "Oh!" The man in red turned pale with fright upon seeing his big brother's tragic end. He stammered, "How could you, Bayou? How could you be so strong?" As the demonic beast's claws were about to touch him, the man in red turned to him for help. "No, Bayou, save me. Sect Master Bayou, I was wrong." Help. Before he could say more, the demonic beast crushed the man in red with one of its front paws. He stood aside, watching with satisfaction. Then the demonic beast's gaze turned to Bayou, but he just threw a single word at it. Beast, it opened its great maw and lunged at Bayou. He said, "Let me see your strength." Bayou unleashed a move with fire as its main energy, and then smoke rose from his palm. Bayou said contemptuously, "Down in the first move, I haven't even used Ascension Punch yet." The demonic beast died on the spot. Suddenly the nearby bushes moved. "Your strength is indeed quite good." The movement caught Bayou's attention. Two blindfolded people emerged from behind the trees. They were Baiwan and Li Changcheng, he blurted out. "You too." They were angered by his words. Baiwan immediately charged with her sword. "Insolent, since you don't know how to speak, why don't I help you cut out your tongue?" But Bayou dodged the attack and shouted loudly. Pitui, she stood to the side, controlling the earth and stones to fly into the air. Bayou asked helplessly, "Are you two lunatics? You want to kill someone without saying a word?" Changcheng ran up from behind to explain his actions. "Listen up, we are from the Ocean Sect. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. We cultivate eye techniques in a major sect." He turned and repeated his words, "Ocean Sect. I never thought that I wouldn't have to look for you and you'd deliver yourselves to my door." Baiwan stood to the side, brandishing her sword provocatively. "We're still recruiting. If you're willing to kneel and apologize, I can give you a chance," he asked back with a look of annoyance. "Serve you sincerely?" she replied smugly. "Are you stupid with joy? The Ocean Sect now controls the Ocean domain. An opportunity this good isn't something you can just ask for. If we hadn't taken a liking to you for killing the Wind Wolf Beast and your decent skills, you wouldn't even be in our sights." Bayou chuckled and teased Baiwan. "Are you worthy?" She immediately became angry. "What did you say?" he repeated. "You want me to serve you sincerely? Are you worthy?" Baiwan smiled and said contemptuously, "You're courting death, just an ant." She pursed her lips. "Do you want to become my laughingstock?" Changcheng reminded from behind Junior Sister. "No need to say more. He deserves to die." Baiwan immediately charged with her sword. "If you dare to move an inch, I'll make your death a very ugly one." Bayou didn't respond immediately, instead assessing her inwardly. Her cultivation is quite high. He watched her charge towards him with her sword at a slow speed and still said with disdain, "But your speed is nothing special." Seeing he didn't react, Bayou thought he was scared silly and postured, "Scared silly, watch me take your head." She swung her sword at Bayou, but he had already swiftly dodged and appeared behind her. This instantaneous movement made Bayou exclaim in surprise, "What?" Without a moment's delay, Bayou took the opportunity to kick her in the back, shouting, "Go meet your grandpa." Attacked so suddenly, Bayou had no time to react and was kicked to the ground. Changcheng, seeing this, was also surprised. "Ha?" As for her, having lost face, she was already furious and slowly sat up. "How is this possible? An ant like you, how could you knock me down? Unforgivable." A golden light flashed. Bayou had already leapt into the air with her sword, saying, "I'm going to turn you into..." She charged straight towards Bayou, threatening a million pieces. He also felt that her strength was completely different from before. Her strength is much greater than before. Bayou swung her sword several times, but none of them hit their target, Bayou. He agilely leaped into the air to dodge, but he was also forced to slide back a certain distance. Changcheng took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Bayou from behind, but he forgot to keep his mouth shut. "Do you think you can escape?" So his sneak attack failed, and although Bayou dodged, he also slipped and fell. He was also partially affected by Changcheng's earlier move and felt great pain. The back of Bayou's clothes was torn. He stood up and calculated, with the two of them attacking at the same time, "I'm no match for them." Despite this, Bayou remained very calm and analyzed, "My current cultivation is still too low. I can't use Ascension Punch. It will be difficult to defeat them," he thought to himself. "If I have to use Ascension Punch, I'm afraid it will have a significant impact. I'm not at a dead end yet, so I absolutely cannot use it." Changcheng began to show off. "Kid, you've run into the Ocean Sect. No matter how much you struggle, you'll only end up dead." Bayou immediately retorted, "You idiots, you were the ones who started the trouble." Then he immediately used a special technique to disappear from the scene. "I'm not playing with you anymore," Bayou immediately shouted and chased after him. "Don't run." After a while, Li Changcheng and Bayou were both panting from exhaustion from chasing Bayou, yet they hadn't found even a trace of him. She said wearily, "He's gone. That bastard's speed is incredible." Changcheng called a halt to the chase. "Junior sister, let's not chase anymore. It's just a waste of time. We can kill him later when we run into him again." But just as the two were about to stop, Bayou's voice came from somewhere. "By the way, you should remember this." Bayou immediately noticed that he had somehow appeared behind her, though a bit far away. "He dares to come back?" Bayou used an inappropriate gesture and impersonated someone. "Her grandpa's name is Li Shu." Then he used nimble footwork to flee the scene, adding a few provocative words. "Next time we meet, I'll definitely cripple you." The veins on Bayou and her senior brother's faces bulged with anger, but they just couldn't catch up, so she could only stand there and curse. "This is infuriating, to dare to announce his name and provoke us. I've never seen anyone so arrogant as to go against the Ocean Sect." Bayou gritted her teeth and said, "Li Shu, just you wait." Changcheng was also furious. "Li Shu, well done, I'll remember you." After a while, far from the previous scene, Bayou walked leisurely and said, "This Emperor's Horde is really big. I've been walking for so long and haven't run into anyone else." Suddenly, an excited laugh came from nearby. "It's a Tianyuan fruit, a precious medicine that can increase cultivation." He immediately gleaned important information from that sentence. "A precious medicine that can increase cultivation?" Bayou pretended to hide behind a tree, watching as a group of people had already eliminated 2 demonic beasts and were gathered around a large rock. On that rock grew a flower that looked like a strawberry. Among them were 2 people wearing the same uniform as the 2 who had fought Bayou earlier. The black-haired one spoke first. "We 2 from the Ocean Sect helped you eliminate these demonic beasts. This Tianyuan fruit should belong to us, right?" The others hesitated upon hearing this. Seeing this, the blonde-haired man glared at them threateningly. "What, you have an opinion?" That one glare made the remaining people worried and scared. They immediately chattered and gave it to the 2, and all of this was heard clearly by Bayou, who was hiding behind a tree. No, since the seniors from the Ocean Sect need it, please help yourselves." The black-haired one didn't even say thank you and drove the others away. "If you have no other opinions, then get the hell out of here." The people who were driven away immediately discussed leaving in a panic, and for some reason Bayou took out a piece of black cloth. Yes, we'll leave right away, let's go. The Ocean Sect is not a sect we can afford to provoke." It turned out he used that cloth to cover his face, planning to take advantage of the situation. This was all because the disciples of the Ocean Sect were too arrogant, openly robbing others, so they couldn't blame him for reaping the rewards. Subsequently, the Tianyuan fruit seemed to have fully matured, becoming even more brilliant. Abundant spiritual energy scattered, surprising the 2 from the Ocean Sect. The black-haired one said, "Such strong spiritual energy." The blonde one also said, "The Tianyuan fruit is ripe." The black-haired one began to climb the large rock as he spoke. "I'll pick it." Unexpectedly, a figure flashed by and the Tianyuan fruit disappeared right before his eyes, causing the black-haired one to panic. "What?" He quickly turned his gaze to the flashing figure. Bayou swiftly obtained the Tianyuan fruit and then landed lightly in front of the 2 astonished gazes. He then said, "Got it. It was smoother than I thought." The 2 shouted angrily, "How dare you!" Bayou held the Tianyuan fruit in his hand and commented, "Is this thing really a precious medicine that can increase cultivation? I can feel the strong spiritual energy it emits." The black-haired one immediately ordered him to hand it over. The blonde one, on the other hand, prepared to fight. "Give that thing back to us." "Who are you?" Bayou pointed to the thing in his hand and said, "Like that one, that should be mine. This Tianyuan fruit is fated with me, so I took it." Do you have a problem with that? The black-haired one became angry upon hearing this and threatened him. Insolent, we are both disciples of the Ocean Sect, don't force us to act. Unexpectedly, it had the opposite effect as Bayou's face turned even darker and he provoked, do you have a problem with that? The two couldn't help but burn with anger, shouting as they charged to attack Bayou. Didn't you understand what we said? But he said nothing and easily dodged the attack, making the two exclaim in surprise, so fast? Then, before they could react, Bayou supported himself with both hands on the ground and kicked the two from below. Both of them were hit and fell heavily to the ground, saying in panic, this guy's cultivation is mediocre, how can he be so strong? After making his move, Bayou thought, these two are also disciples of the Ocean Sect, but their strength is clearly far inferior to the previous two. It seems the previous two were definitely not ordinary disciples of the Ocean Sect. The two were knocked to the ground but were still running their mouths. The blonde one spoke first. Kid, you dare to touch the Ocean Sect? You're in deep trouble now. The black-haired man continued, you'd better hand over the Tianyuan fruit obediently, then kowtow and beg for forgiveness. To their surprise, he stated bluntly, I just want to fight people from the Ocean Sect, the black-haired man roared in anger. Insolent fool, are you insane? A flock of birds flew away from the loud noise. After a moment, Bayou made a provocative gesture and said arrogantly, the Ocean Sect, the #1 sect in the Ocean domain, is this all you've got? The two men, beaten black and blue, their lips swollen as if they just had fillers, didn't dare say a word. Then the black-haired man demanded to know his identity. The Ocean Sect had numerous disciples. You're just one person. If you have the guts, state your name. Bayou didn't shy away, announcing loudly, listen up, he pointed to himself and introduced with great menace, your grandpa's name is Li Shu. Feel free to call all the disciples of the Ocean Sect to come find me. Bayou quickly shooed them away. Get lost, Li Shu, as the black-haired man ran. He didn't forget to leave a threat. We will definitely get even with you. Bayou stood there, watching the two guys he had just beaten up flee in disarray. Only then did he take off the black cloth covering his face, pleased with himself for successfully pinning all the blame on his good disciple Li Shu. You'll never have a chance with the Ocean Sect in this lifetime. Bayou had finally obtained something that could increase his strength. He placed the Tianyuan fruit on the ground, then sat down and said, time to refine this Tianyuan fruit and see how effective it is. Bayou focused all his energy on the strawberry-shaped Tianyuan fruit, then let out a great shout, break for me. Abundant spiritual energy made his long hair fly and his eyes were incredibly focused. A moment later, a golden halo enveloped him, and he couldn't help but say excitedly, I've broken through 3 realms, reaching the 8th level mortal realm. This Tianyuan fruit is really effective. The scene shifted to the black-haired and blonde-haired men reporting everything to Changcheng and his sister Baiwan. Changcheng immediately asked, who did you say stole our Tianyuan fruit? The black-haired man quickly answered, adding fuel to the fire with a vivid description. Reporting to senior brother Li, the man's name is Li Shu. He was extremely arrogant and showed no respect for our Ocean Sect at all, the blonde man chimed in. He even told us to go chop him down. Hearing this made Baiwan even angrier. She said, it's this Li Shu again. Don't let me catch you. Changcheng immediately gave an order. Send word out if you encounter Li Shu, capture him at once. I'll kill him with my own hands. Meanwhile, Bayou had gone elsewhere. At this moment he came across a group of people lying on the ground and sighed. So many more have died. Seeing so many people fall made him think with concern as several loud bangs echoed. The Emperor's horde is truly dangerous. I've walked this far and seen so many corpses. Bayou immediately noticed the strange sound. What's that noise? In the distance where the sound came from, several beams of light also appeared, scattering a flock of birds. He immediately identified the problem. There's a strange phenomenon over there. A treasure is being born. With the mentality of a spectator who loves a good show and picking up scraps, Bayou immediately ran over to check it out. The scene shifted to an area near a cliff where a strange box appeared on the ground. The first to discover this box were the 3 traitors from the Bayou sect. The red-haired man among them stood up and said, wooden boxes in the Emperor's horde are rare. I wonder what kind of treasure is inside. The green-haired man spoke nervously as he opened the treasure chest. It must be something good. This aura inside was a gleaming sharp sword. Just from the aura it emitted, one could tell it was no ordinary item. As expected, Wang Ba had quickly identified it as a saint-grade weapon. The green-haired man excitedly picked it up, thinking their fate would change from this moment on. This dazzling light, it must be a saint-grade weapon. We've struck it rich. With this saint-grade weapon, our combat power will rise to a new level. Let's see who dares to mess with us now. Unexpectedly, Wang Ba voiced her opposition to his idea. Are you stupid? How could we possibly use such a precious treasure? The green-haired man handed the sword to her and asked tentatively, Junior sister, what do you mean? Wang Ba held the sword and said slyly, of course we offer it to the Ocean Sect. A saint-grade weapon is a supreme treasure even in the Ocean Sect. We'll be able to render a great service. To her surprise, the green-haired man strongly agreed with this idea. Junior sister is right. This way we can join the Ocean Sect, at least as menial disciples. The green-haired man smiled so wide his eyes narrowed, saying, even as menial disciples of the Ocean Sect, the 3 of us will rise through the ranks. With a powerful backer, the red-haired man also chimed in. That's right, our good days are here, the red-haired man said angrily. I just don't know where Bayou is. He thinks he's so great just because he's latched onto the wood profound sect. Let's see if he still dares to act so arrogantly in front of us. Wang Ba looked at the sword, determined to kill Bayou. Don't let me see him again. If I see him again, I'll definitely kill him with this sword. Unexpectedly, a voice sounded, startling them. Is that so? When they turned around with a cry of surprise, he was already standing behind them, having appeared out of nowhere. Who? Bayou crossed his arms and praised. This is a nice sword, then he thought. If I give this sword to Li Shu, even if the rebate value is low, I can still get something good in return. The three blurted out angrily, Bayou, it's you? Seeing him, the red-haired man's face darkened, and he stated the obvious. You couldn't wait, huh? You came to die on your own. I don't know if you're stupid or just an idiot. He responded to them with equal vigor. You three waste, do you still remember what I once told you? If you dare to be disrespectful to me again, I'll split your heads open. Provoked by this, the red-haired man couldn't help but charge forward to attack. With just you, Chief Fang isn't here now. Let's see who can protect you. Bayou didn't dodge as he had before, instead concentrating his spiritual energy in his palm to attack. You overestimate yourself. Their moves collided, bursting with several rays of red light, but a bone in one of their arms had already broken in the clash. That hand belonged to the red-haired man. He cried out in pain, my hand. Then, as the green-haired man watched, he quickly knelt on the ground. The green-haired man didn't expect this to happen. This loser is really strong. Wang Ba, holding the sword, said confidently, we have a saint-grade weapon, so what if he's strong? The red-haired man immediately shouted, Junior sister, kill him and avenge me. Hearing this, the remaining two charged at Bayou, one on each side flanking him. Wang Ba didn't attack immediately, instead taking the opportunity to speak with him. Bayou, isn't it good enough to just be a loser? Why must you try to be like the losers from other families who make a comeback? Is that your destiny? Bayou was not one to be trifled with, and he retorted sharply, I can understand you three betraying the sect to climb up, but to betray your master and ancestors, that's what beasts do. Hearing this, Wang Ba's face darkened. Her sore spot had been poked, so she swung her sword and shouted, Are you worthy of lecturing us? But he dodged the move. Witnessing that strike, Bayou couldn't help but be amazed. My God, not because of Wang Ba's ability, but because of the sword's power. It cut down trees as if they were vegetables. He narrowly dodged it, breaking out in a cold sweat and saying, That was a close call. Bayou took a step back, his face grim. So this is a saint-grade weapon, he praised. Its power is truly extraordinary. Wang Ba was holding the saint-grade sword, which pulsed with blue power, a contemptuous smirk on her lips. Scared? Let me see, she charged with the sword, roaring in anger. Who else can help you now? With a swish, an orange slash of sword light flashed before his eyes. The traitorous junior sister smiled smugly, thinking the attack had landed, but after the dust settled, a huge crack appeared on the ground in front of her. But his figure was gone. Her eyes widened as she asked in surprise, Where did he go? Bayou suddenly appeared and slapped her hard across the face. Right here. That resounding slap sent Wang Ba flying a great distance. Go on. She crashed heavily to the ground after being sent flying, kicking up a cloud of dust with a mix of teeth and lips in her mouth. Wang Ba stood up holding the saint-grade sword and roared with tears streaming down her face. You hit my face again, I'll kill you. One of Bayou's hands immediately shot out, followed by another heavy punch from below that struck her directly on the chin, sending her flying into the air once more. Watching his junior sister get beaten to the ground, the green-haired man who was with her panicked. He gritted his teeth. Even with the saint-grade weapon, they were no match for Bayou. Watching his turn back, he stammered, Is he really Bayou? The dust from the earlier battle gradually settled. He approached the junior sister and said contemptuously, The power of a saint-grade weapon is indeed impressive, but you yourself are a waste. Giving you a divine weapon is pointless. Bayou pounded his fist into his palm and said with authority, Since the three of you are unrepentant, I will cleanse the sect today. Hearing this, Wang Ba's face immediately turned pale with terror. No. She timidly knelt and begged for mercy. Master, no. Sect Master Bai, I was wrong. The man in the orange armor also knelt down. Sect Master Bai, don't kill us, spare us, we know we were wrong. The green-haired man also shamelessly knelt down with them. We swear we will never dare to oppose you again. Wang Ba also knelt on the ground begging in terror. Yes, just think of us as ignorant children. I swear I'll never make you angry again. Just then, three men suddenly descended from the sky and landed on the ground. The green-haired disciple on the left reported to the deacon, Over here. Hearing this, Wang Ba immediately latched on as if to a life-saving straw. It's people from the Ocean Sect. They looked down from above. A magical weapon has appeared here. Where is it now? Bayou frowned and thought, the strange phenomenon earlier actually attracted people from the Ocean Sect too. These people really don't miss a thing. Her eyes lit up and she held up the saint-grade sword in her hands, shouting, It's here. He was startled. Damn it, she continued happily. Seniors, this is a saint-grade weapon. We obtained it and were just about to offer it to the seniors of the Ocean Sect. Lu Shang heard this and replied, Consider yourselves sensible. Bayou's face turned ugly as he cursed, You damned old bastard. Wang Ba pointed at him and tattled, Seniors, this person is Bayou. He knew we were going to offer this saint-grade weapon to the Ocean Sect and even tried to snatch it. She continued to frame him, her attitude as if she wanted to push him to his death. We are no match for him, and we're almost killed by him. Hearing all this, Bayou gritted his teeth in anger. HMPH, you just swore never to oppose me again. You three are truly scum. Only then did the deacon speak, asking, Is there really someone so bold? The red-haired traitor pointed at him. Seniors, please deal with this person. The green-haired man in their group was also not afraid to add fuel to the fire. This person is extremely arrogant. Seniors, please act. Bayou covered his face with his hand in exasperation and cursed, With such rotten character, how did the original owner even accept them as disciples? Deacon Lu warned contemptuously, A mere kid at the mortal realm, do you think you're worthy of me acting? You can kill yourself. Lu Shang sneered. Kid, did you hear that? Deacon Lu of the Ocean Sect's outer sect has ordered you to kill yourself. The green-haired disciple from the Ocean Sect also pointed at him and said, You'd better listen, otherwise if we act your death will be very miserable. Hearing them chatter on, he cursed, a bunch of dogs relying on their master's power. Lu Shang heard this and immediately flew into a rage. Insolent, what did you say? Bayou replied calmly. So what if you're from the Ocean Sect? Every one of you is like a mad dog biting anyone you see. He glanced at them contemptuously. I should gouge out your dog eyes. They were provoked into a frenzy. Who do you think you are to speak of the Ocean Sect like that? See if I don't tear your mouth apart. Watching his two disciples angrily strike a pose, Deacon Lu calmly extended a hand as if to mediate. He's just an ignorant fool. Then he waved his hand forward and ordered, You two, cut him down. As soon as he finished speaking, the two disciples behind him flew forward. Lu Shang said, Deacon, rest assured, leave it to us. The deacon extended a hand towards the traitorous junior sister and said, Bring me the saint-grade weapon to have a look. She offered the sword with both hands and replied, Yes. Then she turned to look to the other side, thinking smugly, Bayou, to dare be so disrespectful to the Ocean Sect, you're truly tired of living courting your own death. The green-haired traitor also sneered, I was afraid Bayou would run, now it seems I was overthinking. The red-haired man in armor was even more contemptuous. Be arrogant. The more arrogant you are, the faster you die. The two from the Ocean Sect had already approached him. The green-haired disciple among them threatened, Even if you beg for death now, we won't let you die a pleasant death. Bayou rotated his wrist and smiled. Are you going to fight or not? The thing I hate most is people who dawdle and talk nonsense before a fight. They immediately got into their stances. Lu Shang still looked down on him at this moment, saying, You're in a hurry to die, so I'll grant your wish. Then the two of them threw their punches. At this moment his hair stood on end in the wind, and he looked at them with a determined gaze. Over here, the deacon was examining the saint-grade sword in his hand, stroking his chin and commenting, Not bad, it's indeed a saint-grade sword, though it has some flaws. The traitors from the Bayou sect stood behind him with fawning expressions. Seniors, we have great respect for the Ocean Sect. Our greatest dream is to join the Ocean Sect. He immediately turned his face and said to them with a smile, I can make the decision on this matter. You three can serve as menial disciples of the Ocean Sect for now. Hearing this, they were immediately ecstatic and asked in return, Really? Then they all knelt before Deacon Lu at the same time and shouted loudly, Thank you, Senior. But they didn't know that on the other side the two Ocean Sect disciples who had been ordered to take Bayou's life were now beaten black and blue, howling in pain. The deacon watched in astonishment as his two subordinates were sent flying behind him. He turned his head in shock. What? After beating the two Ocean Sect disciples black and blue, Bayou turned to face the elder and his three traitorous disciples. Bayou deliberately put on a provocative and contemptuous attitude, saying, The Ocean Sect, so this is all you amount to. Deacon Lu clearly saw Bayou's deliberate provocation and turned his head in anger to look at his two useless disciples, roaring, What happened? You're at the first-level true human realm. How could you lose to a kid at the mortal realm? Lu Shang, one of the two miserable losers, hurriedly opened his mouth to explain, but then closed it again as there was really no reason he could give. Deacon Lu, the other one quickly defended himself. This kid isn't as simple as he looks. The deacon couldn't be bothered to look at the two pathetic figures and shouted, Useless. Seeing the beaten men before them, Bayou's three traitors were a bit scared and whispered to each other, Bayou can actually defeat disciples of the Ocean Sect. Was the Bayou I knew before a fake? How did he suddenly become so strong? Not only was Wang Ba not afraid, but she spoke up to reassure the other two. What are you panicking for? Senior Deacon Lu hasn't acted yet. With Deacon Lu here, Bayou will surely die. Deacon Lu impatiently turned to Bayou and roared, Kid, I'll let you make the first move. Otherwise, once I move, you won't have a chance. Unfortunately, before Deacon Lu could finish his grand statement, Bayou had already charged forward like an arrow. A sudden punch without any warning struck Deacon Lu directly in the face, taking him completely by surprise. Deacon Lu truly hadn't expected Bayou's methods to be so swift and decisive. After that punch, he was sent flying several feet away. Deacon Lu lay there spread-eagled, one cheek deformed from the impact, completely dazed. Everyone present fell into a dead silence, especially the traitors from the Bayou sect, who could only look at each other, speechless. As Deacon Lu regained his senses from the shock, an indescribable rage welled up in his heart, making him stammer, What are you doing? But in contrast to his fury was Bayou's composure. Didn't you tell me to make the first move? Deacon Lu found his voice and roared with every ounce of his fury. I wasn't even done talking and you attacked? This righteous accusation stunned Bayou for a moment. He lowered his head guiltily and apologized. My sincerest apologies. I seem to have disrupted your grandstanding. Deacon Lu looked at Bayou as if he were a cunning corpse and sneered. You've really infuriated me now. Having learned his lesson, to avoid any further complications, he quickly executed a powerful sword move, attacking Bayou without forgetting to say smugly, I will use your blood to refine this saint sword. I'll hack you to pieces. At this moment, facing a serious attack from a true master, Bayou's heart skipped a beat. The power was immense. Deacon Lu's cultivation was extremely high, and with that sword in his hand its power was multiplied. Deacon Lu stared directly at Bayou and attacked fiercely, as if to wash away the shame of the previous punch. "Take this." Seeing the might of the Saint sword in Deacon Lu's hand, Bayou didn't hesitate for a second and immediately turned to run. Seeing Bayou's reaction, Deacon Lu shouted with glee, "Run, you think you can escape?" He immediately unleashed a slash of golden sword energy filled with internal power at the fleeing figure. Seeing that fierce sword energy rushing toward him, Bayou couldn't help but exclaim, "That's a Saint-grade weapon he's holding." Bayou nimbly dodged the sword energy and watched in horror as rows of trees were felled by Deacon Lu's casual slash. This immense destructive power made Bayou leap and dodge, thinking worriedly, "This is bad." After a few moves, although he wasn't directly injured, the pressure from the sword energy still caused Bayou to cough up blood due to internal injuries. He quickly stopped, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looking at his opponent's strength had to admit, he's too strong. He analyzed the situation in his mind. "Luckily, I have the Mystic Lord Bati, which blocked most of the damage. I only suffered minor injuries." Seeing Bayou cough up blood, Deacon Lu said happily, "You're still not dead. Not even someone at the peak of the true human realm could withstand that move." Seeing Bayou still struggling to stand up straight and face him, he couldn't help but praise, "You surprise me. I'm even starting to appreciate your talent. If you hadn't punched me, I might have even considered taking you as my disciple." But things being as they were, Deacon Lu no longer hesitated. He pointed his sword at Bayou and said, "Unfortunately, now there is only one path for you. Death." The traitorous disciples cheered from the side, their eyes once again filled with hope. "Bayou is badly injured. He's finally going to die. Once this huge weight is lifted from our minds, we can finally rest easy." As the person in question, Bayou had no time for the onlookers. He was anxiously calculating, "Looks like I have to use my ultimate move. I wonder if Ascension Punch can make Deacon Lu ascend as well." Seeing his opponent standing still, Deacon Lu thought Bayou was too injured and scared to run, so he announced grandly, "Kid, remember this." Then he said to Bayou in an icy voice, "In your next life, remember to take a detour when you see me." Deacon Lu's threat was interrupted by a huge tremor that came from the distant forest. The phenomenon was so great that everyone stopped to investigate. Even the experienced Deacon Lu couldn't help but ask, "What's that sound?" The furious roar of a ferocious beast shook the entire ruin. An uneasy atmosphere spread among the crowd filled with hurried chatter. "What's happening?" "This is bad. The ground is shaking." Someone with sharp senses perceived it and shouted in terror, "This aura, it feels like something is about to awaken." As everyone expected, a giant ape with blood-red eyes charged out of the forest in a rage, faster than the wind. The crowd ahead descended into chaos, screaming and trampling each other as they fled. "Run." So there was a giant beast sleeping here. "Damn it, I only picked a Tianyuan fruit. How did I wake up a giant beast?" a young man stammered, staring blankly as the beast approached, tears welling in his eyes as he cried for help. Then, as if seeing the Grim Reaper, he used his last ounce of strength to let out a desperate cry. "No, don't." Before he could finish, he, along with many others around him, was trampled into a pulp by the giant beast. Bayou was also stunned. He looked back at the giant beast that was trampling countless people as it ran in their direction. Shouts of "Run, if you're too slow, you'll die," rang in his ears, but it was as if he hadn't heard them. His mind was filled with only the giant figure and the thought, "Holy crap, what a huge demonic beast." Deacon Lu calmly watched the beast and said, "That's a heaven-reaching demonic ape, a saint-grade demonic beast at the very least. Damn it, to think such a beast exists in the Emperor's Horde." Before everyone's eyes, an ancient tree that would take several people to encircle was easily uprooted. The giant beast effortlessly lifted the ancient tree and swung it around, knocking down many people nearby. It let out a garbled roar from which one could vaguely make out the words, "Those who dare to trespass in the Emperor's Horde." And then it bellowed, "Die!" After the roar, the beast violently threw the ancient tree in its hand at the cultivators who had entered the Horde. Witnessing this power firsthand made all those who had come seeking treasure want to retreat. Now they were just in chaos, shouting loudly and trying to find a way to survive. "Get out of the way!" The thrown tree crushed quite a few people, and now it was suddenly hurtling towards the three traitors and the Ocean Sect disciples. The three were scared stiff, their faces pale, rooted to the spot as they stammered, "This is too terrifying." The Ocean Sect disciples beside them were slightly calmer, but they also hurriedly said to their leader, "Deacon Lu, we should run too." Deacon Lu, holding his longsword, took a wary step back. "Of course we have to run. This demonic beast is an invincible existence within the Emperor's Horde." Immediately after, he pointed his sword forward again and declared, "But before we run, I must first kill this kid." To his surprise, the figure in front of him had already disappeared, stunning him. "Where did that kid go?" Wang Ba, one of the three traitors from the Bayou sect, frowned in displeasure. "Damn it, did that kid Bayou get away?" After speaking, she turned to Deacon Lu unwillingly and said, "Senior, that guy is sinister and cunning. We must get rid of him." He assessed the situation grimly. "There's no time. Everyone will eventually gather at the center of the Emperor's Horde, so he'll die sooner or later. Saving our own lives is the priority now. If that demonic beast catches us, even 10 lives won't be enough." Suddenly a pair of feet moved swiftly across the ground. A green-haired young man ran for his life with a giant monster in relentless pursuit. "Mr. Demonic Beast, please stop chasing me." Icy breath billowed from the monster's mouth, and its blood-red eyes declared, "All of you must die." At this critical moment, Bayou was still deep in thought, staring at a patch of green on the heaven-reaching demonic ape's head. There are a lot of Tianyuan fruits up there. If I can get my hands on them, my cultivation will definitely break through to the true human realm. Just then, the demonic ape opened its maw and attacked, a beam of light shooting out swiftly. Soon the attack covered everyone, and desperate screams rose one after another. Only dust and smoke remained. Amidst the waves of terror, the heaven-reaching demonic ape still stood proudly. It's terrifying. This beast's power might have surpassed the saint grade, and it's lost its mind. A single spit could drown us. Run. Standing in the swirling dust, he turned around, his face aghast. A saint-grade beast. Bayou continued to ponder, his expression growing solemn. The realms are divided into mortal, true human, superhuman, wind breath, marquis, and saint. For someone like me in the mortal realm, the difference is like heaven and earth. In the end, he had no choice but to turn tail and run, leaving the demonic ape behind. The master of this place actually raised a beast of this level. I can't even think about the Tianyuan fruits anymore. I'm out of here. Suddenly, the monster focused on the man's aura. Its sharp gaze made his hair stand on end. Looking at the demonic ape behind him, he muttered to himself, "Crap." He felt a chill run down his spine. That beast is staring daggers at me. At this moment, those blood-red eyes were still fixed on his every move. It must be my imagination. As Bayou ran, he glanced back. Suddenly, the demonic ape shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. "It's you." Seeing this, he cursed out loud, "Damn it, it's coming for me." Before the monster's enormous body, his figure seemed so small. He ran with all his might. "It's not chasing me. It's definitely not chasing me." Accompanied by astonishing pressure, it had somehow appeared behind Bayou and said word by word, "Don't run." His face turned pale, and he blurted out, "Oh my God." He then turned around, still shaken, and asked, "What's going on? Did I offend you? Why are you chasing me?" Ignoring his injuries, he continued to run for his life. "Why are you chasing me? We have no grudge against each other." Suddenly, the demonic ape roared fiercely, "You deserve to die." As soon as it finished speaking, it stomped its giant foot on the ground, the shockwave knocking him down. Bayou immediately sat up and coughed violently. "This is terrifying." The demonic ape raised its hand to attack again, and he quickly got into a stance to face it. "How can such a powerful monster exist in this world? The key is, this beast seems to have a grudge against me. What's going on? I don't even know you." Without another word, the monster charged at him menacingly. Bayou also seriously unleashed his move, Ascension Punch. The attacks of the large and small figures collided, causing a world-shaking tremor. Seeing its attack repelled, the demonic ape roared in fury. "Damn it!" Bayou, floating in the air, said, "I blocked it." Then he landed lightly on the ground and used the momentum to retreat, but Ascension Punch isn't very effective against a demonic beast of this level. Knowing his limits, he turned and started running again. The unsettling sound echoed from the forest again. She followed behind Deacon Lu and shouted anxiously, "This is bad." That's the sound of the heaven-reaching demonic ape. Lu Shang grew nervous. "It's coming after us again. Let's get further away." Another person suddenly interrupted, looking panicked. Something's not right. The scene of the monster relentlessly chasing entered everyone's view while Bayou ran for his life. "Run, run, run, that's what Bai does." Seeing him in a predicament, a wave of laughter erupted again. "It's Bayou," Wang Ba announced gloatingly. "Bayou is being hunted by that heaven-reaching demonic ape," another subordinate chimed in, also gloating. "This guy's luck is terrible. Serves him right." They looked in his direction and mocked loudly. "Run, Bayou, run a little slower and you'll be dead. Bayou, you're getting what you deserve. Wait to be torn to pieces." All these words reached his ears, making him purse his lips in displeasure. "These guys, just you wait." Deacon Lu also joined the discussion. "That ape has locked onto him. There's no way he'll survive." After speaking, he ordered again, "Let's go, we've wasted too much time. It's time to hide in the central area." Hearing this, the subordinates stopped watching the show and quickly gathered. Suddenly, the rapidly approaching sound made him panic. What's happening now?" She and the others looked back towards the sound. It was Bayou, leading the demonic ape right towards them. The group immediately scattered in panic. "What, oh my God?" Lu Shang shouted in panic, and the companions behind him were also stunned. "That guy actually led that thing over to us." He ran behind them, taunting, "You bunch of trash, here I come." She quickly demanded, "Bayou, what are you trying to do?" He then answered through gritted teeth, "What am I doing? Don't you all love to gloat?" Ignoring the monster's foot that was just inches away, Bayou still arrogantly declared, "If I die, I'm taking you all down with me." Seeing the critical situation, he quickly ordered, "He's not human. Run!" The three traitors from the Bayou sect scrambled on all fours, stammering and shouting, "Oh, don't come over here." To their surprise, Bayou had already rushed ahead of them, a look of contempt on his face. "You think you can run faster than me?" One of the three traitors immediately reached out to block him. "Get away, don't come near me." After speaking, he suddenly gritted his teeth, his face turning pale. What? To his surprise, the demonic ape had already caught him. It stomped its foot down hard, a scream rang out, and Bayou took the chance to escape. Once safe, he just smiled faintly, ignoring the danger the three traitors were in. She gritted her teeth, her face ashen. "Bayou, you bastard!" Deacon Lu, "Save me!" Hearing the shout, he also stopped in fear. Another subordinate running behind suddenly said in a panic, "That kid is coming my way." But he was very relaxed, replying as he ran, "Don't be scared, give me a smile." Deacon Lu gritted his teeth. "Despicable bastard, how dare you!" The monster stomped again and disparate screams rose and fell. Seeing this, he hurriedly dodged. Deacon Lu said sternly, "Damn it, kid, I'll never forgive you." As soon as he finished, he quickly swung his sword and a sharp slash of light cut forward. Slash, however, he easily dodged the move. Deacon Lu raised his sword again and threatened, "Kid, you dare to divert the disaster to us now that you've run over here. I'll risk my life to take you down with me." Bayou suddenly turned and continued to run. This old guy's sword is the most troublesome. Too bad the ape didn't trample them to death. After reaching a safe place she stopped, panting. That was too dangerous. Lu Shang, also sweating profusely, guessed, it's finally gone. He shouldn't be able to survive, right? Hearing this, he was so angry the veins on his forehead bulged and he said hatefully, getting trampled to death by that beast is letting him off easy. If he fell into my hands I'd skin him alive. The sound of hurried footsteps still hadn't stopped. At this moment the demonic ape was almost on top of Bayou, who could only run for his life. You're dead. A huge palm with sharp claws reached for him. He looked back, his brows furrowed tightly. I can't dodge this. Suddenly a steamed bun appeared in his hand. Bayou threw it at the monster with all his might. Get away! The demonic ape's hand was still raised, its blood-red eyes unfocused. The steamed bun flew easily into its mouth and its sharp teeth clamped down. After a few quick chews the demonic ape suddenly froze. Delicious. At this moment he was still watching it intently, hesitant. It didn't stop. Suddenly the monster's long tongue greedily stuck out. Seeing this, Bayou could only manage a wry smile. The steamed bun made it stop. After eating its fill, the demonic ape had saliva dripping from both sides of its mouth. It greedily pointed to its own mouth. Seeing this, Bayou hurriedly shouted with joy, the steamed bun's work. He started to take advantage of this, continuously throwing food at the monster. It kept opening its great maw and sharp teeth, waiting. A corner of Bayou's mouth lifted into a smug expression. I've got plenty more steamed buns. Then he used a movement technique to leap into the air, simultaneously throwing out steamed buns with lightning speed. One by one, the steamed buns landed precisely in the demonic ape's mouth without a single one missing. After a while the monster had been completely subdued by Bayou. It was kneeling on the ground, smiling playfully, while he sat leisurely on the green grass. Bayou's face was covered in sweat. Holding a few steamed buns he sighed helplessly. I never thought the 10,000 steamed buns from the system would save my life. He sat there leisurely, facing the waiting demonic ape. This guy is addicted, but its eyes are back to normal so there shouldn't be any danger now. At this moment it was still sticking out its tongue, smiling foolishly. Bayou continued to feed the monster, slowly testing the waters. Hey big fella, I have to ask, why were you trying to kill me? The heaven-reaching demonic ape opened its mouth and stammered a reply. Your aura. After finishing it scratched its head in confusion and muttered to itself, forgot. You're very strange. Bayou's expression grew frustrated. A strange aura, what on earth does it mean? At that moment a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could the original Bayou truly have a special background? The monster remained lost and confused while his figure had already soared into the high sky. Don't know, don't remember. After settling on top of the heaven-reaching demonic ape's head he muttered to himself again. This guy doesn't seem too bright. I won't get anything out of him. I'll pick the Tianyuan fruits on its head first. The verdant tree was hung with bright red, plump and tempting fruits, but now they were dwindling with time. Bayou's entire body was enveloped in a powerful aura, surrounded by the apples he had finished eating. True human realm. My cultivation has finally caught up to my cheap disciple. He then clenched his fist, his face slightly lowered. Unfortunately, Tianyuan fruits have no effect on the true human realm, so I can't raise my cultivation any further. I'd better find that frost jade bed quickly and rapidly increase my cultivation. There are still many bright red and plump fruits on the tree. Elsewhere, a carefully sealed box was placed on the grass. Deacon Lu shouted from behind, making them even more excited. You two are truly lucky stars to have discovered another precious treasure chest. Wang Ba turned around and replied excitedly, it's all thanks to Deacon Lu's good fortune that we could be so lucky. He reached up to stroke his smooth chin and laughed. If we can obtain another saint-grade weapon I will make an exception and take you as my disciples. Hearing this, the two remaining members of the Bayou Sect traitor trio hurriedly saluted, their faces full of anticipation. Thank you, Senior Deacon, for your boundless fortune. You will surely get your wish. After speaking, Deacon Lu walked to the mirror again and announced with great interest, now I will open the treasure chest. Standing to the side he also chimed in. So exciting a moment to witness a miracle. An old hand touched the lid of the box. Open for me. In an instant his face froze. Bathed in the dazzling light, Deacon Lu blurted out in disbelief, my God, he was so happy he couldn't close his mouth, repeatedly shouting, we've struck it rich, struck it rich. This is the aura of a saint-grade weapon again. She and he saluted and began to flatter. Congratulations, Deacon Lu. Hearing this he turned back and questioned with some anger. Still calling me Deacon Lu? They smiled like flowers, knelt on the ground and shouted, Master. Seeing this he was very pleased and boasted loudly, get up, from now on you are disciples of the Ocean Sect. No one in the Ocean domain will dare to touch you. Wang Ba stood up, her face glowing with vibrant energy. What an honor to be a disciple of the Ocean Sect. We've finally changed our fate, he also replied with a smile. It's a pity that bastard Bayou couldn't witness our glorious moment. Otherwise, before he could finish he was interrupted by someone else, making him turn back in confusion. Otherwise what? In the sunlit forest, Deacon Lu and his group looked around warily. Who is it? The voice of Bayou. A bright light flashed in his eyes as he stood with his hands on his hips, casually greeting them. We meet again. Bayou sat on the head of the heaven-reaching demonic ape while it, with its blood-red eyes, panted heavily. A few bags of small trash, the monster carried Bayou and walked towards Deacon Lu's group. She and he were both so scared they broke out in a sweat. What is this? Lu Shang was dumbfounded. Am I seeing things? That guy is sitting on the giant ape. Seeing this, Deacon Lu tried to remain calm and pressed, Kid, you're still alive. But Bayou replied very calmly, Old fool, I just want to ask if you're scared. He gradually became uneasy and asked doubtfully, Deacon, what on earth is happening? Did that guy tame the heaven-reaching demonic ape? He stood his ground and retorted, "Nonsense." Deacon Lu's old face darkened as he comforted himself. The giant ape is the spiritual pet of an immortal emperor. How could it be tamed by a mortal cultivator? It was already delirious, and in its current state there must be something wrong. It can't hurt anyone anymore, it's just being used by this kid. Bayou still observed the crowd with extreme arrogance. Wang Ba was completely unconvinced and affirmed loudly, "That's right, it must be so. What virtue does Bayou have to subdue a giant ape?" He stepped forward, drew the saint-grade weapon in his hand and said contemptuously, "Kid, a fox assuming the tiger's might." After speaking, he leapt into the air, accompanied by a declaration of war. "This time, old man, I won't let you run." He spoke slowly with full confidence, foolish, trying to be clever. The heaven-reaching demonic ape's giant palm had already extended, pouncing towards Deacon Lu. He watched this situation in surprise, only managing to blurt out, "What?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he was knocked to the ground by the monster's powerful blow. "No!" Deacon Lu's saint-grade weapon spun in the air. Bayou hurriedly caught it. In an instant he had caught it perfectly. Holding the sword, he raised it excitedly. As expected of a saint-grade weapon, a good sword, Lu Shang looked at the motionless Deacon Lu on the ground, surrounded by smoke and dust, then knelt and exclaimed, "Master!" He turned pale and stammered in panic, Deacon Lu, this is impossible." The 2 traitors from the Bayou sect were already lying on the ground, trembling. "Master is dead. He died right after we became his disciples. It's all over too. Why did this happen? We just joined the Ocean Sect. A chance to defy fate and change our lives." Finally she stood up and cried out in confusion, "Bayou!" At this moment he was still standing on the head of the heaven-reaching demonic ape, listening to Wang Ba's questioning, "Why are you doing this to us?" Only then did Bayou jump down, leaving the monster completely silent, obeying his arrangements. After Bayou landed safely under the wary gazes of the crowd, he repeated, "Why?" The saint-grade weapon in his hand flashed continuously. He held it and walked forward. "Don't you know in your hearts?" Her face turned pale and she asked in terror, "What are you doing?" His eyes were already moist as he stammered, begging for mercy. "Bayou, spare me, give me another chance." But no matter how sincere the words, a sword slashed across the body and it was all over. "I've already given you a chance, now you only have death." Seeing the red liquid splash, she cowered even more. "No, don't kill me, I'll do anything you want." After speaking, she knelt down, no longer arrogant. "Just treat me like a dog." Bayou coldly pierced Wang Ba's body with the saint-grade weapon. "Even a dog isn't as much of a bastard as you." After dealing with the traitors from the Bayou sect, Bayou leisurely walked towards Lu Shang. Sensing the unfavorable situation, he also bowed his head in defeat. "I can't live, can I? Give me a quick death with one sword strike." But he hesitated slightly, not in a hurry to act. After a while, Bayou looked at Lu Shang with curiosity. "I ask you, does your Ocean Sect have a special way of communicating?" He trembled and quickly replied, "Yes, what do you want to do?" Hearing the answer, Bayou pondered for a moment, then walked towards Lu Shang with a friendly expression. Finally, Bayou made a suggestion. "I'll give you a chance to live, do you want it?" Seeing a lifeline, he became nervous. "Yes, I am Lu Shang. As long as I can live, I'll do anything." Then Bayou turned and left, praising continuously. "Very good, wait here for my orders." It turned out he wanted to go to the box that contained the treasure, to see what good things were in this chest. Looking at the light emanating from within, Bayou pouted his lips and asked curiously, "What is this?" Holding the sparkling treasure that looked like a carriage, he made a judgment. "It doesn't look like a weapon, more like a means of transportation." The enormous heaven-reaching demonic ape roared madly behind Bayou. He was holding a small golden glowing carriage, and as he looked at it, he suddenly felt something strange behind him. Bayou turned around and saw the huge figure right behind him. Bayou panicked. That ape knows about this thing and it has gone mad because of it. His eyes widened as he looked in surprise at the golden glowing object in his hand. This thing is reacting. The silent forest suddenly experienced a strange tremor. A rustling sound was heard. Bayou tightly grasped the small carriage in his hand, looking up in confusion, dodging the falling rocks and withered leaves flying towards him as he investigated. "What's happening?" The heaven-reaching ape roared, stuck out its tongue, revealing its sharp teeth. In its blood-red eyes there was only a small black pupil, and it was still roaring madly. "Master!" The heaven-reaching demonic ape lost control and rushed forward, ignoring Bayou, who stood there stunned. Brother ape, his face was still pale as he muttered to himself, "What stimulated this thing?" A sound made Bayou jump. Ding, system prompt. The system's prompt board displayed that a person suitable to be taken as a disciple had been found in the center of the Emperor's Horde. Bayou frowned in confusion. What's going on? There's actually someone suitable to be my disciple here." In the dark forest ahead, the sound of footsteps echoed on the ground. Tang Shui panted, "This is exhausting for this Emperor." She bent over, hands on her knees, still struggling for breath. "If I had known, I wouldn't have built the Emperor's Horde so big." Tang Shui seemed to have discovered something in the forest ahead. Her eyes widened with excitement. "It's the aura of the sky-soaring chariot. That's what I use for travel. I wonder who took it. I must get it back when I return." Tang Shui hurried away. "Now that I've reached the center of the Emperor's Horde and found the ice soul pill I left behind, I have hope of recovering my former strength." 2 parallel red lights appeared in the sky. Probably released from the forest, a person stood leisurely with his hands behind his back, and in a flash 2 more people appeared behind him. One of them spoke up and asked, "Lu Neng, was it you who just sent me the signal?" Lu Neng still had his back to the 2 men. A low voice, "I sent it. I found something good here and I need help from my 2 brothers." One person asked curiously, "What do you need our help with? Where's Deacon Lu? Weren't you always with Deacon Lu?" He pointed to the forest ahead and took the other person's words. Deacon Lu is up ahead. Following, Bayou had unknowingly stood behind them holding a stick high, ready to knock the two unconscious. One of the brothers spoke loudly and clearly. As soon as the words fell, the two screamed in succession while he still stood there quietly unconcerned. He stood behind, patting the stick in his hand in praise, while Lu Ning's face already showed a confused expression. Lu Shang, well done. Bayou gave a thumbs up in admiration. Selling out your fellow disciples without batting an eye, you have the potential to be a great traitor. He gently brushed the bangs from his forehead. Sect Master Bai is too kind. It was all thanks to Sect Master Bai's thorough planning, letting me impersonate Lu Ning. Bayou walked closer with a sword in one hand, lightly placing his hand on Lu Shang's shoulder, and said with great interest, "Loot the treasures from these two guys and prepare for the next job." He squatted on the ground, looting the two who had just been knocked unconscious. Bayou stood there, laughing to himself. This Ocean Sect is extremely domineering, having almost taken over everything in the Emperor's Horde. He secretly glanced at Lu Shang, thinking, this way I don't have to look for treasures myself. Isn't it more convenient to just rob these guys? Meanwhile, the disciples of the Ocean Sect were slowly walking into a narrow valley. A brown-haired disciple said impatiently, "Someone clearly sent us a signal. How come we don't see anyone?" The person with a blue band on their head also said irritably, "Where did you go?" As they were walking leisurely, a pair of feet suddenly appeared, blocking the path of the three, startling them. That person shouted, "This is a robbery!" Bayou wore a black mask covering half his face, holding a sword and pointing it directly at the three as he walked fiercely towards them. The leading blonde man smiled contemptuously. Where did this lunatic come from? He extended his little finger at him and roared, "A robbery, and you dare to rob us, the Ocean Sect, are you a fool?" Bayou didn't say much, just swung his sword and shouted, "Slash!" A yellow light shot straight at the person who had just spoken with a sound like tearing silk. He widened his eyes, so surprised that the scar between his eyes tightened. What? On the towering peak where Bayou had just stopped the Ocean Sect disciples, a cloth bag tied tightly with a red string was placed on the ground. He spoke up, "Remember." The three disciples had their hands tied behind their backs and their clothes were stripped off, leaving them sitting there helpless and angry. Opposite them, Bayou stood tall and imposing, holding up two fingers as if to mock the three. "Your grandpa's name is Li Shu." Although they were tied up, they kept struggling, filled with shame and anger. The blonde man shouted, "Quick, inform Senior Sister Bai and Senior Brother Li." Carrying the newly robbed package on his shoulder, Bayou walked up to Lu Shang, who was hiding behind a rock, and asked, "Why aren't you running?" He lowered his head in worry and stammered, "Where can I run? If the Ocean Sect finds out what I've done, I'm afraid even flaying me alive wouldn't satisfy them." He continued walking, smiling softly and praising. "You are quite clever and rational." Lu Shang walked over, stood beside Bayou, and said in a low voice, "Since Sect Master Bai won't kill me, can you show me a way to live?" He sneered, his eyes somewhat curious. "Are you sure I won't kill you?" His face grew tense as he retorted, "Sect Master Bai didn't let me show my face in front of the Ocean Sect disciples. There must be a deeper meaning to it." He continued walking. Bayou said softly, "You are very smart. The only way for you to live now is to return to the Ocean Sect." Lu Shang seemed unable to believe what he was hearing and came back. Danger showed on his face and in his thoughts. Besides, he was the only surviving disciple. His eyes were full of confusion as he stammered this. He fell into deep thought. Lu Shang was lost in his own thoughts, the sole survivor. Sect Master Bai is so confident. Could he be some hidden great power? He suddenly fell to his knees, a dull thud echoing on the dry ground, and kowtowed to Bayou, his tone sincere. "This humble one will follow all of Sect Master Bai's instructions." Hearing this, he smugly replied to Lu Shang, "Get up, after a few more jobs I'll tell you what to do." At this moment, Chang Cheng and Bai Wan led several disciples to the three who had just been robbed. The three were still tied up, struggling on the ground. The blonde one with a piece of paper stuck to his forehead said angrily, "Damn it, that bastard Lu Ning." The one called Senior Sister Bai couldn't help but grit her teeth in anger. "A disciple of the Ocean Sect dares to cause harm. Who did this?" A disciple sat down, picked up the paper stuck to the blonde man's forehead and looked at it, then reported, "Senior Brother Li, Senior Sister Bai, it says Li Shu on it." Hearing this, she gritted her teeth in anger. "Li Shu, you damn bug!" Chang Cheng was equally furious. "It's Li Shu again." The tied-up disciple in the lead also spoke up. "That's right, this guy announced his own name. He's truly audacious." He gritted his teeth, his face grim as he squeezed out a few words. "He's deliberately humiliating our Ocean Sect." She gritted her teeth and said, "Senior Brother, Li Shu is very cunning. We must find a way to catch him." Chang Cheng clenched his fists and commanded loudly, "Inform everyone. All disciples of the Ocean Sect are not to act alone." He looked at the deep canyon and continued, "Everyone gather in the central area." Elsewhere, a cold wind blew past and Li Shu paused. "Achoo!" He rubbed his nose and continued walking, wondering, "Strange, why do I keep sneezing?" Li Shu, holding a sword, was setting up a formation. A pair of concentric circles, one blue and one red, appeared at his feet. Between the two circles were runic patterns. He couldn't help but be wary, feeling as though something was about to happen. He raised his sword high, preparing to thrust it down with force. The golden light of the formation-breaking sword flashed, and Li Shu shouted, "Break for me!" He thrust the sword into the ground with all his might, and with a great roar the beam of light pierced the center of the formation, causing cracks to appear after the powerful strike. Li Shu straightened up and moved the sword aside. He was overjoyed. Having been trapped here for so long, he had finally broken this great formation. "I need to get out of here quickly. I have to find the people from the Shanqin Sect. Although I'm not on par with the geniuses from the major sects, I've had some minor achievements, so there's still a chance of joining." After all, my family is still under threat and time is running out. In an empty part of the forest, Bayou stood before Lu Shang. He looked at him leisurely. Have you remembered everything I told you? Lu Shang replied affirmatively. I've remembered it all, Sect Master Bai, don't worry. Bayou narrowed his eyes slightly, looking directly at the man before him, and reminded him, this is your only chance to live. Once you get out, find a place to stay in Haiyuan City and wait for my orders. Lu Shang bowed respectfully. Yes, this humble one will leave the Emperor's Horde immediately and await Sect Master Bai's news. In front of a great hall, a crowd was chattering as Mulling slowly approached. A tall, sturdy hall gate came into view and everyone started discussing. This great hall is the central area of the Emperor's Horde, but it's a shame we can't get in. I heard you need the Emperor's Horde Origin Core to enter. Where is the Emperor's Horde Origin Core? It's probably in the hands of the Wood Profound Sect, a disciple followed behind her. Mulling spoke nervously. I don't know where Senior Bai went. How come he's not here yet? Her face was tense, but her tone remained calm. Don't worry, she said. A master like him will surely come. Let's just wait. Suddenly, someone shouted, trying to get everyone's attention. Someone's coming. The crowd turned, their gazes focusing on the approaching group. A disciple from the Wood Profound Sect said loudly, it looks like people from the Shanqin Sect. The sound of heavy footsteps on the ground seemed to be a display of power. The person spoke up, why are there so many people again? Changcheng led the disciples of the Shanqin Sect forward and said arrogantly, I don't like noise. Clear this place out, the disciples of the Shanqin Sect shouted arrogantly. The Shanqin Sect is here. Two disciples at the front roughly pushed aside those in the way, clearing a path for Baiwan and Changcheng. All you irrelevant people get lost. Seeing them act so aggressively for no reason, a disciple from another sect spoke up to criticize them but was immediately blocked by a Shanqin Sect disciple. The man pointed at the arrogant Baiwan. On what grounds is the Shanqin Sect always so tyrannical? Hearing this, the Shanqin Sect disciple retracted his hand and stepped aside. Seeing this, the other disciple pushed his luck, continuing loudly, the opportunities here belong to those destined to find them. Before he could finish speaking, he was sent flying by her sword. So much nonsense. Witnessing this, the crowd couldn't help but think worriedly. They attack at the slightest disagreement. Baiwan held her head high and said impatiently in an arrogant tone, does anyone else have an opinion? Seeing that the people from the Shanqin Sect were unreasonable, the others quickly moved away. No opinion, let's go. Mulling turned around, staring intently at the swaggering group. A disciple leaned in and reported to Changcheng, Senior Brother Li, the people from the Wood Profound Sect haven't left. The one in the lead is the chief disciple, Fang Mulling. Baiwan snorted coldly and said to her, Fang Mulling, you dare to stay? Mulling looked at the person before her, puzzled. Baiwan, others fear you because you're from the Shanqin Sect, but my Wood Profound Sect is not afraid. The Haotian domain is not a place where you can act with impunity. Is that so? Do you think you'll get out of this alive? Mulling, not to be outdone, stared sharply at Baiwan. If you're not afraid of starting a war between our two sects, then by all means try. Hearing this, she immediately drew her sword and charged at Mulling. Then I'll give it a try. The Wood Profound Sect may not be weak, but defying my Shanqin Sect is courting death. Seeing her acting recklessly, Changcheng quickly reminded her, Junior sister, leave them alive so we can force them to tell us how to open the central area. It was unclear if she heard Changcheng's reminder as Baiwan shouted an order, men surround them. Don't let a single one escape. Mulling's expression was grim as she fearlessly pointed her sword at her. A voice came from the distance, and a person in jade green clothes was seen walking over quickly. Li Shu hurried over from afar, asking as he quickened his pace, Are you from the Shanqin Sect? A Shanqin Sect disciple turned to look at him and asked, Who are you? The Shanqin Sect has already cleared this area. You still dare to come? With that, the man pointed rudely at Li Shu. Who the hell do you think you are? Faced with such rudeness, Li Shu bowed solemnly and replied, I have come looking for the people of the Shanqin Sect. I have a favor to ask. Hearing this, Changcheng asked coldly, What is it? Li Shu maintained his respectful posture and stated his wish earnestly. I wish to request to join the Shanqin Sect to cultivate. I wonder if the senior brother could provide an introduction. He laughed mockingly. Request to join the Shanqin Sect. Not just anyone can get into the Shanqin Sect. Li Shu bowed solemnly and said in a clear voice, My name is Li Shu. My current cultivation is at the peak of the true human realm. He threw cold water on him loudly. Your name and current cultivation level don't matter. What's important is aptitude, understand? After speaking, Changcheng suddenly froze. As if realizing something, his face darkened. Wait, he pointed at Li Shu in surprise. What did you say your name was? Li Shu, completely baffled, answered subconsciously. Li Shu. Instantly, everyone from the Shanqin Sect fell silent, standing frozen on the spot. The surroundings became dead quiet. Changcheng was filled with uncontrollable rage, veins popping on his forehead, and he roared, Li Shu. Li Shu could only stand there wide-eyed and stunned, not understanding what was happening. The other disciples also burned with anger upon hearing his name. Li Shu, so it's Li Shu, you've made us search for so long. Li Shu didn't understand what was happening, panicking as his head spun. Does everyone know me? Am I that famous? He was trembling with anger, still pointing at him as he shouted, Outrageous, you're provoking our sect? Li Shu held out his hands completely baffled, having no idea what they were talking about. Provoking? What do you mean? I just wanted to request to join the Shanqin Sect. Baiwan ignored Mulling, spun around abruptly and charged furiously toward Li Shu with her sword. Shut up, you have some nerve daring to put on an act in front of us. I'll definitely kill you. Not only did she not slow down, but she accelerated, charging with all her might. He frowned in alarm, watching her charge. But there was no fear in his eyes. A piercing clang of metal rang out as the two swords clashed violently, sending sparks flying. Bai Wan chopped down from above and Li Shu steadily blocked her attack. While blocking Bai Wen's moves, he said word by word, "The Shanqin Sect is a bit too petty. Even if you don't agree to let me join, there's no need to attack, is there? Is this the most magnanimous sect in the Haoshan domain?" Watching her get pushed back by him from a distance, Changcheng sneered. "Magnanimous? You killed disciples of our Shanqin Sect and run here to ask to join, and when we refuse you call us petty," he roared with uncontrollable anger. Changcheng stood before Li Shu, venting his rage. "Li Shu, you're definitely provoking us on purpose. Congratulations, you've succeeded." Li Shu blankly processed the strange information. Despite being pushed back, Bai Wan showed no signs of stopping. She took a stance with her sword. "You've blatantly humiliated the Shanqin Sect, trampling us underfoot." With that, she swung her sword, scraping a circle of sparks on the ground. "If I, Bai Wan, don't kill you, I'm not human." On his side, Li Shu showed no weakness, taking a stance to meet the attack. In an instant, she had reached him. The two swords crossed, their light tracing a winding path. Li Shu's face showed displeasure as he thought, "Do they think I'm a pushover?" Bai Wan narrowed her eyes and smiled contemptuously. Suddenly, with a whoosh, she was sent flying backward, crying out in alarm. "What?" With just one move, Bai Wan was knocked far away by him. Li Shu held his pose from the strike, stomping his foot in anger. "Damn it, what nonsense are they spouting? Are these people crazy? So unreasonable." Li Shu gritted his teeth, panting heavily, filled with rage. Seeing Bai Wan knocked away, Changcheng charged from behind Li Shu with his sword. "Junior sister, let me kill him." Before he could strike, upon hearing the shout, Li Shu leapt high into the air and turned to face him. Changcheng laughed loudly, revealing two sharp canine teeth. "Li Shu, I'm going to tear you to pieces as the price for humiliating our sect." Li Shu fell to the ground, now caught in a difficult situation with Changcheng in front and Bai Wan behind. Suddenly the sound of heavy footsteps and a decisive voice rang out. "Stop!" Bayou strode in from outside, his expression grim. "So many of you ganging up on one person, what kind of skill is that?" Seeing him, Mulling and the disciples of the Wood Profound Sect shouted happily. "Senior!" Then Li Shu staggered to his feet and looked toward the person who had arrived. Bai Wan, her face full of anger, pointed the tip of her sword straight at his face. "Someone else dares to show up? You're really treating the words of our Shanqin Sect as nothing but hot air?" But Bayou ignored her, turning instead to check on him. "Are you okay?" Li Shu still had a trace of confusion on his face as he replied softly, "I'm fine." As if noticing something strange about Bayou's voice, he asked again, "Why is your voice so hoarse?" He just coughed lightly, then smiled awkwardly. "Caught a cold, let's not talk about that for now, later." Bayou gripped Li Shu's shoulders tightly and questioned him. "Didn't you want to join the Shanqin Sect? Why did you end up fighting them?" Watching his realistic acting, he couldn't help but sigh internally. Truly the makings of an actor. But the mention of this seemed to touch a nerve, and Li Shu gritted his teeth in anger. "I don't know. The disciples of the Shanqin Sect are extremely tyrannical, acting without reason like a pack of mad dogs. They're a far cry from the great holy sect I imagined." Seeing his reaction, Bayou immediately questioned Li Shu loudly, "Do you still want to join now?" Despite this, he was not to be outdone, and with a sharp gaze he roared back, "I've completely given up. A sect like this is too disappointing." Hearing the satisfactory reply, he smiled smugly. "That's good then." Bayou stood in front of Li Shu and announced in a loud voice, "Next, let your master stand up for you." Bayou's voice was loud and decisive. "The Shanqin Sect dares to bully my disciple Li Shu? You have some nerve." He rudely gave Changcheng the middle finger and started cursing. Meanwhile, he frowned in confusion as if trying hard to remember who this person was. "Why does this person's voice sound a bit familiar?" While Bayou was still cursing loudly, Bai Wan said coldly, "Disciple, so you're Li Shu's master?" Hearing her, he turned around, pointed behind him, and announced irritably, "I'll give you one chance. Apologize to my disciple and I might consider letting you go." However, as usual, Bai Wan paid no attention to Bayou's words and walked over menacingly with her sword from behind. "Like master, like disciple. You completely disregard our Shanqin Sect. Both of you are arrogant beyond measure." Li Shu gripped his sword with both hands, preparing to rush forward to protect Bayou. "You're not her match, be care." Before he could finish, Bayou had already raised a hand to stop him, his face full of confidence. "No need." Then she wasted no more words and with a contemptuous smile, charged over like the wind with her sword. "I really don't know where you two, master and disciple, get your confidence." Bayou immediately sidestepped, easily dodging Bai Wen's attack. Not only did he dodge, but he also casually gave her a rough slap across the face. With a crisp sound, she was sent flying to the side. Bang! With just one slap, Bai Wan was knocked far away, sprawling on the ground, looking at the scene before him. Li Shu's face showed a mix of confusion and awe, true human realm. Bayou broke through. For a woman, getting slapped in the face is truly unacceptable. She staggered to her feet, one hand covering her freshly slapped cheek. "You hit my face." Her rage soared. She pulled off her blindfold, revealing not just 2 eyes but 4, their purple irises holding blood-red pupils. She was furious. "You dare to hit this fairy's face?" Bai Wan seemed to lose control, roaring like a wild beast. Bayou watched this unbelievable sight, dazed and astonished. So many eyes. Meanwhile, a disciple of the Wood Profound Sect watched from a distance and couldn't help but ask Mulling curiously, "Senior sister, why do 4 eyes increase her aura so much?" She just watched Bai Wan with a thoughtful gaze. Bai Wan and Li Changcheng are key disciples of the Shanqin Sect. They cultivate a special technique. At this moment she was rapidly advancing toward him with her sword. Mulling continued to explain, "The more eyes they open, the stronger they become. When they remove their blindfolds, their power increases significantly." Hearing this, the Wood Profound Sect disciple cheered loudly for Bayou. Even if she's stronger, it's useless. Senior Bai is a master. Baiwan's sword seemed to tear through space, letting out a whistling sound. She decisively raised her sword and charged at him, roaring, "Are you still a match for me now?" Li Shu warned anxiously. Bayou, don't fight her head on. He gripped the sword in his hand, unafraid, looking at his opponent with a determined gaze. Seeing he had no intention of backing down, he grew more worried. Her current cultivation level far surpasses the true human realm. She's much stronger than you. Then Bayou rushed forward like a gust of wind. In an instant he had skimmed past lightly, swung his sword and then said softly, "Slash!" After being knocked backward, she immediately let out a painful scream. Seeing the scene before him, Li Shu froze, lost in thought. "Never mind what I said." Baiwan gritted her teeth and struggled to her feet, her face covered in sweat. Bayou didn't stop at all. He got into position again, raised a sword glowing with blue light and held it confidently before him. "I have a great sword. I'll ask you, are you scared?" Her face changed drastically as she looked in terror at the sword in Bayou's hand. Changcheng, who had been watching from the side, just crossed his arms and commented, "No wonder he's so arrogant. Turns out he got his hands on a saint-grade weapon from the Emperor's Horde." He held the great sword up before him, his confidence soaring, and arrogantly repeated his earlier question. "I'm asking, are you scared?" Suddenly, the imposing sword made a strange sound, causing Bayou's expression to change as he saw the blade in his hand gradually disappear. Crack! In an instant, only the hilt of the great sword remained, leaving Bayou in a panic. "What's going on?" Changcheng pointed at him with a gloating sneer. "You probably don't know that weapons from the Emperor's Horde can only be used a few times unless they're reforged." Hearing this, Baiwan seemed to see an opportunity for victory and immediately charged forward. "Now that the Saint Sword's power is gone, it's just a pile of scrap metal now. Let's see how arrogant you can be." She charged forward to stab Bayou, but he quickly sidestepped and dodged the move. Baiwan continued to swing her sword with powerful moves, cyan sword energy swirling around it, incomparably sharp. She charged forward with the greatest speed and power. Die! Bayou had to hold his breath to block Baiwan's attack. While the two were locked in a heated battle, a disciple turned to Mulling and asked, "I feel like Senior has been fighting at the true human realm the whole time. How long is this going to take?" She also watched the fight between Bayou and Baiwan with confusion. This Senior must have his own profound reasons. From out of nowhere, Changcheng, emanating a murderous aura, strode toward him and shouted, "Li Shu!" Changcheng furiously declared, "I'm going to kill you." He frowned, his face clearly showing displeasure. Changcheng rushed forward and threw a punch at him. But Li Shu was no pushover. He returned the favor with a punch of his own. Due to the difference in power, Li Shu was overpowered and knocked back. He clutched his numb arm, feeling a great sense of unease. "Not good," Changcheng continued, leaping into the air. He gritted his teeth, preparing to strike, and even taunted, "Is that all the strength you have?" Li Shu held his newly injured arm and watched in astonishment as Changcheng charged toward him. He continued, "If this is all the strength you have," Changcheng arrogantly declared again, "you can die now." He was stunned, only able to watch as the other man charged at him like a madman. He cursed in despair. Damn it, by this point Changcheng's kick was right in front of him. Although Li Shu was panicked, he tried his best to calm himself. He told himself, "I can't die here." The impact made a huge noise and a cloud of smoke filled the spot where the two had just stood. Changcheng's kick was blocked by Li Shu's power. He ordered coldly, "Break." Changcheng gritted his teeth and resisted, but with the power Li Shu had just unleashed, he was sent flying. Afterwards Changcheng stopped and commented, "To break through in a moment of crisis, this courage and talent qualify you to join the Shanqin Sect and even become an elite disciple." Suddenly he untied his blindfold, and as Changcheng revealed his 5 colorful pupils, he said, "It's a pity you don't know what's good for you." Li Shu replied coolly, "I'm glad I didn't join the Shanqin Sect." Elsewhere, Bayou watched Baiwan approach him with her sword and commented, "This little girl is a bit hard to deal with." Baiwan walked up to him and said coolly, "It's over." Bayou was stunned for a moment, not understanding what she meant. At this point, Mulling in the distance explained in a panic, "Baiwan is about to use her divine ability. She can mobilize all the spiritual energy in her body to deliver a fatal blow." Just as she finished speaking, Baiwan had already mobilized the power of her eyes, divine eye, and a powerful spiritual energy gushed from them, erupting forth. Seeing the situation was bad, Bayou also started to get serious. He said, "There's no other way. I have to use my ultimate move." After speaking, Bayou had already charged forward like lightning, using his ultimate move Ascension Punch to counter Baiwan's divine eye. His astonishing power broke through Baiwan's divine eye and instantly brought him before her. Baiwan couldn't believe her eyes and blurted out in panic, "What?" She gritted her teeth and said in disbelief, "How is this possible?" Baiwan only had time to say no before Bayou's heavy punch landed on her. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. One of them said, "Wouldn't it have been better to fight like this from the start? This is the kind of strength a senior should have." Suddenly, Li Shu was sent flying from the front, landing behind Bayou. Changcheng strode toward him from the front, gritting his teeth. He said with gritted teeth and hatred, "Junior sister you was actually..." Seeing Baiwan defeated, her fellow disciples disgusted in disbelief. A purple-haired man said in astonishment, "What, Junior Sister Bai?" She, a man with a high topknot, was equally surprised. "I can't believe someone killed Junior Sister Bai." After using his ultimate power, Bayou gradually ran out of energy. He said to himself, "I've used Ascension Punch twice and my strength is exhausted." The current situation was that Li Shu was still struggling to sit up, while Bayou stood in front of him, with only Changcheng emanating a murderous aura, walking towards the two step by step. Every step he took felt heavy and oppressive, suffocating, kicking up dust as he said angrily, "Junior sister is dead." then Changcheng asserted with hatred, "You two are unforgivable." Li Shu and Bayou were both in a difficult situation, looking wretchedly as he walked over furiously. Suddenly, Changcheng sent Li Shu flying with another punch. He said arrogantly, "I'll kill you first." Changcheng roared like a madman, then said to let his master be buried with him. Li Shu was sent flying, thinking in despair, "I can't dodge this." He reproached himself with deep apology, "Father, your son is unfilial. I still couldn't help the Li family." Changcheng unleashed his full power, striking directly at Li Shu when suddenly someone rushed forward in a single stride. The violent blow created a loud bang where Li Shu was. Changcheng said arrogantly, "It's over." Li Shu's confused voice came from the smoke, "I'm not dead yet." It turned out Bayou had blocked the blow for him. Li Shu's lips moved in surprise as he called out, "Him." Bayou had already exhausted his strength after that blow. One hand on Li Shu's shoulder, his body too tired to move. Li Shu quickly supported Bayou, calling out, "Bayou." Bayou replied weakly, blood at the corner of his mouth. Li Shu asked worriedly, "Why did you save me?" Bayou fell opposite Li Shu, who also sat down although his body was extremely weak. Bayou still managed to say, "Li Shu, listen to me. I know that from the time you became my disciple until now, you have never seen me as your master." Li Shu interrupted him anxiously. "Don't talk, your injuries are very serious." Bayou's face showed difficulty as if he couldn't hold on, but he still managed to ask, "Can you now sincerely call me master once?" Hearing his wish, Li Shu couldn't stop crying, repeatedly calling out, "Master, master," crying he said, "From now on you are my Li Shu's master. I, Li Shu, will always see you as my master." Suddenly, Bayou's spirit returned and he replied happily, "Good disciple." Then he stood up, turned Li Shu's head and said with a loud laugh, "Li Shu, I was right about you. You are a good disciple." Seeing Bayou looking healthy, a stark contrast to his near-death appearance just now, Li Shu asked in confusion, "Weren't you about to die?" Bayou acted as if nothing had happened and deliberately asked him back, "Did I say I was about to die?" Li Shu quickly retorted, "Just now you were clearly about to." Suddenly Tian Song's impatient voice rang out, "Are you done talking?" he asked with feigned anger. "Can you show some respect for your opponent?" But in his mind he thought, "I didn't expect this guy to be fine after taking a hit from me." In contrast to Tian Song's angry words, Bayou just looked at him and curled his lip contemptuously. Bayou threw a sword to Li Shu and instructed, "Li Shu, it's up to you now. This sword is for you." He looked at the sword, which was only half a blade, and asked scornfully, "Are you serious?" Bayou, on the other hand, crossed his arms and said confidently, "You're not allowed to dislike a gift from your master." Changcheng stood to the side, extremely angry at this scene, muttering through gritted teeth. Still chatting, he gripped his sword in anger and jumped up, trying to attack him. "You're really treating me like I'm not here." Li Shu showed no weakness, using the sword his master gave him to meet the attack. The two swords clashed with a loud clang, then created a small explosion. It pushed both of them back at the same time. At this moment, Li Shu's broken sword couldn't withstand the immense impact and cracked and shattered into fragments, turning from a half-blade sword into one less than a palm's length. At this moment, Bayou's system made a ding sound, and a prompt popped up, gifting disciple Li Shu a saint-grade weapon, the shadowless sword, activating a 100x rebate. The corner of his mouth lifted, as if everything was as expected. The system's voice continued to prompt, "Congratulations, you have obtained a god-tier weapon, the Feather of the Wind." Then a sword surrounded by azure water waves appeared in his hand, with a jade-green gem embedded in the center of the hilt. He gripped it tightly and said, "It's here." At this moment on the other side, Changcheng was proudly raising his sword, walking towards him step by step, his tone full of mockery. "At the end of your rope," he took the opportunity to attack again. "Can you still hold on now?" Li Shu began to fall behind, panting heavily. Changcheng continued to provoke, "Can't hold on anymore, can you?" But at this moment, Bayou threw the god-tier weapon to Li Shu and shouted, "Catch!" The moment he caught the god-tier weapon, his eyes immediately widened in surprise, and he muttered, "This aura." His whole body seemed to be filled with power, and he focused his mind, looking at the opponent walking towards him. At this moment he swung his sword and shouted, "Slash!" At the same time, Changcheng also swung his sword down and the two swords clashed again. The sound of metal colliding rang out with a clang. Changcheng's sword shattered, and he shouted in disbelief, "What?" After that blow, Changcheng was sent flying. Until everything was clear, only Li Shu was left standing steadily. At this moment, Changcheng was kneeling on one knee, his face filled with unacceptable disbelief, asking himself, "How is this sword possible?" His fellow disciples were also in disbelief when they saw this scene, chattering in surprise, "Senior brother Li, senior brother, you lost. How is that possible?" Only when he saw the sword clearly and the power surrounding it did he realize and stammered out, god-tier weapon." He looked at them and asked, "Who on earth are you?" But Li Shu ignored him, just looking at Bayou and thinking, "Senior Bayou is indeed a hidden master. I didn't expect him to be able to casually produce a god-tier weapon. Senior's background is probably frightening." He held the sword in both hands in disbelief, examining it carefully, and said, "I can actually use this god-tier weapon. It's like a dream." At this moment, Bayou walked up to him, snatched the sword, and announced, "You lose." Bayou, holding the sword, slowly walked towards Changcheng. The Shanqin Sect, as the ruling power, is tyrannical and bullies the weak. Then he pointed the sword at Changcheng, curled his lip and said, "You brought all this upon yourselves." But Changcheng still dared to challenge him. "So what if I brought it on myself? I lost. Do you dare to kill me?" he said confidently. I don't care who you are, the Shanqin Sect is not an existence you can afford to provoke. If you dare to touch me, the Shanqin Sect will hunt you to the ends of the earth and skin you alive. He continued to provoke. When I escape, you too, master and disciple, had better not fall into my hands. Hearing this, Bayou's eyes became sharp and threatening, and his face turned grim as he said, what if the Shanqin Sect doesn't know? Hearing this, Changchung's face immediately turned panicked, and he began to sweat as he asked, what do you mean? Bayou didn't say much, turned around and called out, mulling, Miss Fang. Then he looked at the disciples of the Shanqin Sect and reminded her, there are still other disciples of the Shanqin Sect here. She understood upon hearing this, but still thought in silence. The junior brothers behind her also understood and asked, Senior Sister Fang, what should we do now? Senior Bai means. After thinking for a moment, she decided to follow the senior's advice. Then she immediately gave an order. The disciples of the Shanqin Sect leave none alive. The junior brothers received the order and quickly rushed forward to fight a decisive battle with the disciples of the Shanqin Sect, one of them shouting loudly. They immediately surrounded and engaged in a chaotic battle with the disciples of the Shanqin Sect. Seeing this, Changchung shouted angrily, you dare, how dare you? We are disciples of the Shanqin Sect. He pushed Bayou aside, wanting to run over and help. The Shanqin Sect will exterminate your 9 generations. But he was immediately stopped by Bayou's shout, shut up, and then sent flying. At this moment, Changchung was on the ground, starting to beg for mercy. Spare my life. Bayou walked slowly towards him with his sword, saying scornfully, oh, that wasn't your attitude before, he cried in fear, begging for mercy, one hand covering his face. I don't want to die, but Bayou's mind was made up. He swung his sword to end it. When you bullied others with your power, you should have known this day would come. Scum. While everyone was fighting, Tang Shui had already snuck into the Emperor's horde. But she soon sat down on the ground, panting. I'm exhausted. This is bad. My cultivation is pitifully low now. I used a secret technique to enter the center of my own territory. I almost made a mistake. She lowered her head and sighed. Luckily I made it in. Then she walked slowly, looking smug. Those foolish boys outside are still fighting. Who dares to steal things from this emperor's territory? It's best if they all kill each other. Finally, Tang Shui found the sphere. It was placed on a platform in the center of the room, shining brightly. She happily stood on her tiptoes to grab it. As long as I get this mystic void sphere, I can regain control of the entire emperor's horde. Finally, she touched it. I can get my ice soul pill. Just as she happily shouted, got it, a force pulled her back. It caught her off guard, and with a scream she fell backward. After a while she said with relief, good thing this 9 heavens mystic crystal mystic void sphere didn't break. But when she looked at her hand, she was extremely disappointed because it had already broken into 2 halves. Tang Shui stared blankly and helplessly at the 2 fragments. Then she shouted angrily, Lord of the Celestial Court, you bastard, are you that poor? The mystic void sphere you gave me is a defective product. The air around Tang Shui grew gloomy, and she began to mutter to herself, this is bad. The mystic void sphere is broken. The entire Emperor's horde is out of control. The space is in chaos, on the verge of destruction. What about my ice soul pill? At this time outside, Mulling stood with her hands on her hips, proudly looking at the already bound disciples of the Shanqin Sect, and reported to Bayou. Senior, she happily took credit. All the disciples of the Shanqin Sect have been controlled. Please deal with them, Senior. As soon as her words fell, the ground immediately shook, causing everyone to start swaying and shout in panic. What's happening? Li Shu quickly discovered the problem, and he said in fear, there's a tremor in the center of the Emperor's horde. The ground is starting to crack, and the cracks are gradually moving towards the bound disciples. A disciple accidentally fell into a crack. He shouted for help. Someone asked in a panic. What's going on? Mulling suddenly realized. Not good. There's a problem with the Emperor's horde. The entire secret realm is about to be destroyed. Bayou then said to her, then what are you waiting for? Let's go to the center of the Emperor's horde. In his heart, he was worried about his disciple. My second disciple is still inside. I must find him. Bayou stood on his tiptoes and immediately moved. Mulling, while running, turned back to urge him. Let's go. But Bayou stopped, holding the Emperor's horde origin core in his hand. He doubted whether the Emperor's horde origin core could open the center of the Emperor's horde. As soon as his words fell, Bayou threw the origin core forward. The origin core flew in front of the center of the Emperor's horde and suddenly lit up before everyone was the gate to the center of the Emperor's horde. The gate slowly opened, and standing in front of it were Bayou and Mulling. Mulling, seeing the gate open, called out happily. It's open, she said to everyone. Let's go in. But as soon as they entered, Mulling stopped in surprise. The moment everyone stepped in, the gate closed. A formation appeared under everyone's feet. It emitted a blue light, stunning everyone. This is a formation, a cultivator said. Mulling shouted in panic to remind them, be careful, back away. Ice chunks suddenly fell from the ceiling onto the formation, and everyone quickly leapt away. Li Shu and a few others retreated, while one unlucky fellow was hit by the ice, his body gradually freezing over. He cried out for help in terror. By the time he said "I," his entire body was completely frozen. He fell into the formation under the horrified gazes of everyone in the room. An expression of confusion appeared on Muling's face as she said in surprise, the Grand Mystic Ice Formation. I didn't expect to encounter a Grand Mystic Ice Formation right after entering. This is going to be troublesome. The ceiling suddenly began to shake violently. Mulling said, the Emperor's horde is collapsing rapidly. She turned to Bayou and said, Senior, the center of the Emperor's horde is extremely dangerous. Although you are a master, this is still the Emperor's horde. There isn't much time, it's best if you leave first. With that she turned to leave. Bayou asked her awkwardly, "What about you all?" Mulling replied coldly, "My master is at his limit. I must get the frost marrow pearl from the Emperor's Horde." Hearing this, he immediately decided, "Then I won't leave either, I'll enter the center of the Emperor's Horde with you." Bayou was secretly delighted. "My second disciple is still inside, he's a treasure trove for me. Must find a way to get to him." Mulling looked back at him, somewhat reluctant. "Senior." Seeing this, the people around were moved to tears, praising Bayou is truly touching. Sect Master Bai has soaring spirit and is a man of both virtue and skill. Mulling knelt and said gratefully, "For such great kindness, please accept my bow, Senior." Bayou scratched his face in embarrassment. Then everyone walked towards the formation. Mulling explained how to break the formation. "Only by breaking the eye of the Grand Mystic Ice Formation can we enter. If we try to force our way in, it will be certain death." After hearing this, Bayou asked, "Who understands formations?" Mulling turned back, answering with some difficulty, "I'm afraid very few people understand formations." Li Shu mustered his courage and said, "I know a little." He recounted his experience. "I was trapped in a formation here before and it took me a long time to break it. With the speed at which the Emperor's Horde is collapsing now, I'm afraid there isn't enough time." Bayou asked him eagerly, "Isn't there a faster way to break the formation?" Li Shu replied, "Unless we can get the formation diagram, but the Grand Mystic Ice Formation is at least a Heaven Tier formation. We'd need at least a Heaven Tier formation compendium." He took out a book and continued, "I only have an Earth Tier formation compendium, and this is already the heirloom of my Li family." Bayou suggested to Li Shu nonchalantly, "Give it to me." He asked him, puzzled what he meant. "This is my Li family's heirloom." Bayou quickly snatched the book from Li Shu's hand and scoffed, "Your Li family isn't some great clan. This thing is worthy of being called a treasure?" Then his expression changed in an instant. He opened the book with a serious face and began to read, but thought to himself, "As expected, I can't understand a thing." After reading, Bayou threw the book back to Li Shu and said disdainfully, "This formation's level is too low. I, your master, don't care for it. Here, take it back." Li Shu was shocked by his attitude and blurted out, "So strange." A golden book suddenly appeared in Bayou's hand. A system prompted, "Gifting Disciple an Earth Tier Formation Compendium, triggering a 10,000x rebate. Congratulations, you have obtained a Saint Tier Formation Compendium." Li Shu explained to him, "Master, you don't understand the vastness of formations in this world. Very few people understand them. This Earth Tier Formation Compendium is something even ordinary sects can't produce. Master, although you have many treasures, you don't know what's truly valuable." Before he could finish, Bayou tossed the Golden Saint Tier Formation Compendium to him. Li Shu skillfully caught it as he was told to take it. Li Shu opened the book, and the light of knowledge emanating from it made him exclaim in surprise, "So dazzling this is." He suddenly froze, and after recognizing it, Li Shu's mouth dropped open as he shouted, "A Saint Tier Formation Compendium, how is that possible?" "It's really a Saint Tier Formation Compendium." Mulling looked at Bayou with an expression of worship, praising him. "A senior is truly a senior. Everything you produce is shocking to the world. I'm afraid not even the Shanqin Sect has this Saint Tier Formation Compendium." Bayou walked over, patted Li Shu's shoulder and ordered him, "Go break the formation." He walked past him, calculating in his mind, Li Shu's 10 rebate chances are almost used up. After a moment, Li Shu began to channel his power and set to work on breaking the formation. He let out a loud shout as he executed his moves. Li Shu aimed his technique at the formation, then shot a golden beam of power towards the center of the Grand Formation. Seeing things going smoothly, Mulling shouted happily, "The Grand Mystic Ice Formation is broken." She looked at Li Shu and thought with admiration, "A senior is a master, and even his disciple is no ordinary person." Although he had the formation compendium to refer to, being able to break the formation in such a short time shows that Li Shu's talent is extraordinary. As soon as the formation was broken, Bayou was the first to run out, urging everyone as he went, "Let's go." In the next room, a girl had already noticed something was amiss. That woman was Tang Shui. She was curiously asking herself, "Someone was able to break my Grand Mystic Ice Formation." Realizing this, Tang Shui became a little interested. "Someone has come in. It seems I have a chance to get the Ice Soul Pill." Mulling was the first to enter the room. She reported to the group, "This is the main hall." Bayou suddenly noticed something and motioned for Li Shu to look as well. Tang Shui walked towards them step by step and shouted, "Halt." Everyone stepped back in surprise, assuming a defensive stance. Mulling spoke up asking, "Who are you?" Tang Shui fiercely cursed them. "You have some nerve trespassing into the Emperor's Horde," one of them said in surprise. "A little girl," Mulling cautioned. "Everyone be careful. To be able to appear here, this person is definitely not as simple as she looks. She must have a deep cultivation base." Seeing the small Tang Shui, Bayou immediately became happy. "It seems this is her. I didn't expect my disciple to be a little girl." Tang Shui said to them coldly, "Kneel and I'll give you a chance to submit to me. Otherwise, every single one of you will die here." A few disciples became flustered and asked Mulling, "This senior sister, what should we do?" She guessed, "This senior is in the center of the Emperor's Horde and is so confident, which means she's a terrifying existence. We must not anger her." She and 2 disciples clasped their hands and said to Tang Shui, "Senior, we are disciples of the Wood Profound Sect. I am Fang Mulling. we have come this time to find an ice jade marrow pill, the little girl ordered once more. Kneel when you speak. Mulling didn't speak, but her anger was clearly written in her eyes as she stared at Tang Shui. Despite this, Mulling still obediently knelt, thinking to herself, forget it, what does it matter if I kneel for my master? Besides, I'm kneeling before a great senior. Suddenly, Bayou had appeared in front of Tang Shui at some point, patted her head and called out happily, "Disciple, my good disciple." Tang Shui looked at him blankly, not understanding what was happening. Many question marks appeared on her face, then she jumped up in anger and shouted at Bayou. "You touched my head." Bayou, unafraid, pinched Tang Shui's cheek. He smiled lovingly and praised, "So cute when you're angry." She was stunned, unable to speak, looking extremely aggrieved. "I, the great Empress Mingshui, am being called cute by him." The others watched, dumbfounded and confused. This senior is really bold." Bayou squinted happily, while Tang Shui couldn't help but flare up. "This is infuriating." Bayou's expression changed in an instant. Before him was the enraged Tang Shui, who cursed him. "You mortal, unforgivable." Mulling immediately called out to remind Bayou. "Senior, be careful." Tang Shui jumped up and bit his bracer, but because the bracer was too hard, she didn't bite Bayou and instead broke a few of her teeth. Tang Shui lay on the ground crying over her teeth. The crowd was helpless in the face of this nonsensical scene. Mulling changed her opinion of Tang Shui. "It seems her cultivation isn't high. Could she be just an ordinary little girl?" The Emperor's Horde shook again, and Mulling shouted in panic. "The Emperor's Horde won't last much longer," she ordered everyone. "Quickly find the frost marrow pearl and then leave this place." The main hall was still shaking violently, but Bayou ignored the surroundings and was busy coaxing Tang Shui. "How about being my disciple? Uncle will give you steamed buns to eat." She still stubbornly disagreed. "For me, the great Empress Mingshui, to be your disciple, dream on." Bayou failed to convince her and could only eat a steamed bun in frustration, muttering as he ate, "This child is not easy to trick." Mulling called out to him and reported, "Senior, we've searched the entire palace but still haven't found the frost marrow pearl." He asked her blankly, "Is there no frost marrow pearl here?" Mulling firmly asserted, "That's impossible. This is Empress Mingshui's Emperor's Horde. The frost marrow pearl is something Empress Mingshui uses for her daily cultivation, so it must be here." Tang Shui suddenly spoke up, "I know where it is." Hearing her say this, Mulling happily pressed, "Does little sister know? Can you tell big sister?" Tang Shui pointed to the door behind her. "There's another room behind that wall." Bayou suddenly rushed up and happily stroked her head. "How do you know?" Tang Shui got angry at having her head touched and frowned. She kept waving her hands and shouting, "I told you, don't touch my head, let go, let go." But no matter how much she resisted, his hand remained on her head. Tang Shui had no choice but to give up and sighed. "Fine, I've read some records about the Emperor's Horde before, so that's how I know." Bayou grinned and asked another irrelevant question. "What's your name?" She frowned impatiently. "Bei Tang Shui." He immediately bent down, pinched Tang Shui's cheeks with both hands, squishing her face and making her extremely annoyed. "Good girl." Bayou smiled happily while thinking to himself, "Could this be the legendary head-patting kill? This is great." Tang Shui's face was contorted with anger, even revealing shark-like teeth. "This person is truly despicable, even more despicable than the Lord of the Celestial Court." Her small hands were clenched into tight fists as she tried to suppress her anger. "I must hide myself first. I'll take revenge after I recover my strength." Mulling immediately rushed forward, thrusting her palm forward as fast as the wind. Her body stopped in front of the huge door. Mulling's hand slammed against the door and with a shout of "Open!" but the door didn't react at all. Only a wisp of white smoke rose from where she had just struck. Mulling frowned in displeasure and stepped back. "It's no use, I can't break this stone wall with my cultivation level." Li Shu immediately walked up to her, flexed his hands and said menacingly, "Let me try." His powerful punch landed directly on the hard stone surface. He pulled his hand back and looked up blankly. Bayou and Tang Shui also watched clearly from behind. She crossed her arms, closed her eyes and said helplessly, "According to the records, this wall is made of mystic iron meteorite, extremely hard, comparable to a saint-grade weapon." While he was still standing there, Tang Shui continued to explain like a little adult, "You can't use brute force." But he had already quickly taken out the divine weapon from behind. A gust of wind howled past and she opened her eyes in surprise, her mouth agape, looking completely bewildered. Li Shu and Mulling simultaneously dodged to the sides. Bayou stood firm and swung the divine weapon at the door with great force. Tang Shui's face turned ashen as she opened her mouth and shouted, "Ah!" He and she broke out in a cold sweat, timidly staring at the door behind them. He sheathed his sword and said proudly, "Don't just use brute force, learn to use tools." Large and small crisscrossing cracks appeared on the solid stone wall. He struck the cracks with another slash, sending crushed stone flying everywhere. His face was serious and it was as easy as cutting tofu. Bayou swung the divine weapon again with great force. The wind from the sword made her hair fly back. A large hole the size of an ordinary door appeared in the huge stone gate, enough for everyone to pass through. Mulling and Li Shu turned around, intently watching him as he strode in with his head held high. Tang Shui grew more and more confused. A divine weapon, this mortal cultivator could actually produce a divine weapon so casually. He smiled brightly, pleased with himself. "Let's go." The stone wall now had a large hole in it. The four of them passed through the door together. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise, dumbfounded. A huge blue ice bed and a small stone table were placed to the side. On the table were also a large box and a small box. On the large box was a huge blue crystal. She immediately recognized it as the frost marrow pearl, and in the small box was a smaller deep blue crystal. Tang Shui's eyes lit up and she crossed her arms as happy as if she were mesmerized. "My ice soul pill," only Bayou complained with a disappointed face. "A great immortal emperor, how can you be so stingy? Where are the countless magical artifacts you promised? What about the pills?" She immediately looked up and glanced at him. Tang Shui, her eyes half open, tried to explain to Bayou. "You idiot, although there aren't many things here, they are all good things. Especially that frost jade bed. It was snatched from beyond the domains by the Lord of the Celestial Court back then. You just don't know what's good." When he turned back, he was already bouncing on the bed like a child. "This bed is nice, I'm taking it." She was extremely panicked. "Huh?" The rest of them stood watching Bayou while Mulling praised happily. "Senior truly has good taste. I heard there's a frost jade bed in the Emperor's Horde. Empress Mingshui cultivates on it every day. It must be this one." Only Tang Shui pointed at him and firmly objected. "No, you can't take that bed." Bayou plopped down on the bed and asked with an innocent face. Why? She was so aggrieved that tears were about to fall. Tang Shui gritted her teeth and endured. "Because I want it to." He sat on the bed arrogantly, raised his hand and made a tempting offer. "Be my disciple and your master will give it to you." She angrily turned her back on Bayou. Take it, take it. I'll get it back sooner or later anyway." Ling was holding the box containing the frost marrow pearl with both hands, her eyes filled with tears of happiness. "With this frost marrow pearl, master can be saved." Tang Shui turned back again, drooling with desire, and reached for the ice soul pill. "I worked so hard to sneak in and I can finally get the ice soul pill." Suddenly he jumped up from behind and snatched the ice soul pill, leaving her too stunned to react. "What's this?" Bayou held the pill high, observing it with great interest. "Good stuff." Tang Shui's face was cold, her small body stretching as far as it could as she shouted loudly for it back. "Give it to me, that's mine." The veins on her face bulged with anger and she gritted her teeth, her eyes wide. "You stinking brat, you want to snatch my ice soul pill too?" He shamelessly held the pill high, swaying it from side to side to taunt her. "Become my disciple and I'll give it to you." Tang Shui spun in circles, chasing after him and shouting, "Stinking brat, give it to me, give it to me." Finally she simply jumped up and bit Bayou's hand and giggled. "Got you." He hadn't expected this at all and could only look up with a pained expression. Bayou painstakingly pulled Tang Shui off his saliva-covered hand. "What's wrong with this girl?" She, however, remained stubbornly disgusted. Bayou quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe his arm, thinking with an annoyed expression, "That hurts like hell. Is she part dog?" Suddenly his eyes widened as if he had discovered something. Tang Shui spread her arms and a cold blue aura erupted, enveloping her entire body. She smiled smugly. "The ice soul pill, after so many twists and turns, is finally back in my body." Looking at the shattered pill in her hand, Tang Shui performed a spell. "Wood ice rebirth." She tossed the fragments into the air, her eyes serious and filled with ambitious thoughts. "I can recover 1% of my past life's power." The power around Tang Shui grew stronger and stronger, she thought smugly. This villain before me. Just then a stirring gust of wind blew past, scattering the blue aura that enveloped her. Before she could react to what had happened, Tang Shui saw Bayou swing his sword at her, and all her power was destroyed along with it. The fragments scattered. Tang Shui was stunned, speechless. Seeing this, Bayou quickly ran over and asked with concern, "Bei Tang Shui, are you all right?" Hearing this, Tang Shui was struck by lightning, standing there helplessly, staring at him with wide eyes, and stammered, "My wood ice rebirth." Seeing that Tang Shui was still in a daze, Bayou rubbed her face to check. "Is this child frozen stupid?" Her cheeks were bright red and his pinching made it hard for her to speak clearly. I will never forgive you." Just then a tremor suddenly shook the surroundings and Bayou immediately turned to shield Tang Shui. Mulling reminded them in a panic, "Senior, the Emperor's Horde is about to collapse completely and be devoured by the void." She quickly took out a talisman filled with spiritual energy and then ordered everyone, "Get out immediately." The scene switched to a clear blue sky outside the Emperor's Horde. A group of bound Ocean Sect disciples were struggling and shouting, "Help, we are disciples of the Ocean Sect. Someone save us." Seeing the commotion, they also looked up worriedly. "Crap, the Emperor's Horde is collapsing. Help!" At that moment, a huge vortex swept in, devouring everything, leaving only terrified screams. The vortex followed the path deep into the center of the Emperor's Horde. Seeing the commotion, the demonic ape immediately dodged to the side and looked back. It turned to look forward and roared, "Master!" Then the demonic ape opened its mouth wide and roared at the sky, its huge body gradually shrinking. For some reason, the demonic ape was now the size of an ordinary monkey. It ran towards the vortex, looking around for its master as it ran. Elsewhere, a huge explosion occurred in the desert. After the shockwave of the explosion, Bayou, Mulling, and their group had all safely escaped the center of the Emperor's Horde. She breathed a sigh of relief. "We're finally out." Looking at the fallen and scattered trees on the ground, Mulling said with emotion, "The Emperor's Horde has also been completely destroyed." Bayou, however, stroked his chin and mused, "Let those people from the Ocean Sect fend for themselves, no need for me to act." Seeing Tang Shui angrily biting Bayou's hand, Mulling walked up and interrupted, "Senior, I must return to the Wood Profound Sect first." After speaking, Mulling and her fellow disciples clasped their hands respectfully and said, "The Wood Profound Sect will remember Senior's great kindness. We'll take our leave." Li Shu looked at Tang Shui, who was relentlessly biting his arm, and asked, sweating, "What about this little girl? Should we help her find her family?" Bayou let Tang Shui bite the corner of his clothes and said, "If this girl had a family, she wouldn't be alone in the Emperor's Horde." Then he continued to pat her head. From now on we will be her family. Bei Tangshui, come back with us. Hearing this, she immediately let go of Bayou's hand in anger. Tangshui pointed at him and struck a pose. Bei Tangshui, I would rather starve to death, die of thirst, than go back with you. As she spoke, she turned and ran forward but didn't forget to point at him and threaten. I'll remember you. Bayou. Tangshui ran forward with her head down, calculating in her mind. The wood ice rebirth was destroyed, so I can't quickly increase my strength, but luckily I got the ice soul pill, so my cultivation speed will still be much faster than ordinary people's. Before she had gone far, her path was blocked by a group of people who had appeared out of nowhere. Here, they held swords and stared at Tangshui with murderous intent in their eyes, as if they had already confirmed their target. Let's see where you can run this time. She stopped in a panic. Damn it, I've been found. Bayou stood behind, watching Tangshui's lonely figure facing a group of tall men by herself. She thought for a moment, then frowned and looked ahead. There's no other way. If it weren't for that, he would still be standing there blankly, not understanding. Tangshui dejectedly walked over to Bayou and said in a low voice, I'll go back with you after all. He crossed his arms and looked at the group in front of them, asking curiously, Who are these people looking for you? She replied, Worse villains than you. Hearing this, Bayou's face darkened and he pointed to himself to argue, I'm a good person. Li Shu glanced over and began to guess. They should be from the chaotic era Heretical Sect. He lowered his head and continued. After the Celestial Court divided the world into 9, many heretical sects rose up, seizing resources and committing all sorts of evil. Looking at the murderous group in front of them, Li Shu continued, The chaotic era Heretical Sect is one of them. He then asked him, Do you have a grudge against them? He also secretly assessed. Judging from Li Shu's expression, he seems to hate this group of people. He gritted his teeth, filled with hatred. These demonic scoundrels, of course I wish I could uproot them. A leader from the Heretical Sect stepped forward and pointed at her. Bei Tangshui, as the Sect Master's vessel, you still dare to run out. Do you know the consequences? After speaking, he pointed directly and ordered loudly. Go, bring her back for me. Hearing the order, the group of men also grinned, looking terrifying as they moved forward with their weapons raised. At this moment, Bayou's eyes turned cold and he curled his lip, saying, Stop. Bayou swaggered up to the leading young man with an imposing air and asked contemptuously, Don't you see I'm here? He sneered, pointing at Bayou's nose with a provocative tone. Who do you think you are? This is none of your business. Get lost. As soon as the words fell, the leader was slapped hard across the face, making a crisp sound. Suddenly hit, he was dazed and confused. Bayou still held his hand in the air, contemplating. If it weren't for the fact that my spiritual power is exhausted, this one slap could have blown this guy's head off. The leader laughed crazily and opened his mouth wide. How dare you attack me with so little force? Then he pointed to his face and provoked. I'll stand right here and let you hit me. Can you even hurt me? Seeing his punchable face, he immediately swung another fist at the guy's other cheek. He took a few steps back and pointed at Bayou in disbelief, cursing, You dare to hit me again? Hold the pose, he asked back. Didn't you tell me to hit you? He turned his thumb towards himself, a provocative smile on his face. Come on, kid, keep hitting. If you can't kill me, I'll kill you. Before he could finish, with a swish, Bayou's sword had pierced his chest, leaving him no time to resist, only managing to say, You? The leader was struck by lightning, spitting out blood, and uttered 2 words in astonishment. What? Bayou frowned with an innocent face. You didn't say I couldn't use a sword. The disciples of the Heretical Sect were all extremely panicked when they saw what had happened. What? Another person holding a sword in a stance stammered. Senior Brother Wong has been killed. In an instant the group surrounded Bayou. Who are you? Do you know the consequences of offending the chaotic era Heretical Sect? Standing in their encirclement, he just asked calmly. Chaotic era Heretical Sect? Bayou confidently turned his thumb down and laughed arrogantly. In front of the Ocean Sect you are nothing. Get lost quickly or I'll kill you all. Hearing this, Tangshui and Li Shu, who were standing outside, were stunned, not understanding what was happening. A disciple of the Heretical Sect roared angrily, So you're a disciple of the Ocean Sect? No wonder you're so arrogant. Bei Tangshui is the vessel chosen by our Sect Master. Hand her over quickly. Don't blame us, the chaotic era Heretical Sect, for not remembering old ties. He grinned, raised the sword in his hand and reminded them, Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost? A cunning glint flashed in Bayou's eyes and he sneered. You think my Lu Shang's temper is too good, don't you? The two watching from the outside were once again confused, not knowing what nonsense he was spouting. Full of question marks, the disciple gritted his teeth, filled with resentment. Damn it, his patience seemed very low. While threatening, he seemed to be about to charge forward to attack. When I get angry, but before he could finish, he was stopped by another disciple. This is the Haoshan domain, the territory of the Haoshan Sect. Don't be impulsive. Hearing this, the disciple turned and left, but still tried to act tough. Lu Shang, I'll remember you. The chaotic era Heretical Sect won't let this go. Bayou crossed his arms, pointed his sword to the sky, and said loudly and imposingly, If you have the guts, come to the Haoshan Sect to find someone. Lu Shang will be waiting for you. Meanwhile, Li Shu and Tang Shui behind him could only feel awkward, looking helpless, not knowing what to say. She glanced at him and thought, This guy is just like the Lord of the Celestial Court back then. So shameless and always spouting nonsense. The scene switched to Haiyuan City, where 2 people were flying up on clouds, talking as they went. Yang Jianfeng addressed Lu Xianxing. Although Haiyuan City is not a big city, its strength lies in its ironclad fortitude and lack of complex forces. He is the brother of Yang Jianfeng, the Sect Master of the Heavenly Physician Cult. Jianfeng stated, Small forces in the city have all been uprooted by the Heavenly Physician Cult. Now the Heavenly Physician Cult completely controls Haiyuan City. My younger brother is the Sect Master of the Heavenly Physician Cult, and in Haiyuan City what he says goes. This man was Lu Yuan. Hearing this, he opened his mouth and said, Brother Yang, now that the Celestial Court's fate is unknown and the world is divided into 9, I understand the Heavenly Physician Cult's ambition for great things. With Haiyuan City's special geographical location, it's not impossible. Seeing this, he smiled and replied, This is precisely why I have asked you to come out of seclusion, sir. Then Jianfeng began to flatter him. Sir Lu is resourceful with a clear grasp of world affairs, and your cultivation is unfathomable. He looked at Lu Yuan and continued, If you are willing to help, the Heavenly Physician Cult will surely secure a place in this chaotic era. Hearing this praise, he immediately laughed smugly. You flatter me. After a few words, he looked down and saw a building. Jianfeng quickly introduced, We've arrived. The Heavenly Physician Cult is up ahead. When they arrived, the two landed lightly in the white mist. Looking at the scene before the gate, it was empty. Very quiet. He looked around and asked, puzzled, where is everyone? Then Yang Jianfeng opened his mouth wide and shouted, Where is everyone? Sir Lu has arrived. Come out to welcome him quickly. Only a gentle breeze answered his shout. No one appeared. Lu Yuan glanced over and said, Brother Yang, the Heavenly Physician Cult seems too quiet. Just then he inadvertently saw two disciples carrying a chair and talking. This chair is too heavy, making another trip is too much trouble, isn't it valuable? The two disciples continued to discuss. This is the Grand Master's chair that the Sect Master used to sit on. It must be valuable, besides who let us be slow? The good things in the sect have all been taken, so we can only pick up what others don't want. But they didn't notice him and him standing there listening. A look of surprise had already appeared on his face. Jianfeng scolded angrily, What are you two doing? Hearing the scolding, the two disciples were both surprised and scared, their hands stopping. One stammered an explanation. Uncle Yang, he pointed at the two of them, you dare to steal things from the sect? I see you're tired of living. In an instant the two disciples knelt on the ground and kowtowed in apology. Uncle Yang, please listen to our explanation. He hadn't suppressed his anger yet, but still asked, What on earth happened? Where are all the people from the Heavenly Physician Cult? Where is my younger brother, the Sect Master of the Heavenly Physician Cult? A disciple, sweating profusely, his face pale, replied, Uncle, the Sect Master is dead and everyone has run away. Hearing this bad news, Yang Jianfeng's face darkened, his eyes bloodshot, and he couldn't believe it. What? He waved his hand and said, How is that possible? The Heavenly Physician Cult is the biggest force in Haiyuan City, and my younger brother is the strongest. As he spoke, Yang Jianfeng grabbed the disciple's collar and lifted him up. You dare to lie to me, I'll kill you. The disciple began to tremble and said, Uncle, with such a big matter, how would I dare to lie to you? It was all the Bayou sect's doing. Back at the Heavenly Physician Cult, the disciple reported everything. Uncle, that's what happened. He looked ahead, his eyes filled with a bit of anger and a bit of unwillingness as he called out the Bayou sect's name. Then Yang Jianfeng decisively turned around. He walked quickly, full of hatred. You harmed my brother. I, Yang Jianfeng, will never let you go. Lu Yuan, who had been calm all along, spoke up from behind to stop him. Wait, he took out his fan and said, Brother Yang, don't be impulsive, but the anger in his heart had reached its peak. Sir Lu, this revenge must be taken. The Bayou sect is just a small sect, and that Sect Master of the Bayou sect is just a piece of trash. I must go and exterminate them. Lu Yuan's eyes were sharp. He skillfully opened his fan and asked back, Is it really just a small sect? Lu Yuan analyzed. Could a small sect kill a dozen of the Heavenly Physician Cult's elites? Could a worthless person kill the Sect Master of the Heavenly Physician Cult? Hearing his questions, Yang Jianfeng was at a loss for words, managing only to stammer. Well, Lu Yuan continued, there must be a reason for all this. If Brother Yang acts rashly, I'm afraid you'll follow in the Heavenly Physician Cult's Sect Master's footsteps. Yang Jianfeng found this reasonable and respectfully clasped his hand, saying, I ask for Sir Lu's guidance, he said confidently. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. I'll first go and investigate this Bayou sect for you, Brother Yang. We'll act after we have a plan. After speaking, he turned to leave. Yang Jianfeng remained in his respectful posture, answering obediently, Then I shall trouble you, Sir Lu. Lu Yuan heard him and replied, turning back, It's no trouble. I came out this time to experience the mortal world. My cultivation has been stuck at the peak of the Marquis realm for a long time. Perhaps traveling around will give me a chance to break through to the King Marquis realm. Blue sky, white clouds, and perfect sunlight. Bayou sat on a lounge chair, a teacup in one hand and his other hand, stroking Lin Wang's head completely at ease. Seeing Li Shu approach, he raised his hand in greeting. Li Shu. The other man immediately quickened his pace and asked, What is it? As soon as he finished speaking, Bayou walked closer, patted him on the shoulder and replied, That frost jade bed your master got from the Emperor's Horde, I'm giving it to you. Hearing this, Li Shu was completely bewildered, his eyes wide. Give the bed to me, Bayou said cheerfully. Is there a problem? You can't refuse a gift from your master. This sentence stunned Li Shu. He was dumbfounded, his mouth agape. After a long while he finally came to his senses and said, These past few days I've been thinking about it, and I still don't understand why you're so good to me. Li Shu looked at Bayou's back and asked, Master, can I ask you a question? Bayou poured himself a cup of tea and replied, Go ahead. He had just taken a sip of tea when he heard Li Shu ask, Are you? After a moment's hesitation, the man's next words shocked him so much that he spat out the tea in his mouth. Into men. At this point, Li Shu's face was a little red as he spoke loudly, his voice making Bayou even more confused as he continued. You gave me a god-tier technique and you're even giving me a bed. You're being excessively nice to me. Other than this, I can't think of any other explanation. Hearing this, Bayou was stunned. His eyes rolled back and snot and saliva dripped from his face as he hurriedly explained, Li Shu, I just want to be your father, don't overthink it. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Shu's gaze calmed down a little, and he replied, as long as you're not, then I'll take the bed and start cultivating. At the same time, the disciple recruitment rebate system popped up with a notification. Gifting disciple Li Shu the Frost Jade bed, activating a 000x rebate. The system then displayed another notification. Congratulations, you have obtained a god-tier item, the Myriad Mother Vine Garment. Bayou extended a palm filled with golden true chi, and in front of him, he continued to channel his spiritual power into the item before him, remarking, the Myriad Mother Vine Garment, you can tell it's something good just by the name. At the same time, countless strands of green energy appeared around the item. This magnificent sight immediately caught Bayou's eye. Lin Wang also bared its teeth and let out a few low growls. This aura is terrifying. What is this thing? Meanwhile, Bayou stood to the side, stroking his chin in thought. The system seems to follow a pattern. The higher the grade of the item, the lower the rebate multiplier. Is it because good things are rare and the system isn't that wealthy either? He looked at the Myriad Mother Vine Garment and continued to think, besides the Chaos grade pills, the highest rebate the system has given is for a god-tier item. Does this to some extent mean there's an upper limit to the system's rebates? After reading the information that popped up from the system again, the system prompted, the rebate chances obtained from gifting disciple Li Shu have been used up. There will be a fixed number of rebate chances each month. Bayou then said in a low voice, looks like I must subdue Bai Tangshui as soon as possible and make her my disciple, otherwise only one rebate per month is clearly not enough. At the same time, Lin Wang stood behind, baring its teeth and sneering inwardly. A master is a master. The aura that the chair he casually brought out just now nearly scared this dog to death. Suddenly, the back of a man appeared, asking, is this the Bayou Sect? The visitor was Lu Yuan, holding a folding fan in one hand, the other hand behind his back. Seeing this, Lin Wang immediately assumed a defensive and combat stance. It rushed forward fiercely, cursing loudly, I can tell this guy is no good. I must perform well in front of the master. Bayou was a bit dazed, tilting his head in confusion. This is the Bayou Sect, what can I do for you? As soon as he finished speaking, the other person slowly opened his mouth. I am Lu Yuan began, but Bayou turned and walked away without a care. At this moment Lu Yuan closed his eyes slightly, stroking his chin, and continued gently. My name is Lu Yuan, I've come here to pay a visit. You must be Bayou of the Bayou Sect, correct? A hint of displeasure rose in his heart. My name, Lu Yuan, though not known to everyone in the Haoshan domain, is not entirely unknown either. This cultivator shows no reaction upon hearing my name. Is he pretending? Just as he thought this, he was startled by Bayou's impatient voice. What are you still standing here for? Come in. Lu Yuan covered his mouth with his paper fan and remained silent. One walked in front, the other behind on the granite floor. Lu Yuan covered his mouth with his fan and began to look around. This Bayou Sect is too dilapidated. The houses are old, a mutt guards the gate. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like a place that could annihilate the Heavenly Physician cult. As if sensing the other's contempt, Lin Wang immediately opened its mouth and barked a warning. It gritted its teeth. I have a feeling this guy is up to no good. It looked at Lu Yuan and continued to think, I must warn the master. Suddenly he turned his head and glanced at the animal beside him. I didn't notice this dog before. Seeing Lin Wang in a stance, its four legs spread apart, Lu Yuan immediately sensed a problem. A red light seemed to flash in his eyes, a perspective eye. At the same time, Lin Wang still maintained its attack-ready posture, its eyes sharp, and above its head was its colorful soul. This scene shocked Lu Yuan. I didn't expect it to be a hidden demon king. He also refuted himself. No, this aura is more than just a demon king. Saying that, Lu Yuan quickly closed his eyes, his brow furrowed. He continued to use his eyes to investigate, perspective eye, fully open. Instantly, Lu Yuan saw a burning dragon head behind the image of the dog. At this moment his face had turned pale, and he was covered in cold sweat. One of the 9 sons. I didn't expect it to be one of the 9 sons of the Sea Dragon King. Suddenly a hand lifted Lin Wang up, reminding it, Doggy, get out of the way. He threw the dog into the distance and added, Look how you've scared our guest. The two people with completely different attitudes began to talk. Brother Lu, this dog is a bit fierce, are you alright? I'm fine. Lu Yuan looked flustered, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. My vision is too narrow, a master is hidden in a mutt. He looked at the other person and could only force a dry smile, asking himself, what is the origin of this Bayou Sect to have the son of a dragon king guarding the gate? Seeing Lu Yuan's thoughtful expression, Bayou spoke, Brother Lu, what is the purpose of your visit? He just replied softly, To be honest with Sect Master Bai, this is my first time in Haiyuan City. I heard that Sect Master Bai is a rare hero in this world, so I came to make your acquaintance. Hearing this, the stiff smile on Bayou's lips became even more pronounced. Brother Lu, you're too kind. He then turned and went inside, preparing to get tea to serve Lu Yuan. Brother, please have a seat first, I'll go get the tea. Lu Yuan watched Bayou's receding back, the bright sunlight casting a warm scene. At this moment his eyes grew sharp, his brow furrowed as he secretly sized him up. This Bayou seems ordinary at first glance and his cultivation is not worth mentioning. Is he hiding it or is he really like this? But he soon seemed unable to resist the fresh and pleasant air and decided to sit on a nearby chair, looking around. Suddenly a strange feeling from an unknown source startled Lu Yuan. Ouch! The chair he was sitting on suddenly emitted a powerful energy and a dazzling light, causing Lu Yuan to stiffen. Unable to react in time, the energy was so fierce that he had to immediately jump up to avoid it. Lu Yuan took a few steps back in terror, subconsciously asking, What is this thing? He began to analyze the chair. The moment I sat on it, a force from this wicker chair suddenly surged into my dantian. Lu Yuan stared at his hand, trying to find anything unusual, and said, "There's nothing wrong with my body. In fact, my spiritual power has increased." Instantly, a thought flashed through his mind, making him suspicious. Could it be a treasure that assists in cultivation? Then, to verify his judgment, he sat back on the chair again to try once more. It was the same this time. A huge force suddenly erupted from the chair, even stronger than the first time. They rose like flames, making Lu Yuan inwardly exclaim, "My cultivation is indeed rising rapidly." Thinking of this, a triumphant look appeared on his face. "My realm has loosened. After being stuck at the Infeft Lord realm for 30 years, it has finally loosened." At this moment, Lu Yuan still sat there quietly, hoping to quickly raise his cultivation. A moment later, everything stopped. He also seemed to wake up from a dream. Lu Yuan burst out laughing, then stood up, a smug smile on his face. "King Marquis realm, I've broken through to the King Marquis realm. Heaven has eyes." Lu Yuan glanced at the chair with a cherished look, as if looking at a treasure. This kind of auxiliary treasure is definitely a divine artifact. Only a divine artifact could have such a miraculous effect, allowing me to break through a realm I've been stuck in for 30 years. But another thought suddenly flashed through his mind, making him fall into deep thought. In the Bayou sect, even a chair is a divine artifact and the watchdog is a dragon's son. From this, Lu Yuan came to a conclusion. This Sect Master Bai is definitely a hidden master. At the same time, Bayou came from behind, interrupting his thoughts, and called out, "The tea is here." He warmly invited the guest to sit and drink tea. But Lu Yuan didn't sit down. Instead, he suddenly knelt respectfully before him, leaving Bayou puzzled. He even decisively kowtowed to Bayou. "Sect Master Bai, please accept my bow." Lu Yuan continued to express his sincerity. "Thank you, Sect Master Bai, for granting me this opportunity and helping me break through my realm." This made him even more confused. Although he didn't understand what was happening, Bayou didn't want him to continue kneeling. "Although I don't understand what you're talking about, brother, please get up first." After standing up, Lu Yuan cupped his hands and said, "Sect Master Bai, I'll take my leave for now and visit again another day." He then immediately turned and left, thinking to himself, "I must hurry back and tell Yang Jianfeng never to provoke Sect Master Bai." Seeing Lu Yuan's behavior, he said with some confusion, "So strange," but he didn't let these thoughts linger in his mind for long. A moment later, he sat down on a nearby chair. Bayou held the sky-soaring chariot and swayed it back and forth. He examined the chariot in his hand carefully, a little puzzled. "Besides the saint's sword that broke the frost jade bed, I also brought this thing out of the Emperor's Horde. I wonder what it's for." Suddenly, Bayou noticed a small detail on the item. Why is there a fragrance on it, like something a girl would wear?" Just then, in the distance, a pair of feet gradually approached. It was Tang Shui. She looked very frustrated, complaining to herself as she walked. "This Bayou sect is trash, and this Bayou is the trash of all trash. But how does he have a divine weapon? This place doesn't deserve a divine weapon either. Do I really need to stay here?" When she saw him, she suddenly stopped. Tang Shui shouted sharply, "HMPH!" Over there was the sight of Bayou sniffing the sky-soaring chariot, looking like a pervert at the moment. Realizing this, she blushed with shame at Bayou's actions. Then Tang Shui pointed at his face and shouted, "What are you doing? Get away from it!" The anger in her heart grew stronger and she gritted her teeth, thinking, "Damn it, this mortal dares to defile my sky-soaring chariot." At the same time, Bayou remained calm and asked back, "Do you know what this thing is? Is there a faint fragrance on it?" Seeing the other party still looking calm, she said sharply, "That's the sky-soaring chariot. Give it back to me." Tang Shui recalled memories from her past life. "In my past life, I spent most of my time on the sky-soaring chariot. It's a very personal item of mine, so naturally it would pick up some of my body scent. This mortal dares to sniff it. This is taking liberties with me." But when she rushed forward to snatch the chariot back, she was blocked by Bayou with one hand because she wasn't tall enough. Same as before, "Become my disciple." A triumphant look appeared on his face as he had gotten a hold of her weakness. He thought to himself, "Bei Tangshui seems to care a lot about this sky-soaring chariot." Tang Shui did not accept this unreasonable request and replied, "In your dreams." Seeing this, Bayou held the chariot in front of the dog, intending to give it to it as a toy. "Doggy, this is for you to chew on," she shouted. "You dare?" Just as the dog's teeth were about to touch the thing, Tang Shui had no choice but to give in. "I agree." As a result, the dog bit into empty air. She was slightly surprised hearing Tang Shui's words. Bayou grabbed the dog with one hand, his other hand still safely holding the sky-soaring chariot. Then he triumphantly threw the dog into the distance. "Very good." Now Bayou was sitting on a chair having her serve him. Tang Shui knelt and offered him tea. "Master, please have some tea." Seeing her respectful appearance, Bayou announced, "Bei Tangshui, from now on you are my Bayou's second disciple. Your senior brother is named Li Shu. You two must get along in the future." At this moment, the disciple recruitment rebate system popped up a notification. "Congratulations on completing the disciple recruitment task. Successfully recruiting a second disciple grants 10 rebate chances." Agree or cancel. Now that things were settled, she spoke up. Since I've completed the master-disciple ceremony and offered you tea, I have a condition I'd like to discuss with you. Hearing Tang Shui's proposal, Bayou placed his hands on his thighs and replied cheerfully, I understand. When you're strong enough and want to leave, I won't stop you. Your senior brother said the same thing before, and isn't he staying in the Bayou sect and accepting his fate now? Hearing this, Tang Shui was a little displeased. She gently shook her head and replied, No. Then Tang Shui's expression became more serious. What I want to say is that the Sect Master of the chaotic era Heretical Sect is trying to capture me. If they catch me in the future, you are not allowed to hand me over. He was stunned by her words, not knowing what to say or how to react. She continued, Even if you die, you have to die before me. Then Tang Shui pointed directly at him and shouted sternly, Who let you be my master? This is a master's responsibility. Faced with her determination, he simply smiled warmly and replied gently, Don't worry. Who would dare touch my disciple? His face instantly turned serious, his eyes sharp. Even if I have to risk my life, I will kill them. Isn't it just the chaotic era Heretical Sect? I'll destroy them next time. After speaking, he threw the small chariot to Tang Shui so quickly and suddenly that she almost didn't catch it. Staggering backward, The sky-soaring chariot is yours. After catching the chariot, she immediately turned to reply to Bayou. You really have the nerve to say that. What does this tiny Bayou sect have to fight against the chaotic era Heretical Sect? You'd better think of a strategy first. At this moment, a system prompt popped up. Disciple Recruitment Rebate System. Gifting Disciple Bei Tangshui the sky-soaring chariot, activating a 100x rebate. The mechanical voice continued, Congratulations, you have obtained a super divine artifact mount, the 9 Dragons Chariot. Special reminder, the 9 Dragons Chariot is limited to 2 riders below the Marquis realm. At the same time, a huge magnificent chariot in the shape of a green dragon appeared in the sky, exuding a breathtaking aura. He was very surprised by its unique design and couldn't help but blurt out, A super divine artifact, I've finally gotten a treasure that surpasses divine artifacts. The 9 Dragons Chariot. Pulled by 9 dragons, truly magnificent. The only regret is that it's not an offensive artifact. With just a flick of his finger, Bayou made the huge chariot vanish without a trace as if it had never been there. The chariot disappeared, replaced by the wicker chair. He felt it was best to put the chariot away. It was better to be low-key for now and not reveal it. After the 9 dragons was mentioned, a look of joy quickly appeared on Bayou's face. Let's test the effect of this myriad mother vine garment. The scene switched to a sun-drenched inn-room. The space was very warm and lanterns added to the antique beauty. At this moment a sparkling golden sword lay on the table. Lu Shang was sitting there, his hand cupping his chin, looking very anxious. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, I've been waiting at the inn for 2 days, why hasn't the Bayou sect come to find me yet? As he was pondering, the door was suddenly pushed open, startling Lu Shang so much that his eyes widened. He immediately grabbed his sword, stood up and assumed a defensive stance, shouting, Who is it? A voice came from outside. Lu Shang, it's me, Bayou. Hearing this, Lu Shang's wariness immediately dissipated. He waited for him to walk into the room, and then began to complain. Sect Master Bai, you're finally here. Bayou stood with his arms crossed, listening as Lu Shang said, I haven't dared to close my eyes for the past 2 days. Please tell me quickly how to get back to the Ocean Sect. His face showed obvious fatigue and worry. Only then did he speak in an extremely serious tone. Listen carefully. Bayou pointed at Lu Shang and instructed carefully, After you go back, just say that everyone from the Ocean Sect was wiped out by the chaotic era Heretical Sect. He was a bit puzzled with doubts in his heart. The chaotic era Heretical Sect is quite powerful and has been challenging the Ocean Sect for a few years. It's a plausible explanation, but what if someone sees through it? As if sensing Lu Shang's unease, he spread his hands and replied confidently, Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. You won't reveal any flaws by saying that. Bayou's lips curled slightly as he calculated to himself. People from the chaotic era Heretical Sect appeared in the Emperor's Horde, and I also mentioned Lu Shang's name. We're on opposing sides, so it definitely won't be discovered. After a moment, Lu Shang also stood up, his hands on the table, seemingly having made up his mind. His voice was filled with resolve. I have no other way out now, he continued seriously. I'll do as Sect Master Bai says. Hearing the words he wanted to hear, Bayou threw a book onto the table. This is for you. The book landed right in front of Lu Shang. He asked curiously, What is this? He patiently explained. This is a saint-grade technique. Cultivate it well and seize the top position in the Ocean Sect as soon as possible. Hearing this, Lu Shang was stunned, his whole body motionless, his voice filled with surprise. A saint-grade technique? Lu Shang suddenly knelt on the spot, so quickly and forcefully that the sound of his knees hitting the floor could be heard. He knelt upright, his voice grateful and sincere. Thank you, Sect Master Bai, for this opportunity. This reaction surprised Bayou. The reason for his action was the preciousness of the book. His mind was racing with thoughts. Only the successor could access a saint-grade technique. With my background and aptitude in the Ocean Sect, I would never have been able to touch a saint-grade technique in my life. Sect Master Bai gave it to me so casually. It seems I, Lu Shang, have followed the right person. At the same time, he showed no emotion, thinking to himself. Although Wind God Steps is only a part of the Grand Mystic Body Art, it is still a God-tier technique. The reason I called it a saint-grade technique is to avoid trouble from possessing a treasure beyond my station. Looking at the book on the table, Bayou calculated again. The Ocean Sect has a few saint-grade techniques but probably very few or no god-tier ones. Soon, 5 days passed. Tang Shui was cultivating hard to improve her cultivation. Her power had grown significantly. Her entire body was enveloped in a vibrant green spiritual energy which was very conspicuous and seemed to be quite powerful. Tang Shui said excitedly, "My cultivation has reached the superhuman realm. With the help of the Ice Soul Pill, my cultivation speed is getting faster and faster." But soon that confidence waned a little. "My cultivation is still low, nothing in the eyes of the chaotic-era Heretical sect." She drooped her head, reassessing her situation. "I have nowhere to go now, so I'll stay here for a while." But Tang Shui's eyes still revealed determination. "Bayou, if you want to be my master, let's see if you have what it takes to be the master of an empress." The scene switched to a courtyard where Li Shu was cultivating, feeling extremely excited. Using the Grand Mystic body art, his cultivation had finally broken through to the superhuman realm. After a moment he stopped cultivating, stood up and recalled, "After the superhuman realm, I can remember teleportation formations." Then Li Shu drew a formation on the ground, his face full of anticipation as he did so. "I've been out for so long, it's time to report my safety to my family." Blue sky, white clouds, green trees and vibrant life. Bayou was sitting when he suddenly opened his eyes wide, his expression changing. He looked at his hands which were enveloped in spiritual power. The power was very strong, like a blazing fire. Bayou shouted excitedly, "Peak of the true human realm." He raised his hand to touch his chin, a smug grin on his face. "After sleeping on this myriad mother vine chair for a few days, my cultivation actually broke through so quickly, even better than eating the Tianyuan fruit in the Emperor's Horde. I have to say, this myriad mother vine chair is truly amazing." Suddenly seeing Li Shu and Tang Shui walk by, Bayou waved, his tone excited and happy. "You two came at just the right time. I have something to tell you." He was equally excited in his heart. "My cultivation used to be lower than my two disciples. Now that my cultivation has improved, I can finally hold my head high in front of them." Hearing him say this, he also replied happily, "Good, I have something to say too." Bayou, with a smug look on his face, let him speak first. "All right, you go first," Li Shu excitedly announced, stunning him. "My cultivation has broken through to the superhuman realm. After entering the superhuman realm, that is the first step into the extraordinary domain." He was still chattering on. "From now on I can roam the great Tao of heaven and earth." Then Li Shu, even more excited, pointed at Tang Shui and continued, "By the way, Master, junior sister Bei Tang Shui's aptitude is truly heaven-defying. She also broke through to the superhuman realm at such a young age. I've never seen a cultivator with such a fast cultivation speed." Hearing him praise her like this, she put her hands on her hips, her face full of confidence with a hint of pride. At this moment, Bayou couldn't help but feel bewildered. Bei Tang Shui is also at the superhuman realm. Li Shu then remembered and turned to ask him, "By the way, Master, what did you want to say?" Bayou's confidence from a second ago had completely vanished. He was so embarrassed he didn't know what to do, so he could only change the subject. "Nothing, the weather is nice today." As soon as the words fell, a huge vortex appeared above the three of them, startling everyone. He was a little surprised when he saw it. "What is this?" Seeing the surprised expressions on Bayou and Tang Shui's faces, Li Shu immediately reassured them, "Don't panic, this is my Li family's teleportation array." In the sky, clusters of dark clouds swirled like dragons, trapped in the center of a dazzling golden light. The light was piercing, penetrating the clouds, as if formed by tens of thousands of sword auras in the air. He continued to explain, "I gave out this location before." Li Shu's gaze was fixed on the center of the vortex, where energy surged, gradually revealing 6 words, "Family in great peril, return quickly." Li Shu's face changed instantly, his eyes widened, and he blurted out in astonishment, "What?" Without daring to delay, he immediately turned around, preparing to leave, but did not forget to tell him, "Master, the Li family is in trouble. I must go back first." Seeing this, Bayou suggested, "I'll go with you." And Tang Shui, standing behind, was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Li Shu was a little anxious. His figure leapt lightly, heading straight for the slowly rotating vortex in the sky, but he still tried his best to explain. "The teleportation array can only transport one person. Because of this, he couldn't take Bayou with him." After speaking, Li Shu's figure disappeared into the center of the grand array. Hearing this, he hurriedly asked him to leave an address. Instantly, the vortex churned again, slowly gathering with golden light, and a line of words clearly appeared in the middle. "Qingbei Mountain Li family." At this moment in the heavenly physician cult, Zhang Feng's voice rang out, full of urgency and panic. "Brother Lu, is there no other way?" Lu Yuan stood in the hall, his expression calm as he replied serenely, "No." This answer was like a cold blade, shattering hope, causing Zhang Feng to frown in disbelief at what he had heard, almost roaring, "Did my brother die for nothing?" Lu Yuan maintained his calm expression, but his tone was already a bit impatient. His heavy gaze looked directly at him. "Brother Yang, you know the severity of this matter." He gently extended his hand, the fan pointing at Zhang Feng. "Sect Master Bai is a mysterious figure, incredibly powerful, the strongest I've ever seen without exception. In his presence, forget about revenge, you'd be lucky to survive." Behind him, disciples stood in rows, neatly dressed, their presence like mountains. Lu Yuan remained composed, his face emotionless, and said coldly, "Even I, Lu Yuan, am somewhat known in the Heotian domain, having once led the top sect, Cheng Sect." He held up a finger and explained gently, "In front of Sect Master Bai I am but a drop in the ocean." As soon as his words fell, Zhang Feng fell silent, his brow furrowed, his eyes seemed unable to accept it, yet he couldn't refute a single word, only able to believe. Lu Yuan, Brother Lu, with your high cultivation to say such things, now I understand. Zhang Feng's words were no longer as stubborn as before, replaced by complete obedience. Whatever Brother Lu asks me to do now, I will do. Hearing this, he immediately opened his fan and pointed it at him, his expression still calm, but his eyes were already gleaming, his plan clearly successful, his voice as light as a breeze. Lu Yuan requested, "Go with me to the Bayou Sect to apologize. Sect Master Bai doesn't want to reveal his identity now and is living in seclusion. You still have a chance to live." But at the Bayou Sect, Bayou and Tang Shui were preparing to go find Li Shu. He instructed Lin Wang, "Doggy, watch the house." Just then, Lu Yuan also arrived, calling out, "Sect Master Bai." Bayou saw him. The two happily smiled and said, "Brother Lu, please forgive me for not being able to entertain you. I have to go." Lu Yuan pointed at Zhang Feng and introduced, "Sect Master Bai, please forgive me. Let me introduce someone to you. This is the elder brother of Yang Zhangfeng, the Sect Master of the Heavenly Physician Cult." Hearing this, Bayou's face immediately hardened. "The elder brother of the Heavenly Physician Cult, Sect Master, are you here for revenge?" he thought to himself. "The Sect Master of the Heavenly Physician Cult is dead. I didn't expect to kill the younger brother and have the elder brother show up. It seems today won't end peacefully." As he was calculating, suddenly Zhang Feng knelt on the ground. Bayou was instantly flustered, not understanding what was happening, as he said loudly, "No, I wouldn't dare." Bayou looked down at him, puzzled. "Why are you kneeling?" Lu Yuan quickly came to his rescue, still smiling. "Sect Master Bai, Yang Zhangfeng is here to ask for forgiveness." Zhang Feng's face also began to show remorse. He looked at him with great confusion. "Forgiveness?" Seeing Bayou's expression, he immediately explained awkwardly, "My younger brother and the disciples of the Heavenly Physician Cult were blind and offended, Sect Master Bai. They deserved to die. Please forgive me, Sect Master Bai." After speaking, he respectfully bowed his head and presented a notebook with both hands. He continued, "This is a register of all the assets and disciples of the Heavenly Physician Cult. I'm gifting it all to Sect Master Bai. From now on, the Heavenly Physician Cult will be a branch of the Bayou Sect at the Sect Master's disposal." A joyful smile appeared on Bayou's face. He never expected this guy to come and apologize and even offer him property and land. It scared the hell out of him. Seeing Bayou's silence, he turned to Lu Yuan for help. "Brother Lu, why isn't Sect Master Bai saying anything? Does he not want to forgive me?" Lu Yuan quickly explained. "Sect Master Bai Yang Jianfeng is different from his younger brother, the Sect Master of the Heavenly Physician Cult. He has been in seclusion for many years and only came out recently. His cultivation has just reached the Marquis realm," Lu Yuan then added softly. "Of course such a cultivation level is nothing in your eyes, Sect Master Bai, but at least he can help you with some trivial matters. I wonder if Senior could be magnanimous and spare him this once." Hearing this, Bayou's face darkened, his smile gradually twisting. He quickly took the register. "Since that's the case, this Sect Master will accept it." On the surface he acted this way, but Bayou was secretly sighing with relief. The Marquis realm, so strong, it's a good thing he came to apologize. After receiving Bayou's forgiveness, Jianfeng thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you, Sect Master Bai. From now on, the Heavenly Physician Cult will obey the Bayou Sect's every command." Bayou waved his hand. "All right, get up. I have matters to attend to and can't talk with you much today." Jianfeng stood up happily but still maintained a bowing posture. Tang Shui just stood quietly to the side. Hearing Bayou say he had something to do, Lu Yuan took the liberty of asking, "May I ask what important matter Sect Master Bai has? Perhaps we can be of some assistance." Bayou calmly turned his head and replied, "My disciple Li Shu's family is in great trouble. I must go and handle it." He still seemed a bit curious and pressed on, "May I ask where Li Shu's family is?" Bayou answered truthfully, "The Li family of Qingbai Mountain." Hearing his answer, Lu Yuan couldn't help but say loudly, "Qingbai Mountain, if I may be so bold, I'm very familiar with that place. How about I go with you, Sect Master?" Hearing this, his face showed even more joy and he replied, "All right, but you'll have to go there on your own first," because Bayou already had a plan in mind. He flicked his finger and summoned it, thinking, "The 9 Dragons Chariot." Right now the 9 Dragons Chariot can only seat 2 people. Instantly, a black shadow appeared, then the strange chariot formed by the fusion of 9 dragons appeared in the sky, shocking Jianfeng and Lu Yuan so much that they fell to their knees. He widened his eyes and shouted, what is this?" In a moment Bayou's figure had already flown onto the chariot. Tang Shui was still standing there, stunned, sighing to herself. "A super divine artifact. This is a super divine artifact that is rare even in the Celestial Court. If it weren't for that damn Empress Tianwo back then, who used a super divine artifact to ambush me, I wouldn't have fallen." Thinking of this, Tang Shui couldn't help but frown in deep thought. Super divine artifacts all come from beyond the domains. This world simply cannot forge them. The few super divine artifacts in the Celestial Court were all brought from beyond the domains by the Lord of the Celestial Court. How could there be one here? At this moment her heart was in turmoil from what she saw, because it was something she had never dared to imagine before. Tang Shui couldn't believe it. How could the Sect Master of the tiny Bayou Sect have so many treasures, she suspected. Could he have some astonishing background? While Tang Shui was still in a daze, Bayou had already beckoned. "Bei Tang Shui, what are you standing there for? Get on!" Then the two of them sped away in the chariot. 9 dragons. It was so fast that Jianfeng and Lu Yuan only saw a golden light flash past them. Jianfeng asked in a trembling voice, his old face dripping with sweat, "Brother Lu, that was too terrifying. That aura almost scared me to death." Not only was he scared, but Lu Yuan was also standing there dumbfounded. He said, "The 9 dragons' chariot, what magnificence is this? Brother Yang, I gave you the right advice, didn't I?" Jianfeng lowered his head, his tone filled with gratitude. "Brother Lu's precious advice saved my life." Then he immediately clasped his hands and bowed to Lu Yuan. "If it weren't for you, brother, I would probably be a corpse by now. Please accept my bow." Lu Yuan kindly helped Jianfeng up from his bow. "Brother Yang, you're too kind. Sect Master Bai is unfathomable, with an extraordinary background." He smiled slightly and continued to discuss with Jianfeng, "From now on, you and I must assist him sincerely to gain his recognition. Perhaps we can still harbor a shred of ambition in this chaotic era." He immediately replied in a firm tone, "Definitely, definitely." On a clear day in an ancient and tranquil space, a bird flew past. It blinked its clear blue eyes. Following the stone steps, it continued its journey. Somewhere, a man with a scar on his right eye suddenly woke up. His pupils contracted. The man sat cross-legged, his hands on his knees, his hair tied up high. His right eye was blind and he had a small beard on his face, giving him a very domineering look. A faint purple spiritual energy emanated from his body. Upon waking, he seemed a little surprised. The aura of a super-divine artifact. This person was none other than the Saint Master of the Ocean domain, Qianchang. He muttered to himself in surprise. After the fall of the Lord of the Celestial Court, no one has ever used a super-divine artifact. Could it be that an expert from another domain has come to my Ocean domain? But he had no intention of welcoming them. I hope it's my imagination, because Qianchang thought, if they don't truly think the Ocean domain is the weakest of the 9 sacred lands and are plotting something, this Saint Master will definitely make them pay a heavy price. At this moment a voice came from the distance, tinged with a bit of urgency. "Saint Master." The man who had just spoken was the second elder of the Ocean Sect, Li Gunglong. He walked in with Lu Shang, whose left hand was currently bandaged. Seeing the situation, Qianchang asked, "Second elder, what's the rush?" Gunglong shouted with a worried face, "Saint Master, my son Changcheng has been killed." Hearing this, he was extremely shocked. What? Who would be so bold to dare kill a key disciple of my Ocean Sect? Li Gunglong then continued to loudly command Lu Shang behind him. "Lu Shang, you tell him." He dropped to his knees with a thud and reported earnestly, "Saint Master, it was the people from the chaotic era Heretical Sect. They ambushed us in the Emperor's Horde and killed the disciples of our Ocean Sect." To be more convincing, he put on a grief-stricken act, his face contorted in sorrow. "Senior brother Li, senior sister Bai, they're all dead." Hearing this, Qianchang flew into a rage and said with hatred, "The chaotic era Heretical Sect." At this point, he was incredibly furious. For the past few years, they've been causing trouble in our Ocean domain. Before this Saint Master has had a chance to deal with them, they've come to provoke the Ocean Sect first. Gunglong also chimed in angrily. As if he wished he could tear them to pieces, he pressed a hand to his chest. "Saint Master, he was my only son. The hatred of having one's son killed is irreconcilable. I implore the Saint Master to give the order to eliminate the chaotic era Heretical Sect." Qianchang understood him and offered comfort. "Second elder, this is not just your personal grudge, but that of the entire Ocean Sect. Rest assured, the Ocean Sect is the ruler of the Ocean domain. No one can act so defiantly in the Ocean domain." He made his decision and instructed, "You go and prepare first. I will give the order when it is time to act." Gunglong immediately clasped his hands full of gratitude. "Yes." At this moment, Lu Shang behind him remained expressionless. As the two turned to leave, Qianchang suddenly called out to them, "Wait." He looked at Lu Shang and asked softly, "You are Lu Shang, right?" Hearing him ask this, he couldn't help but feel a shiver. He continued to question, "How did you manage to survive?" Faced with this suspicion, Lu Shang immediately panicked, cold sweat already beading on his face. He turned around and reported with great sincerity, reporting to the Saint Master, "At that time, this disciple fought a desperate battle with the chaotic era Heretical Sect. In the end, I was no match for them, so I played dead and escaped with my life. Later, I was rescued by a small sect in Bayou City. As soon as I could walk, I disregarded my injuries and rushed back immediately." He was able to state this so fluently without any stuttering or worry, because he had already prepared for this question. He sighed in relief inwardly, but his face still showed nervousness. "The Saint Master is indeed not easy to fool. Luckily I injured myself beforehand." Hearing Bayou City, Qianchang gritted his teeth. Bayou City, Lu Shang quickly knelt again, hand on his chest, his face sincere. "Saint Master, when the day comes to attack the chaotic era Heretical Sect, I, Lu Shang, am willing to be the vanguard." He suddenly looked determined and said through gritted teeth, "I'll risk my life to avenge senior brother Li and senior sister Bai." Hearing these heroic words, Gunglong was the first to praise him. "Good." He was in tears, his hands clasped tightly to his chest. "With such dedication, my son Changcheng can surely rest in peace. From now on, you will follow me in your cultivation, and when the time comes, I will personally take you to kill the people of the chaotic era Heretical Sect." After hearing Lu Shang's statement, Qianchang also expressed his satisfaction. "Very good. With disciples like you in the Ocean Sect, how can we fear we won't defeat the chaotic era Heretical Sect? Go to the pill chamber and get a few bottles of mid-grade pills to properly heal your wounds. From now on, you are promoted to an inner sect disciple." Hearing this, Lu Shang lowered his head, his feelings a mix of joy and worry, and simply responded with a dignified voice, "Thank you, Saint Master." Gunlong and Lu Shang gradually walked out and the main gate closed automatically. At this time, Chen Chong still stood firmly in the center. He gave a stern order to someone, "Pass the word. Tell that group from the chaotic era Heretical Sect to behave themselves recently." Then a cloud of purple chi rose in the room, gathering into a transparent human figure that emitted a very hazy purple light. It knelt on one knee, bowed its head and replied, "Yes," Chen Chong instructed again. "Also I need blood-steamed buns, have them send some to me." He revealed a sinister smile. "Remember to be secretive when making the blood-steamed buns. Try to find commoners, don't touch any warriors with powerful backers." After receiving the order, the purple phantom slowly faded from the space. "As you command." Chen Chong stood there watching the purple chi gradually disappear. He raised his right hand and opened his palm. Suddenly his fingernails grew at an unusual rate, turning a strange black color. At this moment the smile on his face had become twisted. In a while this Saint Master will break through. His pupils had now turned red, and the whites of his eyes were replaced by black, his smile still incredibly eerie. The Haitian domain will be the strongest place. Another morning arrived, dew still clinging to the treetops. At the Lee family residence the door was pushed open, and suddenly there was a clamor from inside. A chair crashed heavily against the wall, shattering into several pieces as someone shouted with extreme indignation, "This is going too far." A man in green clothes with his hair tied up high and wearing a white and cyan headband angrily slammed the table and shouted, "The Giant Python Gang is really going too far." Li Shu spoke up, "Clan head, times are different now. The Giant Python Gang is the #1 gang in Qingbai Mountain, and now they have the Chang Sect as their backer. Our Li family can't compare," a man with a beard said unhappily. "Even so, we can't just hand over the Li family's assets to the Giant Python Gang for free. At worst, we'll fight to the bitter end. Our Li family's 1,000-year foundation is not to be trifled with." Another young man with green hair retorted, "I'm afraid the fish will die but the net won't break. In the end, the Li family is just too weak." The man with the headband, who later introduced himself as Li Feng, asked Li Shu, "My son, you've just returned to the family and understand the situation. Do you have any ideas?" Another person interjected, "That's right, how could we forget about this kid Li Shu? Last time he left the family, didn't he say he was going to join the Ocean Sect? If he got into the Ocean Sect with their protection, not even the Chang Sect would dare to do anything." Hearing this, Li Shu spoke up, "Father, esteemed clan uncles," he stammered, not knowing how to explain as several elders already started urging him. "Li Shu, hurry up and say it. You're the most talented disciple in the Li family. With your aptitude, it shouldn't be hard to join the Ocean Sect, right?" "Li Shu, you're making me anxious." Seeing that the situation was making him uncomfortable, Li Feng just said softly, "My son, it's all right to tell the truth." Li Shu folded his hands on the table, lowered his head, and only then did he softly admit, "I am ashamed. I went this time, but I failed to join the Ocean Sect." Hearing this, everyone showed a look of disappointment. "What? Our last hope is gone. What are we going to do?" At this moment, Li Feng asked, "If you didn't join the Ocean Sect, was it some other major power?" Li Shu answered seriously, "I did join another sect, and I also took a master." Hearing this, the few elders in the room immediately had their hopes rekindled. One slammed the table and said, "That's good, even if it's not the Ocean Sect. Other major powers are fine, but the one ranked after the Ocean Sect is the Wood Profound Sect." He lowered his head and said honestly, "I joined the Bayou sect." The two elders beside him heard this, their eyes widening in surprise. The remaining elders listened, all frowning with worry as they asked, "The Bayou sect, never heard of it. Is there any major power in the Haitian domain called the Bayou sect?" At this time, Li Feng also spoke up asking, "Where is this Bayou sect? How many disciples does it have?" He scratched his head and answered embarrassedly, "It's in Haiyuan City. It has 2 disciples, now 3. The elders immediately became disappointed upon hearing this. One swallowed, not knowing what to say, while another stammered. Hearing this, Li Feng began to persuade, "How could you join such a small power? Is there anything special about that Sect Master? For example, is his cultivation profound?" He thought for a moment, then answered honestly, "What's special is probably that he has a great many treasures. As for his cultivation, peak of the true human realm." At this point, the elders truly didn't know what to say. They were utterly hopeless. He shouted angrily, "What? Peak of the true human realm? His cultivation is even lower than yours? What kind of master did you find?" The elders also chimed in to persuade. "Li Shu, oh Li Shu, you are the genius of the Li family. Even if you couldn't get into the Ocean Sect, you can't be willing to fall so low. A sect with 2 or 3 disciples and a sect master at the true human realm, what kind of sect is that?" Someone else shouted, "Li Shu, were you tricked?" Despite everyone's persuasion, he remained silent, his gaze incredibly firm. Li Feng could no longer hold back. He pointed at Li Shu and furiously shouted, "How could you? This is outrageous. Quickly, leave that Bayou sect, sever your master-disciple relationship and quit the sect." Li Shu couldn't help but retort, "Father, Master saved my life." But before he could finish, a clamor erupted outside. The people in the room immediately stood up in panic and asked, "What's that noise? What's happening?" At that moment, a disciple ran in, opened the door and reported, "Clan head elders, this is bad." He cried out in terror, his face pale. "The Giant Python Gang is attacking." He frowned and shouted in surprise, "What? After confirming what had happened, Li Feng roared in anger, "They've gone too far." A moment later, he and the others in the room immediately went outside, simultaneously giving the order, "All Li family disciples prepare for battle." Soon, everyone from the Li family was standing in front of the sect gate led by Li Feng. Opposite them were the people of the giant python gang led by Huang Mang. He said contemptuously, "Li Feng, clan head Li, how's your consideration going?" He quickly responded, "Gang leader Huang, the way you're acting doesn't look like you're asking us to consider." He arrogantly announced, tired of the nonsense, "Join my giant python gang and we can eat meat together. If you don't join, we'll eat your meat." In the tense atmosphere, an elder pointed out to Li Shu, "Li Shu, see that man with the headband? The giant python gang has been able to develop so quickly all thanks to that young man named Fang Liuyan." The elder was pointing to the young man standing behind Huang Mang, a smug smile on his face. He stared nervously at the man while listening to the elder. "This person is very cunning, even more difficult to deal with than gang leader Huang Mang, so be careful." At this time, Li Feng was still trying to reason with the people of the giant python gang. "Gang leader Huang, although the celestial court has fallen, there is still justice in the world. Aren't you afraid of retribution for plundering like this?" He didn't listen at all, instead leaning against the wall and spouting nonsense arrogantly. "Everyone knows the whole continent is about to enter a chaotic era. Whoever has the bigger fist gets to eat meat." Then he confidently pointed to himself and announced, "And there's so much meat in this world. The strong eat meat, the weak are eaten. My giant python gang is the strong one that eats meat." Hearing this, Li Feng was extremely angry. He gritted his teeth and glared at the man with a heart full of resentment. At this point, several members of the giant python gang grew impatient and started talking to their leader. "Gang leader, why waste so many words on them? Let's just attack and rob the Li family. The Li family is a 1,000-year-old clan. They must have a lot of good stuff. If we rob them, our cultivation will rise to a new level. I hear the Li family has many beautiful women. We should enjoy them thoroughly." Li Feng felt that reasoning was no longer possible. He angrily drew his sword, cursing as he attacked. "Shameless," he bravely ordered. "In that case, Li family disciples prepare for battle." Huang Mang had been waiting impatiently. He also drew his blade and charged, saying as he advanced, "If you refuse a toast, then taste my blade." Their weapons quickly clashed with a crisp sound. He didn't forget to flash a victorious smile and announce, "I'll kill you, the #1 master of the Li family first, and see who still dares to disobey." Li Feng also felt the danger. At that moment, a yellow force enveloped him and sent him flying. Seeing this, Li Shu and the other Li family disciples cried out in terror, "Father, clan head." Luckily, he was still able to struggle to his feet. He frowned, his face dark, and shouted, "Damn it, I must protect the Li family." Taking advantage of Li Feng's vulnerability, Huang Mang flew up and swung his blade down, shouting, "Die." Just as his blade was about to strike Li Feng, a force suddenly came from the side. He widened his eyes and said fiercely in surprise, "Who dares?" It was Li Shu. His unexpected punch sent the man's blade flying, clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. Blade was knocked more than 10 meters away. Seeing his son deal with the situation so bravely, Li Feng was also stunned. He couldn't believe what had just happened and secretly wondered, "Does the Li family have such a master?" Then Li Shu immediately ran to stand in front of Li Feng. Seeing him, he asked, "Shower, are you all right?" He also replied, "I'm fine." But this made him wonder in surprise. Shower's cultivation is much lower than Huang Mang's. How could he block Huang Mang's strike? At this moment, Liuyan, who had been quietly observing, suddenly spoke. "Gang leader, this young man is a bit interesting." He stuck out his characteristic snake tongue and said conceitedly, "Leave him to me, he looks delicious." Hearing this, Huang Mang immediately decided to end the fight quickly. "The Chang Sect doesn't want us to drag this out and make a big scene. With permission," he said arrogantly. "Don't worry, it's just a mere superhuman realm, easy." Then he looked at Li Shu and announced, "I will suck your blood dry right now." Then Huang Mang turned to look at Li Feng again and muttered to himself, "Clan head Li, let's not make a fuss," he announced confidently. "You can't die after your son, or it will be a case of a white-haired person burying a black-haired one, which would be truly sad." A golden light streaked across the azure sky. It was the 9 Dragons' chariot carrying Bayou and Tang Shui. Seeing that she seemed scared, he turned and asked, "Why aren't you speaking? You look pale. Are you not feeling well?" She replied hesitantly, and nothing, but in her heart she wanted to scream, "This 9 Dragons' chariot is terrifying. I didn't expect it to be 9 real dragons." Luckily, these 9 dragons seemed to have lost their life force. Tang Shui's eyes widened in terror, but even so, the aura they emitted was still suffocating. Bayou looked ahead and said quickly, "The Li family is right ahead." At this moment, Bayou's eyes were sharp, his expression cold as he announced, "I hope they haven't touched your senior brother. Otherwise, if anyone dares to touch my disciple, I, as their master, will make sure they are utterly destroyed." Tang Shui, sitting beside him, listened, frowning and glancing sideways, thinking that this guy was very protective, but hoping he wasn't just talking big. At this moment, at the Li family, the battle was raging. Li Shu was sent flying by a surprise attack. Seeing this, Huang Mang laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha, a bunch of Li family trash." He pointed his blade at the defeated soldiers and shouted, "Can't even take one strike from me." Liuyan didn't wait any longer and pounced directly at Li Shu. "I can't wait to enjoy your body." He immediately used his demonic technique. Li Shu quickly dodged, frowning and cursing inwardly. "Damn it, this Fang Liuyan is at the peak of the Wind Breath realm. His realm is much higher than mine." Li Shu immediately flipped backward and retreated. Seeing this, he curled his lip and smiled. "To be able to last this long against me is already quite impressive." Then, Liuyan's lower body gradually turned into a snake tail. He said, "Be good, don't run." This scene shocked Li Shu and also gave him an opportunity to launch a surprise attack with his tail. He quickly wrapped his tail tightly around Li Shu, making him cry out in surprise. "What?" The crowd from the Li family also saw this and immediately shouted, "A snake demon, oh my god, he's a snake demon, how terrifying." Liu Yan had no time to deal with the crowd, his eyes fixed on his prey, while Li Shu struggled in disgust. Seeing his son in danger, Li Feng also shouted, "Show her," but soon he too spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment he was extremely desperate, kneeling on the ground, clutching his chest in pain and saying, "Is heaven really determined to destroy my Li family?" Seeing that the situation was decided, Huang Mang laughed triumphantly and announced, "Li Feng, you're a fool. Today, the Li family will be destroyed. From now on my giant python gang will rule Qingbai Mountain. The great trend of this world will have my giant python gang share, ha ha ha." On the other side, Liu Yan also said loudly, "Li Shu, after I eat you, you will become a part of me. Aren't you excited?" Then he opened his mouth wide, revealing his sharp fangs, and said excitedly, "Come on, let's have a passionate embrace." Just as Liu Yan was about to pounce and swallow him, a voice sounded, "Fiend, you dare?" Before he could defend himself, a ray of light flashed past, severing his lower body. Liu Yan immediately screamed in pain and let go of Li Shu. He looked around angrily and roared, "Who is so bold?" Li Shu quickly recognized the thing that had saved him and immediately shouted happily, "It's the divine weapon, Feather of the Wind. Master is here." Seeing this, Huang Mang also roared angrily, "Who dares to sneak attack here? Get out here now!" But when he looked up, his eyes widened in terror. At the same time, the 9 dragons' chariot landed, stunning everyone. The chariot's pressure was so overwhelming that everyone immediately knelt. What a terrifying aura, such powerful pressure! Huang Mang was so scared he dropped his weapon and shouted in panic, "Oh my god, what is this?" On the other side, Liu Yan was also trembling under the pressure, muttering, "This oppressive feeling is even greater than what the Dragon King gives me. My knees are weak." Seeing all this, Li Feng also said worriedly, "Such a grand display, could it be people from the Ocean Sect?" "No, I'm afraid even the Ocean Sect doesn't have such might. Could it be people from the Celestial Court?" Huang Mang was already terrified at this point. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand as the leader of the giant python gang. "I absolutely cannot kneel." But he couldn't control it anymore, his whole body trembling. He asked, "May I ask who this senior is?" Li Shu, seeing this, his eyes shining, shouted, "Master, you're here." Li Feng asked in disbelief, "Master, you're here?" Huang Mang, on the other hand, cried out in terror, "What, Master?" A voice came from the 9 dragons' chariot. "You dare to bully my disciple?" Bayou stood majestically on the dragon's head and said, "You are truly audacious." The dragon's head also cooperated, opening its great maw to show its might. Huang Mang and Liu Yan were pale with fear. Kneeling on the ground, he asked Huang Mang in disbelief, "What's going on? Didn't we check that the Li family had no backer?" At this moment, Huang Mang was already crying in fear, saying in despair, "We did check that the Li family had no backer." Who knew where this master of Li Shu came from? Bayou was now completely confident. Smiling smugly, Tang Shui stood behind him, secretly scorning, "A fox assuming the tiger's might. His cultivation is just at the true human realm, pitifully low, yet he keeps taking out magical artifacts to scare people." Below, Huang Mang was already kowtowing and begging for mercy. "Senior, please forgive me. The giant python gang didn't know Li Shu was your disciple. Otherwise, even with 10,000 guts, we wouldn't dare to offend you, senior." He was sweating profusely, thinking in terror, "It's over, I've messed with the wrong person. A master like this can wipe us out with a flick of a finger." Besides him, Li Feng also couldn't believe it. He approached his son and asked, "Show her, is this great power your master?" Li Shu excitedly introduced, "Father, this is the Sect Master of the Bayou Sect, my master." The people of the Li family listened, and they all clasped their hands in thanks, cheering, "I didn't expect Li Shu's master to be such a great power, to be able to take a master like this. Good job, Li Shu, you are truly the most outstanding junior of our Li family. Heaven has eyes, the Li family is saved." But Li Feng still didn't believe it and asked again, "Show her, that's not right. Didn't you say your master was only at the true human realm?" Hearing this, he frowned at his father, then motioned to him, "Father, now is not the time to ask this question." But he didn't expect that as soon as he said this, Liu Yan heard it. He quickly shouted, "True human realm." At this point, Li Feng realized he had let it slip and covered his mouth. But it was too late. Huang Mang looked at Liu Yan as if he couldn't believe what was happening and asked in confusion, "True human realm, can you be sure? What is this person's cultivation aura like?" He was very confident in himself and turned to assure Huang Mang, "We Snake Clan are most sensitive to auras." As he spoke, he remained calm and quickly used his demonic power to open his snake eye, looking straight at Bayou. And what Liu Yan saw was that great power sitting leisurely on the 9 dragons' chariot. His cultivation was actually only at that level, then that pressure was entirely from the real dragons of this chariot. He couldn't hide his surprise and muttered, "This person indeed has the aura fluctuations of the true human realm." Huang Mang, standing beside him, listened even more disbelieving, and looked at Liu Yan again with a face full of doubt, asking, "Could he be deliberately hiding it? After all, his mount is very intimidating." But this time, Liu Yan answered calmly after observing, "I don't think so." Liu Yan told Huang Mang his thoughts. "If he could really suppress our strength, why would he say so much? He could just kill us with one palm. This person is more like a fox assuming the tiger's might, deliberately trying to scare us." Hearing these words, which were absurd but also very real, Huang Mang became more and more shocked. However, because the pressure was too great, he really couldn't believe it, nor did he dare to attack this person. Therefore, to test him, Huang Mang chose to look up at Bayou and respectfully invited, "I wonder what senior's name is, would you be willing to come down and meet?" Bayou had never been afraid of anyone, so to satisfy Huang Mang's curiosity, he leisurely walked down from the 9 Dragons' chariot, calmly came before him and sighed. "What, you think I'm at the true human realm, so you want to resist?" Bayou's declaration indeed confirmed Liu Yun's previous guess, and what shocked him and Huang Mang even more was, with such a cultivation level, where did this Bayou get the nerve to provoke them? Huang Mang hesitated. What? After a moment of hesitation, Liu Yun had already calmed down, relying on the cunning of a snake demon. He smiled and said, "I'm 100% sure this person is at the true human realm, and he has admitted it himself. To make us so rude, we must wring his neck and make him into a kebab." From Liu Yun's hiss, one could also hear the thrill and anger of being tricked. Li Feng hurriedly said to his son, "Oh my God, shower, is your master really at the true human realm?" The facts were right in front of them, but if one judged things only by what they saw on the surface, they would be gravely mistaken. Li Shu looked at his father helplessly and began to explain, "Father, although my master's cultivation is average, his combat power..." Before he could finish, he was deliberately cut off. Huang Mang, having learned the truth, burst out laughing, interrupting Li Shu's meaningless words. As the dignified leader of the giant python gang, when had he ever knelt and been humiliated by some kid? But what had he just done? As if regaining his confident aura of bullying others, Huang Mang looked at Bayou and said contemptuously, "Kid, I was almost fooled by you. A mere true human realm cultivator dares to put on an act in front of me. Who gave you the courage?" The Li family members felt like they were on a roller coaster, having just reached the peak of a celestial mountain, only to plummet into a bottomless abyss. They had just grasped a lifeline, only to worry it was a broken reed. Cries of despair rose all around. "True human realm, you might as well just kill me." Just when I saw a glimmer of hope, it turned to despair. My heart can't take it. Learning of Bayou's low cultivation, that man didn't hesitate. He let out a roar and swung his blade at him. "I'm going to kill you and take your mount." Seeing the critical situation, Li Feng anxiously shouted to Li Shu, preparing to rush to the rescue, "This is bad, shower, save your master." Li Shu's composure was a stark contrast to his father's panic. He quickly patted his father's shoulder and pulled him back. Li Feng was surprised to be stopped and even more stunned when he turned to see his son's calm expression. Li Shu said unhurriedly, "Father, there's no need." On the other side, Huang Mang's blade had reached Bayou only to be shattered by his punch. The force of the punch penetrated the blade fragments and mercilessly struck the giant python gang leader's abdomen. Bayou's clear eyes looked seriously at his opponent, while Huang Mang's eyes were filled with confusion, surprise, and a hint of fear. The moment their eyes met, Bayou decided to attack Huang Mang with his powerful ascension punch. He also wanted to see how effective this move would be against an enemy of this level. The spiritual power of Bayou's move gathered and erupted, as powerful as ever, sending Huang Mang sliding far across the ground. This result left both Li Feng and Liu Yun stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing, stammering incoherently. "What?" It wasn't just the two of them. Everyone from the Li family and the giant python gang was shocked by the scene. With bewildered eyes, someone stammered, "What's going on? Can someone tell me I'm not seeing things?" The leader of the giant python gang was sent flying. As the one who took the hit, Huang Mang knew the power of that move best. He spat out blood but still struggled to his feet. Huang Mang, having suffered a huge loss and looking wretched, roared furiously, "You liar, how can someone at the true human realm have this kind of strength?" Facing everyone's surprise, Bayou saw that Huang Mang could still stand up and thought, "This Huang Mang is very strong. Even Ascension Punch couldn't kill him." He frowned and thought, "It seems Ascension Punch has limited effect on cultivators with higher realms." Li Feng snapped out of his shock and asked his son, "Shower, does your master have some misunderstanding of the true human realm? Is he really at the true human realm?" Although he knew this wasn't uncommon in a sect, Li Shu felt he should explain. "He is indeed at the true human realm. His combat power is just a bit high," he said proudly to his father. "My cultivation is higher than master's now, but my combat power is not as good as his. It seems I need to work even harder." Hearing his son say that, Li Feng could only shake his head and sigh. It certainly is a bit high. After taking an ascension punch, Huang Mang no longer dared to underestimate him. He said to Liu Yun, "This guy is not easy to deal with." Then, as if he had made up his mind, he said seriously to Liu Yun, "Things have come to this. Reveal your true form and go all out." Liu Yun obeyed and instantly transformed into a giant green snake, his aura changing abruptly. The green snake stretched its body, releasing its pressure on Bayou, and said, "Human, I advise you to stay out of this today or I will flay you alive." Bayou was unafraid. He was used to this kind of pressure, so he also said, "Beast, I advise you too. Cultivation is not easy, don't seek your own death." Since they couldn't see eye to eye, the green snake said, "Since we can't talk this out, I'll swallow you and turn you into a pile of dung." With that, it pounced at Bayou, forcing him to immediately draw the feather of the wind to fight back. As soon as Bayou gripped the sword, he rolled backward. Dodging the green snake's fatal blow, sword in hand, he attacked his opponent, letting out a loud shout to distract the enemy. "Beast!" Bayou swung his sword, sending a powerful slash of sword energy at the green snake. The dazzling spiritual energy erupted, obscuring the opponent's vision. It instinctively dodged the dangerous strike. but Bayou was faster, already striking Liu Yan with the feather of the wind a few more times. An ordinary sword wouldn't have much effect on him, but Liu Yan clearly saw that this sword was extraordinary and was shocked. A divine weapon, the green snake thought with a headache. You actually. It looked at Bayou charging with the sword and lamented, he has another divine weapon. Bayou struck a few times, but the effect was not as expected, and he began to think with some annoyance. This big snake is really tough skin, I can't even kill it with one slash. He looked at Liu Yan opposite him and thought, the enemies now are no longer those young disciples from the Shanqin Sect, my opponents are getting stronger. Seeing that the battle was at a stalemate, Huang Mang loudly reminded him, we shouldn't fight anymore today. I can't see through this person, let's retreat first. But Liu Yan was in the heat of battle and couldn't think so clearly. He just said, retreat, he dared to hurt me. I don't care who he is, I must kill him and take his treasures, seeing Liu Yan's stubborn and foolish attitude. He heard this, gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, what an ignorant fool. Thinking of this, Huang Mang took out a uniquely shaped celadon flute, crushed it in his hand and thought to himself, I can only contact him. At this moment, Liu Yan was furious and decided to use his ultimate move. He gathered demonic power in his mouth into a powerful energy ball, looked at Bayou and roared, Snake King's invincible world-annihilating sphere. Facing the growing pressure of Liu Yan's demonic power, he didn't hesitate and immediately used Wind God steps to dodge, his movement speed extremely fast. Before his ultimate move was complete, Bayou safely flew to the top of the green snake's head, greatly surprising it. Bayou then broke his move, swinging his sword straight at Liu Yan's head, forcing it to retract the world-annihilating sphere to dodge. The ultimate move was thus broken. The green snake roared in anger, despicable human, you interrupted my casting before I finished charging my ultimate move, you have no martial ethics. Hearing this, Bayou pretended to look embarrassed at Liu Yan and said earnestly, sorry, you can try again. Bayou faced the python form Liu Yan. He opened his great maw, channeling the Snake King's invincible art, and then used the dangerous move of the world-annihilating sphere again. However, Bayou sent him flying and broke the move with a single sword technique. But then, Liu Yan returned to his original state as if he had never been attacked. Seeing this, Bayou said with a somewhat helpless expression, your head is really hard, but he didn't dwell on it, and immediately continued to attack, thinking as he fought, is my cultivation too low? Am I unable to unleash the true power of a divine weapon when fighting an opponent of a higher realm? The people outside were discussing, suddenly feeling that this demonic beast wasn't so scary. Yeah, although it's strong, it's obviously a bit dumb. Huang Mang urged Liu Yan, what are you doing? Can't you see he's toying with you? Just hit him directly with the energy ball. Before he could finish, Liu Yan had already shouted indignantly, insidious human, I'm really angry now. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Yan attacked with another equally dangerous move, energy ball. Seeing this, Bayou was unafraid. He smiled smugly, raising a hand to block Wind God steps. He was not convinced and spat out countless fireballs in succession, while Bayou nimbly dodged. Liu Yan attacked continuously, spitting fireballs and saying contemptuously, let's see how long you can dodge. As he spoke, countless fireballs rained down from the sky, smashing towards where Bayou stood. Infinite fireballs. Bayou dodged easily with his agile movements, but his eyes were a bit solemn. I can't block them, I'll dodge first. Finally, he jumped onto the nearby 9 Dragons chariot, and as soon as he landed, he commented, this guy is really troublesome. Huang Mang, seeing Liu Yan gradually gaining the upper hand from the side, commanded with some urgency, continue, kill him directly. After seeing Bayou get on the chariot, Liu Yan's body began to tremble with fear, and he stammered, the aura of that 9 Dragons chariot is too overwhelming, especially for us snakes, it's terrifying. But Huang Mang didn't listen to any explanation and, ignoring Liu Yan's safety, shouted, what are you afraid of? It's just a magical artifact mount, it has no attack power. Huang Mang continued, as if trying to manipulate him, even if those are real dragons, they have no life force. Besides, the corpse of a real dragon is a unique and ultimate treasure. Go up and kill him. Don't let him run. This guy is worth more than 10 Li families. On the chariot, Tang Shui was scolding Bayou. A mere snake demon is making you run and hide. How are you going to deal with the chaotic era heretical sect like this? How are you going to protect me? Hearing this, he immediately turned and flicked her forehead, retorting, a small snake demon? This snake demon is at the Wind Marquis realm at the very least. You talk like an old woman. You're clearly just a child. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were a shrew. Seeing Bayou turn the topic to teasing her, Tang Shui bit his hand hard. You're the shrew. In her mind, she thought, this bastard dares to call me a shrew, he's so hateful. Bayou pulled back his hand and said with a serious face, besides, it would be as easy as flipping my hand for me to capture him. I just wanted to play with it for a bit. Seeing him being so arrogant, Tang Shui turned her head away, not wanting to listen to him boast anymore. Then Bayou climbed to the edge of the chariot and shouted down at the beast, if you dare to come over, I'll make sure not even your bones remain. Hearing his big talk, Liu Yan immediately provoked him, still putting on a brave front, feeling guilty because you have no real skill. Liu Yan seemed to lose control, leaning forward and spitting a white venom-like liquid from his mouth, shouting, when I catch you, I'll tear your mouth off first. Tang Shui used a pearl to absorb Liu Yan's energy and transmit it to him, thinking, in this situation, I can only use a secret technique from my past life to help him. Otherwise, Bayou will probably be at a disadvantage against this snake demon. He extended a finger forward and ordered, 9 Dragons chariot, ram him to death. Hearing this, Liu Yan cried out in terror, what? As soon as the words fell, a bolt of lightning shot out from the chariot, affecting everything around it. Liu Yan had just taken the hit and couldn't hold on anymore. The paving stones in the courtyard also shattered and flew everywhere. Seeing this, Tang Shui asked in surprise, "This mount can be used like that?" A Li family disciple who witnessed the whole process shouted, "My God, the giant python gang has been defeated as expected of young Master Li Shu's master. Our Li family has won." Heavily injured, Liu Yan lay on the ground, unable to hold on any longer, and reverted to his human form. He collapsed on the ground, unable to move, looking wretched. Huang Mang knelt by the edge of the crater and shouted down, "Are you all right?" Although Liu Yan couldn't move, he still questioned him. "Didn't you say the magical artifact mount had no attack power?" Huang Mang replied. "Who knew this guy doesn't play by the rules? How can a mount be used for combat? That's common knowledge in the cultivation world." Liu Yan retorted, "To hell with your common knowledge, what do we do now?" Huang Mang looked both anxious and helpless. "The people from the Chang sect haven't arrived yet. With our cultivation, if we want to leave, who can stop us?" Hearing his unreasonable words, Liu Yan was a bit skeptical. "If this guy chases us with the 9 dragons chariot, can we escape?" Faced with this question, Huang Mang pondered for a long time. I hadn't thought of that." In a flash, Bayou had appeared behind them. "You too." He held his longsword, walked over slowly and said, "Any last words?" Facing his imposing aura, Huang Mang was not afraid, but instead sneered, "Kid, don't be so arrogant. Do you think we're scared?" Huang Mang shouted, "We're not afraid. Do you know why?" Before he could finish, Bayou had already sent Huang Mang flying with his sword, saying at the end, "I don't want to know." Liu Yan poked his head out of a crack in the ground. He looked exhausted and propped himself up with one hand, asking, "Hey, can't you play by the book?" Hearing this, Bayou was immediately intrigued and replied at once, "It's no fun to always play by the book." He spread his arms, brandishing his sword, and continued, "I'll cut you two down first, and we'll talk." As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Mang rushed out from somewhere and shouted, "Wait. I, Huang Mang, am an upright man, and I have something to say. Today I must let you know why I'm not afraid." After listening, Bayou lowered his head, his eyes helpless and melancholic. "You're really stubborn. All right, go on." This response made Huang Mang, who was standing with his legs apart, very unconvinced. "I am a dignified upright man." Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly opened his mouth in terror, while Bayou just asked coldly, "You disagree?" Instantly, the other man's knees went weak and he hurriedly knelt. Huang Mang had an earnest expression. A great man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. He opened his mouth wide, sweat dripping down his cheeks. "Our giant python gang has a backer. The #1 power within 1,000 li, the Chang sect, is our backer." Hearing this, Bayou's eyes widened. "The Chang sect." At this moment, Li Feng behind him finally spoke up. "Sect Master Bai, the Chang sect is indeed the #1 power here." He frowned slightly and continued, "The Sect Master of the Chang sect is a famous figure in the Shanqin domain. Our Li family cannot afford to offend them." As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Mang quickly interjected, "Good that you Li family know your place. Sect Master Bai, you may be skilled, but in front of the Chang sect you are nothing." His tone grew increasingly arrogant. "If you dare to touch me, the Chang sect will never let you go." Suddenly a flying chariot appeared in the sky, accompanied by an announcement, "The Chang sect has arrived." In the lead was the vice sect master of the Chang sect, Yan Shao. Seeing this, Huang Mang shouted happily, "The people from the Chang sect are here." He pointed at Bayou, startling him, and threatened, "And it's the vice sect master of the Chang sect who has come. With such a great figure here, kid, you're dead. You can't even protect yourself, let alone the Li family." After speaking, Huang Mang bowed slightly, walked to the chariot, and said respectfully, "Huang Mang, leader of the giant python gang, pays his respects to vice sect master Yan." As soon as his words fell, the old man paid him no mind, simply asking nonchalantly, "What's so urgent that you broke the Chang order?" Huang Mang immediately reported, "Sect Master Yan, we encountered a small problem while subjugating the Li family. Someone wanted to stand up for them and was incredibly arrogant, completely disregarding the Chang sect, and even injured us." As he was gloating, the man walked right past him and asked, "Which one? I'd like to see how many heads he has." On the other side, Li Shu and 2 other disciples stood quietly observing the situation. At this moment, Huang Mang spoke up again loudly. "It's this person, the sect master of some Bayou sect. His cultivation is mediocre, but he has countless magical artifacts and even a divine weapon." Hearing this, Yan Shao was a little surprised. "A divine weapon? So that's how it is." He looked at Bayou and slowly continued, "Kill him, take his treasures. Isn't this person just here to deliver riches to the Chang sect?" Hearing this, Li Feng spoke up with a panicked expression. "Sect Master Bai, you've already done more than enough for my Li family. The Chang sect is a massive power. Let our Li family handle what comes next." As he spoke, a thought flashed through his mind. Things have come to this. I absolutely cannot implicate Sect Master Bai. Li Feng frowned deeply and called out, "Sect Master Yan." He began to raise his hands, trying to explain, "My Li family is willing to offer all our assets." As Li Feng spoke, he clasped his hands respectfully. "We only ask that the Chang sect does not make things difficult for us." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd couldn't help but shout in surprise, "Clan head, father!" But he stopped them all. "Say no more." A look of sorrow appeared on his face, the wrinkles clearly visible, as he whispered persuasively, "We were already helpless against the giant python gang, let alone the Chang sect, which is 10 times stronger." Looking at the crowd behind him, Li Feng added, "We have no other choice." Hearing this, Huang Mang immediately opened his mouth and asked with great pride, "Scared now, are you?" He pointed ahead and continued, "Sect Master Yan, don't let a single one of these people go." After speaking, Yan Shao said with a displeased expression, "Sect Master Bai, is it? To dare challenge the Chang sect, you truly have courage." Now I order you to hand over all your magical artifacts and then cripple your own cultivation. Bayou just remained silent after hearing this, at a loss for words, but he still agreed. All right. After speaking, Bayou immediately held his divine weapon in both hands and offered it to the other party. Yan Shao also reached out to take it. A wise man submits to circumstances, but he never expected that a hand would suddenly grip the hilt of the sword. Bayou frowned, his eyes sharp as he swung the sword. In your dreams, the attack grazed Yan Shao's face and Bayou's sword pointed to the sky. A loud shout rang out. What? Opposite him, Yan Shao blocked his opponent's attack with twin swords. Only then did he slowly speak. Surprised? I was prepared for your little tricks long ago. But this only earned him a contemptuous sneer from Bayou, who continued to charge forward, concentrating all his power in his fist. This move made Yan Shao grit his teeth. Bayou quickly sent the old man flying with a heavy punch, answering at the same time. Ascension punch. Yan Shao was sent flying high into the sky. This astonishing scene scared the disciples below into shouting in unison. By Sect Master Yan. And Li Feng could only break out in a cold sweat. Sect Master Bai is truly righteous to still fight to the death in this situation. Li Shu hurriedly shouted, Master. Yan Shao immediately bent his knees slightly, getting into a stance, while opposite him he casually replied to his disciple, I'm fine. Yan Shao's face wrinkled as he questioned, You dare to injure me? You still don't know how terrifying the Chang sect is. From within Yan Shao's body a powerful internal force seemed to be released, and a cyan aura gathered around him. If I don't make you regret coming into this world, I, Yan Shao, am not fit to be the vice sect master of the Chang sect. Seeing this, Bayou immediately planned, This is a bit troublesome. The situation is urgent. I can only get on the sky-soaring chariot and retreat for now. Opposite him, Yan Shao's eyes rolled back and he coldly ordered, Men, kill everyone present. But he had no idea that a girl had already appeared behind him, gathering a blue ball of light between her hands. Absolute Zero, perhaps sensing something ominous, Yan Shao only realized the danger when he turned around and the other party had already frozen him in time. Huang Mang said, dumbfounded, What's going on? Bai's Sect Master Yan has been frozen. Tang Shui stood in front of him, which also surprised Bayou a little. Bei Tangshui. He secretly praised her. This little girl Bei Tangshui is quite something, to be able to freeze the vice sect master of the Chang sect with one move. At this moment the other party seriously reminded him in a loud voice, Bayou, don't just stand there, attack. As soon as the words fell he was a little confused and turned back to ask, Attack. But she still maintained her original tone and questioned, Hurry up and attack. If you had used that punch just now we would have won, because Tang Shui knew clearly that she had not yet mastered Absolute Zero and couldn't trap him for long. But at that time Bayou could only spread his hands helplessly, a twisted smile on his lips. Damn it, I've already used my 2 chances for Ascension Punch. It's on cooldown. Li Feng was also very anxious at this time, which left him speechless. Why isn't Sect Master Bai making a move? He should take his life now while he can. Inside the ice, Yan Shao's eyes were motionless. Suddenly he glanced sharply to the side, seeing him and the girl next to him puffing their cheeks, glaring, their faces embarrassed. Then a large fire suddenly appeared. Yan Shao said angrily, Another sneak attack. You dare to sneak attack this Sect Master again? He stood in the fire and said coldly, Since you didn't seize the opportunity, now it's my turn. Tremble before me. At this moment a scolding voice rang out, Stop. This made Yan Shao subconsciously look back, and a young man in a green robe with a serious expression was preparing to land. Only then did Yan Shao ask softly, It's Lu Yuan, main Sect Master Lu. The main Sect Master is here too. Hearing this, Li Feng quickly showed a look of sorrow, panic and despair. What? The main Sect Master of the Chang sect is here. He looked at the person still circling in the air and complained, This time there's absolutely no chance of a comeback. Yan Shao stood in front of Bayou, smiling as if he had hit the jackpot. The main Sect Master is here. The situation is settled. Behind him a figure trembled non-stop. At the same time Bayou remained very calm. The main Sect Master, Li Feng, was already kneeling on the ground, his face full of sorrow, gritting his teeth. I asked Sect Master Bai to take my son Li Shu and leave first. Our Li family will buy you time. As soon as the words fell, Bayou immediately comforted him. Clan head Li, please get up first, don't be anxious. But the other party still grabbed his shoulder in a panic. How can I not be anxious? Things have come to this. Run if you can. On the other side, Huang Mang was happily clasping his hands in a salute. Huang Mang, leader of the giant python gang, pays his respects to the main Sect Master. With the main Sect Master's immense fortune and personal arrival, the Li family will surely be annihilated, but he didn't expect to be sent flying by the other's palm. Get lost! Huang Mang crashed into the wall and countless cracks appeared on it. He asked in a panic, What happened to me? Next was the 2 leaders of the sect arguing with each other. Main Sect Master, you hit the wrong person. The giant python gang has already submitted to our Chang sect. Before Yan Shao could finish, he was interrupted by a wave of Lu Yuan's hand. You get lost too. His body was quickly dragged across the ground. Yan Shao sat up wretchedly behind Lu Yuan. He said in confusion, Main Sect Master, what's wrong with you? Lu Yuan was walking towards Bayou, and before the man could speak he hurriedly knelt. His expression was sincere. Sect Master Bai, please forgive me. I was late and let this beast offend you. Please punish me, Sect Master Bai. As soon as these words were spoken, Yan Shao's eyes widened. What? His two accomplices on the side were equally shocked. This can't be real. On Li Feng's side, his face was already covered in cold sweat. The main Sect Master is kneeling. Show her. The main Sect Master is kneeling before your master. He expressed his admiration for his precious son. Two streams of tears flowed down. No wonder I felt Sect Master Bai was so calm. It turns out Sect Master Bai was prepared long ago. Truly a great master. Truly a great master. Suddenly, a person from out of nowhere cursed. A bunch of fools. Jianfeng bit his lip in anger. You dare to provoke a heaven-reaching figure like Sect Master Bai? Are you tired of living? Lu Yuan glanced over and added, Sect Master Bai is a peerless master, someone even I can only look up to. How could you be so bold? As soon as his words fell, Huang Mang trembled and said, It's over. But Bayou just calmly lowered his gaze. Lu Yuan, this has nothing to do with you. You should get up. Hearing this, the other party slowly stood up, covering his face with his fan. Sect Master Bai, how should we deal with these people? It's up to you. At this time, Jianfeng also interjected. How else can we deal with them? They dared to provoke Sect Master Bai, just kill them all. So Yan Shao quickly crawled over to beg for mercy. Main Sect Master, spare my life. For the sake of me following you for so many years, for the sake of my position as Vice Sect Master of the Chang Sect. Hearing this, Lu Yuan immediately kicked the other party away. Bastard, my biggest regret is handing the Chang Sect over to you. He pointed at Yan Shao with his fan and said again, begging me is useless. Your life is now in Sect Master Bai's hands. After speaking, Yan Shao respectfully clasped his hands and said to Bayou, Sect Master Bai, spare my life. I, Yan Shao, was blind and failed to recognize a great mountain. I beg Sect Master Bai to spare my life. Before he could finish, Bayou pondered, in that case, die. This sentence scared Yan Shao out of his wits. What? Then a heavy punch landed on his face like a torrential rain. Lu Yuan said at this time, Sect Master Bai told you to die, so you can die. Bayou looked bewildered. The death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment cannot be escaped. I haven't finished speaking yet. Seeing this, Huang Mang quickly teleported. Run quickly. But Lu Yuan and Jianfeng said in unison, can you escape? Jianfeng quickly blocked Huang Mang's path. Lu Yuan blocked Liu Yan's path. Yan Shao met the same fate as Huang Mang. Lu Yuan's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly, you die too. Before he could finish, Liu Yan had already started to panic. He shouted threateningly, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Stop, my foster father is the Snake Dragon King. If you kill me, you'll be making an enemy of a King Marquis. Hearing this, a contemptuous smile appeared on Bayou's lips. He raised his hand and said slowly, a King Marquis, that's a top-tier expert. Let's spare his life. But Lu Yuan immediately interrupted with a slight movement of his wrist. The sharp sword carried a chilling aura, his tone full of disdain. A King Marquis is nothing in front of Sect Master Bai. After speaking, he swung his sword coldly, decisively, and without hesitation. Blood splattered. Liu Yan's eyes widened. His body fell to the ground lifeless after killing him. Lu Yuan calmly turned around and with Jianfeng said with a fawning expression, bowing their heads respectfully, Sect Master, it's all taken care of. Bayou looked at him, his brow furrowed, his mouth twitching slightly, and replied faintly, well done, don't do it again next time. But in his heart he sighed secretly, these two are really cruel, they just cause trouble. Everyone from the Li family came before Bayou, knelt in unison and shouted in one voice, thank you Sect Master Bai for saving our lives. He looked at them, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, revealing a faint smile. Li Shu is my disciple, his business is my business, there's no need for such ceremony, an elder from the Li family added. Li Shu has truly found a good master. Li Shu must be filial to Sect Master Bai. To have such a master is a great virtue accumulated by our Li family. 3 days later, Bayou was sitting on a wooden chair, the hem of his clothes fluttering in the gentle breeze. Li Shu approached with some hesitation and said, Master, I have something to tell you. He turned to look at his disciple and replied, Go ahead. Li Shu lowered his voice. Recently, because of Junior Sister, the Bayou sect has provoked the chaotic era Heretical sect. And because of my Li family, we've provoked the Snake Dragon King. He paused for a moment, frowning, and continued, Aren't you worried? Faced with his disciple's concern, Bayou answered leisurely, Of course your master is worried. Both of these forces are major powers, much stronger than the Heavenly Physician cult and the Giant Python gang. Hearing this, he was stunned and couldn't help but clench his fist, continuing to ask, I don't see you looking worried at all. I only see you sitting on this chair sunbathing every day. Bayou sighed softly, cursing inwardly, Sunbathing my ass, I'm using the myriad mother vine chair to raise my cultivation. I haven't slept in a bed for days, do you think it's easy for me? In front of his disciple he still maintained a composed appearance, as if everything was under control, but Li Shu stood there seriously, his heart filled with worry. He said anxiously, If this continues, the Bayou sect will be in too much danger. He took a deep breath, his eyes firm, his tone serious. Now I have a way for the Bayou sect to protect itself. Hearing this, Bayou immediately stood up, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. Tell me, Li Shu said in one breath, full of confidence. Set up formations. He continued to explain seriously. The Saint-tier formation compendium you gave me last time contains many top-tier formations. As long as we set up a grand defensive formation, the Bayou sect won't be easily attacked. Bayou laughed, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. He reached out, grabbed his disciple's shoulder and gave it a heavy pat in appreciation. Good idea, Li Shu. Your master admires your serious and thoughtful attitude. I'll leave this matter to you. Go and set up the formation, Li Shu replied confidently. Setting up the formation is easy. After all, I come from a family of formation masters. There's just one problem that needs to be solved. Bayou responded. What problem? Li Shu's words were heavy, spoken one by one. A lack of spirit stones. His voice choked up, a flash of anger in his eyes. The reason I left home back then was because we didn't have enough spirit stones to set up a defensive formation, which is why we were attacked by the giant python gang. Bayou understood the problem. Spirit stones are easy to solve. Just say how many you need, he thought to himself. With the system, I can get as many spirit stones as I want. Li Shu replied, it's not that easy to solve. Besides, the reason this continent has entered a chaotic era is that the mineable spirit stone veins have gradually been depleted. The number of spirit stones required for a Saint-tier defensive formation was unimaginably large. An urgent call came from outside. Sect Master Bai, the master and disciple both looked puzzled. Lu Yuan said with a smile, Sect Master, regarding the giant python gang matter, last time we've caused you trouble. As he spoke, he took his hands out from his sleeves. Lu Yuan reported respectfully, this is the entire property of the giant python gang, a total of 50,000 spirit stones to apologize to you. Sect Master Bai, the heavenly physician cult, also has 40,000 spirit stones, all for you. Holding the heavy spirit stones, Bayou couldn't help but think excitedly. Just what I needed when I was feeling sleepy. He excitedly tossed the spirit stones to his disciple. Li Shu, these spirit stones are all for you. The system immediately popped up a notification, gifting disciple Li Shu 90,000 low-grade spirit stones, activating a 1 million-fold rebate. Congratulations, you have obtained 900 million high-grade spirit stones. The notification appeared again. Reminder, disciple Li Shu's rebate chances for this month have been used up. The atmosphere instantly became heated. After receiving the notification, Bayou said loudly and happily, finally a million-fold rebate. A system like this is what I call generous. The two men were speechless when they saw Bayou casually give all the spirit stones to his disciple. Tisk, nearly 100,000 spirit stones just given to his disciple so casually. Spirit stones on the continent were becoming scarcer and more valuable. Li Shu was also perplexed. Master, this is indeed a lot of spirit stones, but you're underestimating a Saint-tier defensive formation. It's still not enough. Bayou sighed, a thoughtful expression on his face. Not enough, huh? He snapped his fingers without hesitation. The ground trembled slightly as high-grade spirit stones piled up, shimmering with a verdant light rich with spiritual energy. Spirit stones, your master has plenty. Bayou squinted at the number of spirit stones that had appeared. What? So many? Is this enough? In contrast to his master's casual attitude, Li Shu was dazed, answering in a lifeless tone, it's enough, heavens. Where did so many spirit stones come from? Beside him, Lu Yuan was also completely stunned. His eyes widened, his scalp tingled, and cold sweat dripped down his face. Sect Master Bai has so many spirit stones. No wonder he didn't even glance at those 90,000 just now. I thought I had already overestimated Sect Master Bai, but it turns out I still underestimated him. Jianfeng, surrounded by the piles of spirit stones, staggered and reached out a trembling hand, picked up a spirit stone, his eyes dazed. And this abundant spiritual energy, these are all high-grade spirit stones. In my entire life I've never even dreamed of seeing so many spirit stones. The two stood in a vast sea of spirit stones, crying and lamenting. To be crushed to death by these spirit stones would be a kind of happiness. In the center of the deep ocean a magnificent white palace appeared, its roof towering, surrounded by a profound azure light. Suddenly an angry voice rang out, say that again. A shrimp soldier wearing armor and a red sash trembled as he reported, young Master Fang Liuyan, the son of the Flood Dragon King, has been killed in Baishan City. In the spacious grand hall 2 rows of soldiers stood in neat formation, the atmosphere solemn yet extremely tense. On the throne the Dragon King's eyes were sharp as he asked in a voice filled with killing intent, who did it? The news of Liuyan's death swept through the entire Crystal Palace like a tsunami. That deep and majestic voice continued like muffled thunder from the deep sea. Didn't he know that Fang Liuyan is the Flood Dragon King's sworn son? The general, shaped like a giant crab, lowered his head and slowly said, young Master Fang did say so, but that group of people had no respect for you, your Majesty the Dragon King, and killed him on the spot. The water in the grand hall shook violently, reflecting the Dragon King's irrepressible anger. He clenched his fists, his voice low but containing a surging killing intent. Fang Liuyan had superior aptitude. He was the most promising of our Flood Dragon clan to transform into a true dragon, and now he has been killed. A sword-like golden light flashed in the Dragon King's eyes, ready to take the enemy's life at any moment. He said through gritted teeth, word by word, no matter who it is, they are dead. The scene switched to a dark red gate where a gentle breeze rustled every withered yellow leaf. Qingyun, the Taoist abbess and sect master of the Wood Profound sect, was cultivating. Strands of cold, clear and ethereal spiritual energy swirled around her body. She slowly opened her eyes. Mulling walked up and asked happily, Master, how are you feeling? The Taoist abbess nodded gently, a trace of warmth in her eyes. Mulling, it's all thanks to you bringing back the frost marrow pearl this time. The fire poison that has been in my body for many years has finally been eliminated and my cultivation has even improved. Mulling's eyes flickered with complex emotions as she tried to dispel the somber mood. Master, this is all thanks to Sect Master Bai. It was Sect Master Bai who braved the dangers of the Emperor's Horde to help your disciple obtain the frost marrow pearl. The Taoist abbess was silent for a moment, her eyes narrowed as if in deep thought. From your description, this Sect Master Bai must be a great figure roaming the mortal world. This debt of gratitude cannot go unpaid. She looked directly at Mulling, her eyes filled with sincere gratitude. How about this? You take your master to the Bayou sect. I wish to meet such a figure in person and thank him face to face. Meanwhile, at the Bayou Sect, Tang Shui lowered her head, staring blankly at the god-slaying arrow in her hand. Just then the system's deep, cold voice sounded. Gifting disciple Bei Tangshui the flying profound arrow, activating a 100,000x rebate. Congratulations, you have obtained a 10 saint grade weapon, the god-slaying arrow. Special reminder, the god-slaying arrow is a one-time use hidden weapon. Her vacant eyes stared into the void, an axe clenched in her hand. The system's voice sounded again. Gifting disciple Bei Tangshui a mountain-splitting axe, activating a 1,000,000x rebate. Congratulations, you have obtained a divine-grade weapon, a god-tier wood-chopping axe. She stood quietly, her expression gloomy and impassive as Bayou's excited laughter reached her ears. Very good, he laughed heartily. His eyes filled with joy, his excitement mounting. 2 more divine artifacts. He raised the axe, observing it closely. At first glance, this axe looks very ordinary. The blade is a bit old and the wooden handle is smooth as if it's been used. This god-tier wood-chopping axe is too unassuming. Its aura is hidden. An ordinary person would never know it's a divine artifact. Bayou turned to the side and saw Tang Shui looking displeased, her eyes dull. She pouted and complained, "You keep giving me all sorts of random things lately. Tell me, what are you plotting?" He immediately reached out and vigorously ruffled her hair, his tone teasing. "What are you thinking?" Seeing Tang Shui freeze for a moment, Bayou couldn't help but laugh. "You're my disciple. If I'm not good to you, who should I be good to?" She shyly turned her head away, her cheeks blushing, and let out a petulant HMPH. "We'll talk after you destroy the chaotic-era heretical sect for me." Tang Shui's expression was calm, her lips pursed slightly, revealing a hint of pride. Did he think this was enough to move me, the great Empress Mingxue? Impossible, she thought. It's just that back in the Celestial Court, everyone was always scheming against each other to improve their cultivation. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly into a faint smile. "It's been a long time since I've felt this kind of simple worldly warmth." A steady voice suddenly came from behind. "Master." Li Shu walked over slowly. Compared to his usual resolute and handsome appearance, he now looked exceptionally gaunt, his face haggard and his eyes sunken, as if all his energy had been drained. Bayou frowned slightly and asked with concern, "Li Shu, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so exhausted?" He spoke excitedly, a hint of a smile on his lips. "Master, my entire Li family has been working day and night and the grand defensive formation is finally complete. And because we had plenty of spirit stones besides the Bayou Sect, its defensive range can cover the entire Haiyuan city." The light from the defensive formation formed brilliant rings that quickly intertwined into a massive formation network. He continued. Bayou raised an eyebrow slightly, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Gave Li Shu a thumbs up in appreciation. "Well done, you're worthy of being your master's first disciple. With this grand defensive formation, the Bayou Sect can finally protect itself." He lowered his hand, his tone casual. "Also, the Heavenly Physician cult, the Giant Python Gang, and the Chang Sect are basically under the command of the Bayou Sect now. When you have time, go and manage these 3 sects to strengthen the Bayou Sect." Li Shu narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression turning serious. "You mean the Bayou Sect should recruit more disciples?" Bayou let out a soft snort, a very proud smile gracing his lips. "The Bayou Sect has very strict requirements and doesn't recruit disciples easily." Pride shone in his eyes. "Those 3 sects can revere my Bayou Sect as their main sect. They will be branch sects led by the Bayou Sect. Let Jianfeng and Lu Yuan help you manage them." Li Shu looked up, frowning as if pondering his master's words. "I understand it's like an outer branch of our Bayou Sect." A voice from the distance suddenly broke the silence between them. Bayou turned his head, his expression still calm. He paused for a moment. "This person is..." At that moment he paused, his gaze deepening. "I remember now, this girl is named Wu Julian." The memories were jumbled. She and the original owner were childhood sweethearts. When she first showed her talent for cultivation, the original owner had done his best to help her. Bayou had feelings for Wu Julian, but she was later scouted by a sect and left. In the end, nothing came of their relationship. Every step Julian took exuded an air of arrogance, her figure slender and graceful, her eyes cunning, a hint of a provocative smile on her lips. "What are you spacing out for? I admit my aura is much better than before, but you don't have to feel so inferior." Bayou spoke faintly. "Julian, weren't you already taken away by a major sect?" "Hey," she chuckled lightly. "Aren't you curious which sect I joined?" Bayou remained indifferent, not rushing to reply, as calm as still water. "Which one?" A proud smile touched Julian's lips. "The Wood Profound Sect." Bayou looked at her. Oh, this made Julian pause, her expression instantly freezing. "Oh," she gritted her teeth inwardly, shot him a look and replied pointedly. "Bayou, the Wood Profound Sect is a sect second only to the Shanqin Sect. It's a superpower in the Haotian domain, and I've already entered its inner sect." She thought to herself, this Bayou must be pretending to be calm. Bayou still said faintly, "Not bad." She thought to herself that he hadn't improved at all after so many years. Forget it, I'll just finish my business and leave. Julian took out a box. "This is a grade 2 pill, take it." He narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the box, and asked in surprise, "What do you mean by this?" She smiled faintly. "In the end, it was thanks to your help back then that I had the chance to join the sect. Giving you this pill today can be considered repaying the favor." She continued coldly, "From now on we owe each other nothing." Bayou raised an eyebrow, a trace of regret passing like the wind. "All right, I didn't expect this Wu Julian to come here to sever ties with me. The original owner remembered her for nothing." Seeing that Julian wanted to draw a clear line with him, Li Shu let out a mocking laugh as if he had heard a joke. Julian was very unhappy with his attitude and demanded, "What are you laughing at?" Li Shu stroked his chin, his words dripping with unconcealed sarcasm. "Nothing, I just find it a bit laughable that you're giving a grade 2 pill. After all, the pills my master casually gives me are grade 6, to say nothing of other things." Julian's expression changed instantly, and she exclaimed as if she had discovered a new world. "A grade 6 pill?" she excitedly asked the two of them. "Have you ever seen a grade 6 pill? Do you know what a grade 6 pill signifies?" She raised her eyebrows, mocking Bayou's status. "A grade 6 pill in the Wood Profound Sect, only senior sister Fang Mulling is qualified to use them. A tiny Bayou sect which probably doesn't even have grade 1 pills dares to boast so shamelessly." Li Shu, standing beside him, couldn't help but lean in and whisper, "Master, there's something wrong with this woman's head. It's better to cut ties with her as soon as possible." Bayou, however, was very calm and then soothed him. "Don't worry, your master knows what he's doing." Only then did Li Shu relax and turn to leave, letting him handle the remaining matter himself. Bayou's eyes were terrifyingly calm. He took the pill box Julian offered and said, "I'll accept the pill." Bayou happily took out a sharp axe. He held the axe, offered it to Julian, and said excitedly, "This weapon is for you. I wish you a smooth immortal path in the future." Bayou lowered his head, closing his eyes slightly as 1,000 thoughts flashed through his mind. In the original owner's memories there was still a lingering obsession with this Wu Julian. Gifting Wu Julian a divine artifact could be considered fulfilling the original owner's obsession, making his own future path of cultivation smoother. He then threw the axe over. Julian quickly caught it, her eyes filled with confusion. Julian thought to herself, "Is there something wrong with the heads of these people from the Bayou sect to give me an axe like this?" Without hesitation she threw the axe Bayou had just given her on the ground. Julian turned, leaving a sentence before she left. "You should keep this thing, I have something to do, so I'll be going." Seeing this, Bayou felt helpless at her thoughtless action and could only sigh, as expected, not very smart. Meanwhile, outside the gate of the Bayou sect's martial courtyard, Mulling was smiling as she said to Taoist Abbess Qingyun, "Master, this is the Bayou sect. I'll go knock." Seeing she was about to go, Taoist Abbess Qingyun stopped her. "Wait." She neatened her hair, making it tidier, and didn't forget to adjust her clothes, trying to make herself look as presentable as possible. Taoist Abbess Qingyun's eyes were as bright as stars, her expression and mood full of anticipation for this meeting. To meet a mysterious figure like Sect Master Bai, I must leave a good impression on him. At this moment, golden sunlight shone on Bayou's small courtyard. He sat on a chair, his hand stroking Lin Wang. Bayou exclaimed excitedly, "Doggy, your fur is getting more and more glossy and bright lately." It stuck out its tongue, looking like it was enjoying it very much, and also thought to itself, "You sit on the myriad mother vine chair stroking me every day, making my power grow quickly too." Lin Wang sighed, "I'm about to break through to the Demon King realm, how could my fur not be glossy and bright?" Just then, Mulling had already brought Taoist Abbess Qingyun towards where he was sitting. She called out in a clear voice, "Sect Master Bai." Bayou was surprised by her appearance. He asked in confusion, "Miss Fang, why are you here?" Then Mulling gestured and introduced Taoist Abbess Qingyun to him. "Sect Master Bai, let me introduce you. This is my master, the Sect Master of the Wood Profound Sect, Taoist Abbess Qingyun." She observed the person before her, thinking, "Is this Sect Master Bai?" Bayou immediately let go of the dog, looked at her with wide eyes, and then secretly evaluated her. Whether it was her cultivation or temperament, it was just as Mulling had said, perfectly ordinary. His focused gaze landed on Taoist Abbess Qingyun, and even her cultivation was low level. Could such a person really be a hidden master? Suddenly, a clear look of surprise appeared in her eyes. Taoist Abbess Qingyun had stepped on the divine axe that Julian had thrown down earlier. The sharp light made her take notice. That axe, she stared at it intently, her heart stirring. "No, if it were just an ordinary axe, it's unreasonable that I didn't sense its presence before and stepped right on it, to be sure." Taoist Abbess Qingyun bent down and picked up the axe. Her eyes widened as if she couldn't believe what was happening. This hidden aura, she was shocked by this scene. This is actually a divine weapon. Seeing that she could recognize the divine weapon, Bayou walked up to greet her. "So it's Taoist Abbess Qingyun of the Wood Profound Sect. Your name precedes you. It's a pleasure to meet you," he thought to himself. This is also a great figure in the Shanqin domain. But Taoist Abbess Qingyun was only thinking about the divine weapon at this moment and didn't notice what he had just said. A divine weapon just casually thrown on the ground. What kind of sect is this? Mulling saw her master wasn't reacting, just staring blankly at the axe. So she hurriedly reminded her, "Master, Sect Master Bai is talking to you." Only then did Taoist Abbess Qingyun snap back to reality. She smiled embarrassedly. "Sect Master Bai, you're too kind. It's just an empty reputation. A humble, reclusive senior like Sect Master Bai is a true master beyond the mortal world. I am full of admiration." He scratched his head in embarrassment in the face of Taoist Abbess Qingyun's lavish praise. Bayou replied humbly. "Taoist Abbess Qingyun, you flatter me," she asked excitedly again. "Sect Master Bai, I've come specially to thank you this time. Is there any request you would like the Wood Profound Sect to fulfill?" Hearing Taoist Abbess Qingyun's words, he put his hand on his chin, looking like he was thinking. Suddenly, Bayou's expression became a bit serious. "Speaking of which, there is indeed one thing I'd like to ask Taoist Abbess Qingyun about," she replied happily. "Sect Master Bai, please speak freely." Bayou asked, probing the other party. "Have you heard of the Pudu divine art? Do you know where one can obtain it?" he began to calculate in his mind. If I get the Pudu divine art and pass my cultivation to my disciples, my strength will soar. Taoist Abbess Qingyun was also quite surprised by this question. But she still told Bayou everything she knew. I have indeed heard of the Pudu divine art, very few people cultivate it. After all, most cultivators don't want to pass the techniques they've cultivated to others. Then Taoist Abbess Qingyun stated her thoughts. As far as I know, this Pudu divine art is not a human technique. Hearing this, Bayou blurted out in confusion, not a human technique. Faced with his incredulous expression, Taoist Abbess Qingyun continued to explain patiently. The Pudu divine art was created by a great sage of the demon race. As for which demon race, that is unclear. One would need to inquire with someone within the demon race. Hearing her words, Bayou unconsciously muttered, "In the hands of the demon race." His heart immediately cheered. Finally, there was a clue about the Pudu divine art. Lin Wang glanced at Bayou. The strong one wants the Pudu divine art. Its cunning gaze darted around. If there's a chance, I'll ask around for him. Anyway, following this powerhouse, life is quite comfortable now. A moment later, Taoist Abbess Qingyun held the axe with both hands and presented it to Bayou. She said respectfully, "Sect Master Bai, this axe is for you." Taoist Abbess Qingyun raised her hands to take her leave, looking radiant. "I had a very pleasant chat today. I will take my leave now." He held the axe and said loudly, "Take care, Taoist Abbess." On the way, Mullen couldn't help but ask curiously, "Master, why were you holding that axe the whole time just now?" Taoist Abbess Qingyun immediately stopped and said calmly, "Is that an ordinary axe? That is clearly a divine weapon." She remained very calm, her voice steady. "The highest grade weapon in our Wood Profound sect is only a semi-divine weapon. I couldn't bear to put it down." These words greatly shocked Mulling, fear showing on her face. The tiny Bayou sect is full of treasures. Its origins are truly terrifying. Not noticing her disciple's expression, she continued, "Our Wood Profound sect must befriend this master. This might be the only opportunity for the Wood Profound sect in this chaotic era." Then she smiled lightly. "Mulling, when you have time, you can come to the Bayou sect more often and chat with Sect Master Bai." Hearing this, Mulling blushed. She answered shyly in a low-voiced chat. The sun rose high, and sunlight bathed the entire city. Her voice sounded, "Disciple obeys." 3 days later, on a cliff, 3 figures stood quietly observing Haiyuan City below. The Crab General spoke, "Flood Dragon King, below is Haiyuan City." The Dragon King smiled lightly, his eyes cold, and said sharply, "There are no powerful aura fluctuations in the city. It seems it's just an insignificant city." The Crab General beside him asked softly, "Your Majesty, shall we act now?" He glanced back at his subordinate and asked, "How are the preparations?" The Crab General answered respectfully, "By the Flood Dragon King's order, the waters of the Endless Sea have been mobilized and have filled the 3 nearby great rivers. We can attack at any time." The Dragon King nodded, looking at the green pool below, and the Sea Dragon spoke, "Very good." Then he clenched his fist and said sharply, "Petty humans dared to kill my sworn son. Today, this king will flood Haiyuan City and make it his burial ground." The Dragon King opened his mouth, a cold chill enveloping the surrounding space. "I will let the world know the might of me, the Flood Dragon King." Immediately, a powerful roar sounded, summoning the wind and rain. Instantly, countless streams of water flew up from beneath his feet, surging and churning. Haiyuan City below was still immersed in its usual peace, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Suddenly, countless streams of water surged from the rivers as if to cover the entire sky. Then they poured down, forming a torrential downpour. At this time, the Dragon King turned back, walking calmly in the rain, his voice cold. "After the entire Haiyuan City is submerged, go and check. You must ensure there isn't a single living soul in this city." Behind him, the shrimp soldier said respectfully, "Rest assured, Flood Dragon King, not even a mosquito will fly out of Haiyuan City alive." Hearing the satisfactory words, the corner of his mouth curved into a sinister smile. "Humans struggle and die in pain, despair. This land will be controlled by the powerful demon race." Meanwhile, at the Bayou sect, the sky was covered in dark clouds and rain fell ceaselessly. Bayou looked at the sky and asked in surprise, "The sky was just clear. Why did it suddenly start raining?" Lin Wang at the side barked nonstop. "Woof woof." Its expression seemed more solemn as it thought, "This isn't rain. Someone is using the dragon race's secret art to summon wind and rain. What do they want? Do they want to flood the whole city?" With that thought, it rushed out without hesitation. "I have to go see." He chased behind, shouting, "Doggy, where are you going?" He muttered as he chased, "This dog isn't normal, I'll follow and see." The rain was still falling. Above the stone wall, waves crashed continuously, one higher than the next, growing more ferocious. Lin Wang looked at the towering waves before it, bared its teeth and roared in anger. As expected, someone wants to flood Haiyuan City. This kind of method shouldn't be a true dragon. A flood dragon at most. If it were a true dragon, it would mobilize the waters of the Endless Sea to fall from the sky, giving no time to react. As soon as he arrived, Bayou was stunned by the scene before him. This is, as the giant waves crashed, a cold voice came from above. The Sect Master of the Bayou sect dared to kill young Master Fang, angering the Flood Dragon King. The Shrimp Soldier and Crab General stood on the crest of the wave with arrogant expressions and announced, "Today, by the Dragon King's order, the entire city will be submerged to be buried with young Master Fang." At the side, Li Shu hurried over, gritting his teeth as he ran. "The Flood Dragon King is so vicious to want to take the lives of everyone in the city." Just then, 2 figures appeared on the city wall behind them. Lu Yuan and Jianfeng. Jianfeng gritted his teeth with a solemn expression and said, "This is trouble. The Flood Dragon King is a famous water demon. I'm afraid Haiyuan City can't withstand it." Lu Yuan's expression was equally tense. He hurriedly advised, Sect Master, with the force of this flood we must retreat immediately. Jianfeng also said with a serious face, the Flood Dragon King likes to clear the way with water. Annihilate the opponent, and then have his shrimp soldiers and crab generals follow behind. It's best we retreat first and not give the Flood Dragon King a chance to eliminate us. After listening, he pondered and said, we can't retreat. Bayou's expression was still serious, his tone firm. If this Sect Master retreats, what about all the citizens of the city? He hesitated for a moment, but still managed to say, and there's no need to retreat. Hearing this, Lu Yuan immediately retorted, but with the current force of the water, Haiyuan City will collapse immediately. Looking at the surging tsunami, he continued in despair. What other way is there to protect all the city's citizens? Just then, the shrimp soldier and crab general also charged forward. Smug smiles on their faces. Behind the city wall were screams of terror from all directions as the citizens fled in panic, while the smug voices of the shrimp soldier and crab general echoed in the sky. All of you become water ghosts. Standing before the tsunami, Bayou remained as steady as a mountain without a trace of fear. His eyes were sharp and resolute. As the giant wave surged, his voice also sounded, activate the formation. A yellow light barrier suddenly appeared. Covering the entire city, the giant wave struck, crashing violently against the light barrier. At this time, the two sides were in a fierce standoff. The water continued to pour down, but it couldn't penetrate the grand formation. Inside the light barrier, Lu Yuan and Jianfeng said in surprise, this is a grand formation that covers the entire city. Under the torrential rain, dark clouds enveloped the whole city. In this heavy space, Jianfeng and Lu Yuan stood quietly on the city wall, their sharp eyes watching every surge of spiritual energy in the grand formation covering the city, thinking, it's blocked. He pondered, unable to help but conclude in surprise. I knew Sect Master Bai was setting up a formation, but I never expected him to set up a grand formation that covers the entire city. To Lu Yuan this was simply a miracle beyond common sense. He felt that to stably run such a grand formation, it couldn't be built with just a pile of spirit stones. It would require an extremely high-grade formation diagram to achieve at least saint tier. Meanwhile Lin Wang was still observing, already secretly admiring Bayou in its heart. A strong person is truly a strong person, calm in the face of danger, having anticipated this long ago. After praising him, it wanted to contribute and show its usefulness. A determined glint flashed in Lin Wang's eyes. Its figure moved slightly, its whole body filled with momentum. Next it's my turn. I must let this powerhouse know my use isn't just watching the house. And at that moment, outside the city wall, the crab general was already furious, seemingly unwilling to be suppressed by Bayou's formation. He roared, damn it, I don't believe this broken formation of yours can block the waters of the endless sea. After speaking, he used his magic, shouting, flood it all for me. This crab general's power was extraordinary. Streams of seawater began to churn violently, the sea's surface surged as if a giant creature was being awakened. The waves rose one after another, turning into the ocean's fury. Inside the city, Bayou was thinking of a way to resolve the current situation. It seems although this grand formation can block the monstrous flood, it can't hold for long. As he was thinking, Lin Wang suddenly leaped down from the city wall, while Bayou shouted in panic, "Doggy, what are you doing?" In his eyes, this dog, which was originally just a house pet, taking such a crazy action was truly unexpected. Lin Wang seemed not to hear his shout, only focused on rushing forward, thinking, with the will of my dragon race. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals saw this and scoffed, "A mere mutt dares to charge up here to die." But to their surprise, Lin Wang immediately attacked. It unleashed the dragon race's divine art of water control, and the surface of the sea seemed to rise and fall with its every move. In the enemy's eyes, it was no longer a mutt but a terrifying creature wielding the true might of the dragon race. They scattered and fled, one of them stammering, This is a dragon's might. This is bad." In the unceasing rain, the floodwaters gradually receded. Bayou had yet to recover from his shock, watching the figure happily leaping before him. An indescribable confusion welled up in his heart, unable to believe his eyes. "Is this my dog?" Seeing that the situation was under control, Lu Yuan walked up. Although his brow was furrowed, his words carried a hint of joy and admiration. "The flood has receded. It seems I was worrying for nothing, so everything was under the Sect Master's control. I, Lu, am impressed." After speaking, he and Jianfeng rushed forward to show their adoration. "How dare they offend the Sect Master? We'll kill this bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals to vent your anger." Haiyuan City was saved, and part of the credit for this belonged to the animal he had once considered an ordinary guard dog. Just then, Lin Wang returned. The rain was still falling, but its eyes were sparkling. Bayou walked up, his expression relaxed, and praised it. "Good boy, doggy." He patted the little dog's head, feeling quite pleased with himself. "Heavens, the house dog I scold and boss around every day is actually a great demon, and seeing how skilled it is with water arts, it must have some connection to the dragon race." He looked at it, a proud smile on his face. Lin Wang's face was glowing, and he remembered what Li Shu had said. Li Shu said this dog was a great demon before, but I didn't believe him. Luckily, the dog has a gentle personality and doesn't fight back. I should probably be nicer to it in the future. While the echoes of battle still lingered on the city walls, another meeting was quietly taking place at the bottom of the deep sea. In the fantastical palace covered by azure water, the aquatic general stood solemnly before the Dragon King. he addressed his commanders. The third Dragon Prince will soon come to inspect the rivers of the world and will pass by here. Therefore, the Dragon King orders you, shrimp soldiers and crab generals, to think for this king what great gift should be presented to please the third prince. Someone suggested gifting treasure, which was immediately rejected as crude. Someone else suggested gifting beautiful women, which earned them the retort, unbearably vulgar. Amid the debate, another crab general suddenly rushed in, his expression panicked. Ah, the Dragon King was a little surprised to see this and asked, "Back so soon? Are all the people in Bayou City dead?" The crab general, panting, reported, "Your Majesty, the attempt to flood Bayou City has failed and many of our soldiers have been killed." The Dragon King roared in fury, saying word by word, "What? What on earth happened?" A moment later, when he had calmed down, he began to ponder. Bayou City actually has a formation that covers the entire city. Only a top-tier power like the Shanqin Sect would have such means. Moreover, my art of summoning wind and rain was broken. Are you sure it was broken by a dog? The crab general insisted. Your Majesty, it was indeed a dog that repelled your Majesty's monstrous flood. The Dragon King was initially skeptical, but then his eyes darkened. A water control technique more powerful than mine, there's only one possibility. That mutt's identity is not simple. It's very likely one of the 9 sons of the Sea Dragon King. The crab general's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was hearing. He blurted out, his voice almost panicked, "That can't be right. The Sea Dragon King is in existence on par with the Lord of the Celestial Court. His 9 sons are of noble status. How could one appear in a human city, disguised as a mutt?" The Dragon King squinted, not hiding his disdain. "What do you know?" he began to recount. "This king once heard a secret. Among the Sea Dragon King's 9 sons, the 9th is said to be a different species. It looks like a mutt and is despised and looked down upon by everyone," the Dragon King continued. Even the Sea Dragon King believed this 9th son tainted the noble bloodline of true dragons. The other 8 sons thought so too and wanted to kill the 9th son. In the end, the 9th son was imprisoned for many years and forbidden from going out. Hearing this, the crab general's face turned pale as he asked, "If it's really that 9th son, what should we do?" The Dragon King happily came up with a plan. "The third prince is arriving soon. If it is indeed the 9th son, he'll make the perfect great gift for the third prince. I'm sure the third prince will be very pleased. However, before that, I want to personally visit Bayou City." As he said this, a blue light enveloped the Dragon King's entire body. He continued, his aura menacing. "First, to confirm the 9th son's identity, and second, to see who dares to oppose this king." His anger burned, and he roared, "This king will beat them all to death." At this moment in Bayou City, the demonic ape was leaping from one rooftop to another, calling out happily along the way. "Master's aura is just ahead. I'm about to see Master." Meanwhile, at the Bayou Sect, Bayou was leisurely waving his hand. "Hey, Tang Shui, come here." Tang Shui impatiently shouted directly at her master, "What is it?" Instead of getting angry, he pinched Tang Shui's cheek and chided her. "It's not right to be so fierce to your master." At the same time, Bayou thought to himself, "This little loli's face is so soft, I should pinch it more while she's still small, or it'll be difficult when she grows up." Tang Shui's cheeks were already flushed red, clearly from Bayou's pinching. She yelled, "You're infuriating me." Just as Bayou and Tang Shui were talking, a sound suddenly came. They looked in the direction of the sound and saw a black shadow rushing over. It was the demonic ape. When Tang Shui saw it, she called out happily, "Little monkey." She held out her arms, her face full of bliss, ready to catch the demonic ape. Little monkey isn't dead, it actually found its way here on its own. But before Tang Shui could hug it, Bayou had already grabbed the demonic ape with one hand, placing his other hand on Tang Shui's head. She unwillingly stretched her hands forward and said to him, "Give me the little monkey. The little monkey is mine." But Bayou put on a serious expression and told her, "You're a good kid in every way except you like to claim things. You say whatever you see is yours." But his expression instantly turned happy as he said, "Now this monkey is mine." Hearing this, Tang Shui became even angrier and shouted, "No, you have to give it back to me." She was extremely annoyed, thinking to herself, "I was ambushed by Empress Tianwo, but my soul wasn't scattered. The reason I could be reincarnated and recultivate was because the little monkey desperately protected my divine soul. I thought the little monkey had already died at Empress Tianwo's hands. I didn't expect it to still be alive." At this time, Bayou was very happy and excited. His voice was full of excitement as he placed his hand on the demonic ape's head, rubbing it, and proposed a condition to her. "Master can give this monkey to you on the condition that you must admit this monkey belongs to Master." Tang Shui frowned and shouted in annoyance, "What nonsense are you talking? That's completely redundant." Seeing her strong reaction, Bayou lowered his head and flicked her forehead, then said seriously, "Girls can't use foul language. Hurry up and say it." After being flicked on the forehead, Tang Shui rubbed her head in pain and had no choice but to swallow her anger and concede, "I admit the monkey is yours." As if waiting for these exact words, Bayou immediately said happily, "Very good. Now Master officially gifts this monkey to you." She and the demonic ape were both emotional. Hugging each other happily, Tang Shui looked genuinely happy. "Little monkey, it's really you." It was the same. "Master," she happily lifted the demonic ape high up like a child, "I thought you were dead. This is great, we're reunited again." Meanwhile, Bayou was watching them thoughtfully. Then he looked around as if searching for something. Suddenly realizing something was wrong, he spoke. "Why is there no sound? Where's the rebate?" Bayou shouted, his voice urgent. "System, are you there?" Luckily, the system replied with 2 words, "Here." He said seriously, "Don't forget the rebate." the Disciple Recruitment Rebate System reported to him. This is the system's first time rebating a living creature, currently capturing the rebate target. Please wait a moment. Bayou was a bit stunned. Capturing the rebate target? Are you serious? He was a bit surprised. His pupils dilated. You're rebating me a living creature and you're capturing it right now. Meanwhile, in the boundless grand domain, the scenery was tranquil, the sky clear and cloudless. Inside the gate, Tianlong gave an order, urging. He lifted his paw, stuck out his tongue and said, "Is my lady not ready yet for our wedding night? This demon lord can't wait." Immediately, his subordinate entered from outside and announced loudly, "Demon lord, the madam has arrived." His two subordinates walked in with the bride, who was dressed in gorgeous attire. Seeing this, Tianlong became happy. "My lady, I have cultivated for several hundred years and have never been with a woman. Today my cultivation has stabilized, and after searching far and wide I have finally found a beauty like you. This demon lord is very happy today." His command could be heard even outside the cave. "All of you leave. This demon lord is going to consummate the marriage with his lady." At this moment, Tianlong was even more excited, eager to lift her veil. "My lady, a spring night is worth 1,000 gold pieces. Let's go to bed." His demon lord can no longer hold back. Suddenly a sound came. He looked back curiously. What was that sound? It was the voice of the Disciple Recruitment Rebate System. "Congratulations, you meet the conditions for capture by the system." Tianlong angrily and suspiciously shouted, "Who's talking?" Suddenly a golden ring of light surrounded him, and he vanished in an instant. Only the bride was left in the room. "Ah," she let out a bewildered sound. "Demon lord." The bride lifted her veil and said angrily, "Where did he go?" At this time in the Bayou sect, Tang Shui was holding the demonic ape and looking at Bayou's back. She seemed to speak with some anger. "Little monkey, my cultivation is greatly reduced now. I see that although your demon saint cultivation has also dropped, you still have the strength of a demon king." As she spoke, she frowned and said to the demonic ape, "You help me teach this guy a lesson." It pointed at its own face, bewildered. "Steamed buns." A smile appeared on Tang Shui's face, but it was clearly a bit sinister. "Just scare him, don't hurt him. He's not that bad anyway. After this, I'll take you to eat steamed buns." The Disciple Recruitment Rebate System suddenly notified Bayou, stunning him. "Gifted Disciple Bei Tang Shui a Spirit Monkey, activating a 10,000x rebate. Congratulations, you have obtained Demon Lord Tianlong." In an instant he became excited, his face beaming with joy, imagining all sorts of demonic beasts. A demon lord level demonic beast. This is a peerless great demon, much more powerful than a demon king or a demon saint. Suddenly the demonic ape charged from behind. "Bayou, you've angered master, you deserve a beating. Teach him a lesson." The demonic ape gradually transformed. Tang Shui looked sinister and happy. "Bayou, who told you to always bully me? This time I want to see you wet your pants in fear." But at that moment Tianlong descended from the sky, landing between it and Bayou. Shouted blankly, "Where is this? Where's my lady?" Tianlong stared at the demonic ape, his eyes glowing red, looking very angry. He said word by word, "A mere demon king, you've got some nerve." Then Tianlong angrily swung his fist and sent it flying. This stunned Tang Shui. "What? Where did this great demon come from?" The demonic ape had already collapsed on the ground. Tang Shui ran blankly towards the demonic ape. Tianlong on the side shouted angrily, "Damn it, who transported me here? This demon lord was in the middle of his wedding night." The anger in his heart. He roared even louder, "Which scoundrel did this? Get out here now." Seeing Tianlong's angry state, Bayou became happy. He complained to himself, "This is the demonic beast rebated by the system. It seems it really is extraordinary." Noticing the other's scrutinizing gaze, he looked at Bayou angrily. "What are you looking at?" He also answered frankly and confidently, "Looking at you. What's wrong?" Tianlong looked at Bayou unhappily. "Was it you, kid, who brought me here?" He just answered calmly, "You could say that." His answer made the anger in the other's heart burn even hotter. Tianlong's eyes widened. "Ruining this demon lord's wedding night, is that something a human should do?" As he prepared to breathe fire from his mouth, "I'll kill you." Suddenly Bayou grabbed Tianlong's mouth with his palm and the flames flowed back into his body. Tianlong looked bewildered, smoke coming from his mouth. Tang Shui held the demonic ape. She and it were both shocked by this scene and couldn't help but whisper, "What's going on? Is this a demon lord?" The demonic ape also whispered, "It's not easy for a demonic beast to cultivate. Demon kings are already rare, how could a demon lord appear here?" In contrast, Bayou happily tossed a steamed bun and said, "Big wolf, as long as you behave you'll have plenty of steamed buns to eat in the future." He thought to himself, demonic beasts probably like to eat steamed buns, right? Faced with such a mocking attitude, he closed his eyes, extremely angry. "Steamed buns, are you toying with me? This demon lord is in a very bad mood right now." Then immediately rushed towards Bayou. "I'll crush you." Unfortunately, with a wave of his hand he made him fall to the ground. Tang Shui was surprised and confused. Tianlong lay on the ground in pain. "What's going on? Just a mere human with low cultivation, yet he can easily knock me down." At this moment the system appeared and reminded Bayou, "You are now Demon Lord Tianlong's master. All of Demon Lord Tianlong's attacks on his master are ineffective. He cannot disobey any of his master's commands and will be summoned immediately, no matter where he is." Seeing this, Bayou happily raised his hand in support of the system. The system's arrangements are really thoughtful. Unwilling to be defeated just like that, Tianlong sat up and looked at Bayou angrily. "A worthless human." He opened his mouth and shouted again, "I don't believe I can't kill you." Tianlong was now furious, his eyes turning cold, his pupils constricting. But Bayou just stood with his hands behind his back and leisurely kicked him. "This Sect Master will give you a two-hand handicap." Try again. Tinlong lay painfully on the ground, dizzy and disoriented. He laughed happily at the other's astonishment. This is absurd, utterly absurd. I, a magnificent demon lord, can't even beat a true human realm cultivator. Not only that, but Tang Shui, who was tightly hugging the demonic ape, couldn't hide the look of suspicion on her face. Absurd as Bayou is too absurd. He can beat a demon lord without even using his hands. Bayou looked at Tinlong, who was sprawled on the ground, and said provocatively, "Get up, let's continue." Hearing this, Tinlong got up but took a few steps back, looked at Bayou and said, "I'm not fighting anymore. Human, don't be so smug. I will repay today's humiliation 100-fold in the future. This demon lord has business at home, so I'll be taking my leave." However, Bayou didn't want him to leave. He called out stop while looking at him with a smug expression. "Did I say you could leave?" Ignoring Bayou's words, Tinlong continued to walk away and replied arrogantly, "Who do you think you are to order me around?" Although he lifted his foot to take a step, he couldn't move. Tinlong glanced at Bayou in confusion and said sharply, "What's going on? Why can't I control my body?" "What did you do to me?" Bayou smugly and calmly replied, "Big Wolf, I'm your master now. You have to be obedient." This made him roar in anger. "What, the demon race will never be slaves? A human like you is worthy of being this demon lord's master?" Suddenly a sound came from the sky and Lin Wang appeared. It charged over, barking at the same time. Bayou seemed to sense something. The dog is warning that an enemy is coming. In the sky, the Dragon King and his subordinates were already flying towards Bayou on a cloud. He shouted loudly, "Everyone from the Bayou sect!" He and his subordinates were furious. The Dragon King roared, opening his mouth wide to reveal countless sharp teeth. "Come out and die!" Just then, Li Shu ran in from behind Bayou and said, "It's the Flood Dragon King." He ran to stand beside him. Lu Yuan, standing next to Jianfeng, also shouted, "Sect Master Bai. The Flood Dragon King has come in person. This is bad. Quickly activate the defensive formation." Although the situation looked urgent, Bayou still said calmly, "There's no rush." Jianfeng spoke to him with even more worry. "We have to rush. This Flood Dragon King is not like some self-proclaimed demon king in the wilderness. The Flood Dragon King is a true demon saint, famous for 100 years and extremely terrifying. His strength even surpasses that of a top-tier human king marquis. Even Brother Lu can't withstand him." At this moment, the Dragon King's subordinate spoke up. "The Flood Dragon King has given an order. Hand over that mutt and the rest of you kneel and await your deaths." Li Shu was very uncomfortable hearing this, and a little angry. "Master, this is the greatest crisis the Bayou sect has ever faced, and it all started because of my Li family." His eyes turned cold. "I'll activate the teleportation formation in a moment, Master. You should retreat first." Before Li Shu could finish, Bayou raised his hand to stop him. "Your master isn't panicking, so what are you panicking about?" he asked blankly. "Shouldn't we panic in this situation?" Bayou gritted his teeth in anger. "To come to my Bayou sect, snatch my dog, and kill my people. He completely disregards this Sect Master. I must kill him," he said to Tinlong behind him. "Big Wolf, let's discuss something." This made him feel puzzled. "What is it?" Bayou just calmly stated his terms to Tinlong. "You help me destroy that flood dragon and I'll let you go back. How about it?" Tinlong crossed his arms, his gaze sweeping over Bayou like a sharp sword, his voice contemptuous and arrogant. "Why should I help you? What does your trouble have to do with me?" Bayou smiled slightly and began to chant a spell to confuse his mind. "Since you're already here," he frowned slightly, his eyes full of suspicion. "Are you sure you'll let me leave unconditionally?" He appeared determined on the surface, of course, but he had already calculated in his heart. "You can indeed leave anytime, but I can also summon you anytime." Tinlong laughed. "Those in power always had a way to turn the tables," he said decisively. "Deal?" Bayou asked with doubt. "Are you sure, Big Wolf? That Flood Dragon King has been famous for a long time. He's very strong." Tinlong smiled smugly. "He's just a mudloach, not even worthy of this demon lord's attention. To deal with trash like him, a single slap is enough." Under the pale blue sky, clouds rolled like mist, drifting slowly. The Dragon King wore a red battle robe with gold trim, his broad straight shoulders exuding a kingly aura. He frowned slightly, his voice low but containing a surging killing intent. "These humans really have guts. Not a single one of them is kneeling." A guard shaped like a giant crab stepped forward, his sturdy armor glinting in the faint light. He bowed respectfully, but his tone was filled with contempt. "Your Majesty, these guys won't shed a tear until they see the coffin. Let them feel your power. Scare them until they wet their pants." He gritted his teeth, his heavy breathing filled with power, his voice as low as an undercurrent in the deep sea. "I'll count to 3. If you're still standing, I'll wring his head off." 1. Before he could count to 2, Tinlong had already opened his mouth wide, baring his sharp fangs. He roared in anger. "You get down here!" The Dragon King was angered by his insolence. How audacious to dare interrupt this king's countdown. Tinlong paid no attention to his words. He lowered his body into a battle stance, a contemptuous smile on his lips. "You won't listen, will you? Then I'll just have to beat you down." As soon as his words fell, countless purple lightning bolts intertwined in the air, forming a terrifyingly powerful band of light. It was Thundercloud Rampage. The Dragon King's eyes widened, his face showing extreme surprise. Before he could react, a dazzling purple lightning bolt struck down, accompanied by a deafening clap of thunder as if the heavens were collapsing. His huge body fell straight from the clouds to the ground. Dust flew everywhere. The Dragon King lay on the ground, his whole body trembling amidst the purple lightning that still coiled around him. His subordinates trembled and cried out in terror. "What, Your Majesty?" The electric current had not yet dissipated, and small sparks occasionally danced on his dragon scales, causing his muscles to twitch and spasm uncontrollably. His whole body was still numb from the aftershock of the lightning. The Dragon King gritted his teeth and spat out a puff of smoke, his eyes flashing with anger. "A demon lord? How can there be a demon lord here?" Lu Yuan, who had witnessed the scene, had cold sweat on his forehead. So the Sect Master really didn't need to worry. Li Shu, standing next to him, also breathed a sigh of relief, so Master really didn't need to panic. Tianlong looked at the Dragon King coldly. "Don't you like to count?" Dazzling purple lightning swirled around him, crackling with power as his low and challenging voice sounded. "Keep counting." Tianlong walked slowly towards him, step by step, each step seemingly shattering the silent space. The Dragon King took a terrified step back, his eyes wide, unable to hide his horror. "Actually, I don't like to count." He tilted his head, his low voice sounding. "I'll count for you." Tianlong stood tall and imposing, his gaze as sharp as a blade. His brow was furrowed, his lips pressed tightly together, and the lines on his face tensed as he prepared to deliver a decisive blow. Speaking the word, "two," without hesitation, the Dragon King flew into the sky, his massive dragon body coiling gracefully in the air, trying to escape his control. "Run!" In an instant, Tianlong had appeared in front of the Dragon King, his eyes terrifying. He said in a low voice, "Ah!" As fast as a thunderbolt, his speed was astonishing, like lightning tearing through the sky. A strike as powerful as a thunderclap landed, making a deafening sound. Have a slap. After that strike, the Dragon King swayed unsteadily in the air. His massive body shook violently, then shattered into countless pieces, turning into a dazzling dragon pearl that fell to the ground, shimmering with brilliant golden light. Those followers who witnessed this terrifying scene began to tremble. "Oh my God, how could this happen?" They turned to run in panic, their screams ringing out. "The king has been shattered. Run, or will become fresh seafood soon." Bayou stood quietly, his mouth agape in surprise, and murmured softly, "Big Wolf, he's too strong. If I had him guarding my house, I'd feel really safe." Jianfeng and Lu Yuan also stood with their mouths wide open in astonishment. They nodded in agreement. Back then, Sect Master Bai had his hands in his pockets and was invincible. Back then, with just a slight move, the Sect Master had already reached the pinnacle of all living beings. Bayou stood opposite, his posture straight, his eyes filled with an unconcealed plea. "Big Wolf, why don't you consider staying? We can negotiate the terms." Tianlong turned and vanished in an instant without a second thought. "We shall never meet again." This left his body as if frozen, unable to move. After a moment of silence, he murmured, "He runs really fast." I hadn't even finished speaking. Suddenly, a cold chill passed by. Tianlong appeared before him, his face full of anger. He gritted his teeth, his eyes cold. "I ask you, where is this place?" Bayou answered frankly. "The Shanqin domain." He roared loudly, his voice sharp and impatient. "The Shanqin domain? Never heard of it." Seeing this, Tang Shui spoke up. "The Shanqin domain of the human emperor realm." Tianlong roared, his hands clenched, his eyes furious. "The human emperor realm? Damn you to hell, how could you send me to such a distant place?" Tianlong gritted his teeth in anger, his body lunging forward, wanting to leave this place. He left Bayou behind, looking bewildered and speechless. Tianlong said, "The human emperor realm? This is sending this demon lord to another barren and remote continent. How long will my lady have to wait alone in her room?" That dragon pearl, shimmering with golden light, suddenly landed in front of Lin Wang, its eyes lit up, filled with fascination. "This is the Flood Dragon King's dragon pearl." Just as Lin Wang was still immersed in the mesmerizing light of the dragon pearl, its initially fascinated eyes suddenly contracted, the light within them extinguished and replaced by a strange panic because Bayou had bent down. He gently but decisively picked up the dragon pearl, his voice cold. "Doggy, do you want this?" Lin Wang's eyes shone. It straightened its body, its movements quick, its shoulders trembling with excitement as it barked twice. Having witnessed the scene, Lu Yuan cleared his throat, gently raising his lacquer fan to cover half his face. He tilted his head and offered a kind reminder, his tone refined, but the implication was very clear. "Sect Master Bai, this is the Flood Dragon King's dragon pearl. It is a treasure tens of thousands of times more precious than a demon core, possessed only by the strongest of the demon race. Swallowing this can greatly improve a demon's aptitude." Hearing this, Bayou smiled and raised the dragon pearl. "In that case, this Sect Master will give this item." Lin Wang's eyes shone, and it happily wagged its tail, thinking, "The strong one is a good person to give me such a precious thing just like that." A slight smile played on his lips, a cunning glint in his eyes. He suddenly threw the dragon pearl towards Tang Shui, who was stunned. Her eyes widened, her body stiffened for a moment, and then she quickly reached out to catch it. To Bei Tang Shui, Lin Wang seemed to be frozen in place, its gaze becoming dazed. It looked dazed and helpless, while Lu Yuan was also speechless, letting out a blank, "Ah." Tang Shui frowned and asked with great confusion, "Is there something wrong with your head?" She calculated in her mind. "This dragon pearl can assist in cultivation. It's a good thing, so tempting." The system's prompt suddenly sounded. "Gifting disciple Bei Tang Shui the Flood Dragon's dragon pearl, activating a 10,000,000-fold rebate." A pearl shimmering with a brilliant blue-green light appeared. The system continued. "Congratulations, you have obtained the giant golden dragon's dragon pearl." Bayou laughed heartily. "Bei Tang Shui is truly my lucky star. The rebate multipliers are always so high." "The giant golden dragon's dragon pearl sounds so majestic," he said. "In that case, if Doggy swallows it, will it have the potential to become a giant golden dragon in the future?" On the other side, Lin Wang stood quietly, its paws on the ground, its face full of sorrow. "The strong one didn't give me the dragon pearl. In his heart, I'm still not as important as his disciple." Bayou turned around, raised the dragon pearl in his hand, and said happily, "Doggy, this is for you." Lin Wang's eyes shone, its gaze filled with unconcealed surprise and longing. It pondered, "This special aura, this is the giant golden dragon's dragon pearl." The strong one actually has a dragon pearl of this level. The image of a colossal dragon, churning in the waves, appeared in Lin Wang's mind. Its golden scales glittered, majestic and grand as a mountain. One must know that a truly mature giant golden dragon could rival the existence of the ancestral dragon and the azure dragon. Lu Yuan quickly interjected, his eyes filled with reverence. The giant golden dragon is also known as the battle dragon, born noble. The Flood Dragon King's dragon pearl is worthless in front of this golden dragon pearl. The Sect Master's moves are always extraordinary. Hearing this, Tang Shui's gaze suddenly swept over the Dragon King's dragon pearl, and she said with a hint of disdain, "It's not so great anymore." Bayou waved his hand and threw the dragon pearl towards Lin Wang, reminding it at the same time, "Doggy, catch." The blue light from the pearl shone brightly, reflecting on a very excited face. It then hurriedly pounced forward, its body like an arrow. It opened its mouth and fiercely bit down on the dragon pearl in the air. Suddenly a bone-chilling wind blew past. It began to tremble, its muscles contracting in numbness. A heavy and gloomy feeling enveloped the surrounding space. A massive soul shadow appeared behind Lin Wang. It roared, its voice echoing like thunder, full of majesty and anger. Lu Yuan hurriedly spoke. "Sect Master, the 9th son of the Dragon King, has been despised by the dragon race since birth. This time, by swallowing the giant golden dragon's dragon pearl, he will surely be reborn and wash away the shame." Bayou stammered in terror. "The 9th son of the Dragon King," he pondered. "The mutt is actually a Dragon King's son. No wonder the dog is so obedient. How does everyone know except for me?" Lin Wang's eyes regained their innocent, well-behaved look. It was deeply moved. The strong one was so good to it. From now on it would guard the house well for the strong one. The scene switched to nightfall. Silence enveloped the entire space, leaving only the sound of the wind blowing through the forest and boundless darkness. A man in black jumped down from a high place, his face almost completely covered, yet still exuding a chill. In the deep darkness, the man in black silently walked towards a solemnly seated figure who was dressed in a pure black robe, a pair of sharp eyes visible under his hood. He lowered his head, placed his right hand on the ground, and reported while kneeling, "The Saint Master needs blood-steamed buns." The Heretical sect's cold voice sounded. "I recently slaughtered a remote city. The blood-steamed buns are still in the storeroom." The man in black remained kneeling, clearly feeling the chill that enveloped his surroundings, and nervously continued his report. "The Saint Master also said to keep a low profile. Recently, your Heretical sect's people killed a disciple of the Ocean Sect, and the entire Ocean Sect wants to crusade against the chaotic era Heretical Sect. The Saint Master is having a hard time suppressing them." A cold air enveloped the space, and a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. He frowned. "The cultivation vessel I finally found has run away again recently. I suppose it's related to the person from the Ocean Sect who was killed. No matter what, I must capture her. This is something I must do," the kneeling person asked in a low voice. "Who is that person?" His sword-like gaze swept over the man. "A small sect in Haiyuan City," the man in black calmly replied. "Haiyuan City is too close to the Ocean Sect. Moreover, a mirage has recently appeared near the Endless Sea and many factions have gathered there. Your chaotic era Heretical Sect should not appear there." The surrounding air seemed to freeze. A suffocating silence descended. He spoke, "I will report this matter to the Saint Master. The Saint Master will handle it for you." The other person's voice was as cold as a blade, each word filled with anger but also with precise calculation. "It must be quick. That is an excellent cultivation vessel. After I merge with her, I will be reborn with limitless prospects and I'll be able to serve the Saint Master better. Otherwise, I can only use my own methods to achieve my goal," the man in black calmly replied. "Everything the Saint Master does is for the Haotian domain. After all, the Haotian domain is the weakest of the 9 sacred lands." He continued, "You can't act rashly. Even the refining of blood-steamed buns is for the greater good of the Haotian domain. The Saint Master's heart is filled with great righteousness." His figure faded into the darkness. HMPH. 3 days later, Bayou was sitting contentedly on the myriad mother vine chair cultivating. Suddenly he opened his eyes, a feeling of shock coming over him. He laughed heartily, spiritual light radiating from him. "My cultivation has reached the superhuman realm, another step closer to my 2 disciples." Bayou stood up, hands on his hips, and said, "Tang 10 rebates are almost used up. When will I get a 3rd disciple system?" The system's prompt suddenly sounded. "No suitable disciple has been found for now. Please wait patiently." A call came from the distance, and Li Shu ran over with a smile. "Master," Bayou calmly replied. "What's made you so happy?" His eyes shone as he said firmly, "The mirage of the Endless Sea has appeared." Bayou looked up slightly, frowning and asking curiously, "What's that?" Li Shu smiled and said enthusiastically, "It's what the common people call a mirage in the sea and city. For us cultivators, it's a great opportunity. Sometimes it only appears once every few hundred years." Bayou frowned, a hint of worry in his stern eyes. "A mirage, isn't that an illusion? Can you still get opportunities from it?" Just as Bayou was pondering, a gentle voice came from behind. "The mirage is illusory but not entirely an illusion. Going up there can lead to opportunities. This has been verified by countless people." Bayou crossed his arms, his eyes calm, containing a blade-like sharpness, as if silently observing everyone around him, then said softly, "It seems you both want to go." "Yes." Li Shu and Tang Shui's eyes were firm. "Go. Why wouldn't we go? The Phantom City hides great opportunities and immense benefits. We can't miss something of this level," Tang Shui added. "And the Phantom City is known as the most mysterious site in the human emperor realm. Back then, even the Lord of the Celestial Court, the human emperor, wanted to explore it. Unfortunately, only those below the King Marquis realm can enter. She lowered her head slightly, a somber expression on her face, a wave of regret welling up in her heart. When the Phantom City appeared in my past life, I was already Empress Mingshui. My cultivation was too high to enter. I must not miss it this time. Hearing this, Bayou slowly closed his eyes and said, in that case, a blazing fire seemed to ignite in his eyes. He pointed forward and said in a deep voice, then Bayou Sect, we will go to the Phantom City. The scene switched to a dense forest where a group of heroes was gathered ready for action. The space in the Phantom City seemed to be woven with layers of faint light, and a few low voices suddenly sounded. I never thought I'd have the chance to come to the Phantom City in my lifetime. This time I must seize the opportunity to defy fate and change my destiny. Just then, Bayou arrived and looked around, saying in surprise, is this the Phantom City? Behind him, Lu Yuan gently waved the folding fan in his hand, his expression composed, but his eyes were sharp. His calm and decisive voice sounded, we can't enter the Phantom City yet. We have to wait for it to solidify before we can go in. I've already arranged for an inn, let's go there and wait first. Jianfeng stood to the side, his brow furrowed, and said seriously, the appearance of the Phantom City this time will probably attract the major powers of the Shangqian domain. After all, in this chaotic era with the spirit mines depleted, everyone is coveting the opportunities in the secret realms. In the distance, a man and a woman slowly approached. The woman's face was pretty, her eyes bright but with a hint of cunning. The man was tall and handsome. Julian chuckled lightly. Thank you, Senior Brother Liang, for bringing me into the Phantom City this time. Otherwise, with my shallow qualifications in the Wood Profound Sect, I probably wouldn't have been eligible to participate in this matter. Yunting took the opportunity to gently touch her hand, making her blush slightly with shyness. Suddenly, around the two of them, bright red roses bloomed, emitting a charming and seductive fragrance. His eyes were full of spring, so warm that one couldn't help but be intoxicated. Yunting confessed, Junior sister, you understand your senior brother Bai's heart. If there's anything good, I'll think of you first, junior sister. There's no need to be so polite between us. Julian chuckled lightly, her eyes shy. She lowered her head slightly and said softly, Senior brother Liang, junior sister understands. Yunting smiled warmly and said, Junior sister Wu, this time, as long as we seize the opportunity and get the opportunities in the Phantom City, we will have a chance to be promoted to true disciples. The bright red and charming rose petals swirled in the breeze, creating a romantic scene. He looked at her eyes deeply and said, by then our status in the Wood Profound Sect will be greatly enhanced. Julian looked up and replied with a smile, don't worry, senior brother. Julian left that small city back then because I was unwilling to be ordinary. This time I must seize the opportunity. The breeze blew gently, and Yunting continued to walk forward. He said gently, Junior sister, it's windy here. Let's go back first. Suddenly she stopped, her expression slightly surprised. Yunting frowned in confusion. Junior sister, what's wrong? Julian stared at a figure in the crowd. I ran into an acquaintance. The two walked forward side by side. She asked nervously, Senior brother, do you remember I once said that before I joined the Wood Profound Sect, the Sect Master of a small sect was interested in me and pursued me? After speaking, Julian looked ahead coldly. Where Bayou stood, her eyes were a bit complicated. That's him. At this time he was standing with Li Shu, completely unaware that he was being talked about. Seeing his rival right in front of him, Yunting smiled contemptuously. So it's a toad lusting after a swan's flesh, huh? Just then, Julian called out, Bayou. Bayou saw the two of them walking towards him, paused for a moment, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Wu Julian. She suddenly pointed at him, her eyes sharp and arrogant, her voice undisguisedly contemptuous. Bayou, I didn't expect you to come here. You should know that the ones competing for opportunities of this level are the major powers of the Shangqian domain, like my Wood Profound Sect, not something your Bayou sect can participate in. Bayou interrupted coldly. Whether we can participate or not is none of your business, Julian said contemptuously, her voice icy. Bayou, your horizons are too narrow. You've never come into contact with the great figures and top powers of this world. Your knowledge is too shallow. You don't even know how terrifying they are. Many things are beyond your imagination. Hearing this, he just curled his lip contemptuously, his eyes cold. I think others are quite terrifying, he thought to himself with annoyance. This person is so long-winded, so annoying. While she was still focused on speaking contemptuously, in your eyes I am indeed a great figure, but if you hope I'll help you at a critical moment, that's impossible. We have no relationship anymore. Bayou ignored her babbling, turned around, glanced at the people around him and said in a deep voice, let's go. Seeing Bayou dare to ignore his junior sister, Yunting couldn't take it anymore and spoke up angrily, his tone full of mockery and challenge. Stop, don't you understand human language? He asked loudly. My junior sister is kindly advising you, trying to save your dog life. Even if you go to the Phantom City, you'll just be cannon fodder, understand? Bayou replied contemptuously. HMPH, and who are you? Yunting patted his chest and introduced himself proudly, his tone undisguisedly arrogant. Listen up, I am Liang Yunting, an inner-sect disciple of the Wood Profound Sect, in charge of the food, clothing, housing, and transportation of the Wood Profound Sect here. There are probably few people here who don't know me. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding crowd began to discuss. Those who heard his name began to whisper, "So it's Liang Yunting of the Wood Profound Sect. He's been in charge of the service courtyard of the Wood Profound Sect, a person of real power in the Wood Profound Sect. I've heard of this person too. If you join the Wood Profound Sect, you can't avoid dealing with him." Yunting heard this and smiled smugly to himself. Bayou heard this, feigned a smile, and his provocative gaze swept over him. "Oh, so you're a person of real power from the Wood Profound Sect. You scared me to death." My apologies. Hearing this, he immediately said smugly, "Good that you know." Yunting stood side by side with Julian and said arrogantly, "I know you used to like Junior Sister Wu, but now the gap between you and Junior Sister Wu is like the clouds in the sky and the mud on the ground. It's too big." His eyes were cold, and he continued sternly, "Seeing that your attitude is not bad, get lost. Remember, never appear in front of me again." A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and his contemptuous gaze swept over, saying in a deep voice, "This Sect Master's attitude has always been very good." He pointed at the man, then ordered Jianfeng to hit him. Yunting's face was full of ridicule, laughing as he retorted, "Hit me." He quickly turned to Julian and teased, "Junior Sister, do you hear this guy? Is he talking in his sleep?" Then the two of them burst out laughing in chorus. Instantly, Jianfeng strode forward and a loud slap with astonishing power landed as he roared angrily, "You're courting death." Yunting's body slammed heavily onto the stone slab, dust flying everywhere. His right face was turned to the side, covered in dirt. Julian trembled and cried out, "Senior brother." He trembled and struggled to his feet, coughed twice, his eyes filled with anger, his face contorted in pain as he shouted, "Who dares to hit me? If you have the guts, state your name." A cold voice sounded, "Yang Jianfeng." Yunting was terrified, but anger began to rise in his eyes. "Yang Jianfeng, an unknown nobody, is worthy of hitting me." In response, Jianfeng smiled cunningly. He held out his hand to Lu Yuan. "Then let's switch to someone who is worthy of hitting you. Brother Lu, it's your turn." His eyes widened and he retreated in panic, his whole body stiff, his mind full of questions. As soon as his words fell, Lu Yuan immediately waved his hand and a slap sent him spinning and kneeling on the ground. "You're courting death." Seeing him fall to the ground in pain, he introduced arrogantly, "Ah, Lu Yuan, I should be qualified to hit you, right?" Yunting struggled and shouted, his tone full of resentment, "Main Sect Master of the Chang Sect, you are a figure of note, but why did you hit me?" Jianfeng and Lu Yuan high-fived, shouting in unison as if it were a declaration of chivalry in the martial world. "Seeing injustice on the road, we draw our swords to help." Yunting left with resentment. "Very well, I don't care why you're standing up for the Bayou Sect today, but you dare to provoke my Wood Profound Sect. Liang Yunting, I'll remember this grudge. Just you wait. Junior Sister Wu, let's go." Julian also said angrily, "Bayou, you really don't know what's good for you. You've gotten into big trouble and you don't even know it. Senior brother Liang is ranked in the top 100 among the disciples of the Wood Profound Sect. He's someone you absolutely can't afford to offend." Then she followed him but didn't forget to turn back and shout, "You'd better watch yourself." Tang Shui saw Bayou looking at them arrogantly and raised her hands to tease. "This is the person you used to like, such taste." He was so embarrassed by the teasing that he immediately walked over, grabbed her hand and pulled her forward. "What do kids know? Don't meddle in adults' affairs." At the same time, the main gate of the Wood Profound Sect slowly opened. Yunting and Julian, who had just walked in from outside, came before a group of gathered disciples. The disciples all looked worried, discussing among themselves. It seemed the situation was serious. He and she had just returned and suddenly didn't understand what was happening. Looking at the crowd with their mouths agape, Yunting walked over and asked a disciple in confusion, "Senior brother Huang, why does everyone look so worried? What happened?" The person called Senior brother Huang replied, "Junior brother Liang, the Phantom City appeared this time, and the Sect Master's old enemy from many years ago has also come. He even made a bold statement saying he wants the Sect Master to die here." Hearing this, Yunting was shocked. "What? The Sect Master's enemy, that Black Lotus Taoist? The one who tried to force the Sect Master to be his Taoist companion back then and injured the Sect Master after being rejected?" That Senior brother Huang also said worriedly, "Yes, it's him. The Black Lotus Taoist knew the Sect Master's injuries had healed, so he came directly to challenge her to a duel. Either she agrees to be his Taoist companion or he kills her." Other disciples chimed in indignantly. "This Black Lotus Taoist is an unreasonable demonic Taoist, but some people lack the confidence to encourage her. The Sect Master isn't afraid of him, and neither is our Wood Profound Sect. The Sect Master will definitely slay this man." Another disciple came over to gossip. "It's not as simple as you think." Thinking of the Black Lotus Taoist and his master, the man continued his analysis. "This Black Lotus Taoist has cultivated a heretical art, and his cultivation has long since surpassed what it was back then. Meanwhile, because of her injuries, the Sect Master's cultivation hasn't improved at all in recent years." As soon as his words fell, Taoist Abbess Qingyun, who was sitting cross-legged, angrily slapped her thigh. Mulling walked up, looked at her with concern, and asked, "Master, is there really no chance of winning?" Taoist Abbess Qingyun just replied softly, "I have seen that demonic Taoist. His cultivation has entered the transcendent realm. For these past few years I've been held back by my injuries, and my cultivation is still at the peak of the Marquis realm, yet to step into the transcendent realm." She also pondered for a moment. "The transcendent realm is an extremely difficult realm to break through. Countless cultivators are stuck at this stage, but once you step into the transcendent realm, the difference is like heaven and earth. You become a great figure with vast supernatural powers." Then she slowly stood up and said, "So under normal circumstances I have no chance of winning." Hearing this, Mulling let out a startled hum and then began to ask, Master, do you mean there are also abnormal circumstances? Hearing Taoist Abbess Qingyun reply yes, her eyes widened in surprise. She looked ahead seriously and said, do you remember Sect Master Bai's divine artifact? Mulling immediately asked back. What, Master, you want to borrow Sect Master Bai's divine artifact? Taoist Abbess Qingyun replied at once, yes. She lowered her head and analyzed helplessly. If I can borrow that divine artifact, I'll have a chance to defeat the Black Lotus Taoist. Then she looked at her and instructed, Mulling, borrowing a divine artifact is a major matter. Prepare yourself and bring our Wood Profound Sect's most precious treasure to find Sect Master Bai to show our sincerity. Hearing this, she was a bit troubled. Master, the Wood Profound Sect's most important treasure is a semi-divine artifact. To offer a semi-divine artifact to borrow a divine one, that's sincerity. Before Mulling could finish, Taoist Abbess Qingyun also understood her meaning and interrupted. It is indeed a bit inappropriate. Then she held her chin and thought for a while before deciding, how about this? She smiled radiantly and said to Mulling, go and dress up. Understanding Taoist Abbess Qingyun's meaning, her face instantly turned beet red, but she could only stammer in agreement. Yes. The scene switched to the Bayou sect at this moment. Bayou was frowning at the front, his eyes full of doubt, and fine beads of sweat were on his face. Unwilling to prolong the awkward silence, he looked up and said, if you have something to say, just say it. You two have been standing here for half a day. It turned out to be Taoist Abbess Qingyun and Mulling in front of him. She was wearing a tight-fitting pink outfit, looking particularly charming, her face flushed red as she shyly hid behind her master. Seeing him speak first, she said, then I'll be direct. We've come this time to ask for a favor, Sect Master. We'd like to borrow that axe of yours. Hearing this, Bayou was a little surprised and stared quietly at Taoist Abbess Qingyun, his expression serious. Then he threw the axe into her hand. She said straightforwardly, I thought it was some big deal. Take it. This reaction stunned both of them. She held the axe and thought to herself, he gave it to me so easily. This is a divine artifact. This also shows that Sect Master Bai's background is so profound that he doesn't even care about a single divine artifact. I must seize the opportunity to get close to this heaven-reaching figure. She put her thoughts into action. Taoist Abbess Qingyun turned to Mulling and smiled. Mulling, you will stay by Sect Master Bai's side and serve him today to thank him for his great kindness to our Wood Profound Sect. She also obediently followed the order and replied, yes. Seeing Mulling step forward, she said to Bayou again, I hope Sect Master Bai won't refuse. You have helped my Wood Profound Sect several times and we cannot fail to repay your kindness. I can only have Mulling express this sentiment on my behalf. Seeing this, he was startled and asked in horror, this serving you speak of, is it the decent kind? The master and disciple were both stunned by his words, not knowing how to answer. At this moment, Tang Shui, carrying the demonic ape, popped out from somewhere, walked over and clicked her tongue. Lecher. Bayou hurriedly raised his hand, preparing to argue. Taoist Abbess, you flatter me. It was just a small favor. There's no need for serving. The Phantom City is about to open. You should go back and prepare. But Mulling had already run over and called out, Sect Master Bai. She placed her hand on her chest and asked with sincere eyes and an extremely tempting expression, is Mulling not pretty enough? Faced with a difficult question, he sweated and explained awkwardly, Miss Fang is very pretty, a peerless beauty. Having gained the upper hand, Mulling proposed, then let me stay, but Bayou immediately refused. There's really no need. Her eyes immediately filled with sadness. It seems the Sect Master dislikes Mulling. Looking at her disappointed expression, Bayou placed his hands on Muling's shoulders and comforted her. Miss Fang is as pure and clever as ice and snow. How could I dislike you? His face was pale, his mind racing to find the right words. It was really hard to pretend to be a gentleman and maintain his image. Still unwilling to give up, she widened her eyes and continued to plead, since the Sect Master doesn't dislike me, then let me stay. Bayou stroked his chin and glanced sideways as if thinking of an excuse to get away. He sized up Muling's curvaceous figure and then said, you're too thin. Hearing this, she looked down at her own body and asked back, huh? Then Mulling said, I understand. This made Bayou's face turn green and he thought with a sweaty heart, hey, what do you understand? I was just saying whatever, don't get the wrong idea. Seeing the stalemate, Taoist Abbess Qingyun, who was behind them, spoke up to interrupt, since Sect Master Bai doesn't like thin ones. Then she placed her hand on her chest and proposed with a blush, why don't I stay instead? He could only stare dumbfounded, but he couldn't hide the joy in his heart. This was an offer too good to refuse, but suddenly seeing Tang Shui standing behind and staring at him also gave Bayou a fright. He gritted his teeth and refused, I have to refuse this too. Taoist Abbess, please don't mention this matter again. You should go back. After speaking, Bayou glanced sideways with dissatisfaction in his heart. This girl Bei Tangshui is so clueless. Hearing the direct rejection, Taoist Abbess Qingyun and Mulling became awkward, standing there fidgeting with their hands clasped in front of them, not understanding why. A moment later, still at the Bayou sect after the two had left, he was now sitting on a chair relaxing when Tang Shui and the demonic ape slowly walked over. Suddenly, Bayou felt a gust of wind and a leaf floated past his face. She stood with her hands on her hips and said, did I ruin your fun? Then she reminded him, you are now my master in name, so you must lead by example and be strict with yourself, otherwise you will tarnish my reputation. These words made Bayou lose his patience. He pinched her face with both hands as if he wanted to tear it apart. What reputation do you have? You talk like an old man. Talk cuter in the future. The scene switched to the disciples of the Wood Profound Sect. The crowd stood quietly in a room discussing among themselves. Leader Fang and some of the higher-ranking disciples were called in by the Sect Master. I wonder what's going on, another person replied. Not sure, but the Sect Master seems to be in a good mood. I heard she borrowed a magical artifact from a powerful figure. I don't know if it's true or not. In the crowd, Julian spoke up and asked, Senior brother, now that the Sect Master has borrowed a magical artifact, does that mean victory is guaranteed? A disciple beside her immediately answered, Whether this is true or not is still uncertain. Let's wait and see. At this time in the waiting room the disciples were already lined up neatly. Only then did Taoist Abbess Qingyun speak. I've called you here this time because this Sect Master has borrowed a divine artifact. You are all disciples of my Wood Profound Sect, so I'll let you broaden your horizons and also use this divine artifact to temper yourselves. She held up the axe and continued, This way when you enter the Phantom City you'll be able to seize even greater opportunities. Seeing the divine artifact, the disciples below began to discuss among themselves. Is this it? It looks very ordinary. Yeah, it looks too plain. Hearing the disciples say this, Taoist Abbess Qingyun curled her lip and smiled. Ordinary? Who wants to come and try? Yunting was quick to raise his hand and volunteer. Sect Master, let me try. He was determined in his heart that he must perform well on such occasions to make the Sect Master remember him. Seeing Yunting come up, she first instructed, This Sect Master will activate the divine artifact. You use your full power to defend. If you can withstand the tempering of the divine artifact, it will be of great benefit to your future cultivation. After listening, he hurriedly replied, Disciple understands, but inwardly he was dismissive. It's just a small axe, I really can't see anything special about it. Standing in front of Yunting in a stance, Taoist Abbess Qingyun swung the axe. This Sect Master is starting. Suddenly, the axe emitted a golden aura that enveloped it, completely different from its mediocrity a second ago. She swung the axe behind her, her eyes serious, and strode forward menacingly. Before she attacked, he was already struggling to defend with both hands, gritting his teeth, his expression terrified. What? In an instant, Yunting was sent flying at an extremely fast speed. After that strike, he crashed heavily into the surrounding wall, creating a large hole. The people outside saw the billowing aura and began to discuss among themselves. What's happening inside? This aura is too terrifying. The crowd buzzed like a disturbed beehive, guessing, a divine artifact. It's the aura of a divine artifact. The Sect Master really borrowed a divine artifact, Julian said in surprise. Is this a divine artifact? This extraordinary aura is truly trembling. If I could have one in this lifetime I would die without regret. Seeing Yunting walk out limping, a disciple asked with concern, Senior brother Liang, Yunting is out. He clutched his injured arm and dragged his battered body over, saying Junior Sister Wu. Seeing this, she hurriedly ran over to support Yunting and said with concern, Senior brother Liang, what happened to you? Weren't you looking at the Sect Master's divine artifact? How did you end up like this? He replied. Junior sister, I was fortunate enough to be tempered by the divine artifact, but it's truly shameful. I couldn't even withstand the weakest strike from the divine artifact. Now, Julian was even more curious. Couldn't withstand the weakest strike? Is this divine artifact that strong? The more he spoke, the more excited Yunting became. The Sect Master just lightly activated the divine artifact and I was sent flying, ending up in this state. But just being able to see a legendary divine artifact, I am still incredibly excited. This time, the Sect Master will definitely be able to defeat the Black Lotus Taoist. These words also greatly shocked the group of disciples. Ah, she raised her hand happily. Senior brother, what does that divine artifact look like? Junior sister is so curious, he replied. That divine artifact looks very ordinary. Then Yunting came up with another idea. How about this, you go find a pen and paper and I'll draw it for you. Laughter echoed in the Wood Profound Sect. In just a few seconds Yunting had drawn an extremely ordinary axe. Junior sister Wu, this is that divine artifact. Looking at his drawing, everyone was amazed, mixed with doubt. This divine artifact? Seeing Julian holding the paper with both hands, studying the axe with some surprise, he asked, What's wrong, junior sister? Then she said frankly, Senior brother, why do I feel that this divine artifact looks a bit familiar? He smiled and said, It's normal to find it familiar. You can find this kind of axe anywhere, but this might be a case of the greatest form having no shape. The more super divine something is, the more ordinary it looks. In the martial courtyard, Yunting stood nervously opposite, watching Julian hold the paper and look at its contents. No, senior brother, I think I've seen it. Hearing that she had seen the divine artifact before, his face, covered in scars and dust, immediately showed surprise. He said, Junior sister, what are you thinking? Even our Wood Profound Sect only has one semi-divine artifact. Even if you wanted to see a divine artifact, you wouldn't be able to. You must have been mistaken. The surrounding disciples were also half convinced, half doubting. Only Julian still stared at the paper in her hand. Maybe I was overthinking it. Then Yunting excitedly clenched his fist and made a resolution. Junior sister Wu, after the master's duel is over, we'll take senior sister Fang to the Bayou sect for revenge. The sky was clear with white clouds and a golden sun. His voice seemed to echo through the heavens. Let's see who dares to stand up for that kid Bayou this time. 2 days later, Lu Yuan and Jianfeng stood side by side, shouting excitedly and nervously, Sect Master, the Phantom City is about to solidify. With a heavy stomp as if to build momentum, Bayou took the lead, with everyone following behind, full of confidence and determination, pointing ahead and shouting, Let's go. In another place, a crowd was gathered by a turquoise stream. A magnificent city was shrouded in white mist and the surrounding discussions grew louder. Get ready. The Phantom City is about to solidify. Such a rare opportunity. I'm going to be the first to rush in. The Phantom City has always been mysterious. Who knows what dangers lie inside? For the opportunities within, the risk is worth it. After all, this is a place even a great emperor can't enter. Suddenly, an angry voice came from somewhere, attracting everyone's attention and making them look over in confusion. Taoist Abbas Qingyun, come out and see this Taoist master. At this moment, a tall figure riding on a dark lotus throne was flying over from the sky. He looked down from above, his face full of killing intent. The crowd was in an uproar. It's the Black Lotus Taoist. The Black Lotus Taoist has been famous for a long time. It's said that he came this time for a duel with Taoist Abbas Qingyun of the Wood Profound Sect. The Black Lotus Taoist raised his hand and roared with fierce eyes, "If you don't show yourself, this Taoist master will flatten your Wood Profound Sect." In an instant, Taoist Abbas Qingyun slowly approached, standing opposite him with a menacing aura and a bold tone. She extended her hand, got into a stance, looked directly at the Black Lotus Taoist and calmly provoked him. "Do you have what it takes?" Hearing this, he raised a hand to his chin, looked at her with a lecherous gaze and licked his lips. "Qingyun, it's been 30 years. Not only has your beauty not faded, but you've also gained a touch of maturity." He extended a hand to Qingyun in invitation. "Well, have you thought it over? Do you want to become this Taoist master's companion?" The wind howled as she looked at him angrily and warned, "Black Lotus, my answer is the same as it was 30 years ago, in your dreams." This made the Black Lotus Taoist even more resentful, and he gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it." After speaking, he got into a stance, veins bulging on his forehead, and looked at Taoist Abbas Qingyun angrily. "Where did you get the nerve to say such things? This Taoist master has reached the transcendent realm. Are you not afraid of death?" She was not to be outdone, facing him in a stance ready to strike at any moment. Who lives and who dies is not yet certain. The Black Lotus Taoist leaped up, using his toes for leverage, leaving his fur coat on the lotus throne, and charged over with a sinister smile. "Since that's the case, this Taoist master can only resort to force. When the time comes, I'll make you wish you were dead." The two internal forces clashed violently, and spiritual energy erupted, forming a world-shaking vortex. The Black Lotus Taoist smiled smugly, while Taoist Abbas Qingyun remained furious. Looking up from below, the two figures were no longer visible, only two streams of spiritual energy clashing fiercely, emitting a dazzling light. One green and one red, they fought relentlessly in the sky, forming several vortexes in midair. The three people below watched intently. A disciple looked at the scene before him in admiration and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this a battle between top-tier powerhouses?" Another person also exclaimed, "The aura is too terrifying." Mulling clenched her fists, her eyes fixed on the two fighting in the sky, as a disciple in a blue robe with his hair tied up high shouted, "The Sect Master will win." Another disciple in a jade-green robe also clasped his hands before his chest and prayed piously, "May the heavens protect us, the Sect Master will surely win." At this moment Yunting turned and said to Julian with a smile, "Junior Sister Wu, I've already told Senior Sister Fang about this." He smiled sinisterly. "Senior Sister Fang is very protective of her own. Once the Sect Master wins, we'll go and get revenge on Bayou." Her eyes also became sharp, her face darkened, and the corner of her mouth lifted in a smile. "We should teach him a good lesson, one he'll never forget for the rest of his life, and let him know who he shouldn't mess with." High in the sky, the two streams of spiritual energy were still in a stalemate, with no clear winner. With a loud bang, Taoist Abbas Qingyun was sent flying by his palm strike. The Black Lotus Taoist had no intention of retracting his spiritual power. He still maintained the posture of preparing for the next palm strike. The Black Lotus Taoist looked at her with a sinister smile. "I'm done playing with you." While Taoist Abbas Qingyun was still panting with effort, he had already raised his hand, gathering spiritual power to strike. The Black Lotus Taoist clenched his fist and rushed towards her angrily. "Take this." Qingyun's eyes widened, staring dumbfounded at what was in front of her. "This is bad." He attacked her relentlessly, palm after palm. Taoist Abbas Qingyun was hit hard by a palm strike, cried out in pain, and flew backward. The Black Lotus Taoist floated in the air, his arms crossed, and challenged her with a laugh. "Taoist Abbas Qingyun, your cultivation hasn't improved at all in over a decade, and you think you can fight me? Surrender now and I'll give you a quick death." She lowered her head, glanced at him sideways, and smiled lightly. "Black Lotus, don't celebrate too early." Then Taoist Abbas Qingyun raised her hand, and a vortex of spiritual energy formed as her voice sounded with determination. Next, an axe suddenly appeared in her hand. She gripped it tightly, charged forward angrily, and shouted, "I'm going to take your damn life." The people watching below saw the axe in her hand and asked themselves in confusion, "What is Taoist Abbas Qingyun doing? Why did she take out an axe? Is she mistaken? This weapon has no spiritual energy fluctuations. What's the point of taking it out? Did she grab the wrong weapon?" Seeing Taoist Abbas Qingyun take out an axe, he laughed, unable to believe his eyes, and wanted to mock her even more. "Taoist Abbas Qingyun, I think you've lost your mind. Using that axe to take this Taoist master's life, are you joking?" But at that moment the axe in her hand emitted a golden light, and she said coldly to the Black Lotus Taoist, "Cut the crap." She raised the axe and shouted, "Take this." He still had his hands on his hips, watching to see what she could do. Seeing this, the Black Lotus Taoist looked at Taoist Abbas Qingyun raising the axe and laughed even harder. "What kind of move is that? Is that all you've got? Are you joking with this Taoist master?" The next second he widened his eyes, frowned in confusion, and focused his gaze on her. A terrifying spiritual power shot towards him. The Black Lotus Taoist roared, "What?" He was dumbfounded, his eyes wide open as the dazzling golden light shot straight into them. The Black Lotus Taoist stammered, "D." That light shot out violently as if it would pierce through him. After stammering for a long time, the Black Lotus Taoist finally uttered the last word. Fine, he had already been sent flying, leaving only a few golden streaks of light and his lingering voice in the blue sky. No, she stood there holding the axe, watching the direction where Black Lotus had been sent flying. Her eyes were cold, a smug smile on her face, and a leisurely voice sounded, "It's over." The people watching below were all shocked by the scene, horrified to the extreme. Was that aura just now from a divine artifact? It annihilated the Black Lotus Taoist in one strike. That's too terrifying. What kind of ultimate weapon is that? Two disciples cheered. Sect Master has won. Mulling said excitedly, "Our Wood Profound Sect has won." Julian looked at her thoughtfully. "An axe? It seems that guy from the Bayou sect gave me one before too." She closed her eyes to calm herself. "What am I thinking? How could that Bayou possibly have a divine artifact below?" Bayou crossed his arms, watching proudly. As expected, a divine artifact can only unleash its true power in the hands of a high-level cultivator. The wind surged, and after the thin mist, a wondrous sight appeared, a magnificent city standing on a floating island in the sky. The disciples excitedly rushed towards the floating island. "The Phantom City has solidified. Quick, get into the Phantom City. The time to fight for opportunities has arrived." Mulling also looked at the Phantom City excitedly and called out to the crowd. "The Phantom City is open. Disciples of the Wood Profound Sect, prepare to enter." But just as she was about to enter the Phantom City, a voice came from behind, much to Mulling's displeasure. It was Yunting. "Senior Sister Fang, as I mentioned before, someone disrespected our Wood Profound Sect and injured me before entering the Phantom City. Can we teach him a lesson first?" She just stood with her hands hanging down, looking at him unhappily. "Where is that person?" Yunting immediately pointed behind him and said hurriedly, "Over there, I'll lead the way for you, Senior Sister," seeing the entrance to the Phantom City appear. Everyone saw the target appear and hurriedly rushed in, trying to get a head start. Bayou, Li Shu and Tang Shui were still a bit surprised. Bayou looked around and also said happily to his disciples, "We should go in too." Just as they were preparing to enter the Phantom City, a voice sounded, forcing the group from the Bayou sect to turn around. "Senior Sister, it's here." Mulling was the senior-most sister of the Wood Profound Sect. Hearing that her junior brother and sister had been bullied, she followed Yunting and Julian to get justice. However, as soon as they arrived, he pointed at the group from the Bayou sect and deftly made his accusation. "It's that guy." Bayou stared blankly at the helper Julian and Yunting had brought, realizing it was an old acquaintance. Mulling was even more surprised. She had been dragged by her two junior siblings to help get justice, but she never expected it to be this senior. She didn't even have to think to know the outcome and hurriedly went forward to greet him. Sect Master Bai, junior brother Yunting was truly clueless. Seeing the situation, he still didn't notice anything was wrong and continued to make his accusations recklessly. "Senior Sister, this guy is extremely arrogant. He slapped me directly in the face. This is a complete disregard for the Wood Profound Sect." Julian stood there waiting for her senior sister to step up, a contemptuous smile on her lips, her heart filled with disdain for the group before her. "Bayou, you brought this trouble on yourself. No one can save you now." The two fools, relying on their backer, acted like a fox assuming the tiger's might and hurriedly pointed at Bayou threateningly. "Kid, prepare to die. My senior sister Fang Mulling is here." Seeing Yunting's arrogance, Bayou, far from being scared, laughed relaxedly. After learning who the backer of the clueless Yunting was, Bayou no longer had any reservations. He walked forward and said with a friendly smile, "You're the one who told me to come over." As the two were in a tense standoff, Mulling, from behind, looked at her junior brother and asked, "You're saying it was Sect Master Bai who hit you?" Seeing his senior sister address the person before them so politely, Yunting turned and explained, "Senior Sister, is he worthy of being called a Sect Master in front of you? He's nothing but an ant. It was him who had someone hit me. If it weren't for relying on others, he would be no match for me." To add credibility to senior brother Yunting's words, Julian also chimed in with her version of events. "Senior Sister Fang, Bayou used to know me and was interested in me. Now that he sees I'm fond of senior brother Yunting, he's become resentful, and had someone else hit senior brother Liang. This person truly doesn't know what's good for him. I regret ever knowing him." Mulling said nothing, just calmly listening to her junior brother and sister tripping over themselves to make their accusations. She knew that these two definitely didn't know she was acquainted with Bayou, which was why they dared to spout such nonsense. Yunting, puffed up with arrogance, pointed below, hinting at something, and said to Bayou, not fearing death, "You actually dare to come over? Kneel down for me." Before he could finish, Bayou directly slapped the fool. Yunting was so stunned he froze, unable to react. The slap sent him sprawling on the ground and he stammered, unable to believe what had just happened. "What?" He sat on the ground, his cheek bruised and swollen, but disregarding his dignity, he pointed at Bayou's face and roared, "Bayou, how dare you to attack in front of senior sister Fang? I'll kill you." Just like last time, before he could finish his sentence, Yunting was hit squarely in the face by another solid punch. It's unknown if Bayou's powerful punch ruined Yunting's looks, but because of that punch he flew more than a meter away, his face and dignity flying away with him. Bayou leisurely walked over, grabbed the useless Yunting by the collar and said coldly, "Weren't you the one who told me to come over? What follows is a wonderful one-sided beatdown. I'll hit you. And you'll take it?" This made Yunting's head spin and his ears ring, while Sect Master Bai enthusiastically said as he acted, "I'll just slap you." Seeing her beloved senior brother being beaten like this, Julian couldn't hold back either and rushed forward ready to fight to the death. Bayou, you're crazy, you're still acting so recklessly at a time like this, daring to ambush senior brother Liang, stop it. As soon as she shouted, Julian's face was twisted by an unexpected and merciless slap. The one who struck was none other than her beloved senior sister Fang, who sent her sliding far across the ground with a single move. After hitting her junior sister, Mulling said nothing, just glared sternly at the fool before her. Julian, in pain, aggrieved and utterly confused, could only look at Mulling and sob. Senior sister. Watching the senior-most sister, famous in the sect for being protective of her own, walk towards her without a word, Julian asked with a trembling voice, "Senior sister Fang, why?" Mulling walked right up to Julian and without mercy slapped her again, shouting, "Shut up." Ignoring Julian, who was now sprawled on the ground with a stunned expression, Mulling sternly reprimanded her. "This is no place for you to speak." After punishing her junior sister, she hurriedly lowered her head and clasped her hands to apologize to Bayou. "Sect Master Bai, please forgive me for letting these two fools disturb you." Witnessing their senior-most sister's respectful and polite attitude, the few people present, especially Julian and Yunting, were completely stunned. Julian's mind was a complete mess. She clutched the cheek that senior sister Fang had slapped, 1,000 words stuck in her throat, only managing to utter 2 panicked words, "What?" And Yunting, although his face was beaten out of shape and hard to recognize, was also sweating profusely in fear, stammering and unable to speak. After a moment, still not believing his eyes, he whispered, "Am I crazy, or is senior sister Fang crazy? Why is she being so polite to Bayou?" Julian was just as jaw-droppingly surprised as Yunting and asked herself, "There must be some misunderstanding here. Senior sister Fang, this Bayou is so ordinary, why are you?" However, her thoughts were interrupted by the voice of someone who had just landed behind her. Taoist Abbas Qingyun returned right after her victory and returned the divine artifact in front of everyone. She held the weapon before her and said happily, "Thank you, Sect Master Bai, thankfully I was able to borrow this divine artifact of yours. This battle was much easier than I imagined." Her master's casual words were like a bolt from the blue to Yunting and Julian. The two of them, dumbstruck, cried out in unison. What? Yunting, after all, was a senior brother with more experience. He quickly realized his mistake and decisively knelt on the ground to show his remorse. Yunting's eyes were filled with confusion and fear. At this point he probably realized the gravity of his transgression and lowered his head, muttering to himself. The divine artifact was lent to the Sect Master by Bayou. "I'm really done for this time." And Julian, hearing these words, was filled with shock, and even more so with insane regret. How could this be? The axe Bayou gave me a few days ago was actually a divine artifact, and I just disdainfully threw it on the ground. Taoist Abbas Qingyun held the divine axe with both hands and solemnly returned it to Bayou. She gratefully announced the return of the divine artifact to the Sect Master, and that from now on the Wood Profound Sect would honor Sect Master Bai as the Venerable One. Bayou was flattered, scratching his head in embarrassment, at a loss for words. Seeing Master Bai so popular, several disciples were moved by the scene, shed tears, and exclaimed with emotion, all expressing, "Venerable One, this is an extremely high title and respect. It seems the Wood Profound Sect already reveres the Sect Master. For the major powers to gather by chance and follow Sect Master Bai is the most correct decision of my Lu Yuan's life." Bayou solemnly took the divine axe from the Wood Profound Sect's master and said, "Taoist Abbas, you're too kind." Then, with the matter settled without any lingering or hesitation, Bayou turned and gestured to the crowd. "No more talk, it's time to enter the Phantom City." The group leisurely walked forward. Julian stood to the side, and seeing Bayou walk past, she whispered guiltily, "Bayou, that divine artifact?" But all she got in return was Bayou brushing past her without a care. After all, what's done is done. Julian probably understood this principle as well. She sat on the ground in a daze, watching as the group from the Bayou sect treated her like air and walked past her without hesitation. Her heart was ice cold, not knowing if it was more from the fear of her crime or from regret and remorse. Julian lowered her head, murmuring things no one could understand, or perhaps no one wanted to know. How could this happen? What should I do? Taoist Abbas Qingyun and Mulling, who had witnessed everything from the side, were also stunned. Watching the group walk into the Phantom City, they were suddenly jolted from their daze. Taoist Abbas Qingyun shook her head for some reason and asked herself, "Something's not right." Senior sister Mulling had followed her master for many years. Seeing her suddenly freeze and mumble incomprehensibly, she asked, "Master, what's wrong?" Ahead were the retreating figures of Bayou, Li Shu and Tang Shui. Taoist Abbas Qingyun said in surprise, "Why did Venerable Bai go into the Phantom City?" "What does he want to do?" Mulling replied uncertainly. "I don't know, maybe the Venerable One wants to observe the Phantom City up close." As soon as she finished speaking, the three figures who were there just a second ago instantly and silently vanished. Her eyes widened in panic. "What? They went in?" Mulling couldn't help but be shocked and immediately asked her master, "Master, aren't only those below the King Marquis realm able to enter the Phantom City? How did the Venerable One get in? Could it be that his cultivation hasn't reached the King Marquis realm yet?" Faced with her disciple's urgency, Taoist Abbas Qingyun was unfazed and immediately retorted, "Don't talk nonsense. How could it not have reached the King Marquis realm?" Mulling was sweating profusely, her expression tense as she continued. "It is indeed impossible," she continued her analysis. "Then that means that even the rules of a divine domain like the Phantom City cannot restrict the Venerable One. The Phantom City is a place he can enter and exit at will. We really underestimated Venerable Bai before." Meanwhile, the three of them had already flown to the vicinity of the floating island above the Phantom City. Taoist Abbess Qingyun knew her strength was insufficient and said, "No wonder the Venerable One looks down on us too, master and disciple." On Bayou's side he had a grim face, his killing intent palpable as he observed carefully, examining every detail of what was before him from beginning to end. Then she glanced at her disciple and instructed, "Mulling, in the future it's fine to serve the Venerable One as a maid," she carefully advised. "Don't think about anything else, although we are cultivators. We still can't escape our identity as ordinary women, we can't catch the Venerable One's eye." Hearing this, Mulling lowered her head in disappointment. "Is that so?" Then she turned to the wretched Julian and Yunting over there. "You two," she frowned and continued, "I'll deal with you when I get back." Hearing Muling's stern words, the two were instantly terrified. Julian cried and begged, "Senior Sister Fang, I was wrong, please give me another chance." She didn't turn back, leaving only one sentence, "Get lost, are you worthy of calling me Senior Sister?" Meanwhile Mulling cast them a disdainful look. "Foolish to even dare say you regret knowing Venerable Bai? You don't know that the greatest opportunity of your life was knowing the Venerable One, but you've already missed it." Watching her departing figure, Julian knelt on the ground in despair, motionless. Yunting pointed at her angrily. "Wu Julian, are you blind?" he seemed to roar. "The Bayou sect is so powerful, instead of clinging to them you provoked him and even refused a divine artifact he offered you. I don't even know how to scold you anymore," he cried in frustration. "Senior brother Liang, I really didn't know." But this only made Yunting more resentful, and he cut her off directly. "Don't call me senior brother," he covered his face with his hand in frustration. "How did I get so unlucky to know someone with no judgment like you? This time I've been dragged down by you. I don't know if I can even stay in the Wood Profound sect," Julian said aggrievedly. "What about me?" he pointed at her and said harshly. You definitely can't stay. You're the main culprit in this matter. You'll probably be thrown into the Great Prison." Hearing this, Julian was stunned. "What? I finally managed to enter the Wood Profound sect. I finally embarked on the path of cultivation. It can't be like this." Disregarding her desperate mood, Yunting hurriedly turned to leave, leaving her there. "I'm going into the Phantom City first. I can't miss this opportunity. I'll go and plead guilty after I come out." Julian immediately grabbed his sleeve tightly. She cried and begged, "Senior brother, take me with you," but Yunting had completely turned on her. "Still want to follow me? Haven't you harmed me enough?" He decisively shook off Julian's hand. "Get away from me, and don't say you know me in the future." At this point, Julian completely broke down. She hugged herself and cried loudly. Why did it turn out like this? Why have I fallen to this point? If I'm driven out of the Wood Profound sect, if I'm thrown into prison, my life is truly ruined. What's the point of living?" In the distance, the tree-covered mountain peaks and the turquoise water in front were revealed under the gentle sunlight, forming a tranquil picture. Suddenly a black shadow appeared, causing the water to splash. This sudden appearance shattered the serene scene. The Sect Master of the chaotic era Heretical sect was that black shadow. He said, "The Shanqin Sect is truly unreliable. After so long they still haven't captured Baytangshui for me. I can't wait any longer. I can only take action myself." He looked at the Phantom City floating island high in the distance, then said with regret, "Is this the Phantom City? It's a pity I've already surpassed the King Marquis realm and can't enter. The Shanqin Sect also doesn't allow disciples of my chaotic era Heretical sect to appear here. A great opportunity missed," and he walked and muttered to himself. According to the clues, Baytangshui has been taken in by the Bayou sect. All the people from the Bayou sect have gone to the Phantom City. Why don't I see anyone? The chaotic era Heretical sect noticed Julian sitting there and had an idea. "There's a person over there, I'll go ask." At this time she was still in a daze, not noticing someone had come before her. The chaotic era Heretical sect spoke. "What is your name?" He revealed a terrifying pressure, asking from above, "This master has something to ask you." But Julian still sat there blankly, unresponsive. She muttered in a daze, "What should I do? Where else can I go?" Seeing Julian not answering him and only talking to herself, he became suspicious. The chaotic era Heretical sect stretched out his hand, a thread of purple power condensing in it, and she immediately flew over. He tightly gripped Julian's neck, lifting her entire body, and said angrily, "This master is asking you a question, didn't you hear?" She answered honestly, "If you don't answer, this master will kill you." With a desperate heart, she said indifferently, "Kill me then." Julian looked haggard as if she had nothing left to live for and continued, "My life has no meaning anyway." The chaotic era Heretical sect was a bit surprised by her reaction. "You're not afraid of death." He immediately let go, letting Julian fall directly to the ground. "You're making this very uninteresting for me." But she still didn't care, just continuing to mutter like a madwoman, "It's all because of you, Bayou, that I've become like this." Instantly her face became crazed and she began to curse. "I curse your Bayou sect to be annihilated." The chaotic era Heretical sect suddenly stopped and asked, "The Bayou sect, you know the Bayou sect?" He immediately squatted down next to Julian. "Tell me everything in detail." In the distance the sun had already risen high. The sky was azure blue, and on the ground at this moment the Sect Master of the chaotic era Heretical sect was tempting her with alluring words. "This master will give you a chance for revenge." After hearing everything, he stroked his chin and commented, "So that's how it is. It seems Baytangshui has also entered the Phantom City." Hearing this, Julian questioned impatiently, "Didn't you say you'd give me a chance for revenge?" He smiled and said, "Do you know who I am?" She immediately replied, "I don't know." The Sect Master of the chaotic-era Heretical Sect revealed an extremely terrifying expression and introduced himself. "I am the Sect Master of the chaotic-era Heretical Sect." This made Julian instantly panic. She jumped to her feet and shouted, "What Heretical Sect?" He still sat calmly, luring her with the great benefits he offered. "Now I'll give you a chance to join the chaotic-era Heretical Sect. I'll enhance your strength. You enter the Phantom City for me, capture Bayou, and you can also eliminate that Bayou." Julian began to waver. Seeing her waver, he immediately fanned the flames. "What? You're not even afraid of death, yet you're afraid of joining the chaotic-era Heretical Sect?" Julian's eyes narrowed, her brow furrowed. She stood before the man in the hat and said firmly, "I'm not afraid. I'm like a stray dog now, and it's all Bayou's fault." Julian's face was very stiff. "I agree to join the chaotic-era Heretical Sect." Hearing this, the other party extended a hand in praise. "Very good." This made Julian a little stunned. He lifted her up with flames. "Now this master will teach you the Heretical Sect's techniques." The Sect Master revealed a sinister expression, and the flames in his hand burned even more fiercely. To enhance your strength and realm, opposite him, red spots appeared on Julian's face. She cried out in pain. A moment later, Julian's eyes also changed. Her hair was disheveled and an endless power surged within her body. "All right." The Sect Master put her down at this moment, then commented, "She's a good seedling for cultivating heretical arts." He pointed forward, revealing a sinister expression. "Go, remember, from now on you are a disciple of the chaotic-era Heretical Sect." As soon as his words fell, Julian immediately replied, "Yes." Then she flew up to a mountain peak floating in the air. The Sect Master muttered to himself, "I should go back." He quickly disappeared, leaving a sentence behind. "I can't let the Shanqin Sect find out I was here." In the world of the Phantom City, Bayou was leading a group of people saying, "This place is truly extraordinary. The spiritual energy is 10 times more abundant than outside, and the pavilions and towers are filled with immortal aura, just like the legendary Immortal Realm." Hearing this, Li Shu lowered his head slightly and said in a low voice, "The Phantom City is said to be the true residence of the Immortals, but later a great change occurred and all the Immortals disappeared, leaving the Phantom City an empty city." Tang Shui suddenly walked forward. "I'm not going with you anymore, I'm going to act alone." Seeing this, Bayou immediately warned her, "No, it's too dangerous for a child like you to go alone." But Tang Shui ignored him completely and ran off. "I have the ability to protect myself, I'm leaving." She ran faster than a monkey, thinking to herself, "I am an empress of peerless beauty. Being with you all will only slow down the speed at which I obtain opportunities." Seeing this, the remaining two men discussed in low voices, "This child is good in every way except she doesn't listen. Bei Tangshui is gone, how can this master get a rebate? Master, junior sister is very powerful, just let her go." Scene switched to a mountain peak floating in the air where a strangely shaped boat was approaching. A person revealed a joyful expression and said, "Holy Sun, we've arrived at the Phantom City." After hearing this, the Holy Sun's mouth curved into a strange smile. "After we go in, you know what to do, right?" As soon as his words fell, the person from before immediately raised his hand and said in a stern voice, "Everyone shout the slogan of our Shanqin Sect." The voice echoed through the clouds. "When the Shanqin Sect goes to war, not a blade of grass is left. Where the Holy Sun passes, even gods must make way," he praised with satisfaction. "Very good. This time we enter the Phantom City. All opportunities belong to this Holy Sun. They belong to the Shanqin Sect." Lu Shang excitedly echoed, "The Holy Sun is immeasurable. With immense fortune, this time he will surely return victorious and seize the supreme opportunity." The Holy Sun was very satisfied and gave him a thumbs up. "Lu Shang, this Holy Sun loves listening to you speak the most. You are truly a talent." This made Lu Shang smile so much his eyes narrowed. In a palace in the Phantom City, Bayou was staring in one direction and thought, "This huge floating island can actually float in the air, it's really amazing." Li Shu quickly added from the side, "The last time the Phantom City appeared was 100 years ago." He kept talking. "At that time it appeared in one of the 9 forbidden lands, the demonic heaven domain. Many people from the demon race went in, but most of them died inside. The people who came out later also kept their mouths shut about what happened in the Phantom City, and very little news was spread." And a thought was surging in his mind, "But I heard that one person from the demon race came out with a look of terror, and his only words before he died were..." As he thought of this, the image of a tattered dying man appeared in his mind. "Don't go near the Void Island." Bayou walked and thought, "It seems that although the Phantom City is an opportunity, it's still unknown whether it's a blessing or a curse." Suddenly something startled both of them, and they stopped. One of them saw the crowd in front and asked, "What are those people doing?" A figure with his back to them was pushing the door with all his might and said loudly, "Everyone, let's push this open together." Someone shouted loudly, the sound reaching where he and his disciples stood. "It's still not working. This door is so hard to open, there must be a peerless treasure inside. Does anyone have a way to break it? Whoever can open it gets to go in first and choose a treasure." Yushan glanced slightly behind him and continued, "That's right, is there anyone who can open this? I, Chang Yushan, guarantee that I'll let him go in first to choose a treasure." So Li Shu immediately appeared to resolve the situation. He volunteered and walked forward. "Let me do it." Li Shu walked forward slowly step by step and stretched out his hand to cast a spell. There's a divine gate mystic formation on the door, it can't be opened with brute force. Then he suddenly said loudly, as commanded by the statutes, a stream of cyan true chi shot forward from his fingertips and 4 wisps of white smoke rose from the door. Then when he saw the door open a crack, a voice sounded. It really opened. Everyone looked at Li Shu with envious eyes, but he just had an expression that said it was a piece of cake. Yushan came forward to talk. I wonder what this brother's name is. Bayou Sect, Li Shu. As soon as his words fell, several people began to discuss. So he's a disciple of the Bayou Sect. I recently heard that the Bayou Sect has unified Haiyuan City. I wonder if it's true. Li Shu is so young and already a formation master, it seems the Bayou Sect has some strength, Yushan said. Alright, as we agreed, Brother Li gets to choose a treasure first. Li Shu nodded and was about to enter when a loud shout suddenly came. Wait! The disciples at the door immediately turned to see Shen Rulong appear with 2 subordinates, his eyes sharp and his posture arrogant, walking forward with a folding fan in his hand. Discussions immediately broke out. That's Shen Rulong of the Shen family. The Shen family is a major cultivation clan in the Shangtian domain, but Shen Rulong is an arrogant and conceited fool. Wherever he is, nothing good happens. Hearing the discussions, Shen Rulong frowned tightly. He said with displeasure, on what grounds does he get to choose first? This young master disagrees. Yushan opposite him saw this and said seriously, Young Master Shen, this was agreed upon by everyone. Without Li Shu we couldn't have opened this door at all. Shen Rulong sneered and said contemptuously, regardless of the reason, that's what you said, I never agreed. Then he snorted coldly, strode to the center of the field with an arrogant look and shouted loudly, Everyone get out of my way, this young master is going in first. Meanwhile his subordinates behind him helped clear the way. Yushan opposite him stood up and questioned, Young Master Shen, isn't this a bit against the code of honor? He pointed ahead and continued, I, Chang Yushan, am the first to disagree. Then several other voices quickly echoed, that's right, there should be some honor in the martial world. The Shen family can't just bully people with their power. Hearing this, Shen Rulong was instantly filled with rage. Then he quickly punched the other party, so talkative. This sudden move caught Yushan off guard, and he was sent flying. At this moment, Shen Rulong still maintained his stance, his tone full of contempt. Chang Yushan, with your meager strength you dare to lecture me? You don't know your own limits. Believe it or not, I could kill you right now. He stood with his legs apart, arms crossed, extremely arrogant, and continued with a sneer, the entire cultivation world has entered a chaotic era and you still want to talk to me about honor? Shen Rulong's face was terrifyingly grim as he challenged, a bunch of naive fools. I'd like to see who else dares to run their mouth. As soon as his words fell, everyone felt indignant. They were furious. Yushan spoke from behind a golden-haired man. Brother Li Shu, it's our incompetence. I'm afraid you'll have to be wronged. But the other party frowned and said righteously, this matter has nothing to do with any of you. He stood in front, glared at Shen Rulong and continued, if he wants to go in first. Li Shu's eyes became even sharper. He'll have to get through me first. However, the other party was completely oblivious, frowning and snorting coldly before directly waving his hand to attack Li Shu, truly overestimating his own abilities. At this moment, Li Shu seemed to sense something and thought to himself, this is bad. A powerful golden light grazed past Yushan. Li Shu knelt on the ground and judged. Could he be? After a moment of thought he frowned and continued, Wind Marquis Realm. On the other side, Shen Rulong held his folding fan and said contemptuously, a mere superhuman realm cultivator dares to make a move against someone at the Wind Marquis Realm? Are you tired of living? He walked forward and without turning his head he showed off his authority to the fellow disciples who were watching. You bunch of losers, are you worthy of reasoning with me? Shen Rulong turned his head and sneered, let me tell you. I, Shen Rulong's fists are the biggest, so my words are the law. I, Shen Rulong, have been the first in everything since I was a child. Who dares to compete with me? Suddenly someone threatened unexpectedly. Are you the first to die too? This made him widen his eyes in anger, his face turning ashen, and he couldn't help but shout, Bastard, who dares to speak to this young master like that? Bayou slowly walked forward and threatened, speaking like that, aren't you afraid of shaming your Shen family? His brow relaxed, his face grim. If I had a son like you I would have slammed your head against a wall until you were dead. Just a few sentences were enough to make Shen Rulong grind his teeth in anger. At this moment a few Shen family disciples suddenly interjected. That seems to be Sect Master Bai, the one from the Bayou Sect. I didn't expect him to dare to go head-to-head with Shen Rulong. Shen Rulong was naturally filled with hatred, showing no respect or restraint. The Bayou Sect is nothing, a piece of trash in my eyes. You think you're worthy of standing up? Before he could finish his sentence, Shen Rulong was slapped by Bayou. Then he couldn't help but curse, damn it, you dare to make a move, I'll kill you. Suddenly a spurt of blood shot out. It was a sharp sword still stained with blood. Shen Rulong's face was covered in sweat as he clutched his injured hand, staring deadly at the sword in his hand. He knelt on the ground and said resentfully, my hand is crippled. But Bayou was very calm, lowering his eyes and demanding, apologize or I'll cut you down. But in his heart he sighed to himself, a divine artifact, even if I can't unleash its full power, is still very useful. At this moment Shen Rulong opened his mouth wide and argued forcefully, if you have the guts, kill me. I, Shen Rulong, am so proud, how could I apologize to you? In your dreams. As soon as his words fell, Bayou swung his sword and agreed, all right. This move made Shen Rulong cry out in panic. When the sword was at his neck, he hurriedly apologized. "I was wrong." Hearing this, Bayou frowned slightly and cursed. "Trash, if you had really died just like that I would have thought a bit more highly of you." On Shen Rulong's side, he quickly closed his eyes and replied, "I was wrong." He knelt on the ground in front of everyone, his voice echoing all around. "I apologize to the Bayou sect. I apologize to everyone. Please let me turn over a new leaf and become a good cultivator who is reasonable, abides by the code of honor, and maintains the long-term peace and stability of the cultivation world." After a while, 2 people shouted happily, "Sect Master Bai is mighty, that's how it should be. This kind of person should be dealt with like this." Bayou lowered his hands seriously and said coldly, let's go in," and Shen Rulong still knelt on the ground kowtowing motionlessly. One of the 2 attendants hurriedly stepped forward to help his master up. "Young master, everyone's gone, let's get up." Shen Rulong immediately asked with an embarrassed face. "How was my performance just now?" The 2 attendants on either side supported him. The person on the left gave a thumbs up to show it was very good and continued, "Young master's lines were very well spoken, truly worthy of someone who has attended private school." The 2 attendants walked beside him, hands clasped. Shen Rulong hurriedly complained, "That was all an act. Who would have thought he would actually dare to cut me? If it weren't for my quick thinking, my head would have rolled." He looked very angry, and the fierce-eyed attendant asked, "Young master, what should we do now?" and received the other's answer, "Right now, immediately." He gritted his teeth, his face filled with resentment. "Call my father here. I want everyone from the Bayou sect dead." Outside the Phantom City, on an island floating in the air, a red magic circle suddenly appeared. On it were the Demon Son and his group, observing proudly. The person in a hood beside him spoke, "Demon Son, we've made it in time. The Phantom City would have closed a little later." As soon as his words fell, the Demon Son slowly replied, 100 years ago, this Phantom City appeared in the demonic heaven domain. My father once entered it and saw 3 sets of supreme demon armor, but unfortunately he couldn't bring them out, so he has never forgotten them." The Demon Son's eyes became sharp. "This time we go in, our first mission is to bring out those 3 sets of demon armor." Hearing this, the previous voice replied again, "Rest assured, Demon Son. We are fully prepared this time. Once we're inside, the cultivators of the Shanqin domain will be nothing but pushovers." Inside the Phantom City, Bayou and his group were still moving. He was talking with Yushan, Sect Master Bai. "Many people from the Shen family have come in this time. Be careful of their retaliation in the future. It's fine, if they're not afraid of death they can come at me." Bayou calmly continued, "I truly admire all of you. Now that we've entered a chaotic era, there aren't many cultivators like you who hold on to their bottom line." Yushan immediately lowered his head slightly and replied, "Sect Master Bai, to be honest with you, we are all rogue cultivators from Kiu Mountain. We formed a group just to survive, as you know. Rogue cultivators are the most looked down upon in the cultivation world." He looked at his clenched fist and continued, "If we couldn't hold on to our final code of honor, we would have probably been bullied to death long ago. It is precisely because everyone has a bottom line, persistence, and a common ideal that we've been able to stay united for so many years." Bayou's group had just entered the Phantom City and seemed to have discovered something. One of them spoke up, "Look, what's that?" At this moment, in front of them, a group of soldiers in armor was blocking the way on a platform. This strange scene caused a commotion among everyone. "What's going on?" But strangely, there was no one inside these armors. It was as if they were floating in the air on their own. Of course, the people with him also noticed this anomaly. "There's clearly no one in the armor. How can it be standing there?" Those people reminded each other without changing their expressions, "Everyone be careful, this is too strange." At this moment, Yushan spoke up and volunteered to go forward. "Let me go and test the waters." As he spoke, he walked forward and calmly drew his saber. Suddenly, that group of armors also began to react. Not only was Yushan not panicked, but he also exposed them, putting on a mysterious act. He moved on his toes and announced at the same time, "I'll cut you down." Then he rushed over like an arrow and slashed at the group of armors with his saber, but he didn't expect the saber to break in half, shocking Yushan into silence. "What? My saber is a grade 9 profound grade weapon. How could it shatter like this?" Someone in the crowd hurriedly explained. "This armor is no ordinary item. It's a saint-grade artifact at the very least. With so many, there's enough for each of us to have a set. If we can get a set, our combat power will more than double." Artifacts were divided into 5 main grades: Transcendent, Divine, Saint, Heavenly, and the most common grades 1 to 9. Hearing this, the rest of the people became even more excited, rushing up to snatch the treasures, not forgetting to remind everyone, "Be careful. Prepare for battle." At the same time, those armors also sensed the anomaly and began to move. Everyone in the strange armors began to fight in a space filled with chaotic sounds. "Go kill them," but the team's weapons were of too low a grade, breaking in half as soon as they touched the armor. All attacks had no effect on the opponent, and they even lost their weapons on their own side. They didn't even want to fight anymore. "What kind of armor is this? We can't even hurt it. How are we supposed to fight this? Let's retreat quickly." At this moment, Bayou was facing a set of armor walking towards him, and he was also curious about it. "What's the deal with this armor?" As the armor got closer and closer, Bayou just stood there stunned, motionless. However, the situation was completely different this time. The armor completely ignored him and walked right past. This couldn't help but surprise Bayou, who thought to himself, "What's going on? Why isn't this armor attacking me?" He immediately seized the opportunity, turned around, and threw a punch at it, saying with a confident tone, "Then don't blame me for being impolite. The armor suddenly turned back as he attacked as if it had eyes in the back of its head, blocked Bayou's attack and then fiercely counterattacked, making him cry out, "What the heck?" Bayou failed to block the armor's sudden attack and was sent flying. He quickly stabilized his body and landed on his feet. After taking a hit from that pile of iron, Bayou also realized the problem and reflected, "Something's not right. This armor's defense and attack power are both extremely formidable." Bayou looked at the ongoing chaotic battle and thought, if it wanted to kill us, everyone would probably not have lasted until now. In the end, Bayou came to a conclusion. The only explanation, and the one he thought was the most reasonable, could only be that this armor doesn't attack people on its own initiative. Only when the other party attacks first will the armor actively counterattack. To verify if his guess was correct, Bayou carefully approached the armor, then waved his hand to provoke it to see its reaction. "Hey." But the armor had no reaction. Everything was exactly as he had deduced. Bayou laughed happily. "Just as I thought, it seems this place is more like a training ground. These armors are all used for sparring." While everyone was desperately fighting the armors, Bayou leisurely praised, "Amazing, the armor for daily training is this powerful." At this moment, outside the Phantom City, Shen Rulong's crippled arm had been carefully bandaged. The Shen clan head faced him and asked, "How did this happen?" He was very angry that his precious son had been treated like this, so he brought a group of people. "Shen Rulong is the only son of my Shen family, and he dared to cripple your hand." Shen Rulong immediately cried to his father, "Father, if it weren't for my quick thinking, I'm afraid you would never see me again." After hearing this, the Shen clan head didn't say much and ordered, "Lead the way." He led a group of people in with great momentum, announcing as they walked, "Only cultivators below the King Marquis realm can enter the Phantom City. Right now, my Shen family has 4 Peak Wind Marquis realm experts, just one step away from entering the ranks of King Marquis Masters. Although not the strongest in the Phantom City, they are still an extremely terrifying presence." At this moment, veins bulged on the Shen clan head's forehead as he said through gritted teeth, "If he dares to provoke the Shen family, we'll go and flatten them right now." Back inside the Phantom City, the group was still fighting incessantly with the armor, but they had been forced into a corner. A cultivator from an unknown sect suddenly shouted, "Quick, we're about to be surrounded. If we don't retreat now, it'll be too late." In contrast to that group, Bayou, having discovered the secret of the armors, was still standing by leisurely with his arms crossed watching. Li Shu seemed to have slowly discovered it as well and said to him, "Master, the more I look at it, the more I feel this place is like a training ground, and these armors are specifically for daily training." Bayou immediately agreed, "Your master thinks so too." He calculated in his heart, "The armor here is good stuff. With such strong defense I have to find a way to get a set no matter what." Then Bayou said to Li Shu, "Since we're already here, then let's train a bit." Hearing this, he immediately took the order and charged forward, which was exactly what he wanted. He set his things aside and then shouted to the people who were fighting frantically below, "Everyone, don't panic. If you can't win, just lie down. As long as you don't fight back, the armor won't hurt you." But those people didn't believe him at all. Someone asked back skeptically, "Sect Master Bai, are you joking? If we lie down, won't we be turned into meat paste?" Subsequently, the man in green was also attacked by the armor, but luckily he dodged in time. The armor continued to swing its sword to attack. But this time, luck was not on his side. The man in green couldn't dodge and shouted in panic, "It's over, I can't dodge this." Fortunately, Li Shu flew in from nowhere, blocked the armor's strike and saved the man's life. Meanwhile, Bayou stood with his arms crossed, a little displeased because no one believed him. "Why won't anyone listen to me?" The man in green whom he had just saved was extremely grateful. "Brother Li Shu, thank you." Li Shu seemed not to hear him and charged forward again to practice with the armor. The others stood outside watching the intense exchange between Li Shu and the armor, praising him non-stop. Li Shu can actually fight so skillfully with the armor, and his cultivation isn't even that high. Still just at the superhuman realm. They chatted without a care, completely oblivious that the person they were talking about was standing right behind them. "Who is this Sect Master Bai, to be able to take in such a talented disciple? A young prodigy like this should have entered the Shanqin Sect. I didn't expect him to be a disciple of the Bayou sect over here." The battle raged on, making a clamorous noise. Bayou, with his arms crossed, asked Li Shu, who was still in the heat of battle, "How is it?" He replied enthusiastically, "I'm making rapid progress. These armors are indeed very suitable for sparring." Li Shu looked at the armors and continued his evaluation. "As long as you don't use lethal force against them, they won't truly harm people." Then he got into his stance again, preparing for the next round of attacks, while not forgetting to tell his master, "My cultivation is about to break through to the Wind Marquis realm." After speaking, he charged forward to attack with a competitive look on his face. Hearing his disciple's words, Bayou felt so helpless he wanted to curse. "His cultivation is about to break through to the Wind Marquis realm. Damn it, how long has it been? That's even faster than me using the Myriad Mother Vine Chair." Meanwhile, he was still concentrating on sparring with the armor, feeling the changes in his body as he fought. Almost there, suddenly, Li Shu's eyes widened and an immense spiritual power erupted from within him. His magical power was overwhelming as he charged straight at the armor and shouted, "Break for me?" The armor was affected by his combat power. Its helmet almost knocked off its original position. After leveling up, Li Shu was strong enough to send the armor flying several meters away. He proudly shouted, "I've broken through to the Wind Marquis realm." The armor hit the ground with a small explosion. At this moment, Li Shu was surrounded by an extremely rich immortal aura. and he was happily experiencing the power of the Wind Marquis realm, his strength having increased by at least tenfold. Seeing this, Bayou was so shocked he started questioning his own existence, feeling more and more that his two disciples were anything but simple. Unless the system had some other profound reason for making me take them as my disciples. Just as everyone was celebrating, a voice came from behind, "Found you." Li Shu turned around in surprise. It turned out to be the people from the Shen family who had come after them. Rulong pointed at Bayou and his group and said, "They're here." Seeing this, Yushan said warily, "It's the Shen family. They got here so fast." The others were equally surprised. A man wearing a mask revealed the identity of the newcomers. It was the Shen clan head and several Shen family elders. Their cultivation is all at the peak of the Wind Marquis realm. Another cultivator added, "We're done for this time. The Shen family's strongest combat force is here." Ruling seized the opportunity to act arrogantly, relying on his father's power. "Father, don't let a single one of them go, especially that Bayou. I want to kill him with my own hands." Hearing his son say this, the Shen clan head followed up with a curse. "Are you blind or stupid?" he glared and questioned. "To dare to provoke my Shen family." Yushan was very surprised to hear this, while only Bayou remained indifferent from beginning to end. Then he spoke up to explain, "Clan head Shen, this matter was young Master Shen's fault in the first place. The Shen family is a prestigious clan. I hope Clan head Shen will investigate the cause, uphold justice and distinguish right from wrong." Unexpectedly, Rulong refused to admit his mistake and cursed back, "Damn you, Chong Yushan, you're still spouting this useless nonsense at a time like this. You rogue cultivators deserve to be looked down upon, cursed and bullied." As expected, the Shen clan head stepped forward to shield his son without distinguishing right from wrong. "This clan head doesn't care who's right or wrong. Whatever my son does is right," he said menacingly. "You dare to bully my son, you will all die today." The more Yushan listened, the more unfair he felt, and he retorted angrily, "Damn it, does your Shen family think you can blot out the sky with one hand? Is there no justice in this world?" Unexpectedly, as soon as his words fell, someone from the Shen family made a move, striking the opponent with a palm and sending Yushan flying. To be reduced to such a state by a single palm strike showed the opponent's strength. And the one who struck was none other than the Shen clan head. He completely disregarded everyone, openly mocking, "My son is right, you really talk too much." Lao Yi, while helping Yushan up, asked with doubt, "Lao Tang, is there still a chance?" He stood up wretchedly, panting, but still managed to answer, "There's no chance at all. With several Wind Marquis realm experts from the Shen family attacking together, we can't even last for half a moment." Lao Yi had already made up his mind about this matter and said, "Since that's the case," his eyes were firm as if he was already prepared to die. "Then whoever can survive, survives." Yushan asked again, "Lao Yi, have you thought it through?" Lao Yi, with his back to him, said firmly, "I have." Lao Yi's words also voiced the thoughts of the others. This is everyone's decision. They were determined to fight to the end together. Not only that, but they also encouraged each other. "Lao Tang's saber hasn't tasted blood in a long time. We've lived long enough, it's right for everyone to go together. At least we'll have company. Our lives are cheap, let the ones whose lives are valuable leave first." Yushan looked at these brothers who were as close as his own hands and feet, not knowing what to say. After a moment he managed to say one thing, "You are all my good brothers." He drew his saber, gripped it in his hand, ready for a life-and-death battle with the Shen family, and didn't forget to say to Bayou, "Sect Master Bai will hold off the Shen family. You take brother Li Shu and leave first." Hearing this, he couldn't help but be surprised and hesitant. This, Bayou was astonished by their righteous spirit, secretly admiring them in his heart. At the brink of life and death, these people are actually telling us to leave first. Even Li Shu felt the same. He said to him, "Master, although these people are rogue cultivators, their character is very good, countless times better than that bunch of bastards from the Shen family." Lao Yi, full of fighting spirit and preparing for the final battle, still didn't forget to thank the person who had saved him. "Brother Li Shu, thank you for saving my life just now." He turned to Li Shu and said, "Today I, Lao Yi, will repay you with my life." Me too, brother Li Shu's life is valuable. He has a limitless future ahead of him. It's worth it for us worthless lives to die here. Bayou opened his mouth to stop them. "Lao Tang, you don't have to do this. It hasn't come to that point yet." Yushan refused his good intentions, still sticking to his original decision, saying, "Sect Master Bai, we know you're powerful, but the Shen family is strong right now. We hope you won't refuse. Go quickly, we'll hold them off here." Seeing this, Ruling mocked, "Chang Yushan, you're all a bunch of naive fools." He took the opportunity to sneer. "What era is this? And you're still playing the repaying a favor game. You're killing me." Yushan knew he had no way out, so he no longer held back as he did last time and directly retorted, "Shen Rulong, what the hell are you laughing at? You call me a fool, but in my eyes you're just an animal." Being cursed like this, Rulong became even more furious, but he couldn't find any words to refute, only able to repeat the same old lines, "You worthless cur, you dare to speak to me like that." Before he could finish, the other party continued to mock him even more mercilessly. "I'm about to die, why wouldn't I dare to curse you? Just like Sect Master Bai said, if you were my son, I might as well have thrown you against a wall and killed you back then." The Shen clan head couldn't bear to hear his son being cursed any longer and roared, "Insolence!" He immediately ordered, "Men, kill all of them." The passion of Yushan's group was not to be outdone. He shouted with great momentum, "Brothers, prepare to die. 18 years from now we'll be heroes again." But before the two sides could make a move, they were stopped by a loud shout from Bayou. "Wait!" Yushan's group turned back in surprise, and the Shen family's people also turned back. And when they turned back, they saw Bayou standing among the battle armors that had tormented them to death just now. He stood among the armors and shouted, Lao Tang, all of you come over here. Seeing this, Yushan's group began to discuss in a panic. Why is Sect Master Bai standing among the armors? Why aren't the armors attacking him? Even Li Shu shouted loudly. Put away your weapons, come over to our side, trust my master. Yushan immediately obeyed and shouted to his brothers, go to Sect Master Bai's side. They followed the order, immediately taking off and running hastily. As they ran towards Bayou, they didn't forget to keep an eye behind them, watching for a sneak attack from the Shen family. A rogue cultivator, seeing that he wasn't being attacked as before, blurted out, damn it, the armors really aren't attacking us. They carefully observed each set of armor, complaining and trembling, not daring to make a single move. Sect Master Bai is truly amazing. Can he control these armors? Yushan approached Bayou and asked, Sect Master Bai, what should we do next? He revealed a cunning smile and said, next of course is to kill them. Bayou stepped forward, stomped his foot and menacingly announced to the Shen family, you old and young animals of the Shen family. This move stunned the Shen family. They hadn't expected him to make a face and provoke them. Come on over. The Shen family witnessed this, and veins bulged on their foreheads in anger. Rulong was even more furious, shouting, Father, he still dares to provoke us. The third elder of the Shen family couldn't take it either. He charged forward like an arrow and roared, a bunch of weaklings, I alone can. Before he could finish his sentence, a set of armor had already blocked his path. By the time he reacted, he had been sent flying back to the Shen family's side by a punch from the armor, spitting blood. The Shen clan head was speechless. This, and Rulong was sweating profusely, his mouth wide open in astonishment. These ordinary armors are actually this strong. The third elder was knocked unconscious, causing the others to panic. Then they gathered around in small groups to check on him. Third elder, how are you? The third elder was knocked down by another blow. Unexpectedly, that third elder was beaten until his eyes rolled back and his chin was knocked to one side. Seeing this, Rulong asked worriedly, Clan head, what should we do? Should I go up? Bayou, having gained the upper hand, exaggerated even more. We discovered these armors first. They're all ours. The Shen family can forget about snatching these ultimate treasures. In fact, he had already thought of a very useful plan to provoke them further. Rulong, unwilling to be defeated, thought, snatch your things, dream on. As long as my Shen family sees them, these treasures are all ours. The third elder, who had just fainted, also stood up and hurriedly vied for them. Clan head, the treasure. He pointed at the group of armors and said, these armors are treasures, we must get them. With them, my Shen family can ascend to the heavens in a single step. The Shen clan head had the same idea and ordered them to snatch the armors. As they charged forward, they said excitedly, I didn't expect my Shen family to get such a great opportunity right after entering the Phantom City. The two sides charged forward fiercely to attack. The Shen clan head commanded while fighting, continue. All the experts of my Shen family are gathered this time. I don't believe we can't snatch those armors. The sounds of fighting echoed continuously. However, on this side, someone was pouring tea. It was Bayou's group watching the show while sipping tea. Yushan respectfully poured tea for Bayou and then invited him, Sect Master Bai, have some tea. As they drank, they didn't forget to discuss the people from the Shen family. So boring, the Shen family's side isn't over yet. Another person added, the faces of that group from the Shen family are all swollen from the beatings and they still haven't stopped. They're all about to die of exhaustion. The third elder was sent flying by the armor again. The people from the Shen family saw this and said, this is bad, a third elder is down again. An old man, seeing the situation was not good, advised, Clan head, we can't go on like this. These armors are impenetrable and their strength is immense. Many of us are seriously injured, especially the third elder who might be beyond saving. Let's temporarily retreat. The Shen clan head was burning with rage, but he had no better solution. Unexpectedly, just as he was wrestling with his thoughts, Bayou shouted again in an extremely provocative tone, Clan head Shen. He immediately added fuel to the fire to provoke them. If the Shen family are a bunch of cowards, then these treasures are all mine. Unexpectedly, this trick really worked. The third elder, who was thought to have fainted, had already stood up and roared, Clan head, we can't give up the treasures, we must get those armors. This is the foundation of my Shen family's rise. The Shen clan head only snorted upon hearing this, while Rulong probably had a headache from all the noise. The third elder, as if he had never been injured, charged to the front and announced loudly again, these treasures are all the Shen family's, no one can take them away. The Shen clan head's face darkened as he chimed in, there's no other way, everyone, use your real skills. So they flew up to fight again, while Bayou still sat there leisurely drinking tea, not forgetting to say to Yushan, stop spacing out, come drink tea and watch the show. At this moment a set of armor had overwhelmingly defeated a member of the Shen family. It raised its sword, preparing for the final blow. Rulong, his face bruised and swollen, shouted for help, Father, save me. Hearing his precious son's cry, the Shen clan head immediately rushed over to stop it. Don't you dare harm my son. Unexpectedly, he was the one who was sent flying, and he even spat out a large mouthful of blood. After landing with great difficulty, he immediately ordered, all members of the Shen family, listen up. Stop fighting, retreat. The Shen family elders, upon hearing this, immediately fell into chaos. We should have retreated long ago. If it weren't for the third elder's stubbornness, we wouldn't be so heavily injured. I can't walk anymore. I have no strength left. And the third elder was paralyzed on the ground, saying with difficulty, My injuries are too severe. At this moment the battle armor was already standing in front of him, but he couldn't move and could only speak weakly. I can't move anymore. The combat principle of these armors is if the enemy doesn't move I don't move, so they immediately froze. The Shen clan head and Shen Rulong were shocked that the armor had stopped moving. It was only then that he realized the truth and shouted angrily, "We've been tricked. As long as we don't attack first, these armors won't attack. Damn it, you little bastard, you dare to trick us, you dare to play us." Bayou just calmly sipped his tea and replied in a mocking tone, "You're the ones who are stupid and you blame me?" Chang Yushan witnessed this and praised loudly. "Sect Master Bai is mighty. This is the first time I've had such an easy fight I didn't even have to lift a finger." Although the Shen clan head and his group were furious, they could do nothing, he ordered. "Let's go, retreat for now," he replied softly. "Can you leave?" This made his face change drastically. Bayou, Li Shu and Chang Yushan confidently strode closer. The Shen clan head, still clueless about the situation, arrogantly said, "Just you people dare to stop my Shen family even if we're injured. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse." Bayou calmly replied, "We'll only know if it's bigger than a horse after the camel is dead." Without hesitation he pointed directly at the other's face. "The entire Shen family is scum. Today I'll act on behalf of the heavens and eliminate you." The other party replied, "Mere chickens and dogs you dare to boast." Then he rushed at him shouting, "I'll kill you first." Chang Yushan stood beside him and reminded him in a panic, "Sect Master Bai, be careful. This Shen clan head is only one step away from the King Marquis realm. Even if he's injured, his strength is not to be underestimated." But there was not a trace of worry on his face. When the time was right, Bayou delivered a rising dragon fist, sending him straight into the sky. The Shen clan head floated in the air shouting in terror. "Save me," Yushan managed to comment. That the Shen clan head's death is quite stylish. Bayou flexed his hands and said, "Go destroy the Shen family." The remaining people were shocked by these words and could only watch as the enemy attacked. Faced with this scene, a cowardly thought arose in Shen Rulong's mind. The situation is not good. As the only son of the Shen family, I absolutely cannot die. I am the hope of the Shen family. Everyone will understand if I run now. But before he could act on this thought, he was blocked by Li Shu's sword. He said coldly, "Stop!" Shen Rulang, inheriting his father's arrogance, roared domineeringly, "Weren't you defeated by me? Are you worthy of stopping me?" Li Shu didn't bother wasting words with him and attacked with his sword. He dodged by a hair's breadth, and Li Shu said, "I was then, but not now." On the other side, the people from the Shen family had already been defeated and were lying scattered on the ground. Bayou spoke up, "The Shen family's matter is settled. Now we should think about how to collect these armors." Suddenly, he called out to Li Shu and threw his sword to him. "Try using a divine artifact on these armors." After a few seconds of being stunned, he accepted the order. Yes, then he directly attacked the armor. Bayou watched and commented, "It's working." Although it didn't damage the armor, at least Li Shu wasn't sent flying. Li Shu was still fighting with passion when he suddenly said happily, "Master, I think I've found the weakness of these armors." He crouched down, raised his sword and shouted, "Take this." The armor also got into a battle stance. Aiming for the weak point, he shouted, "Slash." His sword passed through the armor and to his surprise its head fell off. He turned to look at Bayou. "It seems my guess was right. The weak point of these armors is at the connection between the helmet and the body. After all, there's no one inside the armor, so the movements at the joints are a bit slow." He happily gave a thumbs up in praise. "To be able to find the weak point, your talent is truly heaven-defying. You are worthy of being my good disciple." In an instant, many armors were collected. Seeing this, the remaining armors gathered into a circle. The crowd exclaimed in surprise, "What are these armors trying to do?" A huge force appeared in the center of the circle. Bayou was also shocked. "What's happening?" The force grew stronger and stronger. After a loud bang and a dazzling light, no one could believe the scene before them. The armors had combined into a giant steel titan. This new armor was not only tall but also extremely sturdy without a single gap. Bayou thought in shock. Those armors combined into one, becoming a new set of armor, and this new armor is several times more imposing than before. Its strength must be extraordinary. Seeing this, Li Shu bravely charged forward. "Let me try." But he was quickly and easily thrown aside by the armor. Bayou raised his voice and asked, "Li Shu, when was the last time Master gave you something?" He replied, "I think it was last month." Bayou thought to himself, "That's good, there's a new rebate chance. Next I'll exploit the system's bug again." He spread his arms and said loudly, "Everyone look at me." Bayou said proudly, "Everyone, this set of armor is now mine." Bayou's. "Does anyone have any objections?" The surrounding people were a bit bewildered seeing Bayou like this. No objection. What does Sect Master Bai want to do?" "I don't know." Bayou smiled and said flatteringly to Li Shu, "Li Shu, listen carefully. Master is giving you this set of armor." He asked again, puzzled, "Ah, giving it to me? No way, Master. Even if you give it to me, I can't take it away." Hearing him say this, Bayou became impatient. "Anyway, I don't care. Just tell me if you want it or not." Li Shu replied, "How can I not want what Master gives me? Of course I want it." As soon as his words fell, Bayou's disciple recruitment rebate system gave a notification. Gifted disciple Li Shu the mithril demonic armor. Activating an 18,000x rebate. Congratulations, you have obtained 18 sets of mythic gold demonic armor. This made Bayou ecstatic. The bug exploit was a success, he pondered. But this rebate is a bit strange, an 18,000x multiplier. And it returned 18 sets of mythic gold demonic armor. Before it was always 10,000x, 100,000x. The numbers were always multiples of 10. Does the system only have 18 sets of demonic armor? Then his system issued another warning, bug exploit behavior detected. Special reminder, only items under your control can be gifted for a rebate. Otherwise the rebate is invalid. Hearing this, Bayou was instantly deflated. As expected, the system patched the loophole after the bug was exploited. He thought with a wry smile, let's go check out other places. Then he directly said to Li Shu, let's go check out other places. Li Shu was surprised. Master, aren't you going to take my armor? He turned back and said, no need, we can't take it away anyway. Next time, Master will give you something better, he thought to himself. Now that I have the more advanced mythic gold demonic armor, what do I need this mithril demonic armor for? Li Shu suddenly thought of something, said with a smile, I have a way to take it with me. Bayou asked curiously, what way? He just stood in front of the armor and smiled meaningfully. I'll try. He looked at the armor and thought for a while. Then Li Shu suddenly started running, and the armor immediately chased after him. Master, I'll go ahead. Seeing him do this, Bayou was helpless. He said in his heart, you're a fucking genius. You can take the armor with you by letting it chase you. How did you even think of that? The scene switched to another place. Wu Julian's black boots stepping on the snow-white ground as she approached, she said. The little girl the Sect Master of the chaotic-era Heretical Sect mentioned must be with Bayou. She thought irritably, Bayou, you trash I once looked down upon, I will never allow you to live a better life than me. She was walking towards Liang Yunting and a few other people. Suddenly he turned back. It was Wu Julian. He called out pitifully, Senior Brother Liang. But he just shouted angrily, Wu Julian, do you have any shame? To follow me into the Phantom City, I don't want to see you. Get lost right now. Hearing him say this, her face fell and she froze. A few people beside him said to him, Senior Brother Liang, this Wu Julian has caused you so much trouble. Why not cripple her to show your loyalty to Senior Sister Fang? Yeah, this Wu Julian is a jinx. She messed up such a great opportunity with a powerful backer. Liang Yunting asked doubtfully, cripple her? Hearing this, Wu Julian was very angry, but she calmly asked again, Senior Brother Liang, are you really going to be so cruel to me? He frowned and pointed at her face. Enough, I said, don't call me Senior Brother. We've cut all ties, there's nothing between us. Wu Julian was disappointed. She said, men. Wu Julian seemed to have become a different person in her anger, her face dark and terrifying. As expected, not a single one is good. She charged directly at Liang Yunting, but he wasn't scared at all. He held out his hand, overestimating your own abilities. Don't forget, I was the one who taught you your techniques. Something flew by at the speed of light, making him gasp in shock. His arm became stiff. Liang Yunting could only howl in pain, without giving him time. She rushed forward, grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Let's see if the techniques I'm using now are the ones you taught me. He was covered in sweat, stammering in terror. How is this possible? These are the techniques of the Heretical Sect. She tightened her grip in anger. Now go to hell. Liang Yunting cried and begged pitifully for mercy. Junior Sister Wu, spare me, spare me. But before he could finish, she killed him. His body lay quietly on the ground, leaving the other two terrified. Say, Senior Brother Liang is dead. Quick, report to Senior Sister Fang. Wu Julian heard everything and said contemptuously, didn't the Wood Profound Sect discard me? She said again. Then I'll just kill all of you. On the other side, a group of people in black cloaks was watching rows of demonic armors cultivating some kind of magic. The undead puppet secret art. Then those streams of air passed through the armors. He laughed loudly, and the small armors turned into a giant one, making the people behind them laugh in admiration. Very good, the true demonic armor has been synthesized. We're halfway there. The person beside him continued. Next is to use puppet magic to control this supreme demonic armor and successfully obtain the first set of supreme demonic armor. The demon son used the puppet technique, aimed at the giant armor in front of him, and chanted in a low voice, Puppet secret art collect. A force emitted a light that shone on the armor, and it was instantly dismantled into pieces. The demon son picked up the helmet and said smugly, Success. After hundreds of years of preparation, the demonic disc puppet my father created has successfully subdued the supreme demonic armor. As long as I wear this set of armor, my combat power will soar to a terrifying degree. He infused more power into the puppet technique in his hand, then ordered his subordinates, go bring the remaining 2 sets of demonic armor over here. Bayou and his group were still trying to find Li Shu. He sighed and said worriedly, I wonder where that armor chased Li Shu to. Suddenly he heard 2 guards discussing, quick, I heard someone found the treasure vault of the Phantom City. Let's go quickly or we won't get any good stuff. Bayou became interested. A treasure vault. Old Chang, let's go take a look too. And he walked in front with Chang Yushan and the others following behind. When they arrived, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. So many magic treasures, weapons, and pills. They looked at the items together. This is a grade 5 Azure Cloud sword. A pity its spiritual power is depleted. This sword is of good grade but it's broken. This is a grade 4 spiritual medicine. It still has some medicinal properties. Chang Yushan lamented. So many cultivation resources, even the Shanqin Sect isn't this wealthy. It's a pity they've been here for too long. Most of the treasures are damaged. Bayou said, this doesn't feel like a treasure vault. More like a warehouse. Many of the items stored inside are damaged. These treasures look like they were just randomly stored here as spoils of war. Who was it that built or controlled the Phantom City in the past? Yushan didn't pay much attention to his words. Sect Master Bai, since we're here, let's look around together. Maybe we can find a lot of good things. Suddenly, Li Shu appeared, shouting loudly. Master, he asked curiously, where's the armor? Didn't it follow you? He replied, panting, don't mention it. I was so tired from being chased I temporarily hid it in a corner. Hearing this he said, let's go inside and see what good things there are. Li Shu was very surprised to see everyone scrambling to search. Chang Yushan ran over excitedly. Sect Master Bai, look what I found a grade 7 weapon. Its spiritual power isn't depleted yet. I'm so lucky. Li Shu picked it up and looked at it saying, a grade 8 longsword and a grade 9 long saber are useless to our Bayou sect. He was very surprised to hear this and hurriedly replied, hey, this is a grade 8 longsword and a grade 9 long saber with abundant spiritual power, brother Li Shu. Why did you throw them away? He replied calmly. The grade is too low, we don't use them, he asked back in shock. How grade 9 and grade 8 weapons are sharp tools that some cultivators can't get in their entire lives and you don't want them. And even if you don't want them, you can't just throw them away. These are all valuable, you could have sold them, Bayou explained. Old Chang, this disciple of mine, is used to seeing divine artifacts. These things are of too low a grade, so it's normal that he doesn't want them. If you want them, just take them. He was very surprised to hear this and thought to himself, anyone who heard Sect Master Bai's words just now would think he was boasting. But I, Chang Yushan, have met countless people in my life and I can be sure that his expression just now wasn't one of boasting. This Bayou sect is truly unfathomable. Bayou scanned the room, his gaze stopping on a wooden barrel filled with small balls. He was curious to see what it was. Li Shu suddenly shouted, Master, don't move. He was startled. What's wrong? Is this thing dangerous? He replied. If I'm not mistaken, this is the legendary exploding armor bug. He was confused. Is this an insect? How is that possible? Isn't this just a piece of iron? Li Shu picked one up to prove it. The piece of iron in his hand suddenly turned into a bug. Bayou said in surprise, it's really alive. He hurriedly cast a sealing spell. The bug was frozen and then turned back into its original iron block shape. Li Shu explained, this exploding armor bug is extremely dangerous. It will revive as soon as it comes into contact with a human body. A few seconds after reviving, it will explode with immense power. I saw this in an ancient book from the Li family. Ordinary people have no idea what this is. Bayou smiled and said, this is quite interesting. This sect master will take it. Suddenly a voice was heard, everyone, stop for this holy sun. The south faction of the Shanqin Sect walked in aggressively with a group of soldiers. Everyone present was shocked. The newcomers were not only from the Shanqin Sect, but the leader was the holy son of the Shanqin Sect. I have a feeling that running into the Shanqin Sect is never a good thing. Lu Shang recognized Bayou and was a little worried. It's Sect Master Bai. He actually came in too. The holy son's subordinates ordered arrogantly, everyone, listen up, the holy son is here. You must hand over all the treasures you found to the Shanqin Sect. A man unwilling to be oppressed spoke up. The Shanqin Sect is the ruler of the Shanqin domain. You can't just take things by force. The Shanqin Sect is the lord of a domain. Why do you still want to rob us of our things? Lu Shang shouted angrily. It is precisely because the Shanqin Sect is the lord of a domain that everything in the Shanqin domain naturally belongs to the Shanqin Sect. Chang Yushan was helpless. Is this world really beyond saving? It was like this with the Shen family, and now even the Shanqin Sect is like this. The crowd couldn't bear it any longer and said one after another, damn it, I just found a handy grade 5 weapon. I also just got a decent pill. I was planning to break through to the next realm after I got out. The Shanqin Sect is too much of a bully. We risked our lives to come in, and as soon as we get something, it's going to be snatched away. Bayou also chimed in with the crowd. No way, I just found a barrel of extraterrestrial meteorite iron. I'm definitely not handing it over. The holy son seemed a little surprised. Extraterrestrial meteorite iron. Bayou put on a pleading look. Holy son, please let me keep this barrel of extraterrestrial meteorite iron. Can I exchange it for something else? The holy son paid no attention to his words and ordered his subordinates. Go, bring it over for me to see. Lu Shang said in a cunning tone. Holy son, let me go. Hearing this, Bayou hurriedly said, Holy son, you can't just rob me like this. This is mine. The holy son shouted angrily. This holy son doesn't like to waste words. You can keep either your head or the treasure you choose. Lu Shang came to Bayou's side and only then did he stop acting, saying in a low voice, Sect Master Bai, what are you doing? You can't be so public about having a treasure. This holy son considers any good thing he sees to be his own. So Bayou was also acting just now. He replied, it's fine, let him take this thing. He didn't forget to add another instruction, remember to stay far away later. Although Lu Shang didn't quite understand, seeing his confident look, he replied, understood, Bayou is truly a clever man. If he were back in the Three Kingdoms period, he would probably be a formidable opponent for Liu Bei. Lu Shang followed his instructions and turned to say, Holy son, the item is here. And Bayou was still deep in his act. Holy son, I really can't give this to you. I'm willing to buy it with spirit stones, the holy son replied. So you still have spirit stones? Hand them all over. He was speechless, cursing in his heart. This guy is so greedy. He unknowingly picked up the exploding armor bug and examined it closely. This is extraterrestrial meteorite iron. The subordinate next to him was a bit smarter. It doesn't look like it. Another one also said, it looks like an ordinary iron ball. At the same time, Lu Shang slipped away as Bayou had instructed. The exploding armor bug in the holy son's hand bloomed into a bug, making him panic. What is this? Before he could react, the bug immediately exploded. The massive explosion sent a group of subordinates to the ground. Everyone was shocked by this scene. The people from the Shanqin Sect were all knocked out. Serves them right. Who told them to try and rob others? Lu Shang was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. Sect Master Bai is ruthless, the crowd continued. Let's go. Once the Holy Sun wakes up and gets angry, the consequences will be unimaginable. Thank you, brother. Otherwise our treasures would have been snatched by the Shanqin Sect. Let's go. Run. Bayou also said, are you still looking for treasures? We have to leave immediately. Lu Shang continued to act. You brat, you dare to bomb our Holy Sun. I'm not done with you. I bombed him, so what? It's not like I did it on purpose. Then the two spoke in low voices. Lu Shang, you're doing quite well in the Shanqin Sect. You've even managed to curry favor with the Holy Sun. Thanks to Sect Master Bai's great fortune, after you gave me the cultivation art, my cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and being the only surviving disciple from the Emperor's vault, I'm naturally valued in the Shanqin Sect. I've now been promoted to an inner sect disciple. Bayou praised, very good, continue being a good spy. Take this cultivation art. Cultivate hard, and your strength will reach a new level, Lu Shang said gratefully. Thank you, Sect Master. Then he looked at the Holy Sun lying on the ground. Sect Master, this Holy Sun is very vengeful. When he wakes up later, I'm afraid he'll come looking for trouble with you. Is it necessary? He hurriedly replied. Not for now. With so many people around, he was the one who tried to rob me first. I'm not in the wrong. So what if he's vengeful? We'll see how things go. In another place, the demon sun was still concentrating on casting the puppet secret art on those armors. Collect, he said proudly. It went smoothly. The second set of demonic armor has been successfully obtained. Now only the last set remains. He went to look for the third set of demonic armor. After the brutal battle with the Bai sect, many bodies were scattered on the ground. He asked in confusion, this is... But the third set of armor had already chased after Li Shu. How could it still be there? He was furious. Where's the demonic armor? Why isn't the third set of demonic armor here? His subordinate immediately said, Demon Son, a great battle happened here before. Could the demonic armor have been taken by someone else? He replied in an angry tone. Impossible. My father prepared for 100 years to create the Dharma disc to collect the demonic armor. An ordinary person can't do it. The Holy Sun lay on the ground, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. Lu Shang, worried that something might be wrong with him, called out anxiously, Holy Sun, wake up. He sat up, looked at himself, and said angrily, I am the Holy Sun. He shouted. I was knocked out? Didn't that kid say this was extraterrestrial meteorite iron? Why did it explode? He ordered Lu Shang. Find that kid for me. In contrast to the Holy Sun's anger, he replied calmly, Holy Sun, calm down, that kid has already run away. Hearing this, the Holy Sun's face became even more furious. He can't run. Don't let me see him. In another place, the Demon Sun and a group of people in black were walking. The Demon Sun was contemplating, we only got 2 of the 3 sets of supreme demonic armor. In the end, things couldn't be done perfectly. He caught a glimpse of the huge armor and was puzzled. This armor is so majestic, like a real general. The Demon Sun asked, could it be that my obsession with the demonic armor is causing me to hallucinate? The man beside him replied blankly, Demon Sun, it's not a hallucination. That is the third set of supreme demonic armor. I didn't expect it to be hidden here. Seeing this, the Demon Sun couldn't stop smiling. Excellent. Heaven is truly helping my demonic heaven domain. He held something and muttered. This Demon Sun will collect it now. At this moment, Li Shu was leading Bayou in. He showed off to him. Master, I hid the armor here. Seeing the Demon Sun, they were very surprised. The two were stunned for 5 seconds, and he also noticed their presence. He threatened, Stop, what are you trying to do? The Demon Sun shouted with a furious face, Cultivators of the Shanqin domain. This Demon Sun wants to ask what you are trying to do. Li Shu looked at him and shouted, Demon Sun, you are the demons of the demonic heaven domain, he continued. That armor is mine, you're not allowed to touch it, the Demon Sun replied. Yours, you can't control it, how can it be yours? He continued to shout angrily. Get lost now and I'll spare your lives, don't delay this Demon Sun from subduing the demonic armor, Li Shu said confidently. My master gave it to me, so it's mine, the Demon Sun cruelly ordered. So much nonsense, go, cut his tongue out. Green-haired man looked at Li Shu with contempt. Kid, the cultivators of the Shanqin domain are all chickens and dogs. He held his hand out in front of Li Shu and said provocatively, Grandpa will let you see the might of the demonic heaven domain. Li Shu instantly dodged his hand, shocking him. He blurted out, This is bad. Li Shu's movements were agile. At the same time, the Demon Sun said happily, Subduing successful, Bayou murmured in surprise. Oh, this Demon Sun knows how to subdue the armor. The Demon Sun was about to leave when he suddenly heard a sound from behind. It was Li Shu who had walked in. The Demon Sun said in surprise, Still not dead, he was angry. Thinking that the cultivators of the Shanqin domain were a bit interesting, he said contemptuously, Just a bit interesting. Then he continued in front of the angry Li Shu. The Shanqin domain is the weakest of the 9 domains. In front of my demonic heaven domain, they are all chickens and dogs. He pointed at Li Shu with a proud face and said, Now I'll give you a chance. Kneel before me and swear allegiance, and this Demon Sun can grant you a chance to enter the demonic heaven domain. Bayou mysteriously replied without hesitation, All right. The Demon Sun laughed smugly and then said, Haha, what a coward. I thought you would be stubborn for a bit. Trash. Bayou slowly walked towards the demon son while Li Shu thought from behind, Master always likes to play tricks, this guy is going to be unlucky. The demon son said with satisfaction. Very good, this demon son likes traitors like you, he said to Li Shu. Kneel. Just as Li Shu was about to kneel, he suddenly shouted, kneel my ass. The demon son was stunned. What? Li Shu had already given him a surprise rising dragon fist. The demon son's subordinates shouted in panic. Demon son, another subordinate also said in great surprise. Demon son, are you all right? The demon son shouted angrily. How dare you trick me? This demon son will refine you into a puppet and you will never be reincarnated. Bayou had already put on the armor and turned to tease Li Shu. Li Shu, look, do I look handsome in this armor? The demon son's brow furrowed and he shouted angrily. What, you dare to wear this demon son's demonic armor, bastard? The subordinate next to the demon son said to him angrily. Demon son, we have 2 sets of demonic armor. What are we afraid of? Kill him. The demon son refused with a serious expression. The demonic armor is extremely precious. Fighting each other will inevitably cause damage. This operation is already imperfect, he asserted. This demon son is a perfectionist and cannot tolerate it. He turned his head and calmly said to his subordinates, let's retreat for now. Anyway, the Phantom City isn't opening yet, so they can't get out. He gritted his teeth and said, when he takes off the armor, this demon son has plenty of ways to play him to death, Bayou said in surprise. They left just like that, he didn't forget to mock him. I was hoping to test the power of these 18 sets of mythic gold armor on you. A few white doves flew in the azure blue sky. Below were several bird-shaped stone statues holding a spirit pearl in their mouths. Bai Tangshui stood in the middle surrounded by the 4 bird-shaped stone statues. She said confidently and proudly, that group of ordinary cultivators are all looking for those useless things. Only I, Bai Tangshui, have the best eye and found the most important treasure of the Phantom City, she continued happily. These 4 stone statues are holding spirit pearls in their mouths. The spirit pearls are full of spiritual energy. They must be supreme treasures that can quickly increase one's realm. Suddenly, when she saw a stone statue with no spirit pearl in its mouth, she pondered and muttered, but why do only 3 stone statues hold spirit pearls? Where did the other one go? Could there be some hidden story? She tried hard to take the spirit pearl from a statue's mouth, struggling and muttering, I hope nothing goes wrong. But suddenly something happened. Her face was now filled with surprise. What's going on? Such a big commotion. A pillar of light rose up in front of the Shanqin Sect's people. They were very shocked. Lu Shang hurriedly asked, what is that? The Holy Son's face became tense and he said, such a strong spiritual energy aura, let's go take a look. On the other side, the Demon Son's people also discovered the pillar of light. Demon Son, it seems a treasure has appeared over there. He immediately ordered them to go over, and the battle between the 2 women was still intense. Many people had already lost their lives. Fang Mulling was seriously injured. Seeing this, Wu Julian became smug. Fang Mulling, you used to be so high and mighty in front of me. What are you now? As she spoke, she emitted a black aura. Mulling said angrily, Wu Julian, you actually cultivate heretical arts? She replied arrogantly. So what? The important thing is that I have strength now. I can defeat you. You are nothing but a dog in front of me now. A warrior with a weak body struggled to his feet, panting as he said to Fang Mulling, Senior Sister Fang, this Wu Julian cultivates heretical arts and they're very strange. Our only chance of survival now is to find Sect Master Bai. She looked at Julian angrily, while she just smiled sinisterly. Taking advantage of her unpreparedness, she cast a spell, creating a flash of light to obstruct their vision. Then she and the remaining survivors fled in different directions. The smile on Julian's lips became more and more strange. Think you can run? She released the heretic spirit life chase and a group of poisonous spiders appeared to chase them. In a short while, these spider demons had caught many people, but they had not yet caught Fang Mulling. She shouted, kill them quickly. The warm winter sun shone on the snow-covered mountain peaks. Bayou and Bai men were strolling leisurely. Suddenly a scream pierced the silent air. Sect Master Bai, help! He looked in the direction of the voice in surprise and saw a weak figure walking towards him. As she got closer, Bayou was surprised to find it was Fang Mulling. He asked in astonishment, Miss Fang. He hurried forward to support her and asked with concern, what happened to you? She replied, I was injured by Wu Julian. He was even more surprised. With Wu Julian's strength, how could she possibly have hurt you? As soon as Bayou's words fell, Julian caught up. She said, who says I can't hurt her? Fang Mulling told Bayou the whole story. I don't know when Wu Julian joined the chaotic era Heretical Sect, but she possesses extremely powerful heretical arts and I'm no match for her. He asked curiously, the chaotic era Heretical Sect? Julian interrupted their conversation. Fang Mulling, do you think this trash Bayou can protect you? Let me tell you, he can't even protect himself. I'll kill him along with you. Li Shu hurriedly shouted, insolence, do you a fool think you're worthy of saying such things? His words angered her and she charged forward to attack. I hate it when people call me a fool. He also quickly blocked the attack. It seems that after learning heretical arts, Wu Julian has indeed become stronger. Seeing that the situation was not good, he used a peak wind marquee realm move, then hurriedly said to Bayou, Master, how did this foolish woman's cultivation increase so quickly? Fang Mulling explained, she has cultivated heretical arts. The heretical arts of the chaotic era Heretical Sect can forcefully increase one's cultivation. While the orthodox path rules that cultivation can only be increased through the divine art of universal salvation, Julian had already lost her mind, pointing directly at Bayou's face and saying arrogantly, "Bayou, you trash, I looked down on you before. And I still do now," she shouted. "Go to hell." Seeing his master being insulted, Li Shu charged forward. "Who do you think you are?" She also fought back without fear. The two fought relentlessly. Chang Yushan, witnessing this, couldn't help but exclaim, "Little brother Li Shu's aptitude is truly amazing." To fight against a peak Wind Marquee Realm cultivator with an initial Wind Marquee Realm cultivation and not be at a disadvantage at all, Julian said angrily, "Damn it, you're really hard to deal with." She then used her ultimate move, the Black Baleful Palm. He easily blocked it with his hand, but the heretical art devoured his palm. He began to feel pain and muttered anxiously, "This is bad." Seeing through her intention, Li Shu retreated and said angrily, "You actually resorted to trickery, using a heretical art to corrode my hand." Julian just replied calmly, "I'm a member of the Heretical Sect, isn't it normal to use trickery? You can only blame yourself for not being on guard." Chang Yushan could no longer stand her insidious nature and turned to him. "Brother Li Shu, there are many of us, let's surround her together." Wu Julian still arrogantly released spider demons, clicking her tongue. "What's the use of having more trash?" He was shocked by this cunning move. "What is this?" Fang Mulling hurriedly explained to Chang Yushan. "These are heretical creatures that Wu Julian conjured by cultivating heretical arts. They can't be killed nor can they be touched, and they're extremely difficult to deal with. Many disciples of my Wood Profound sect have fallen victim to these heretical creatures." As soon as her words fell, a spider demon pounced at Chang Yushan, making him panic. After regaining his composure, he drew his weapon to fight back. Old Chang will test its power." With a single slash, the spider was split in two. He hurriedly said with pride, "It's nothing special." Seeing this, Wu Julian replied sinisterly, "Nothing special? Look again. The spider that was just split in two has become two new ones." Yushan was stunned. "What? It became two?" He hurriedly kicked them away, then roared angrily, "This is evil. Sect Master Bai, that thing is too evil." Lao Yi thought to himself, "We can't get close to her. We can't use our advantage in numbers, and it'll be easy for her to pick us off one by one." As expected of the heretical sect that strikes fear into everyone, Wu Julian proudly boasted, "The techniques of my chaotic era heretical sect are invincible against you." She cackled, "Everyone here today must die. Ha ha ha." She pointed at the spiders and ordered, "Now kill Bayou first." Hearing this, Chang Yushan was even more panicked than Bayou. Sect Master Bai dodged quickly. He just coldly shot a dart. "It's fine," she laughed contemptuously. "So stupid, is that useful?" The spider demon charged up, preparing to spit something, but unfortunately it exploded before it could get close to him. The spider demon was blown to smithereens and black smoke billowed. Seeing this, Wu Julian couldn't help but be stunned. "What, you can actually destroy the heretical creature I created?" He didn't retort, just thinking to himself, "This god-slaying dart is a saint-grade artifact I got from a rebate before. There are 10 in total, and their effect is quite good." She was indeed very angry. "I don't believe it." Wu Julian waved her hand again. "Go all of you, kill Bayou." But this time she didn't send one but 3. He continued to shoot 3 darts. "Stupid woman." Just like that, the 3 giant spider demons all exploded. She roared in fury, "Impossible." Fang Mulling praised from behind, full of admiration. As expected of Sect Master Bai, he has a way to counter the heretical sect. She didn't forget to mock her. "Wu Julian, let's see how you can still be arrogant." Facing Wu Julian's anger, Bayou said seriously, "Wu Julian, foolishness isn't a capital crime, but joining the chaotic era heretical sect is unforgivable." Under the influence of her corruption, Wu Julian's eyes turned crimson as she said, "Bayou, so what if you destroyed a few of my heretical creatures? Do you really think you can beat me?" She charged forward and shouted, "I'll kill you. Let's see who can stop me." Her eyes glittered with anger as she attacked Bayou, Black Baleful Palm, but he countered. God-slaying dart. The dart he threw flew towards her and she dodged it. She laughed smugly. "Fool." Wu Julian continued to cast her spell, saying confidently, "Did you think I was one of those inanimate objects that don't know how to dodge?" But suddenly something attacked her from behind. It was none other than the dart he had just shot. It had now returned and hit her from behind. She was shocked, staggering and falling, unable to believe it. "What, Bayou, you?" Bayou was also a bit surprised. He thought to himself, as expected of a saint-grade artifact, it seems to have a built-in navigation and tracking function. Wu Julian fled in anger but didn't forget to mock him. "Damn it, you're just relying on a hidden weapon. When you run out, I'll see what you do, just you wait." Li Shu was a bit angry seeing her suddenly run away. Damn it, she escaped. In contrast to Li Shu's worry, Bayou just replied coldly, "Let her run for a while." He also calculated in his heart, Wu Julian exposed herself as a member of the chaotic era heretical sect. This is a godsend. Perhaps I can use this matter to control things later. Yushan from behind also approached and said, "There was a pillar of spiritual light shooting into the sky over there just now. It looks strange. Let's go take a look together." At this moment, a violent tremor was occurring on the floating island. Bei Tangshui felt a little uneasy because something was wrong. She guessed, could this pearl be related to the floating island? Now her face was filled with anxiety, her eyes full of panic. A hint of fear showed. She said in a low voice, "I understand. These pearls full of spiritual energy are the energy source that allows the floating island to stay suspended in the air." She gripped the pearl tightly, nervous and scared. "Once this pearl is taken, the floating island will lose its power and fall directly." Bei Tangshui was still deep in thought when the demon son suddenly appeared. He said to the subordinate beside him, "This is the fallen floating island my father mentioned," that person replied. "And the spirit pearl in that girl's hand must be the supreme treasure that allows the island to float." Tangshui looked at them, her hands nervously clutching the spirit pearl. The demon son stepped forward and said in a terrifying tone, "Little girl, give me the spirit pearl." Afraid he would get it, she hurriedly threw the spirit pearl back into the crow's mouth and answered decisively, "This spirit pearl cannot be given to you. Once it's taken, this floating island will fall," the demon son said angrily. "I'm ordering you, not negotiating with you." His subordinate rushed forward and threatened her. "Little girl, hand over the pearl or I'll catch you and feed you to the wolves." Tangshui thought their words were ridiculous and cast her own spell. She aimed at them, absolute zero. The two subordinates were instantly frozen. Witnessing this, the demon son was a little smug. "This is an extremely profound ice attribute technique. It seems this child's origin is not simple." He stomped his foot and the bricks immediately cracked. "This demon son will personally capture her." His face became sinister, but before he could make a move he was stunned. Bei Tangshui had already used Frost Storm. The demon son who had been boasting just a moment ago now regretted it. The ice attribute attack is too strong. Could this little girl be related to the missing Empress Mingshui? Taking advantage of the move blocking his vision, Bei Tangshui quickly escaped. He said angrily, "She must not be allowed to escape. Over here." Wu Julian was also slowly walking on the floating island. Tangshui didn't run far before she ran into her. It was truly out of the frying pan and into the fire. She struggled to guess who she was with her negative IQ. "That's Bei Tangshui, the little girl the Sect Master told me to capture." Wu Julian smiled smugly. This was truly effortless, but the demon son also caught up from behind, shaking the ground as he landed. Tangshui breathed a sigh of relief, lucky to have dodged. She thought she was temporarily safe, but Julian rushed up. "And me?" Tangshui panicked. "What?" She was knocked to the ground by Julian's surprise attack. The demon son took the opportunity to use a spell to control her, and she was bound by him. Wu Julian spoke up hurriedly. "Who are you? You also want to capture Bei Tangshui," he replied calmly. "This demon son should be asking you, who are you?" she said in surprise. "Demon son, you are from the demonic heaven domain." Then she thought, the demonic heaven domain is the most brutal domain. In front of the demonic heaven domain, the chaotic era heretical sect is a model of good behavior, he asked. "You know this child's origin. Do you know what her relationship is with Empress Mingshui?" She was still not much smarter. Empress Mingshui, this is beyond my knowledge." The poor Bei Tangshui was in a dilemma. She worried, "A demon race and a heretical sect. I'm dead no matter whose hands I fall into. And this demon son has guessed my connection to my past life's identity. Bayou, come and save me quickly." The demon son placed his hand on her head. He replied to Wu Julian, "If you don't know, this demon lord will use the soul search technique to find your divine soul." This made her feel scared. He gripped Tangshui's head tightly when suddenly a voice came. "Stop." Bayou and his group had arrived, she said happily. "Bayou really came," he spoke up. "You dare to touch my disciple? Are you tired of living?" The demon son replied. "So this girl is your disciple? What a coincidence." As soon as his words fell, the people from the Shanqin Sect also arrived. "The Holy Sun has arrived, all of you, stand properly." The Holy Sun saw Bayou and was very surprised. He recognized it was that kid. Others also rushed over. "We're here, this is the place. The spiritual energy that shot into the sky just now came from here. Look at that crowstone statue, there seems to be a treasure in its mouth." The demon son licked his lips. "So many people have come," he murmured. This demon son is getting a little excited. Wu Julian had already observed all his expressions. She thought, as expected of the demon son of the demonic heaven domain, usually our chaotic era heretical sect has to hide from the orthodox path. This demon race actually got excited. We're all from evil and unorthodox paths. Why is he doing so well? The Holy Sun walked up to Bayou and shouted, "Kid, you tricked me with that extraterrestrial meteorite iron just now. State your faction, friends, and family relations. I will annihilate your entire clan," he said bluntly, without a care. "Get lost, I don't have time for you right now." This made him very angry. The Holy Sun clenched his fists, his eyes spitting fire, and gritted his teeth. I can't hold back anymore." But before he could charge up, the people behind him hurriedly shouted, "Holy Sun, don't be angry. Look over there." This made him turn back in surprise, his attention immediately drawn to a strange black shadow. The newcomer wore a black cloak trimmed with white fur, standing tall and imposing, his eyes cold, his expression arrogant. The Holy Sun was stunned, frowning in confusion. From the darkness the man's stern face became clearly visible, and the pair of horns extending from under his hood proved his identity. He sneered, his sharp gaze shooting at the other side. A person cried out in panic, He looks like someone from the demon race." As soon as his words fell, it was like a bomb igniting the coming storm. The two of them stared at each other like this for a long time. The Holy Sun asked in confusion, "Someone from the demon race, someone from the demonic heaven domain has actually snuck into my Shanqin domain. How audacious." Lu Shang, who was originally Bayou's man, hurriedly said, "Holy Sun, the demonic heaven domain has always coveted our Shanqin domain. The plan now is to deal with the people from the demon race first." The demon son looked at Bayou and said, "Kid, listen up, hand over the demonic armor immediately, or I'll snap this little girl's neck." He put his hand on Bei Tangshui's neck. Bayou was a little panicked. He threw the demonic armor on the ground. "You can have the demonic armor, release her." The demon son said smugly, "You know what's good for you." He released Tang Shui and then immediately subdued the remaining demonic armor. The demon son smiled cunningly. With all 3 sets of supreme demonic armor collected, this demon lord has no more worries. Bayou supported Bei Tangshui, patting her head caringly to comfort her. Are you all right? Don't be afraid, Master is here. From now on no one can touch you, she replied with some guilt. The demon lord wants to snatch the spirit pearls in the mouths of those stone statues. Without the spirit pearls the floating island will fall. He asked curiously, what's the danger if the floating island falls? She replied, I don't know, but I have a bad feeling. A subordinate of the Shanqin Sect ran up to the crowstone statue. I want the pearl in this statue's mouth. Hearing this, the demon son hurriedly rushed over and kicked the man away. He said arrogantly, you dare to touch this demon son's spirit pearl? I think you're tired of living. The others, witnessing this scene, said angrily, this demon son is truly vicious, taking a life with a single move. Everyone wants to eliminate this demon from the demonic heaven domain. The demon son furiously cast a spell, terrifying them. So terrifying, he said angrily. Quite the tough talkers. Listen up, you lowly people of the Shanqin domain. Submit or die. Everyone trembled in fear at his sharp gaze. Although they were angry, they didn't dare to speak up. It was unbearable, but they couldn't win. What should they do? The Holy Son stepped forward and said menacingly, I am the Holy Son of the Shanqin Sect. This is the Shanqin domain, and you people from the demonic heaven domain are not allowed to be so insolent here. The demon son only showed a look of disdain, while the surrounding people were thrilled. In a critical moment, we still have to rely on the Holy Son. The Shanqin Sect is truly worthy of being the ruler of the Shanqin domain. The Holy Son can step up. The Holy Son will kill this demon son and eliminate evil to defend the righteous path. The demon son laughed. The Holy Son of the Shanqin Sect. Ha, what do you want to do? The Holy Son still said menacingly. What do I want to do? Does this Holy Son need to make it any clearer? His greedy nature was fully exposed as he laughed loudly. Treasure, everything here is mine. Everyone was greatly disappointed. My God, those words nearly threw my back out. I thought the Holy Son wanted to defend the dignity of the Shanqin domain. Who knew he just wanted to snatch treasures? What is this Holy Son thinking? The demon son curled his lip in contempt. Yours, are you worthy? The Holy Son gritted his teeth in anger. Insolence, how dare you be so disrespectful? This Holy Son will slay you, this demon son. Then he rushed up and kicked. The demon son jumped up, dodging the blow. The Holy Son continued to throw punches and the two fought fiercely. The Holy Son said angrily, how dare you fight with this Holy Son for treasure? Then he drew his saint-grade artifact, the Sacred Heaven Sword. The demon son replied, what's a saint-grade artifact? The Holy Son said menacingly, such arrogance. He raised his long sword and slashed directly at the demon son. After a fierce strike he was suddenly stunned. The demon son had put on the demonic armor at some point. The power of the demonic armor shattered the Sacred Heaven Sword. The demon son delivered a world-shaking punch, knocking the Holy Son to the ground unconscious. Lu Shang said helplessly, the Holy Son fainted again. The crowd began to discuss. What is the demon son wearing? How is it so powerful? This set of armor is so formidable. Even a saint-grade artifact was destroyed and the Holy Son's fate is unknown. Li Shu looked at Bayou and said with concern, Master, the demon son will be hard to deal with once he puts on the armor. He replied calmly, just a small trick, no need to worry. But he thought to himself, I shouldn't take out the 18 sets of precious mythic gold armor unless it's a last resort to avoid trouble. The demon son laughed smugly. Ha, this demon son's demonic armor is invincible. Who else? You kids of the Shanqin domain who can take a single blow from me without dying. This demon son will gift him a spirit pearl. The air suddenly fell silent. No one dared to make a sound. He clicked his tongue, gave a thumbs down and continued. A bunch of cowards. No one even dares to stand up. Not even the courage to speak. The Shanqin domain will sooner or later be conquered by my demonic heaven domain, and you will all become slaves of my demon race. Chang Yushan, seeing the demon son's arrogance, couldn't help but grit his teeth and mutter, damn it, Chang Yushan can't stand this. Bayou hurriedly stopped him. Old Chang, you know the power of that armor. You're no match for him. Yushan was still fuming, but I can't let him look down on us cultivators of the Shanqin domain like this. I can't swallow this. The demon son had already walked up to the stone statue. He used a spell to take out the spirit pearl from the crow's mouth. He examined it for a moment and said with satisfaction, a good treasure. The spirit pearl was taken and the floating island immediately began to shake. The people on it were all in a panic. What's wrong? What's happening? Why is the floating island shaking? Bei Tangshui ran up to the demon son and shouted angrily, stop, if the floating island falls we might all be in danger, don't you know that? He smiled sinisterly. Little girl, of course I know there's danger, and this demon son also knows what the danger is. Do you want to know? Hearing this, she asked curiously, what danger? He answered in a terrifying tone, listen carefully. Each floating island raises over 100,000 monstrous beasts. Once the floating island falls, these monstrous beasts will rush out of their cages, tearing and destroying every living creature they see. He laughed more and more smugly as he spoke. Tang Shui asked in surprise, what? The people on the island also began to discuss. Monstrous beasts, he's not lying, is he? This is an immortal's blessed land, how could there be monstrous beasts? Seeing that the crowd didn't believe him, the demon son began to speak. Do you know why there are 4 statues here, but only 3 have spirit pearls? Because when my father entered the Phantom City last time, he took 1 spirit pearl, causing a floating island to fall. Bayou listened to his account seriously, and the shaking of the floating island grew more and more intense. As soon as his words fell, in the end everyone died here except for my father and a few others. A loud bang came. The sound of the explosion grew louder and louder, panicking everyone present. They stared at the yellow smoke in terror and saw a few strange black shadows. One of them widened his eyes in fear, unable to believe what was happening. Monstrous beasts had appeared just as the demon sun had said. He watched the chaotic scene and laughed smugly. Ha ha ha, enjoy the carnival of the apocalypse. A red-haired cultivator and a gray-haired cultivator, though surprised, were not afraid. The red-haired cultivator said, "There really are monstrous beasts, prepare for battle." The gray-haired cultivator replied, "What do we do now?" The scene switched to the demon sun, who was approaching the stone statue, whispering as he walked, "Now this demon sun will take the remaining 2 spirit pearls as well." Knowing his intention, Bayou hurriedly ran over to stop him. "Stop, is there something wrong with your head? Won't the monstrous beasts attack you when they come?" The demon sun calmly replied. "Of course they won't attack me because this demon sun has the demonic armor which is specifically designed to counter monstrous beasts. Ha ha ha, isn't that surprising?" He looked at the chaotic scene on another floating island where some people were being eaten and some were lucky enough to survive, but the monstrous beasts were chasing right behind them. They could only scream in terror. "The monstrous beasts are too strong, we're done for this time. I'll run quickly." Seeing this, the demon sun curled his lip and said with a smile, "Run!" The spirit pearl in the statue's mouth flew into his hand and he said sinisterly, "Can you escape?" After losing the spirit pearl, another floating island began to fall, accompanied by a huge explosion, and the crowd grew more and more frightened. A cultivator with a high topknot shouted, "Oh no, the other 2 floating islands have also fallen." As expected, the monstrous beast charged over, roaring fiercely. At this point, everyone was helpless. "We're done for, all the exits are blocked now, we can't even run if we want to, are we all going to die here?" Suddenly, the demon sun appeared. He shouted loudly, "You wretches, listen up. If you want to live, kneel and submit to this demon sun, and this demon sun will grant you the honor of becoming a slave to the demon race." After speaking, he revealed a sinister smile. A cultivator said, "Impossible, the human race will never be slaves." As soon as his words fell, a huge monstrous beast suddenly rushed over and swallowed the cultivator in one bite, terrifying everyone. The monstrous beasts also approached the demon sun. The green one saw him and roared angrily, but was immediately struck by his palm as he shouted, "Beast, get lost!" The monstrous beast whimpered in fear and slowly moved away from the demon sun. Everyone was made hesitant by him. "This demon sun can really suppress the monstrous beasts. What should we do? Submit or die? We can only choose one." The cultivator with the high topknot knelt on the ground without hesitation. "I am willing to submit." Chang Yushan, seeing this, said angrily, "Are you crazy? My human race would rather die than surrender. Get up." He squinted in surprise when he heard others also say in unison, "I am willing to submit too." They knelt on the ground murmuring, "It's better to live a wretched life than to die a good death. We'll just be slaves." Chang Yushan shouted angrily, "Do you people have any backbone? Better to die than surrender. The demonic heaven domain's ambition to annex our Shanqin domain is still there and you're willing to be slaves?" They retorted loudly. Chang Yushan, stop with the grand principles here. If you want to die, don't drag us with you. That's right, is it wrong for us to want to live? He didn't know how to refute and stammered. "This," the demon sun said smugly in a contemptuous tone, "very good. The people of the Shanqin domain are indeed weak wretches born to be slaves." Wu Julian watched him and thought, "The demon sun is so domineering, the weak will be humiliated. As long as you're strong enough, you can make countless people submit. I, Wu Julian, must become stronger." The demon sun continued meaningfully, "Kneel to live, stand to die. This demon sun's patience is limited. Will you submit or not?" Bayou still stood tall, looking at him. Not only were he and the people from the Bayou sect still standing, but there were also some true cultivators who had not submitted. From now on they had a common enemy, the demon sun of the demonic heaven domain. Chang Yushan had a fiery temper and couldn't help but point at the demon sun's face and curse, "Submit to your grandpa, we're not that group of cowards. If you have the guts, let's fight for real." The demon sun frowned and muttered, "A bunch of people who don't know what's good for them. I've underestimated you." Then he revealed a sinister smile, looked at 2 subordinates who had just submitted and ordered, "You know what to do, right?" The 2 stammered in fear, What do we do?" The demon sun meant, "Now you go and kill that group of people who didn't kneel." The 2 trembled in fear, neither daring to accept the order nor to refuse. The demon sun walked around checking the situation. Lu Shang watched helplessly as the people from the Shanqin Sect also knelt down. Beside them was the still unconscious Holy Sun. They said, "We submit. The Holy Sun's fate is unknown. We surrender." Hearing this, Lu Shang was very angry. "What are you doing? The Holy Sun just fainted. He's not dead," they replied. "What's the difference? Even if the Holy Sun wakes up, he's no match for the demon sun." "That's right, even if the Holy Sun wakes up. The Holy Sun would definitely be the first to kneel. Kneel quickly, let the demon sun see our sincerity." Although he was very angry to hear this, he was also helpless. Lao Yi stood by and observed, saying with disappointment, "The Shanqin Sect, as the ruler of the Shanqin domain, is so spineless. There's a reason why the Shanqin domain has been weak for so long." The demon sun was very smug. "Very good. Now kill those who are standing." The cultivators who had submitted listened nervously as he continued, "Whoever kills the most will be heavily rewarded by this demon sun." And Bayou and Li Shu still stood proudly looking at them. They were quickly surrounded by those who were unwilling to submit, but they still had a trace of reason and didn't want to hurt others. A person said in a low voice, "You should all kneel, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite." Bayou calmly replied, I know you were forced, I can understand, so I'll also give you a chance. Stand on this side and we'll fight the demon race and those monstrous beasts together." That group of people who were afraid of death immediately clicked their tongues. "Tisk tisk, Sect Master Bai is really arrogant. What will you use to fight those monstrous beasts?" he still affirmed with great confidence. "I guarantee you can live with dignity like the people of the Shanqin domain. We will definitely win." They still didn't believe him and said angrily, "Enough, do you think we're 3-year-olds so naive? Even the Shanqin Sect has knelt. Who would believe your words?" As soon as his words fell, Fang Mulling suddenly appeared from somewhere and said, "My wood profound sect believes you." She walked over menacingly, followed by many cultivators, and continued decisively, "I hope everyone will believe in Sect Master Bai." They still stubbornly said, "Cut the crap, our lives are at stake, we only believe in our own choices," just as the demon son said, "Submit or die." Bayou began to get angry. "Sai, it's understandable to want to live, but to be this foolish, no one can save you," the demon son impatiently ordered. "What's with all the nonsense? Kill them. Go." The group obeyed his order and charged up. "You don't know what's good for you. If you don't surrender, we'll kill you." Wu Julian also laughed loudly. "Bayou, still talking about righteousness to others at a time like this, you're the most foolish one." Old Chang, Lao Yi and the others began to charge into battle. He shouted, "Old Chang, I'll fight you, brothers. Go defend the dignity of our Shanqin domain cultivators." Fang Mulling also said decisively, "My wood profound sect would rather die than surrender. Go." These people were no match for Yushan and Mulling and were quickly defeated. The demon son charged at Bayou and said arrogantly, "Hid, this demon son will finish you himself." Seeing his master in danger, Li Shu hurriedly blocked him with his sword. He replied, "You'll have to get through me first." The demon son sent him flying with a wave of his hand and said contemptuously, "Who do you think you are?" The blow was too heavy and Li Shu was seriously injured. He thought to himself, "This armor is too strong. I'm no match at all." Bei Tangshui, witnessing this, said with concern, "The combat power of the armor on the demon son is extremely strong. It's very hard to deal with." She continued with a guilty look, "It's all my fault. I've implicated all of you. If it weren't for saving me," before she could finish, Bayou hurriedly stroked her head and comforted her with a smile. "What nonsense are you talking about?" She looked sad and couldn't cheer up no matter what. The master and disciple were having a tender moment, but the demon son came to interrupt. "Kid, it's your turn next." Bayou looked at him, his eyes gradually becoming sharp, but his tone was still gentle as he said to Tang Shui, "You are my disciple. No matter what, your master will protect you." A strange light shone from Bayou's eyes as he was gradually enveloped, revealing that he had donned a set of mythic gold armor. Bei Tangshui was astonished by the speed. The demon son couldn't help but be surprised when he too unexpectedly took out a set of battle armor. "A random imitation," he scoffed, still very confident. "Come here, do you think that piece of junk can compare to the supreme demonic armor? Let me show you how ridiculous you are." Wu Julian watched from the side, cursing incessantly. "Bayou, go to hell. Even though you're not dying at my hands, I can still hack your corpse a few more times." Demon son and Bayou were engaged in a fierce battle when suddenly Julian cried out, "What?" The demon son was knocked to the ground by Bayou. His subordinates hurriedly ran over. Demon son, are you all right?" He was furious. "Impossible. Who could be a match for my supreme demonic armor?" The group of cowards from before was also astonished. What happened? The demon son was sent flying. To think this would be the outcome, did we switch sides too hastily? The demon son still refused to accept the fact, saying, "I don't believe it. The demonic armor is invincible." Bayou remained calm. "That was just a test. This time I'll use 50% of my power." With that he delivered a fatal blow. His move emitted a powerful force, causing the demon race's subordinates to panic. "What? That aura, I'm being suppressed to the point where I can't breathe." The demon son began to panic. "This power completely suppresses my supreme demonic armor." He retreated in fear, stammering, "How can this be?" Bayou threw a punch, giving him no time to block. He could only watch with wide eyes as the immense force approached, accompanied by a scream. "No!" With his shrill cry, he was sent flying by a punch. The sky remained the same as he slowly walked up to the demon son. It's unknown if he had ascended, but his supreme demonic armor had certainly ascended. Not only were the demons mourning the demon son's devastating defeat, but so was Wu Julian. She was deceiving herself. "This isn't real." Chang Yushan happily raised his sword. "Sect Master Bai is mighty," Lao Yi continued. "That was so satisfying. Seeing that demon son get thrashed is a real pleasure." Bei Tangshui felt a little grateful at this moment. He had saved her again. "It seems I got a good deal taking him as my master." The demon son sat on the ground disheveled and shouted angrily, "Quick, save me!" The two subordinates behind him didn't dare to delay and quickly cast a spell to save him. The demon son put on the other two sets of auxiliary demonic armor. Thus they were encased in a giant set of demonic armor. The two of them charged straight at Bayou. He glared, beat his chest and said, "You brought this upon yourself." Then he dealt with them personally. Witnessing this, the demon son couldn't help but be terrified. "What?" Suddenly a group of strange monstrous beasts appeared. Chang Yushan panicked. "Sect Master Bai, the monstrous beasts have been alerted. They're about to rush out." Over here the Holy Sun's eyes slowly opened. This stunned Lu Shang. The Holy Sun asked what happened. His expression had changed by this point. "This guy really woke up at the worst time." The demon son backed away and begged for mercy. "Sect Master Bai, I was wrong. As long as you don't kill me and get me out of here, my demonic heaven domain can agree to any of your requests." Then he waved his hand and threw the 3 spirit pearls to Bayou. "I'll give you these 3 spirit pearls as well." He was smug, and looked at the spirit pearls with a smile. I'll take them. The demon son was pleased. Very good. Sect Master Bai knows what's good for him. After handing them over, Bayou's cold gaze swept over him. Who said I was going to take you with me? He panicked, not believing what Bayou said. The demon son pointed at him. Didn't you already take the spirit pearls? Bayou answered loudly. The spirit pearls weren't yours to begin with. What does it have to do with you if I take them? He said with a serious expression. I would save a dog before I'd save you. You can suffer the consequences of your actions here. All of the demon son's subordinates begged him. Sect Master Bai, take us with you. Sect Master Bai, we were wrong, please. Take us with you. Bayou walked and said. You are all adults, you must bear the consequences of your choices. He walked towards his disciples. Bayou, I am no saint. The crowd began to discuss, accusing Bayou. No, Sect Master Bai, didn't you speak of righteousness and morality? You can't just stand by and watch us die. If you don't save us, you are unrighteous. Hearing this, Chang Yushan became furious. Stop with the moral grandstanding. Sect Master Bai only speaks of righteousness to those who are righteous. You bunch of traitors should have expected this day would come. Lao Yi couldn't hold back either. It's not that Sect Master Bai didn't give you a chance, you brought this upon yourselves. Suddenly, the Holy Sun walked out, pointed at his face and commanded arrogantly. You, surnamed Bai, take off that battle armor and give it to me or I'll annihilate your entire clan. Before he could finish, Bayou tapped him and he fainted. Bayou said calmly, take this fool with us when we leave. The monstrous beast panicked and formed two lines to let Bayou and his subordinates pass. He said, it seems this set of mythic gold armor also has the effect of suppressing monstrous beasts. And the stronger it is, the more the monstrous beasts will actively retreat, he added. But their beastly nature is hard to extinguish. The mythic gold armor can't suppress them for long. We need to leave as soon as possible. The monstrous beasts are starting to become brutal. Bayou and Li Shu left first amidst the chaos behind them. No help, I want to turn over a new leaf. The demon son was surrounded by monstrous beasts and he shouted angrily, damn it! The monstrous beasts were about to attack the demon son when a purple light suddenly shot out from his body. I can only lose some strength and temporarily let my primordial spirit leave my body. The demon son gradually disappeared with the purple light. Over here, Wu Julian was also facing a monstrous beast. Ah, she gritted her teeth in anger. Wu Julian, I absolutely cannot die here. I will not be trampled underfoot by that trash Bayou. Wu Julian began to attack, waving her hand and flying up to attack the monstrous beast. If Bayou can escape, so can I. She ran with the monstrous beast in pursuit. Suddenly a light appeared. That light entered Wu Julian's body. Ah, she was stunned, not knowing what had happened. What is this? A voice came from within Wu Julian's body. Don't be afraid, it's me, she blurted out in surprise. Demon son, are you trying to possess me? The demon son's voice sounded from within Wu Julian's body. She was furious. Don't misunderstand, I just used a demonic secret art for my primordial spirit to leave my body. My primordial spirit is extremely weak right now and is only temporarily residing in your body. How could I possess you? Wu Julian ran quickly and said in surprise, what are you trying to do? Get me out of here, back to the demonic heaven domain. I am the demon son of the demonic heaven domain. My status is noble. When the time comes, I will reward you handsomely. Wu Julian ran and talked to the demon son at the same time. It was too difficult. I need to see your sincerity, the demon son said without hesitation. To show my sincerity, I can now teach you the supreme demonic arts. Moreover, as long as we return to the demonic heaven domain, I will persuade my father to make you a holy maiden of the demon race. By then our statuses will be equal, and you will have ascended to the heavens in a single step. Wu Julian said to him, you can swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. The demon son seemed a little hesitant. Swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. This, Wu Julian stopped. You don't want to. The demon son immediately agreed. I am willing, I swear. After running, Wu Julian stopped to catch her breath. The demon son suddenly said, the oath to the heavenly Tao is complete. Now that we are in the same boat, you can completely trust me. Wu Julian, you are meticulous and quite good. It has been a long time since this demon son has seen a woman as ruthless and decisive as you. People like you are born to be great villains. Wu Julian said to the demon son, for now let's return to the chaotic era Heretical Sect first. Once we've settled down, I'll find a chance to take you back to the demonic heaven domain. Bayou, Lao Yi and Chang Yushan were all very happy. Glowing with health and vigor, ready to leave the Phantom City, a man turned back and saw an anomaly behind them. It seemed the monstrous beasts were charging over in a rage. Bayou was surprised. The monstrous beasts are so fast, get out quickly. Fang Mulling and everyone else were nervous and surprised. Li Shu looked back and called out to Bayou, Master, look, a group of people stood in a line watching the black light. Lao Tang and the others haven't moved. Bayou called out to Chang Yushan, Lao Tang, let's go, what are you all doing? Chang Yushan seemed to have realized something. Sect Master Bai, a question came to my mind. What would happen if these tens of thousands of monstrous beasts rushed out of the Phantom City? After speaking, his eyes suddenly filled with sadness. Bayou was greatly alarmed, he was shocked. Bei Tangshui suddenly said from behind the crowd, it would be a catastrophe. These monstrous beasts are all extremely powerful. Together they would form a beast tide and ordinary cities would be razed to the ground. Li Shu immediately replied. Then we need to stop these monstrous beasts from running out of the Phantom City. Bei Tangshui seemed very worried. With our current strength we won't be able to stop these monstrous beasts. In the end, everyone except for Bayou in his battle armor will die, Chang Yushan said. Not far from the Phantom City is Kiu Mountain. where us rogue cultivators have lived for decades. If these monstrous beasts rush out, they're faster than us and everyone on Kiu Mountain will be devoured by them. One of them said, my elderly parents are still on Kiu Mountain. Immediately, another person said, my newlywed wife is also there. And another continued, my children also live there. Bayou said seriously, so you want to? Chang Yushan immediately answered, we want to stay and stop these monstrous beasts from escaping the Phantom City. Bayou was serious, he seemed to want to stop them. You can't stop them, you'll only die. Chang Yushan replied calmly, if death is the only way, then let us die. He pondered and said self-deprecatingly, I, Lao Tong, don't have many ambitions and I admire very few people. The back of a majestic man appeared in his mind. The first was the former Lord of the Celestial Court. When the Lord of the Celestial Court was young, he traveled this continent performing chivalrous deeds, punishing evil and promoting good, leaving behind countless legends and a good name. Then he looked at Bayou and continued, the second person I admire is Sect Master Bai. Although I haven't been in contact with Sect Master Bai for long, I can feel that Sect Master Bai is also a man of chivalry. Chang Yushan clasped his hands and said respectfully, so I would like to ask a favor of Sect Master Bai, he said coldly. What is it? He looked at Bayou with a serious expression and said, we will stay here to stop the monstrous beasts and delay their departure from the Phantom City. He continued, please Sect Master Bai, rush to Kiu Mountain. With your situation, guarantee that you will. Please rescue the people of Kiu Mountain. Bayou was very satisfied. You want to sacrifice yourselves for righteousness? There are truly not many people like you, he ordered. So this Sect Master will not allow you to die here. Chang Yushan and the other two knelt down. They pleaded, please grant our wish, Sect Master Bai. Please grant our wish. He looked thoughtfully at Chang Yushan for a moment, then announced loudly, I will not grant your wish. The three of them were very surprised to hear Bayou's direct refusal. Sect Master Bayou, the Sect Master explained calmly. Rogue cultivators like you have truly impressed me today, he said softly. So this Sect Master has decided to stay with you. Chang Yushan hurriedly stopped him. Sect Master Bai, you can't. You have a limitless future ahead of you. While we are at the end of our ropes, there's no need to die here with us. A smile played on Bayou's lips. Die? Who said so? Bayou said happily. Today this Sect Master will lead you to annihilate the monstrous beasts here. Everyone was surprised. Annihilate the monstrous beasts? Impossible. Bayou looked very serious. I ask you, do you believe that this Sect Master can eliminate that group of monstrous beasts? The crowd was a little hesitant. Suddenly a hand was raised. It was a trusting arm from Chang Yushan. Sect Master Bai is righteous and true to his word. I believe you, Lao Yi said. Although we haven't known Sect Master Bai for long, we believe him. Sect Master Bai is not an arrogant person. The person next to him also replied, we believe you too. Chang Yushan said heroically, Sect Master Bai, just tell us what to do, we'll all listen to you. The people behind him also shouted excitedly, that's right Sect Master Bai, give the order. If it doesn't work out, we'll be heroes again in 20 years. Whoever retreats first is a coward. Kill the monstrous beast, protect the human race. Fang Mulling happily praised those people. Although my Wood Profound Sect is the second largest sect in the Shanqin domain, our spirit is not as good as these rogue cultivators. Lu Shang also praised. These rogue cultivators are not bad, the Holy Sun suddenly shouted, then was knocked out again. How could this be? Such audacity, I'll annihilate your 18 generations. Suddenly Lu Shang took out a stick from behind and hit the Holy Sun. He looked at him unconscious on the ground and said, don't ruin the atmosphere. Bayou raised his hand and began to show off. The mythic gold armor appeared, forming 2 columns on either side of him. Bayou spread his arms, a smile on his face. I have 18 sets of mythic gold armor here, and you are exactly 18 rogue cultivators, 1 set for each of you. Chang Yushan was greatly alarmed. Is this the same set of battle armor that sent the demon sun flying? The crowd also exclaimed in admiration. This is a great treasure, and Sect Master Bai actually has 18 sets. Lao Yi couldn't believe it. I feel like I'm dreaming. The rogue cultivators all put on the mythic gold armor, glowing with health and vigor. Chang Yushan looked at himself in the battle armor and said happily, this feeling of controlling power, I've never had it in my life. I feel like I could collapse a mountain with a single punch. The monstrous beasts were surprised and looked at the cultivators with some fear. Bayou spoke seriously. Although these monstrous beasts are suppressed by the battle armor, their fierce nature is hard to change. We should still take the initiative to attack. Chang Yushan began to charge, calling out to the rogue cultivators, brothers, slay the monstrous beasts. Not a single beast must be allowed to escape the Phantom City. The rogue cultivators began to attack the monstrous beasts. Lao Yi found it exhilarating as he attacked the beasts. This is awesome. Killing these monstrous beasts is like slicing melons and chopping vegetables. At this moment, Bayou looked at the crowd in surprise. Don't just stand there. Fang Mulling loudly commanded her disciples. Disciples of the Wood Profound Sect, prepare. Li Shu held his sword ready to strike and said excitedly, my hands have been itching for a fight. I was just waiting for the battle to start. Of course, Bayou picked up a teacup and playfully poured tea, saying, come sit down and have some tea. Li Shu and Fang Mulling were very surprised and stunned by his behavior. Bayou very nonchalantly and calmly drank his tea. With the battle armor, Lao Tang and the others will be fine. Let's just sit on the side, drink tea and watch the show. Li Shu was stunned for a moment, then said, following Master is great in every way, except there are too few chances to make a move. Master always gets everything done first. Half an hour later, Chang Yushan was already tired. He sat on the ground to rest. We've been killing for half an hour and there are still so many monstrous beasts, a tired cultivator said. This is killing me. I'm almost out of strength. Another person next to him also collapsed on the ground. Though tired, he still tried to smile and said, Lao Tang, let's rest for a bit before we fight again. I can't go on. If this continues, even if the monstrous beasts don't kill us, we'll die of exhaustion. Over here. Fang Mulling saw the situation and said worriedly to Bayou, who was leisurely drinking tea, they've been fighting for so long they can't hold on, Venerable One. Let's switch shifts. Chang Yushan regained his spirits and shouted loudly. Don't say such defeatist things, everyone, get yourselves together, he added. Sect Master Bai trusted us so much that he gave us these 18 sets of battle armor. We cannot let down Sect Master Bai's expectations. The others also agreed. That's right, let's get it together. Fight for Kiu Mountain, fight for Sect Master Bai. They charged towards the monsters, no matter how big they were, and shouted in unison, Kill! Fang Mulling watched from the side, sweating nervously. The will and conviction of this group are truly strong. Li Shu also chimed in. They're running on empty. Willpower alone can't make up for it, standing before a monster 100 times his size. Chang Yushan clenched his teeth in anger. I'll give it my all. I, Lao Tan, will cut down all of you monstrous beasts. He took down 2 monsters by himself. The battle was extremely fierce, and the monsters began to be at a disadvantage. While fighting the monsters, they said firmly, we're not to be trifled with. We can definitely hold on to the end. Break for me. This stunned Fang Mulling. What's going on? Why are these rogue cultivators suddenly filled with power? Li Shu was also dumbfounded. They were clearly running on empty, yet suddenly their blood was boiling again. How did they do it? But Bayou was very satisfied. They've broken through their limits. It seems Lao Tang and these rogue cultivators are not as simple as they appear. At this point the monstrous beasts were all dead, their bodies scattered on the ground. The rogue cultivators were exhausted. This is killing me, so tired. If it weren't for this amazing battle armor, 100 lives wouldn't have been enough to feed to the monstrous beasts. Fang Mulling was stunned. These people really did it. They eliminated thousands upon thousands of monstrous beasts. Bayou said with approval, Lao Tang, your meritorious service today has saved thousands upon thousands of people. Your merit is immeasurable. Hearing this, Chang Yushan suddenly became sad. He knelt on the ground, which puzzled Bayou. Lao Tang, what are you doing? All the rogue cultivators knelt down with him. Chang Yushan said in a loud resonant voice, everything we've been able to do was granted by Sect Master Bai. We all owe Sect Master Bai our lives. Our lives now belong to Sect Master Bai. We hope Sect Master Bai can tell us how to repay him. He immediately replied, this Sect Master never thought of asking you to repay me. The rogue cultivators shouted excitedly in unison. Please, Sect Master, give us a chance to repay you. Please, Sect Master Bai, give us a chance. Hearing this, Bayou could only raise his hand and say, since that's the case, I have a proposal. Chang Yushan immediately replied, Sect Master Bai, please speak. No matter what it is, we will agree. Bayou said happily, this Sect Master invites the 18 of you to join the Bayou Sect and become the 18 guardians of the Bayou Sect. The rogue cultivators were all very surprised. What? Join the Bayou Sect? Seeing their surprised reaction, Bayou asked again, are you unwilling? If it's difficult, then just pretend I never said it. Chang Yushan hurriedly replied, we are willing. The other cultivators also said one after another, Sect Master Bai, we were just too excited. We rogue cultivators are old, our aptitude is low, and we've been bullied and looked down upon. No sect was willing to take us in. For Sect Master Bai to let us join is a great honor. How could we be unwilling? Then everyone said respectfully in unison, we are all willing. We pay our respects to the Sect Master. Seeing this, Chang Yushan decisively shouted, from now on we 18 rogue cultivators will fight for the Sect Master. We will live for the Sect Master. The crowd also shouted in unison. Fight for the Sect Master, live for the Sect Master. Bayou was very satisfied. He thought to himself, these rogue cultivators are absolute treasures. Their character is impeccable and they can be completely trusted, which is exactly what the Bayou Sect needs. Moreover, although these rogue cultivators appear to have ordinary aptitude and combat power, they all broke through and erupted with power when fighting the monstrous beasts. It's certain these people are not simple. There must be something else hidden about them. On the other side, the Holy Sun was still sprawled on the ground in his signature sleeping posture. He slowly woke up, his eyes half closed. The Holy Sun jumped up, scratching his head, and said angrily, how audacious, someone knocked me out again. Now that I'm awake, I'll annihilate your 81 generations. But he didn't notice Lu Shang behind him. Already prepared, he struck the acupoint on the back of his neck again. Unsurprisingly, the Holy Sun could now have a long sleep. Lu Shang looked at him and said through gritted teeth, so clueless, do you think this is the right time for you to wake up? A breathtaking mountain landscape with overlapping peaks appeared. Fang Mulling was mesmerized by the beautiful scenery before her and couldn't help but sigh. I never thought so much would happen in the Phantom City. We're finally out. Bayou turned back and instructed the crowd, wait for me up ahead. Then he walked towards Lu Shang and the Holy Sun. Lu Shang spoke up and asked, Sect Master, how should we deal with this Holy Sun? He replied, there are too many eyes and ears around. It's not convenient for me to be ruthless with the Holy Sun. When he wakes up, you, as he was speaking, he suddenly stopped and kicked the Holy Sun. It turned out he had already woken up. He said with a sigh of relief, this guy is really tenacious. How did he wake up again? Kicked by Bayou. He didn't fall unconscious again, but his head started to feel dizzy. The Holy Son's expression suddenly became as innocent as a child's. He grabbed his hand and said happily, "Father, are you my daddy?" He was stunned, not expecting to look so old. He wouldn't let go and continued to whine. "Father, your son wants to eat blood buns. They're all mine, I want them all." It seems no version of the Holy Son can change his greedy nature. And Bayou was speechless. Was this Holy Son hit so many times that he turned into an idiot? Lu Shang was also at a loss. It seems he's really been beaten into an idiot. An idea came to him. "Sect Master, why don't we just kill him?" Bayou hurriedly refused. "No, there are too many eyes and ears around. If the Holy Son dies, the Shanqin Sect will easily suspect the Bayou Sect." Lu Shang asked doubtfully, "Then we'll take him back," but it's not easy to explain taking an idiot back. He just smiled and affirmed, "Don't worry, I have a way." He summoned a set of demonic armor. He also recognized it as the one the demon son wore before. Bayou explained, "You can present this set of battle armor to the Shanqin Sect. It's enough to atone for the crime of turning the Holy Son into an idiot. As for why the Holy Son became an idiot, let the chaotic era Heretical Sect and the demonic heaven domain take the blame." Lu Shang was amazed by his cleverness and said, "This set of battle armor is extremely precious. The Shanqin Sect will definitely value it. If I bring it back, not only will I be absolved of my crime, but I'll also have performed a great service." He looked at him, his expression turning serious. "Lu Shang, you must use all means to climb up in the Shanqin Sect and grasp greater power." Lu Shang asked in a panic, "Sect Master, are you planning to replace the Shanqin Sect?" Bayou began to analyze. "The Shanqin Sect is the ruler of the Shanqin domain, but it has done many disappointing things. Even if it's not me, it will be invaded by other major domains sooner or later. As a part of the Shanqin domain, we must prepare in advance." Lu Shang replied, "Understood. I will do whatever Sect Master Bai says." He secretly admired him in his heart. Sect Master Bai is definitely an extraordinary figure. To be appreciated by Sect Master Bai is the greatest opportunity of my Lu Shang's life. It was already late. Bayou, Li Shu and Bei Tangshui went to meet Lu Yuan and Yang Jianfeng after hearing him recount the whole story. Lao Yang was very surprised. "I never thought so much would happen in the Phantom City." "Truly astonishing," Lu Yuan pondered. "The people who were able to get out of the Phantom City this time all have a connection to the Sect Master. The Sect Master's strength allows him to enter and exit the Phantom City at will. This blessed land of immortals is truly unfathomable." Suddenly, Chang Yushan ran over from behind and said, "Sect Master, now that we've joined the Bayou Sect, we'll move everyone from Kiu Mountain to Haiyuan City on this trip back." Hearing this, Bayou replied, "I'll go with you. This Sect Master has never been to Kiu Mountain and is a bit curious." So everyone set off together. The road to Kiu Mountain seemed peaceful, but upon arrival, Kiu Mountain was like a volcano. Chang Yushan proudly introduced, "Sect Master, this is Kiu Mountain." Bayou asked back in surprise, "This is Kiu Mountain." As soon as his words fell, the mountain suddenly shook, accompanied by crackling explosions and scalding lava spewed out. Li Shu was very puzzled by this scene. "What's wrong? Why is the mountain shaking and spitting fire?" Chang Yushan looked at the burning Kiu Mountain and said calmly, "Don't panic," he explained. "Kiu Mountain is always like this. It occasionally spits fire and has earthquakes. We're all used to it." Hearing this, Bayou's face turned green with fright. He thought to himself, "This is clearly a fucking volcano and an active one that could erupt at any moment. Keep going, keep going." They stopped in a small village. Chang Yushan said excitedly, "Sect Master, ahead is the village where we live." A little boy named Shi Dian ran out, running with his arms wide open. Uncle Chang is back, hug, but as soon as he saw Shi Tian, Chang Yushan panicked. He said with fear, "Shi Dian, don't come over." Not just him, the other rogue cultivators also panicked. "Quick, get out of the way." "Shi Dian, stop running, stop." Yang Jianfeng extended his hand, puzzled. "Such a cute kid, what are you hiding from? If you won't hug him, I will." Shi Dian threw himself into his arms, but his strength was too great, causing him immense pain. He spat out blood, his eyes rolling back. Yang Jianfeng was sent flying, taking Bayou next to him down as well. Bayou panicked. "What's going on?" Shi Dian continued to switch targets, running towards Li Shu. He whined, "Hug." Li Shu looked at him in fear and dodged. Li Shu was sent flying by him, leaving Chang Yushan and Lao Yi stunned. They didn't know what to say. Looking at the scene before him, Bayou said, "I knew this would be the result." Suddenly, the little boy turned to him, wanting a hug. Bayou frowned. He used the power of his Xuangi body to catch Shi Tian. His eyes widened. Bayou had caught the cute little boy. He was sweating as he muttered, "Finally caught him." Over here, Yang Jianfeng knelt down in exhaustion. "How could a 2-year-old have such strength? I feel like I was hit by a giant beast." Bayou held Shi Tian and said, "Lao Tang, what's going on?" He thought to himself, "This child named Shi Tian is not normal." Chang Yushan scratched his head. "Sect Master Bai, to be honest, I don't know what's going on either. Shi Tian is an abandoned infant I adopted. He's been in the village since birth and he just grew up like this, as strong as an ox. Not at all like a 2-year-old. Lao Yi also spoke up at this moment. "It's not just Shi Tian. Many children born in the village have shown abnormalities. Shi Tian is just the most exaggerated case." Bayou asked again, "The other children are not normal either. Tell me in detail." Lao Yi began to speak. "For example, my little girl is 7 years old this year. When she sleeps, her body sometimes glows," he continued. "When she wakes up the next day, her body will have grown a little taller. A 7-year-old child now looks like she's 17. The others continued to tell Bayou. "There's also old Zhang's son who could suddenly breathe fire at the age of 10. Old Li's 12-year-old child can understand the language of animals, and there's also old Chen's." Lu Yuan pondered. "There are such strange things. Could this Kiu Mountain be an unknown treasure land?" Chang Yushan said. Not necessarily a treasure land. Bayou asked what he meant. Chang Yushan frowned, his expression turning serious. The children affected by this place only have somewhat special physiques or have awakened some kind of ability, but they cannot cultivate normally. Bayou asked again, cannot cultivate normally? What do you mean? Bei Tangshui looked at Shi Dian in surprise. Special physique unable to cultivate, Chang Yushan said. We taught the children some cultivation arts and found that their bodies couldn't produce spiritual energy. We don't know the specific reason either. Even if the Sect Master hadn't taken us in, we were planning to move away from here. Lu Yuan joined the conversation. Sect Master Shi Dian also hasn't discovered that he's different from others. He patted Shi Tian's head. And this child's aptitude is quite outstanding. It shouldn't be that he can't cultivate. Bayou asked with concern, when did this start? Chang Yushan replied, about 5 years ago, he continued. That is to say, 5 years ago, Kiu Mountain began to shake and the children born in the village more or less became different. He asked one question after another. Have you investigated? Are there any particular clues? Lao Yi replied. Of course we were worried about the children with this condition, but we couldn't find anything. Later the children's health wasn't affected, they just couldn't cultivate, but every one of them was physically very strong, so we stopped paying much attention to it. Chang Yushan added, the children's condition is likely related to the water they drink here. After all, the water in the mountain stream flows out of Kiu Mountain, and it's incredibly hot inside Kiu Mountain, so we can't go in. Bayou said to him, Old Chang, there's no hurry to move to Haiyuan City yet. This Sect Master will stay here for a few more days. Hearing this, Chang Yushan's spirits were clearly lifted. Great, I'll go arrange for food and make sure everyone eats and drinks their fill. The sky was azure, and a gentle breeze caressed their faces when suddenly someone called out to Bayou. He turned to see it was Bei Tangshui. Bayou pretended to be angry and said, HMPH, what did you call me? Bei Tangshui shyly corrected herself. Master. That's what he was waiting for. Bayou replied cheerfully. What is it? She said. I feel that the aptitude of the people here is surprisingly good, yet they are unable to cultivate. There are no such people on this continent. He repeated her words in confusion, and she continued. As far as I know, when the Lord of the Celestial Court was exploring the outer domain back then, he encountered a special human race, she continued. They all possessed heaven-defying aptitude and couldn't cultivate normally. But they were all body cultivators, each with heaven-defying combat power, he said. The human emperor was the one who divided the outer domain into the 9 domains, vast and boundless. What is this outer domain? Bei Tangshui turned her head away. It's not something I can explain in just a few words. In short, I feel this matter is unusual, so I'm just giving you a heads up. Bayou thought to himself that this little girl, despite her young age, certainly knew a lot. Just as she was about to leave, he called out to her again. Right, Bei Tangshui, your master has something for you. A set of mythic gold armor fell down, Bayou thought with a determined look in his eyes. It was strange for the system to give a rebate of 18 sets of mythic gold armor before. This mythic gold armor is immensely powerful, the more the better. Bei Tangshui picked up the battle armor in surprise. This is the same set of battle armor the demon's son had. Suddenly his system beeped. Beep, beep, beep. An unknown system error has occurred. This gift is invalid. No rebate will be issued. Bayou was stunned. A system error. He held his chin and pondered. Can the system make mistakes? Interesting. Is it because the number of mythic gold armors is limited, or is it difficult to get a rebate for them? Or was it really a system error? 3 days passed in a flash. Lu Yuan brought Bayou to a riverbank. He scooped up some water with his hands, looked at it and said, Sect Master, the river water of Kiu Mountain contains some special spiritual energy. It must be this special spiritual energy that has caused the people here to change, however. This change is a good one, beneficial to cultivators. The sudden bursts of power from those rogue cultivators and the changes in the children should all be because they drank this river water. He stood up and continued, What Chang Yushan said about them being unable to cultivate is not entirely true. I taught those children different cultivation arts. I found that it's not that the children can't cultivate, but rather that they can only practice body cultivation techniques. Bayou whispered in surprise, body cultivation techniques, body cultivators. Could this be related to the body cultivators from the outer domain that Bei Tangshui mentioned? Lu Yuan continued to explain, It's interesting what happened to these children after their aptitude was altered. Their bodies seem to naturally reject ordinary cultivation techniques that contain spiritual energy. This is why Chang Yushan and the others couldn't get the children to cultivate. After all, these rogue cultivators don't have any body cultivation techniques. Moreover, the more advanced the body cultivation technique is for these children, the more smoothly they can cultivate it. Especially with the techniques the Sect Master provided, a few of the children have already reached the introductory level. Bayou's expression grew even more surprised. Then he smiled with great interest. It seems this is a treasure land. Lu Yuan, what are your thoughts? Lu Yuan asked, puzzled. My thoughts? Then it dawned on him, and he exclaimed in shock. Does the Sect Master mean to establish a sect here? Bayou replied, smart. A blessed land this rare in the world is precisely the kind of place where geniuses are born. Lu Yuan enthusiastically agreed. The Sect Master is far-sighted. If we establish a sect here and let it flourish, in less than 10 years, the Bayou sect will have countless prodigies. Bayou said seriously, but it's too early to decide now. This Sect Master must first investigate Kiu Mountain. I need to confirm that there are no other dangers in Kiu Mountain. Otherwise, if we build a sect here, a volcanic eruption would wipe it out. Bayou and Lu Yuan climbed to the mountaintop to investigate. Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. It's this hot just at the entrance. I don't know how much hotter it is inside. Do we really have to go in? Bayou's eyes widened, his brow furrowed. But he still made up his mind to go in and find out. He shouted, "Let's go in." Lu Yuan had no choice but to reluctantly follow behind him. The scene inside Kiu Mountain greatly surprised the two of them. Lu Yuan exclaimed, "I didn't expect the space inside to get bigger and bigger." Bayou, on the other hand, was deep in thought. This Kiu Mountain is not a real volcano. Then he thought with concern, there's no boiling lava here, yet it's incredibly hot. What is the source of the heat? Suddenly, he noticed something on the other side of the abyss. What's that? Lu Yuan recognized it and was shocked. Those are all kinds of rare fire attribute spiritual herbs. They're incredibly valuable. Before he could finish being surprised, Bayou added, "It's not just spiritual herbs. Look down." Lu Yuan shouted with joy. "All kinds of crystals, all extremely rare treasures. Sect Master, if we really build a sect here, we won't have to worry about resources at all in the early stages. This place is truly extraordinary." Bayou was very happy, but he calmly stepped forward and continued to explore downward. Lu Yuan hurriedly said, "Sect Master, I'm afraid I can't go on. My cultivation is limited. I can't take it anymore." He kept thinking to himself. The Sect Master clearly only appears to have a superhuman realm cultivation. Yet he shows no signs of discomfort at all. Truly unfathomable, Bayou instructed him. "You wait for me here." Then he charged straight ahead. An hour later, Bayou was still exploring inside Kiu Mountain. He said wearily, "It's been over an hour since I entered Kiu Mountain, and I still haven't seen the end. If I go any further down, even my Xuangi body won't be able to handle it." He looked into the depths and breathed a sigh of relief. "Now I can be sure that Kiu Mountain only resembles a volcano. It's not a real one. This way I don't have to worry about a volcanic eruption." Bayou was drenched in sweat and said helplessly, "But since I'm already here, I must find out what's inside." He put on the mythic gold armor. "I wonder if I can reach the bottom wearing this battle armor." He leapt down with all his might. Bayou's face was extremely grim. It was truly too deep in here. When he finally landed, he was horrified to find that the mythic gold armor was slightly damaged. He thought cautiously, "It seems that even with the mythic gold armor I can't last long here. This place is obviously extremely dangerous." Bayou walked forward step by step, and before him was a clear turquoise lake. He was very surprised. "I'm already at my limit just getting here. I didn't expect there to be such a large lake below. It's truly unexpected. The lake water hasn't evaporated at all. Could it be because it contains special spiritual energy?" Just as he said, the water's surface was unusually calm, completely unaffected by the extreme heat of this place. Suddenly, strange bubbles emerged from the lake, startling Bayou, and a red light flashed before him. He was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes as the red light rose from the lake. The light was dazzling, and thankfully Bayou dodged it nimbly. The lake water turned from a beautiful turquoise to a blood-red color, and a figure slowly appeared. It was a giant lying motionless. Bayou shouted in terror, "What is that?" The giant suddenly opened its eyes, but its body remained still. He observed it carefully, but still couldn't believe his eyes. A giant hundreds of meters tall was lying at the bottom of the lake. "Am I seeing things?" The column of red light surged more and more fiercely, and a yellow talisman flew out from the lake's surface. He noticed the talisman and began to ponder. That thing fell off the giant. Out of curiosity, he leaped up and took a gamble, grabbing the paper. Its power made even him frown. The red light is terrifying. Even the mythic gold armor almost couldn't block it. Looking at the talisman in his hand, his expression turned to joy. "I got it." At this moment, more bubbles rose from the water's surface as if it were boiling. Bayou realized the situation was not good and leaped up to leave. In midair, he opened his eyes, confirming everything he had just seen. He hadn't been mistaken. There really was a giant at the bottom of the lake, its body covered in talismans. Lu Yuan was waiting above, and seeing the red light, he was extremely worried. When he saw Bayou leap up, he was startled and hurried over to support him. "Sect Master, are you all right?" Bayou, however, was pleased with his recent find. What was the origin of that giant's corpse at the bottom of the lake? If the changes here were related to the giant's corpse, this would be an incredible mystery. That giant corpse probably has an impressive origin. Lu Yuan saw his expression and asked, "Sect Master, did you find anything down there?" He took out the talisman and replied, "Lu Yuan, there's no immediate danger below, but there is something truly incredible." Bayou recounted what had happened, and by the time he finished, they had already returned to the surface. Lu Yuan asked back in surprise, "How is that possible? A giant several hundred meters tall lying at the bottom of a lake." "Sect Master, did you really see it clearly?" Bayou replied, "Very clearly, there's absolutely no mistake." Lu Yuan then asked, "Is it still alive?" He replied, "It shouldn't be, but with my current cultivation I can't get close to the giant's corpse to check, so I can't be 100% sure." Hearing this, Lu Yuan thought for a moment and said, "This matter is too shocking. I, Lu Yuan, have seen much, but I've been shocked beyond words. Sect Master, should we postpone the matter of establishing a sect here for now?" Bayou said, "Let's put aside establishing a sect for now. We'll decide after I can thoroughly investigate the giant situation. However, the water here can be transported to Haiyuan City for the disciples of the Bayou sect with good aptitude to use." He suddenly remembered something, took out the talisman and showed it to Lu Yuan. "By the way, do you recognize this? It fell off that giant." Lu Yuan took the talisman, observed it carefully, and replied, "This is a talisman. but this is the first time I've ever seen one like this. I can't tell what type of talisman it is, but it's definitely a very high-level one. On the other side, the demon sun inside Wu Julian's body was desperately flying through the forest. A woman's stamina was a bit lacking, and panting heavily, she finally arrived at her destination. He whispered to Wu Julian, "We finally escaped. We're back at the chaotic era Heretical Sect. Wu Julian, I sense an abnormally powerful presence in your chaotic era Heretical Sect. I will go into a slumber first to avoid being discovered by that person. Take me back to the demonic heaven domain as soon as possible. That is the stage where you can truly shine, don't worry." A sinister look appeared on his face. A strange vortex appeared, and a voice came from within. "Wu Julian, come to the main hall at once." A giant hand reached out, grabbed Wu Julian tightly, and pulled her into the vortex. She was taken to a certain place. The Sect Master of the chaotic era Heretical Sect said to her, "Wu Julian, why have you returned empty-handed?" "Where is the person I told you to capture?" Wu Julian said aggrievely. "Sect Master, I had already captured that Bai Tangshui. But in the end, the Sect Master of the Bayou sect ruined everything. This person is extremely cunning and obtained a supreme treasure in the Phantom City. I was no match for him," he said angrily. "A mere Bayou sect, overestimating its own abilities," he continued. "This Sect Master will not wait any longer. I must capture Bai Tangshui immediately." The Sect Master of the chaotic era Heretical Sect raised his hand and ordered, "Pass down my command. The entire chaotic era Heretical Sect is to prepare. In 3 days we will set out for Haiyuan City. We will only capture Bai Tangshui. As for the rest, leave no one alive." She respectfully clasped her hands. "Yes," then she thought to herself, "Bayou, with the entire chaotic era Heretical Sect mobilized, let's see how you'll survive this time." The scene switched elsewhere. A pair of pure white wings appeared in the sky. They were the wings of the Pegasus pulling Bayou's group's carriage. Bai Tangshui looked out the window, lost in thought. Suddenly, Bayou grabbed her head. "What are you looking at, so lost in thought?" She squinted her eyes and said wearily, "There's a village not far ahead. I once lived there to escape the pursuit of the chaotic era Heretical Sect. I made a friend there. She once helped me. I want to go and see her," he said calmly. "Then let's go see her. We're not in a hurry." Bayou took out a talisman. "Bai Tangshui, have you seen this talisman before?" He thought to himself, this girl is very knowledgeable. She might recognize this talisman. The moment she saw the talisman, Bai Tangshui's jaw dropped in shock. "What? This is..." Seeing her expression, Bayou asked, "Why are you so surprised? Do you recognize this talisman?" She looked at the talisman in her hand. "This is the legendary Certain Kill talisman." Bayou and Li Shu were equally surprised. "A Certain Kill talisman? This is the first time I've heard of such a talisman. Does using this talisman grant a one-hit kill?" Bai Tangshui continued. "That's right, using this talisman indeed has a certain kill effect. Even high-level experts would find it hard to escape death," Bayou said. "To think there's such a domineering talisman in this world," he thought to himself. The giant at the bottom of the volcanic lake was covered in this kind of talisman. Did someone stick all those certain kill talismans on him to prevent him from resurrecting? At this moment, Bai Tangshui said coquettishly, "Give it to me." Seeing this rare sight, he happily replied, "This is the first time you've ever asked me for something." She held the talisman tightly, thinking to herself, "The Certain Kill talisman is extremely rare. Only the Talisman Emperor of the past could refine it. After the Talisman Emperor disappeared, the Certain Kill talisman became extinct." He closed his eyes and said proudly, which surprised her, "Since you want it, your master will give it to you." Hearing this, Bai Tangshui was very surprised. This master is truly generous. In the cultivation world, even among the closest masters and disciples, I've never seen such generosity. A Certain Kill talisman is a life-saving item. Bai Tangshui held the talisman and muttered to herself, "I'll Empress Mingshui finally approve of 1% of you, Bayou. With this Certain Kill talisman, I'll have the power to protect myself, even if I run into the Sect Master of the chaotic era Heretical Sect." Bayou's system chimed, gifted disciple Bai Tangshui the Certain Kill talisman, activating a 1000x rebate. "Congratulations, you have obtained 1000 Certain Kill talismans," he cheered happily. 1,000 Certain Kill talismans, I've struck it rich. He propped his chin on his hand and thought, this time the rebate for the Certain Kill talisman was only in quantity. Is it because the Certain Kill talisman is already the highest grade talisman, or is it already the limit of the system's rebate? His system chimed once more. System notification. The 10 rebate opportunities for gifting Bai Tangshui have been used up. Hereafter, there will be 1 rebate opportunity per month. Bayou said with a look of displeasure, "The 10 rebate chances for Bai Tangshui are all used up. Looks like I'll have to get out more and let the system find my third disciple." The carriage stopped in a remote village and she walked in confidently. "We're here." Seeing that the place was deserted, Bai Tangshui was puzzled. The village is usually so lively, why is it so quiet today? Question rose in her heart when suddenly her eyes widened as if she'd seen something terrifying. In the village, something was hanging from a rope. It was a human corpse. People were lying on the ground or hanging scattered everywhere. Bayou shouted in alarm. "Something's happened, let's go check it out." Bai Tangshui rushed in, shouting as she ran. Kai Dai, her eyes were filled with worry. "Sister Kai Dai, you have to be okay." In the village, an old man was being beheaded. Kai Dai screamed in agony. "Father?" The soldiers raised their swords, grinning. "This girl isn't bad, the boss gets to have fun first," they said smugly. "Don't dawdle. Killing everyone in this village is enough to refine one blood bun." The entire chaotic-era heretical sect is mobilizing recently. We need to hurry back. Let's make this quick," one of the subordinates said. "Oh, what a downer. In that case, just die by my sword." She knelt at his feet, her face grim. Kai-Dai sobbed, clenching her teeth. "You monsters, you'll die a horrible death." He took a drag from his cigar and raised his sword. Just then, Bei Tangshui rushed in. "Stop." The sound of Kai-Dai being cut down rang out. Bei Tangshui held her, calling out worriedly, "Kai-Dai." Hearing Bei Tangshui's call, Kai-Dai murmured, "Little Shui, you're back," she said with all her might. "Little Shui, these monsters killed my father, my mother, and everyone else." Bei Tangshui extended her hand and a green light enveloped her. "Sister Kai-Dai, don't say anything, I'll heal you," Kai-Dai said in pain. "Little Shui, don't worry about me, run." Her eyes were like a deep black hole as she spoke in a sorrowful tone. "Sister is going to see father and mother now." After saying that, Kai-Dai departed forever. Bei Tangshui could only hold her body, panicked and distraught. Faced with her sister's death, Bei Tangshui was overcome with rage, but the group of guards arrogantly said, still oblivious, "A fish that slipped through the net dares to foolishly run back, just kill her." She sat there holding Kai-Dai's body, her face gradually filling with rage. Tang Shui stood up and shouted, "You are unforgivable." As soon as her words fell, her power erupted violently. Those foolish soldiers still had a look of contempt. "Little girl, who are you trying to scare?" She ignored their words and directly attacked them with her power. The group of soldiers was instantly frozen in ice. "What? This is save me." After a moment of struggle, they managed to break free. The group of guards was terrified, stammering, unable to speak. What kind of monster is this?" They immediately turned and fled, leaving Bei Tangshui standing there still expressionless. She turned her head, seemingly not planning to let them go, and shouted angrily, "Go and be buried with Sister Kai-Dai." A fleeing soldier stopped and said, "How dare you? We are from the chaotic-era heretical sect." Before he could finish, she had frozen the group of soldiers again. Then Bei Tangshui slowly walked out of the chaotic-era heretical sect. She was both furious and saddened by her sister's tragic death. As she walked, she ran into Bayou. Seeing her expression was off, he hurriedly asked, "Bei Tangshui, are you all right?" She replied in a sorrowful tone, "When I escaped from the chaotic-era heretical sect, it was Sister Kai-Dai's family who took me in. They treated me like family and nursed me back to health here." Bei Tangshui emotionally recalled the simple nature of this family, especially Sister Kai-Dai. "She was timid but very kind, and she treated me like her own little sister, taking care of me for a long time. After I recovered, I was afraid the chaotic-era heretical sect would come looking for me and implicate them. So I chose to leave. I never expected them to die at the hands of the chaotic-era heretical sect in the end." Bayou was stunned after hearing her words. He quickly comforted her. "This isn't your fault." Afraid she would continue to blame herself, he explained, "I checked. The villagers' blood was drained after they died. The chaotic-era heretical sect must have used them to refine something. It has nothing to do with you." Bei Tangshui seemed lost in thought. Her gaze was lowered. She didn't dare to look him in the eye and said, "It doesn't matter if it has anything to do with me anymore." She clenched her jaw tightly, the veins on her hands bulging. She had been trying to suppress her surging emotions but couldn't hold back any longer. She cried, "Now I'm going to avenge Sister Kai-Dai." Seeing this, Bayou asked Bei Tangshui, "You want to go to the chaotic-era heretical sect?" She seemed to have made up her mind and began to leave. "Master, although I don't think you're qualified to be my master, you are a good person no matter what. I don't know if I'll live or die on this trip. This is the last time I'll call you that." Bayou immediately called out, "Wait." Bei Tangshui immediately retorted, "Don't try to persuade me, my mind is made up." Seeing this, he shouted loudly, "Stop," Bayou proposed. "I'll go with you." Bei Tangshui was very surprised, but she didn't want to implicate him. She bit her lip and said sadly, "No, I don't want to drag you into this." Bayou naturally wouldn't let her go alone. He said firmly, "I am your master, your business is my business." Bei Tangshui turned back to look at him, but Bayou just happily patted her head. "Don't try to persuade me. My mind is made up." At this moment, Li Shu, Lu Yuan and Yang Jianfeng were watching Bayou and Bei Tangshui prepare to get into the carriage and leave. Bayou turned back and said to the three of them, "You all head back first. Bei Tangshui and I have some business to take care of." Lu Yuan, with a smile on his face, said, "Sect Master, do you need me to accompany you?" Bayou immediately replied, "No need." Li Shu was a bit puzzled. He asked blankly, "Master, where are you and junior sister going, and what are you doing?" Bayou replied, "To destroy the chaotic-era heretical sect." Lu Yuan and Yang Jianfeng laughed, saying in a relaxed tone, "A small matter like destroying the chaotic-era heretical sect requires the Sect Master to act personally." As he spoke, he and Lao Yang suddenly realized something and both of them froze. Lu Yuan and Yang Jianfeng were dumbfounded, their eyes wide as saucers, and they asked in surprise, "How going to destroy the chaotic-era heretical sect? Sect Master, are you serious?" Bayou just replied calmly, "Of course I'm serious." With that, he quickly departed. The scene switched to a majestic mountain range where two pairs of feet were hiding in the bushes. It was Bayou and Bei Tangshui. She whispered, "The chaotic-era heretical sect is just ahead. It's the #1 heretical sect in the Shanqin domain, and it's been hiding in this mountain all along." Hearing this, he asked curiously, "Tell me your plan. What are your chances of success? She quickly replied. I plan to sneak in, get close to the Sect Master of the Chaotic Era Heretical Sect from behind, and then use the certain kill talisman to kill him in one blow. At this point her voice grew heavy. As for my chances, without the certain kill talisman, 0. With this top-tier talisman my chances are about 20%, Bayou said helplessly. You dare to come with only a 20% chance? You're truly brave, Bei Tangshui admitted. I can't help it, I'm the type who must avenge my grudges, he said calmly. Actually, there's no need for such trouble, your master has a simpler way, she asked in surprise. What way? Bayou smiled and whispered. Just charge right in. Bei Tangshui was shocked, letting out a surprised, huh? Charge in? What's the difference between that and seeking death? Bayou said decisively. Today your master will take you to openly and honorably destroy the Chaotic Era Heretical Sect. In an instant the young man was walking with a leisurely gait, his head held high. His arrogant demeanor was beyond words. Tang Shui followed behind in a panic. You're not serious, are you? Wait, are you being serious? Even though she shouted until her throat was sore, Bayou resolutely charged forward. He truly didn't even look back. As soon as he reached the entrance he was stopped by several disciples. Halt, who are you? Too lazy to answer, this young man was too fond of posturing. With a wave of his hand he knocked them down. Bayou said with certainty, Of course I'm serious, let's go in. Tang Shui pressed her lips together tightly, her heart filled with worry. So reckless, truly so reckless, this personality. This way of doing things is exactly the same as the Lord of the Celestial Court back then. Forget it, at worst I'll risk my life and use my ultimate move to protect Bayou. After all, he's the one who has treated me best since my reincarnation. Just like that Bayou swaggered in. Inside a large number of soldiers were gathered. The Sect Master shouted, This is the first time my Chaotic Era Heretical Sect has mobilized its entire force. He revealed a smug smile, beaming as if he had just caught the handle of his sworn enemy. After lying low for so long, it's time for the name of my Chaotic Era Heretical Sect to resound throughout the entire domain. His subordinates enthusiastically echoed him. Sect Master, give the order. We've long wanted to go out on a killing spree. I've been wanting to kill that bunch of little lambs outside for a long time. Wu Julian curled her lip smugly. This moment has finally come. Bayou, I will step on your corpse. The Sect Master shouted. By my command, set out for Haiyuan City at once, destroy the Bayou sect and capture Bei Tangshui. Just then, Bayou slowly walked in. No need to go, we're here. Hearing the unfamiliar voice, the Sect Master asked in confusion. Who's speaking? Bayou answered directly. Me. The Sect Master's eyes immediately widened, stunned. Bei Tangshui, Julian also shrieked in panic. Bayou spoke with authority. Sect Master of the Chaotic Era Heretical Sect, you don't need to go to Haiyuan City. This Sect Master has come to you. The Sect Master of the Chaotic Era Heretical Sect sneered contemptuously. Come to me? I think you're crazy. Are you two insane? To walk right into a trap, this is something I hadn't expected, Bayou powerfully announced. Today, this Sect Master will eliminate a scourge for the people and destroy the Chaotic Era Heretical Sect. Hearing this, several disciples doubled over in laughter, unable to stop. What's this kid saying? I'm dying of laughter. Seeing the young man frown, they mocked. Are you an idiot, spouting such nonsense? The Sect Master of the Chaotic Era Heretical Sect said provocatively. Just a piece of trash. I can't be bothered with you, but just looking at you is an insult to me. A subordinate eagerly rushed forward, a wild smile on his face. Sect Master, I'll go and skin this ignorant brat. But in the end he was sent flying with a single punch, meeting his maker ahead of schedule. Bayou clenched his fist and said sternly, Now are your eyes open? The Sect Master's expression turned to shock. He said, Your own cultivation is extremely poor, yet you can use a move that doesn't match your strength, which proves you have some special opportunity on you. Bayou thought to himself, as expected of a high-level combatant. He saw through my issue with just one look. He then revealed a sinister smile. But in my eyes you're just a slightly stronger piece of trash. Another subordinate charged forward. Kid, since you're here, there's only one outcome for you, and that is death. He leaped down aggressively to fight him. He clenched his fist full of fighting spirit, but Bayou simply extended his hand and the result was another punch sending him into the sky. This guy's fate was just as miserable, spitting out blood. The Sect Master said sternly, Kid, I see your chi and blood are depleted. Can you still use that fist technique a third time? The young man thought to himself. He really saw through it. I need to be more careful when facing high-level combatants like this in the future. A bald man came forward to challenge him. I'll kill you. This time, Bayou gestured with his hand. Bei Tangshui, help me. She released her ice attribute spell, looking majestic. Absolute Zero. It enveloped the space, obscuring the bald man's vision. Then Bayou gripped the axe in his hand and the young man confidently swung it down. The bald man was stunned, his mouth slightly agape, staring deadly at Bayou. The Sect Master of the Chaotic Era Heretical Sect roared wildly. He used a weapon. He really can't use the third punch. No more clever tricks. It's just that your axe is of a very high grade. He revealed a terrifying smile, his eyes filled with a demonic glint. Bei Tangshui, I'm growing more and more satisfied with your body. This special physique is exactly what my sect needs. My body has long been decaying from cultivating heretical arts. Bei Tangshui is a gift from the heavens to me. Tang Shui stood to the side and whispered, Master, this is the rhythm. Let them come one by one. This way we can make the Sect Master of the Chaotic Era Heretical Sect fight us one-on-one, and I can use the certain kill talisman. Bayou showed a satisfied smile on his face and replied, Understood. The young man, clad in armor, said something that left everyone present stunned. Everyone from the chaotic era Heretical Sect, listen up. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but everyone present here is trash. You can all come at me together. Hearing this, Tang Shui screamed in anger, burning with rage. Did you even listen to what I said? With a red glint in his eyes, the Sect Master of the chaotic era Heretical Sect said sternly, "You clown, your words have successfully amused me." He raised his hand fiercely and leapt up eagerly. "I'll deal with you myself and personally crush you." Julian, with a smug smile, said contemptuously, "Bayou, you got a little power and now you don't know who you are, with the Sect Master personally making a move. Let's see you jump around now." Smile also appeared on Bei Tangshui's lips. She thought to herself, fortunately the result is still the same. The Sect Master of the chaotic era Heretical Sect has finally made a move himself. As the old Sect Master's hand drew near, wanting to grab Bayou, Bei Tangshui rushed forward and shouted, "Master, let me handle this." She immediately waved the certain kill talisman in her hand. The talisman made contact with his hand, immediately unleashing its sealing divine power, destroying the giant hand and simultaneously counterattacking the Sect Master of the chaotic era Heretical Sect, causing his eyes to widen in shock. This talisman shot straight at his head. It caused a ferocious attack, setting off an explosion that rocked the surroundings. Wu Julian was too surprised, her mouth agape, unable to utter a word. "Sect Master," the surrounding people cried out more tragically than if their house was on fire. "How is this possible? The Sect Master has been killed." Bei Tangshui clenched her fist triumphantly, as happy as if she had brought in a bountiful harvest. "Success, we succeeded." However, countless questions popped up in Bayou's mind. He asked himself with a suspicious look, did the Sect Master of the chaotic era Heretical Sect die that easily? The young man frowned at the scene before him, muttering, "Something's not right." The disciples of the chaotic era Heretical Sect are too calm. Suddenly, a pillar of evil energy shot up in front of them. The evil energy gathered together, forming a force that suppressed the space. That spiritual power manifested the figure of the chaotic era Heretical Sect Master, standing majestically before him. Seeing him, Bei Tangshui's face turned ashen, and she blurted out in panic, "What, he's not dead yet?" The few young disciples of the chaotic era Heretical Sect vied to show off. The Sect Master has long entered the state of selflessness, becoming one with the sect. His physical body is but a shell. As long as the chaotic era Heretical Sect is not destroyed, the Sect Master will not perish. He is fundamentally unkillable. Those two must be in despair right now, right? The Sect Master of the chaotic era Heretical Sect said, "To be able to attack my physical body once, that was unexpected. That top-tier talisman is not simple. It's the first time I've ever seen one. A pity it's used up and you only have one, right?" Bei Tangshui immediately pressed her lips together, her expression dazed. She said in despair, "It failed, there's nothing we can do." Despite this, she still held her head high and said, "Master, I'll use my ultimate move to hold them off." "Run as far as you can," Bayou sighed and scolded. "You're ignoring my words again." He raised his eyebrows, his gaze confident as he looked ahead. "Master said today we're here to destroy the chaotic era Heretical Sect. What's there to run from?" She glanced at him, her expression doubtful. "But even the certain kill talisman couldn't kill the Sect Master of the chaotic era Heretical Sect." The young man sneered and said, "Who said the certain kill talisman couldn't kill him?" Hearing this, Bei Tangshui was completely bewildered. "What do you mean?" The Sect Master of the chaotic era Heretical Sect, having listened to their act for long enough, shouted, "Enough of this farce, it's time to end it." Bayou swung his axe, a slight smile on his face, and replied with great momentum, "It is time to end it. Next, everyone from the chaotic era Heretical Sect must die. Not a single one will be spared." The Sect Master clenched his fists and roared in anger. "Where do you get the courage to say that from that axe in your hand?" He moved swiftly, taunting, "Let me tell you, even if that's a divine artifact, I alone can kill you." He stared deadly at the two, his body exuding a suppressive aura. Wu Julian raised her hands and cheered, more excited than if she were watching the World Cup final. "Sect Master is mighty. Kill that Bayou." Bayou sneered disdainfully, immediately drawing a talisman from his hand and throwing it straight ahead. Seeing this talisman, the Sect Master was horrified, his eyes widening. The talisman grazed past him, incidentally giving him a one-way ticket to hell. Wu Julian, who had been shouting loudly just a moment ago, was now as quiet as a mouse, too scared to utter a word. The surrounding disciples also had their mouths agape, sweating profusely, and even Bei Tangshui was equally shocked. She frowned and asked, "This is a certain kill talisman, how do you have another one?" Bayou frowned, his face looking like a grandma who had just discovered the price of vegetables had gone up at the market. He said coldly, "I told you, the certain kill talisman can definitely kill him. If one isn't enough, then two." But the Sect Master of the chaotic era Heretical Sect was a punching bag. He returned again and roared, "Two is also a dream unforgivable. You two actually killed me twice. I will make you." Bayou sent him another certain kill talisman. A highly arrogant smile played on his lips, the kind commonly known as laughing so hard you can't lift your head. Then three. The surrounding people were stunned for 5 seconds, their brains completely frozen like weak Wi-Fi during peak hours. The Sect Master died so quickly. That talisman is too terrifying. Even the Sect Master couldn't block it. He appeared again. The Sect Master roared, "This kind of talisman can kill me in one hit. It must be extremely precious," he taunted arrogantly. "If you have the guts, keep using them. I don't believe you have any more in your hands." Bayou immediately obliged him, playing along to the end. With a wave of his hand, a talisman floated up. The old Sect Master's face darkened. Just how many certain kill talismans do you have? Bayou announced straightforwardly. I won't stop until I've turned you to dust. He immediately gritted his teeth and cursed. Shameless, he ordered. Disciples of the chaotic era Heretical Sect, listen up, all of you. Attack. Those cowardly fellows hesitated. Isn't going up just courting death, but defying the Sect Master's order is a fate worse than death. How dare you not go up? Maybe that guy is just bluffing and doesn't have any certain kill talismans left. Those few people consoled themselves. I don't believe you have any more certain kill talismans. If you have the guts, use another one on me. Better think carefully. We're just ordinary disciples. It's not worth using them on us. Attack together. Even if this kid has a lot of certain kill talismans, he can't kill all of us. Bei Tangshui squinted, her gaze sharp enough to peel a cucumber, then raised her chin and advised, Master, don't get bogged down in fighting. The certain kill talismans should only be used on the Sect Master of the chaotic era Heretical Sect. Don't waste them on ordinary disciples. But Bayou asserted confidently, the entire chaotic era Heretical Sect is guilty of heinous crimes. Today, no one will leave here alive. Bei Tangshui's eyes widened and she murmured, killing everyone is too unrealistic. After hearing this, the Sect Master laughed disdainfully. Now with 1,000 of my chaotic era Heretical Sect disciples attacking together, let's see how many people your certain kill talismans can deal with. Bayou waved his hand and a row of talismans appeared. You tell me how many I can deal with. Certain kill talismans covered the entire space like weeds, leaving them to only stare blankly. The Sect Master shouted, What? Wu Julian froze like a stone statue at a temple gate, so scared her ribs were about to shatter. Absolutely impossible. They're all certain kill talismans. He rubbed his eyes several times because he couldn't believe the horror of it. Bei Tangshui said doubtfully, Where did so many certain kill talismans come from? Could it be that Master is the Talisman Emperor's biological son? No, forget his biological son, even the Talisman Emperor himself doesn't have this many certain kill talismans. The disciples were in chaos. How are we supposed to fight this? You're overthinking it, just run. Bayou stood majestically in place. He said in a sonorous voice, Kill them all. Those talismans began to take effect. At this moment the Sect Master could only gape in terror. What else could he do? Smoke and fire billowed. The smell of smoke was everywhere, accompanied by groans. No, spare me, I'm willing to be your horse and ox, Bei Tangshui said. This wave of attacks not only wiped out all the disciples of the chaotic era Heretical Sect, but even the chaotic era Heretical Sect itself was razed to the ground. At this point, the stinking mouth of the Sect Master of the chaotic era Heretical Sect was still moving. Kid, stop. After saying this, he too was extinguished by the power of the talismans. A world-shaking explosion destroyed everything around. He gritted his teeth and said, I'm not resigned. He flailed his hand, saying resentfully, I've cultivated for thousands of years just to condense the soul of the heretic god. Why would I die at the hands of a small fry? Bayou cursed coldly. Think of those innocent people you harmed and you'll understand. Then he pleaded, Bayou, Sect Master Bai, spare my life, I can work for you. But the young man refused outright. No need, you can go to hell in peace. He let out the last scream of his life. No, Bei Tangshui blurted out happily, it's over, we won with Master. Bayou turned his gaze to her and asked, how does it feel? She happily shared her inner feelings. I've never felt so satisfied. Bayou hurriedly stroked her head and gently reminded her, if you're in danger in the future, don't act on your own. You have your master here. Suddenly, she hugged him tightly, which made Bayou ecstatic. She poured out her feelings. Master, thank you. Over 1,000 certain kill talismans are too precious. No one has ever given so much for me. Bayou replied, you are my disciple. If your master doesn't treat you well, who else will? After this touching and affectionate scene, Bei Tangshui held out her hand and demanded, Master, give me some more certain kill talismans. She thought smugly, I'll use them when I encounter the Heavenly Flower Empress in the future. Although the certain kill talismans can't kill a special existence like her, they can still cause her a lot of trouble. But Bayou scratched his head and answered straightforwardly, they're all gone. Bei Tangshui still couldn't believe it was true and forced a twisted smile. Stop joking, you just used over 1,000 of them. Bayou still had that innocent scratching his head look and said affirmatively, they're really all gone, I used them all up at once. Bei Tangshui was instantly petrified. Her limbs motionless, her soul floating up to the 9th heaven, her brain disconnected from the operating system. Used them all up? Why didn't you save any? The young man replied nonchalantly. Because it was fun, Bei Tangshui muttered in anger. Spendthrift, Master is a spendthrift. You're even more of a spendthrift than the Lord of the Celestial Court. Suddenly, Bayou asked seriously, I wasn't paying attention just now. Was Wu Julian killed too? That fellow definitely didn't survive. Anyway, I'm already a spendthrift. The certain kill talismans indiscriminately blasted the entire chaotic era Heretical Sect. In the distance, a hand struggled to prop itself up. Wu Julian panted heavily. That was terrifying. How could there be such a crazy and horrifying attack method? She walked with weak legs. She frowned. They're all dead. Everyone in the chaotic era Heretical Sect is dead. If I hadn't learned the Earth Demon art from the Demon Sun, I would have been blown to bits long ago. The demon son in her body urged her more impatiently than a mother-in-law pressing for childbirth. Wu Julian, let's go. That Bayou is too outrageous. He almost scared my soul out of my body. Meanwhile, the soul of the Sect Master of the Chaotic Era Heretical Sect also gradually appeared. He cried, "My Chaotic Era Heretical Sect, my 1,000-year foundation is all destroyed. Even I was killed. Only a remnant soul remains. I am not resigned." Seeing Wu Julian's back, he was a little surprised. "There's actually someone still alive in the sect," he revealed, a smug smile. "Heaven is helping me. Now I must possess this body, otherwise I could dissipate at any moment." He immediately prepared to invade her body. Wu Julian's eyes widened as she turned back. "What is that?" the Sect Master said sternly. "Wu Julian, now is the time to repay me. I'm commandeering your body." Suddenly the demonic domain in her body awakened, its eyes filled with killing intent. The Sect Master was greatly alarmed. The two fought back and forth. "What's in your body to actually attack me? And what are you?" "I am the demon son." The Sect Master frowned resentfully. "Demon son, the demon son of the demonic heaven domain. How are you in Wu Julian's body?" The demon son clenched his fist and gave him a loud slap. "Trying to snatch territory from me. Are you tired of living?" The Sect Master of the Chaotic Era Heretical Sect cried. "Stop hitting me. My soul is damaged. I'm about to turn to dust." Her head was splitting. Wu Julian roared. "Both of you shut up," the demon son argued. "Wu Julian, I entered your body first and we had an agreement. This guy is trying to steal my spot, of course I have to destroy him." The Sect Master nagged in her ear again. "Wu Julian, I am the Sect Master. I order you to leave quickly." Wu Julian asked, "What benefits can you give me?" The Sect Master was stunned upon hearing this. "What?" She asked again. "What benefits can you give me?" He gesticulated arrogantly, his arrogant appearance truly unbearable. "Old medicine. I am the Sect Master. I took pity on you and let you into the Heretical Sect." Wu Julian unceremoniously grabbed his neck and roared, "Cut the crap, it's useless on me. You might as well dissipate." He immediately became small and lowered his voice. Don't, I'm useful." Only then did Wu Julian let go. He promised, "I can teach you a shortcut to cultivate the heretic god's soul cultivation method. Also, I've cultivated for thousands of years. I can help you with whatever you need." She reluctantly nodded. "All right, then," she gestured. "And swear an oath to the heavenly Tao." The Sect Master was still muttering, "That's not necessary. My word is my bond." Wu Julian immediately threatened, "I'd better just kill you." So he had no choice but to agree. I'll swear right now." Wu Julian stood in place. She thought to herself. "Bayou, although I don't know why you've become stronger. Because of you, I, Wu Julian, am also becoming stronger. Thinking back, I was so foolish before. Now I am walking the path to the heavens." 84 The Holy Sun returned to his family on a sunny afternoon. Pei Qianchong excitedly came out to greet him. "Is that my son? Is the boy back?" Li Gungling sighed. "I heard monstrous beasts appeared in the Phantom City and almost no one made it out. Now that the Holy Sun is back, the Sect Master can rest assured." Pei Qianchong said sternly. "It's good that he's back." However, the Holy Sun had a foolish look on his face, his expression dull, his eyes dazed as if he had just woken up and forgotten to bring his brain. "Come here, old brother." The two old men beside him saw this, their expressions changing drastically, their eyeballs almost popping out. The Holy Sun drooled as he asked, "Little brother, have you seen my dad, Sect Master Bai?" His eyes were hazy, looking like a 3-year-old fool. Pei Qianchong was bewildered. He grabbed the Holy Sun and roared, "My dear son, how did my dear son become like this? Lu Shang, explain this to me clearly." Lu Shang lowered his head and recounted the entire story a moment later. Lu Shang said, "Sect Master, that's what happened." He lowered his head and admitted his fault. "It was my incompetence that allowed the demonic heaven domain and the chaotic era heretical sect to harm the Holy Sun like this." Pei Qianchong complained, "Everyone died and my son has turned into a fool just like last time. Only you, Lu Shang, came back unscathed." He questioned furiously. "Do you have anything to explain?" A set of battle armor appeared on Lu Shang's body. He explained, "Reporting to the Sect Master, it's because I obtained this set of battle armor at the last moment that I was able to bring the Holy Sun back safely." Pei Qianchong stood there, muttering, "Battle armor." He raised an eyebrow and struck, "Let this Sect Master see what's so special about it." However, it was Pei Qianchong who was knocked back. Gunglong's eyes widened in surprise. "To think it could easily block the Sect Master's strike and the battle armor is completely unscathed. It's a fine treasure." Lu Shang said, "Sect Master, this set of battle armor is extremely marvelous. It can greatly enhance a person's combat power, almost instantly turning an ordinary cultivator into an expert who can suppress an entire region." Pei Qianchong's expression immediately changed. "Lu Shang, it seems this Sect Master has wronged you," he rewarded him. "You have performed a great service by bringing back this set of battle armor. From now on you are promoted to a direct disciple." Lu Shang respectfully cupped his hands. "Thank you, Sect Master," he suggested. "Sect Master, the Holy Sun and I are like brothers. I can't swallow the fact that the Holy Sun was harmed like this by the demonic heaven domain and the chaotic era heretical sect. When can we go for revenge?" Pei Qianchong closed his eyes and pondered. "The demonic heaven domain is extremely powerful and has always harbored ambitions of annexing our Shanqin domain. This matter needs to be considered carefully. As for the chaotic era heretical sect, I didn't expect them to be so bold. I need to investigate further and see if there's anything unusual." Li Gungling, at the side, was so agitated he was about to lose his mind. He shouted, "Sect Master, what is there to be suspicious about? They killed my son and turned your son into a fool. Why not just send troops and destroy the chaotic era heretical sect? Although he shouted at the top of his lungs, Pei Tianchong only said one thing: you may all leave. This sect master must first see to my son and see if he can recover. Watching his back, Lu Shang asked with confusion, Second Elder, why do I feel that the sect master's attitude towards the chaotic era heretical sect is a bit off? Whenever an issue related to the heretical sect comes up, the sect master always avoids the important points. Gunlong nodded. This elder also feels something is off. Perhaps the sect master has some concerns. After a moment, he reminded. Lu Shang, you are now a direct disciple. Your status is much higher. You must be cautious in your words and actions and not speak ill of the sect master. Walking up to the holy son, Pei Tianchong cried out in despair, Such a fine son, how did he become a fool? He declared with determination, no matter what, Father will cure you. But he was scolded by the holy son. What are you looking at? Pei Tianchong shouted. I am your father. The holy son rambled incoherently like a madman. My father is Sect Master Bai. Try looking at me again. Then he grabbed Pei Tianchong's beard and pulled it off. Pei Tianchong sighed, his faith completely collapsing. He's a lost cause. Just then a white-haired man appeared. He raised an eyebrow. You've come at the right time. Go investigate the chaotic era heretical sect and find out who injured the holy son. Looking at his son dancing foolishly, he raised a question. This sect master finds it a bit strange. It's impossible for the people of the chaotic era heretical sect not to recognize the holy son. By the way, bring back some blood buns, the white-haired man said. Sect master, something major has happened, Pei Tianchong pointed. Nothing is more important than my son. Go get the buns quickly. This sect master must break through from the peak of the superhuman realm to the earthly profound realm as soon as possible to heal my son, the white-haired man reported. Sect Master, the chaotic era heretical sect has been destroyed. He immediately widened his eyes, his throat choked and his face went blank. What? Impossible? Pei Tianchong asked helplessly. In the Shanqin domain, besides my Shanqin Sect, who can destroy the chaotic era heretical sect? Even the Wood Profound Sect can't. Let alone the fact that the Sect Master of the chaotic era heretical sect cultivates a heretical art that makes him extremely difficult to kill, the white-haired man emphasized again. It's absolutely true. I saw with my own eyes that the chaotic era heretical sect was razed to the ground and everyone was killed, he shouted. This sect master still doesn't believe it. I must go see for myself. Standing before an empty space, he finally cried out, The chaotic era heretical sect has really been razed to the ground. He gritted his teeth and asked, Who did this? Who could have done this? The white-haired man began to guess. There is no expert of this level in the Shanqin domain. Could it be someone from outside the human emperor realm, such as the celestial court, the endless demon domain, or the endless sea domain? Pei Tianchong ordered. Investigate this matter for me, the white-haired man asked uneasily. What should we do next? Without the chaotic era heretical sect providing blood buns, your matter of breaking through to the next realm, he said with determination. The Shanqin domain is beset with internal and external troubles. As the lord of a domain, I must consider the safety of the Shanqin domain. For the sake of the Shanqin domain, this sect master can do anything. At this moment, Lu Yuan and the others were sitting around a round table chatting. Yang Jianfeng said absent-mindedly, Let me confirm again, did I hear correctly? The sect master went to destroy the chaotic era heretical sect, Lu Yuan confirmed. You heard correctly, we all heard it. Chang Yushan lamented, his face pale, his mouth wide open, forgetting to breathe. The chaotic era heretical sect is the largest heretical sect in the Shanqin domain. Its strength is no less than the Shanqin sects. For Sect Master Bai to go and destroy their entire clan with just 2 people, that's quite something, Yang Jianfeng shouted. This isn't just reckless, this is completely looking down on the chaotic era heretical sect. I'm so scared right now, Lu Yuan frowned and shouted. What's the difference between this and a wet market? I'm scared too. Are we just going to wait here? Yang Jianfeng said with a frown. What else can we do besides wait? We don't even know where the chaotic era heretical sect's mountain gate is, he added. Even if we went, we'd just be throwing our lives away. Lu Yuan sighed. Don't panic, he suggested. Didn't you see how calm Li Shu is? Who would have thought that Li Shu would suddenly reply coldly? I'm thinking if Master dies, how can I quickly increase my cultivation to avenge him? The others were stunned, staring at each other, their minds completely blank. Bei Tangshui thought to herself, I feel nothing. I even want to laugh a little. Haven't you understood the power of the strong yet? Destroying a mere chaotic era heretical sect is as easy as taking something out of your pocket, isn't it? Just then, Bayou waved happily. I'm back. The few of them rushed over excitedly. Sect Master, the Sect Master is back, Lu Yuan asked frantically. Sect Master, are you all right? Bayou joked confidently. Do I look like I'm not all right? Lu Yuan immediately burst into laughter. It's good that you're fine, he thought to himself. The Sect Master looks the same as when he left. Must have thought it through and not gone to destroy the chaotic era heretical sect. Bayou said calmly. The chaotic era heretical sect has already been destroyed. Lu Yuan still hadn't come to his senses. He subconsciously muttered. The chaotic era heretical sect is a big sect after all. There will be other chances in the future. But once his brain caught up, he roared. What? Destroyed? Bayou frowned, correcting his frantic state. What's there to be surprised about? Shut your mouth, I can't believe it, Li Shu asked absent-mindedly. Junior sister, how did Master destroy the chaotic era heretical sect? Bei Tangshui boasted confidently. Very simple, he destroyed it with a wave of his hand. After hearing this, Li Shu was petrified on the spot. staring blankly into space as if his soul had left his body. Bei Tangshui thought to herself, the matter of the certain kill talismans is too important. It's better to keep it a secret. Yang Jianfeng was terrified, only muttering with a wave of his hand. Tears streamed down his face. Chang Yushan lamented, it was us who were short-sighted. From now on in my heart the Sect Master is a god. A month later, a giant turtle was riding the wind and waves. The third prince of the Sea Dragon King gazed into the distance and asked, where's that ahead? The seahorse reported. Reporting to the third prince, ahead is the Shanqin domain of the human emperor realm, the last stop of this inspection of the world's waterways. The third prince said, after inspecting this place, we'll return to the Dragon King's palace. He looked at his surroundings with disgust and contempt. The Shanqin domain of the human emperor realm, a poor and remote place full of country bumpkins with low cultivation. What's there to inspect? The seahorse said. The ruler of this region is called the Shanqin Sect. It is the weakest of the 9 domains of the human emperor. The highest cultivation of its Sect Master is only at the peak of the transcendent realm, which is indeed not worth mentioning to your highness the Dragon King. However, although this place is desolate, there is a loach that has cultivated for many years and has successfully transformed into a Jiao man, calling himself the Jiao Dragon King. He knew the third prince was coming and has prepared generous gifts according to that Jiao Dragon King. There's a big surprise. Why don't we go and take a look? Hearing this, the third prince changed his mind. Since we're here, let's go take a look. So the giant turtle started moving again, swimming into the river in the distance, but the water surface was very calm without a single ripple. The seahorse asked strangely, why hasn't the Jiao Dragon King come out to greet us after all this time? The third prince was impatient and ordered, Old Turtle, blow up the dragon palace at the bottom of the river and blow up that so-called Jiao Dragon King along with it. The old turtle erupted with power, stirring up the creatures in the river, and everything was turned upside down. Just like that, a red crab floated to the surface. Spare my life. It approached the third prince and begged, my lord, spare my life, the seahorse said angrily. This general asks you, where is the Jiao Dragon King? The red crab replied, reporting to my lord, the underwater dragon palace is now without a master. The Jiao Dragon King died long ago. The seahorse looked puzzled as if he had seen a ghost and roared in his mind. The Jiao Dragon King is dead. How did he die? The red crab reported. He was killed by a small sect in Haiyuan City called the Bayou Sect. The third prince raised a question. Haiyuan City, why does this name sound familiar? He stroked his chin, his eyes filled with joy as if he had found a treasure. I remember now, the ancient records of the Dragon King's palace mention a place called Haiyuan City. It is said to be a special place from ancient times, of extraordinary significance. If one could discover the secrets of Haiyuan City, they could ascend quickly, the seahorse said doubtfully. I don't know if this place is the Haiyuan City mentioned in the ancient records, but even if it is, after so many years, no miracles have occurred. It's most likely just a legend. The red crab cupped his hands and asked respectfully, may I ask if this lord is the third prince of the Sea Dragon King? He nodded proudly. It is I, the red crab reported solemnly. Your highness the prince, this subordinate has something to report. The Jiao Dragon King once said that when the third prince arrived he would present a great gift. Does the prince know what it is? The seahorse nodded. The Jiao Dragon King did mention this. What is the great gift? The red crab replied. It is the 9th son. Upon hearing this, the third prince was so surprised he couldn't control his emotions and blurted out, what? He shouted, is it true? The seahorse next to him threatened. Little crab general, don't speak nonsense or even dying 100 times won't be enough. The red crab hurriedly defended himself. This subordinate wouldn't dare to speak nonsense. The Jiao Dragon King indeed knew the whereabouts of the 9th son. This subordinate's cultivation is low. I only heard these few sentences, but I can be sure it's related to the Bayou Sect. Then he knelt down and kowtowed, begging for mercy. I implore the third prince to destroy the Bayou Sect and avenge the Dragon King. A look of delight appeared on the third prince's face. My 9th brother is the shame of the dragon race. After being on the run for so long, I finally found his whereabouts. Coming to this godforsaken place wasn't a complete waste of time after all, the seahorse warned cautiously. Third prince, we don't know if this news is true or not. Why don't we rest first and I'll go to Haiyuan City to investigate? But the third prince was full of enthusiasm, his eyes brighter than car headlights. No need, his prince will go directly to destroy Haiyuan City. The seahorse firmly refused. No, the Jiao Dragon King's strength was definitely top tier in the Shanqin domain. No matter what the reason for his death, he was ultimately killed, which proves that the Bayou Sect has some strength. He analyzed. Your highness is of noble status, it's better to be cautious, the third prince urged. Go quickly and come back quickly. Over here, Bayou was sitting in the middle of the spirit pearls, lost in thought. He thought to himself, the spirit pearls I got from the Phantom City are the purest form of cultivation energy. There are 3 in total, which can be used directly to improve one's cultivation. If I can use this thing well, I can enhance the strength of the entire Bayou Sect. Li Shu walked over from a distance and said, Master, you were looking for me. Bayou asked, what's your cultivation level now? Li Shu clenched his fist full of power and then replied, mid-stage Wind Marquis realm. After entering the Wind Marquis realm, my cultivation has slowed down a lot, even with the divine grade cultivation Art Master gave me. I only broke through a minor realm in a month. Suddenly, Li Shu's eyes widened, his eyeballs almost popping out, his eyebrows flying up to his forehead. He looked at Lu Yuan outside, whose limbs were weak. Bayou asked, Lu Yuan, are you all right? Lu Yuan stubbornly replied, I'm fine. But he was sweating profusely, his face pale. Is that something a human would say? A month to break through from the initial stage to the middle stage of the Wind Marquee realm, and he still thinks it's slow. I, Lu Yuan, am also considered a prodigy, and I've seen countless geniuses over the years, but I've never seen such a fast cultivation speed. Baiyu's next words completely crushed Lu Yuan's spirit. Only a little progress in a month, that's indeed too slow. Seeing that Lu Yuan was unsteady, the two young men stepped forward and asked, "Are you drunk?" Lu Yuan complained, on the verge of tears. "Can I just say I was shocked by the conversation between you two. At this speed, the Sect Master still thinks it's slow?" Bayou flicked a spirit pearl to Li Shu and said, "It's been a month since Master has given you anything. Take this spirit pearl." Li Shu accepted the spirit pearl, his heart filled with gratitude. This was a treasure from the Phantom City that could enhance one's cultivation, an extremely rare item. Ding, Disciple Recruitment Rebate System gifting Disciple Li Shu a pristine spirit pearl, activating a 000x Rebate. Congratulations, you have obtained 1,300 pristine spirit pearls. Bayou smiled with satisfaction. It was another rebate with a specific non-rounded number. However, these 1,300 spirit pearls were enough to raise the cultivation of everyone in the Bayou sect by a level. Li Shu quickly crushed the spirit pearl and slowly absorbed it. His face glowed as he thought, "This is good stuff. It can rapidly increase my cultivation. It's a pity there's only one. Not enough for me to break through." Bayou scattered countless spirit pearls like a hailstorm and said, "Master has more." Li Shu reached out to catch them, unable to believe his eyes. "So many, Master, weren't there only 3 spirit pearls?" Bayou hurriedly urged him. "Don't mind the details, hurry up and raise your cultivation." In the distance, Bei Tangshui leapt over. "So many spirit pearls, I want some too." Bayou casually tossed one to her. "Here you go." Bei Tangshui took it with a displeased look. "Just one, you're playing favorites." HMPH, the system prompted. "An unknown system error has occurred. This gift has failed. No rebate will be issued." The young man frowned in displeasure. Just like when he gave her the armor, it errored out again. "This system is really interesting." With that, Bayou signaled Lu Yuan to gather everyone in the Bayou sect to come and improve their cultivation. A moment later, Bayou sat with his eyes closed and mouth pursed, cultivating seriously with his disciples. He clenched his fists, his body brimming with spiritual energy. Bayou smiled wryly. "After absorbing 10 whole spirit pearls, my cultivation only broke through to the peak of the superhuman realm. This aptitude is really something else." Bayou stood up helplessly, "And my body can't take it anymore. I can't forcefully absorb any more spirit pearls." Looking at the people around him, the young man's smile became even more bitter. "I, the Sect Master, actually have the worst aptitude in the Bayou sect. Even a rogue cultivator like Old Tang absorbed more than me." Looking at his disciples, Bayou gestured, "Cultivate well, I will stand guard for you." Outside the gate, the seahorse had already leapt aggressively to the entrance. He had a look of disdain, his eyes like those of a god who had just descended from the heavens. "This is the Bayou sect, it's so run down." The red crab next to him was equally puzzled. Can this small sect have killed the Zhao Dragon King? Could it be a case of a mistaken name? Just then, Auntie Wang passed by. The seahorse rudely blocked her path and shouted, "Human, I ask you, how many Bayou sects are there in Haiyuan City?" Auntie Wang completely ignored his question, simply staring at them and stammering, "Your seafood." The red crab gritted his teeth and cursed. "How dare you? Do you know what you're saying? You dare to insult our Dragon King's palace?" Just then, Auntie Wang smiled confidently and explained, "I don't mean any insult, I just think you look delicious. Last time, a lot of it fell from the sky in Haiyuan City, but it was all live seafood, we couldn't finish it all. It took us a full 3 days to eat." Listening to her ramble on, the seahorse's ears were about to fall off. He roared in anger, "What nonsense are you spouting? This general is asking you, is this the Bayou sect? Is the Sect Master named Bayou?" Auntie Wang nodded. "You mean Bayou? That kid is right here." The red crab asked again. "So it really is the Bayou sect. Let me ask you, how strong is Bayou?" But Auntie Wang shook her head, describing him with her limited vocabulary. "Young people these days aim too high. What strength could they have? The sect has been in decline for years. All dozen or so sects on this street are about to go out of business. I told him to find a proper job, but he wouldn't listen." After hearing this, the two were completely dumbfounded and blurted out, "What the hell?" Hearing his name being slandered from a distance, Bayou opened the door and explained, "Auntie Wang, I'm not that bad, am I?" Auntie Wang retorted sharply, "You're not bad, I was still giving you steamed buns back then." Seeing him, the seahorse was startled and aggressive. "You are Bayou?" Before they could fire off their barrage of questions, Bayou held up his hand to stop them and interjected, "You two wait a moment, I need to prove my strength to Auntie Wang first." He stood with his hands on his hips and said proudly, "Auntie Wang, I have a lot of steamed buns now. How many do you want?" Auntie Wang said. "How many do you have?" the young man asked again. "As many as you want." Auntie Wang shouted, "I want as many as you have," she said confidently. "I, Auntie Wang, have seen it all. I've eaten more seafood than you've seen steamed buns. If you've got the guts, bring out 1,000 steamed buns. Then I'll believe you have strength." Bayou immediately waved his hand and steamed buns appeared all around. "Then take a good look." Auntie Wang's eyes lit up and she gave a thumbs up in praise. "So many steamed buns, all right. Bayou has made something of himself. You can be considered the #1 figure in Haiyuan City." Auntie Wang gives you a thumbs up. The two were once again speechless. "Is this how a Sect Master behaves? Are you kidding me? Producing a few steamed buns counts as having strength? Are you kidding me?" Only then did Bayou turn and ask, "You three, I am the Sect Master of the Bayou sect. What can I do for you?" The seahorse spoke with a tone full of disgust. I see your cultivation is only at the superhuman realm, right? The young man corrected. To be precise, it's the peak of the superhuman realm. The seahorse was stunned silent after hearing this. He turned to leave. Let's go. The red crab followed behind, puzzled. General, we're just leaving like this, aren't we going to kill him? The seahorse said. The third prince is still waiting. He likes to watch humans struggle before they die. Let the third prince do it himself, the red crab analyzed. Aren't we going to take a look inside? What if there are experts hidden in the Bayou Sect? The seahorse explained. The head of a sect is the one with the highest cultivation. If the Bayou Sect's master is like this with such trash cultivation, how high can the inner disciples be? He cursed as he walked. What expert would be willing to stay in a place like this? I was being too careful. I should have listened to the third prince and just destroyed Haiyan City from the start. Auntie Wong was still very happy at this moment, grinning from ear to ear. Bayou, when can you get Auntie Wong some more seafood to eat? The young man revealed a meaningful smile and promised, Don't worry, Auntie Wong, there'll be some soon. Auntie Wong felt like she had gotten a great deal inside. So many steamed buns, I'll take them to share with Old Man Lee. Haiyan City hasn't been peaceful lately, but with this we won't have to worry about running out of food if a disaster strikes. Watching her gradually receding back, Bayou began to doubt his life. Auntie Wong is an old neighbor. Why is she so strange today? Back at the third prince's location on the giant turtle, the red crab and the others reported. Third prince, that's the situation. The seahorse clenched his fist and said resentfully. That Bayou sect is just a bunch of rabble. The third prince sneered contemptuously, his expression filled with disdain, not bothering to hide his scorn. So it's just a bunch of clowns, which is fitting for my ninth brother. A clown for a clown. He glanced ahead, his sharp gaze giving an order like a big brother telling his underlings to go rob something, move out, destroy Haiyan City. The weather was clear today, but it seemed far from calm. The disciples looked up at the sky, their eyes as if mesmerized. They began to discuss. What is that? Such a huge turtle, and it can fly. Auntie Wong was muttering. Old Man Lee wanted to catch seafood himself. Why go to all that trouble when you can just eat it for free? Bayou also looked up at the sky and smiled slightly. They're here as expected. My first time dealing with an enemy from outside the Shanqin domain. It seems it has something to do with the seafood that delivered itself to our door. The giant turtle charged in fiercely. Bayou stood up straight, ready to face the battle. Upon arrival, the seahorse said sharply, Third prince, the Bayou sect is just ahead. Bayou appeared, blocking their path. The third prince asked with a cold face, Do you know who I am? The young man gave a punchable reply. You're definitely not my son. The seahorse flew into a rage and roared. Insolence, how dare you speak to the third prince like that? Bayou's sharp tongue went into full gear. Because if my son were so rude as to barge into someone else's home, I would have slapped him to death long ago. Insulted, the third prince put his hands on his hips and cursed. You are nothing but a pitiful worm. Your tough talk only makes me find you more ridiculous, he threatened viciously. Hand over the ninth son and I might only torture you for an hour. Bayou still wore that punchable expression to provoke him. Ridiculous, is it? The young man gave him a friendly middle finger plus a machine gun-like verbal assault. You bastard, you think you're so great? You're just a piece of walking seafood. The third prince's face began to turn green, but it wasn't over. Bayou enthusiastically continued his mockery. I'd say you were born a cucumber that needed pickling, then you were a walnut that needed cracking, and in your old age, you'll be a motorcycle that needs kicking. Your whole family is made of screws that need twisting. The third prince frowned, the muscles on his face about to split. After getting his fill of insults, Bayou poked him again. Can you still smile now? The third prince gritted his teeth, his anger uncontrollable. You have successfully enraged me. Rip his tongue out for me, the seahorse roared. What are you all standing around for? The few red and green crabs were whispering to each other. I'm thinking about what a motorcycle is. I don't know what a screw is either. Seeing his shouting was useless, the seahorse took action. Go and rip that brat's tongue out. The red crab approached Bayou and cursed. To be disrespectful to the third prince is a crime worthy of 100 deaths. Bayou drew his sword with lightning speed and slashed down. If there had been a fly on the wall, it would have been scared into scattering. The third prince was dumbstruck, and the seahorse screamed his lungs out. A divine artifact. It's a divine artifact, third prince. It seems this trip to Haiyan City has brought a great harvest. The third prince glanced at him with a look of 7 parts disdain and 3 parts disgust. A divine artifact in the hands of someone like you is truly a waste of a good thing, he said arrogantly. Go, make it quick. The group of lackeys stepped out to fight like grasshoppers, as arrogant and overbearing as their master. Kid, we are the subordinates of the Sea Dragon King's third prince. We'll let you die knowing who killed you. Bayou sent another insult their way. Fishhead Vajras, this sect master thinks you look more like fishhead puffs. A powerful pressure erupted from within the sect. The third prince looked as if his eyes had been opened, his soul nearly flying out in shock. Someone is breaking through. Bayou stood on a high place to observe inside. Not bad, it seems they've all broken through and their cultivation has improved a lot, Yushan said excitedly. It's all thanks to the Sect Master. Old Yi and I have broken through to the Wind Marquis realm and the rest have all reached the superhuman realm, he said resentfully. Sect Master, how dare these shrimp soldiers and crab generals be disrespectful to you? Let us handle them. The third prince's eyes burned with a raging fire, smoke billowing out. Didn't you say the highest cultivation in the Bayou sect was no more than the superhuman realm? The seahorse was still stubborn, making a blind assertion. Who would have thought this Bayou sect's disciples would have higher cultivation than their master? But it doesn't matter, it's just the Wind Marquis realm. They can't make any big waves. Yushan raised his hand and shouted, Brothers, this is the first battle for us 18 guardians for the sect. He raised his hand to boost morale. "Defend the Bayou Sect," everyone responded enthusiastically. "Defend the Bayou Sect," the seahorse cursed. "A bunch of country bumpkins, you think shouting slogans gives you strength? Go chop them all down." His subordinates stepped forward to attack. "Go capture them for the third prince." Yushan clenched his fists and fought back fiercely, single-mindedly and with high spirits, fighting for his sect. Yushan waved his hand, creating a violent wave that swept away everything in its path, making the group of onlookers want to turn around and go home. The seahorse screamed, "What?" Bayou seized the opportunity to add insult to injury. "Go easy on them, you've beaten the fish head puffs into crumbs." Yushan flew with soaring spirit. "Brothers, fight!" He punched and kicked as if he were just working out his muscles, completely ignoring the people around him. A lackey at a disadvantage looked at the pink-haired kid and thought, "This guy is surprisingly strong, this kid should be easier to deal with." But he ended up being sent flying by a punch from the pink-haired boy. "Here's a loving hug for you." The third prince couldn't believe his eyes anymore. "This is," he roared loudly, constantly blaming as if the whole world owed him a huge debt. "Didn't you say it was just the Wind Marquee realm that couldn't affect the big picture and couldn't make any waves? Why is even a little kid so strong?" The seahorse argued again, using sweet words and playing mind games. "Third prince, these little guys actually have such high-grade armor. This is definitely a top-tier treasure. Think about it, we've hit the jackpot this time." And so the third prince was convinced once again. "What you say makes sense. No wonder they could kill the Jiao Dragon King. It turns out they have this armor. Now go and get that set of armor for me," the seahorse arrogantly asserted. "Rest assured, third prince, it'll be as easy as pie." He leapt up, his eyes wide, and threw a fierce punch. "You dare to kill the third prince's men? You're tired of living. This general will handle it personally." But Yushan countered with an equally brilliant move, causing the surrounding earth and stone to crack. The seahorse gritted his teeth and cursed, chattering incessantly as if he were teaching the fish at the bottom of the sea how to talk. "To think he could block my strike. This set of armor is stronger than this general imagined." Yushan and the others kept surrounding him, trying to beat him to death. He was immediately ganged up on and could no longer act arrogantly. He kept screaming, "Third prince, help!" The third prince cursed, "Useless." A spirit pill flew out, arousing the suspicion of those around. The bodies of Bayou and the others stiffened, their faces contorted as they endured. They were suppressed and couldn't move. Bayou thought in surprise. He wondered, "What kind of treasure is this?" Although beaten to the ground, the seahorse still raised his head to show off. "You've never seen this before, have you? This is the Dragon King's palace's supreme treasure, the Phantom Sea Pearl. It can trap them for at least a quarter of an hour." Bayou breathed a sigh of relief. "It's only for a quarter of an hour, so I'm not worried." The seahorse was immediately reprimanded by the third prince, his eyes looking as if he wanted to swallow him whole. "Are you an idiot, spilling a battle secret so casually? If you can't finish them in a quarter of an hour, this prince will spit you out." He slowly stood up and began to boast again. "Third prince, you worry too much. My Dragon King's palace is full of experts. How could we not be able to deal with them?" he imagined to himself. "Those 18 in armor should be the Bayou Sect's strongest trump card. From now on they'll be at your mercy, won't they?" The third prince laughed heartily, spreading his arms and ordering, "Men, destroy the Bayou Sect and drag out the ninth son." A tremor appeared before Bayou. A group of iron guards appeared ferociously, each looking extremely arrogant. The seahorse clicked his tongue. "The octopus iron guards are the elite of the Dragon King's palace. Each one's strength is at the peak of the Wind Marquee realm. To send the iron guards to kill a weak Sect Master is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut." Another powerful aura came from within the sect. The seahorse cried out in panic. "Someone's breaking through again?" A voice came from the distance. "Sect Master, we're late." Lu Yuan walked over confidently. Yang Jianfeng also flew over with a smile. Bayou nodded. "You're not late. Kill those octopuses, we'll have an extra dish tonight." The iron guards were furious. "Insolence! We octopus iron guards fight for the glory of the Dragon King's palace. Kill!" The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. The third prince grew more and more angry, gritting his teeth in fury. "They're all in the King Marquee realm, and one of them has even reached the peak of the King Marquee realm. This is not what a trash sect should have." Lu Yuan fought with gusto, as relaxed as if he were playing, his blade swinging as if testing a new game. Yang Jianfeng was just as relaxed. Inside the sect, 3 others were still cultivating. Li Shu gripped the spirit pearl, thinking excitedly, "I must speed up my cultivation and go out to help Master. This time I can feel that the enemy is very strong." The ninth son gritted his teeth. He vaguely recognized him. "Third brother, it's third brother who's here. This is my business. I must solve it myself." His eyes lit up as he urged himself. "I'm about to break through. Hurry, hurry." Bei Tangshui felt uneasy as she cultivated. Bayou doesn't have a certain kill talisman, yet he has to face the Dragon King's palace of the Endless Sea domain. He might not have a chance of winning. "I must finish my cultivation as soon as possible." The third prince looked at Lu Yuan's side with eyes full of resentment. He was furious and roared at the seahorse. "Didn't you just say they were at my mercy?" The seahorse muttered, "I'm also very surprised that the Bayou Sect could still produce such a person." Suddenly, the third prince reached out his hand towards him, his hand filled with spiritual energy. He opened his mouth to beg for mercy. "Prince, spare me." The seahorse immediately transformed, turning into a huge form with bulging muscles. The third prince reminded him again. "I said if you can't solve it in a quarter of an hour, I'll spit you out." The third prince walked closer to the seahorse, venting his anger on him. Just like that, the seahorse's teeth were knocked out without him even knowing. He held his sharp teeth in his hand. The third prince clicked his tongue and warned, The seahorse clutched his mouth in pain and admitted his mistake. Prince, this servant knows his mistake. Young Jianfeng turned his head and said, this third prince is really ruthless to his own people. Liu Yuan was stunned. He sensed the bloodline aura of the Sea Dragon King. This third prince is very strong. The third prince pointed forward and gave a decisive order. His cold voice made all his subordinates tremble with fear. No one dared to make a sound. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Kill them all, leave no one alive. The seahorse charged forward crazily, his speed so fast it seemed to surpass time. Rest assured, third prince, this time I'll take action and definitely take them down, he roared at the top of his lungs. Despicable humans, you dare to defy the third prince's command and resist the will of the Dragon King's palace. The seahorse glared and said, I will swallow you alive. The faces of Yang Jianfeng and Liu Yuan immediately changed as if they had been slapped hard. Liu Yuan quickly dodged the seahorse's earth-shattering punch. One brandished a fan, the other threw a punch. The two of them charged up to counterattack with great enthusiasm as if competing to see who could strike faster. But both of them were sent flying by the seahorse's punch, flying a great distance. They truly overestimated themselves. Liu Yuan struggled to his feet and lamented. This guy's physical strength is very strong, the seahorse boasted proudly. In ancient times you humans were all food for a sea race. Now you actually dare to resist. You must be tired of living. The two flew outside the city to fight, otherwise this place would be destroyed by this big guy. The seahorse immediately chased after them relentlessly. You can't escape. The third prince looked at Bayou and said, Sect Master of the Bayou Sect, now you're the only one left. Guess how I'll torture you. The young man still had a playful look, a bright smile on his lips. Third prince, is there still room for discussion on this matter? The third prince accused. Discussion? Are you kidding me? Haven't you heard of the fame of the Dragon King's palace in the Endless Sea domain, or are you from a powerful background? What qualifications do you have to say the word discussion? He boasted arrogantly. Ant, listen up, the Endless Sea race is heaven to you. You can only look up to it in this life. You only have one ending, and that is to die a painful death. Bayou was not afraid at all and said nonchalantly, You're really good at posturing. I like villains who talk a lot. He gestured with his hand. In that case, then make your move. The third prince squinted, his face full of disgust, clearly unable to bear the sight. Make a move? You think too highly of yourself. What are you to be worthy of this prince's move? He roared loudly. Men, immediately someone jumped out ready to fight. Bayou held his chin and sized him up. Look like a human. I can't tell what species you are. The third prince gestured to the two. Take him down, break his knees, make him kneel before me. The two with ferocious faces shouted, As you command. At this moment another force erupted. Seeing this aura, the third prince became even more annoyed. What, there are still people who haven't finished breaking through? Two subordinates charged over fiercely, their eyes filled with evil energy, looking at everyone as if they wanted to tear everything in front of them to shreds. Just then, Li Shu and Bei Tangshui made their appearance. The two arrived in time and confronted the two subordinates. Everyone looked as if the whole world owed them money. With sullen faces, Bayou said, So it's two lobsters. Seeing Li Shu's power, the third prince's heart was filled with resentment. Two more King Marquis realm cultivators, and such young ones at that. It's truly rare, and even rarer to see them appear in a trash sect at the same time. The two crab generals were eager to fight, shouting, It's just the King Marquis realm, they're at our mercy. Bayou asked seriously, Are you too confident? Li Shu analyzed. These two are at a very high cultivation level. Both are in the transcendent realm, the young man said seriously. A whole realm higher than you, so you're not confident. Li Shu looked ahead, his eyes shining with light. But I'm very excited. I want to fight a transcendent realm expert. Bei Tangshui smiled, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. I'm not excited, but I'm confident. The two subordinates started to move. Two ignorant children, crush them, the third prince tempted. Seeing your good aptitude, I'll give you a chance. Come under my command, I'll take you to the Endless Sea domain, join the Dragon King's palace, and let you see the real world of cultivation. That is the stage where you can shine. Who knew that he would be scolded fiercely by the two? Do you want to eat shit? Who do you think you are to dare to speak to me, Bei Tangshui, like that? Aren't you afraid of shortening your life? The third prince gritted his teeth, a displeased expression on his face as if he had chewed a pile of stones. You dare to speak to me so disrespectfully? What kind of sect master has what kind of disciples? Are all the people in the Bayou sect arrogant? He raised his head and cursed loudly, the curse like a piercing alarm clock in the morning. Don't you just want to challenge a transcendent realm expert with your King Marquis realm cultivation? I'll grant your wish, I want to hear your screams. The two subordinates were full of fighting spirit and charged forward recklessly, as if participating in a boxing match with no rules. Kill, a bloody battle to the end, Bei Tangshui shouted. Fight. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle, sparks flying, causing a shocking tremor. The red-haired man's eyes widened, scared out of his wits. A King Marquis realm expert can actually take a blow from me without retreating. I underestimated you. The black-headed man flew fiercely towards Bei Tangshui, but who knew he would be struck by her, and his soul scattered, his body frozen on the spot. She frowned and used a mystic ice strike. His body was completely encased in a huge block of ice, like a fish trapped in a refrigerator waiting to be taken out. The ice block grew larger and larger, and he struggled hard, but it was like a mouse trying to escape from a trap that had already snapped shut. The black-haired man roared, A little girl reaching the King Marquis realm already surprised me, but what's even more surprising is that she can restrict my movements with just one move. Bei Tangshui smiled with satisfaction. After entering the King Marquis realm, I can use even more forbidden divine abilities. Third Prince observed everything and couldn't help but be curious. Even the Dragon King's palace's ice and snow giant dragon wasn't this proficient in such profound ice magic. Who is this little girl? This will be interesting to watch, Bayou reminded. Leave a whole corpse. I still want to eat lobster. Li Shu's side was also fighting fiercely. He confidently guaranteed, Master, don't worry, you've always treated us to food before, this time I'll treat you to this lobster. The two subordinates looked at each other and gestured. It seems we have to show our true skills too. If we're really defeated by two King Marquis realm experts, it would be too embarrassing for the third prince. Their crab claws began to grow, reaching a length of 8 feet. Bayou's eyes widened. This isn't a lobster, it's a king crab. The two smiled smugly. Didn't expect that, did you? We are from the noble king crab clan. To think you'd mistake us for lobsters. What an insult to us. Bei Tangshui flew further away. It's too small here. Let's go outside the city to fight. The two hurriedly chased after her. The result will be the same wherever we go. The third prince stood with his hands on his hips and sneered. You're the only one left again, he pointed and said. Now this prince has changed his mind. I think it would be more satisfying to crush your bones myself. But Bayou said nothing. And with a cold, domineering CEO face he ordered, kneel. Hearing this ridiculous remark, the third prince was somewhat stunned. Before he could react, he was standing in the middle of a bagua array. He sneered, Are you scared, silly, starting to talk nonsense? But his body began to move uncontrollably. He trembled and stammered, What, a human, a mortal? The third prince was full of anger. A mortal could actually make this prince kneel. What a humiliation. Bayou continued to calmly gesture with his hand, Lie down. Although the third prince was unwilling, his stubborn body obediently fell down. Bayou looked at him with a disdainful gaze. Keep being arrogant. I like to see you struggle but be helpless. The third prince was drenched in sweat, a pained expression on his face again. Such a small sect actually has such a formation, and it's a high-level one too. You really surprised this prince. He raised his hand and conjured a talisman, his expression changing faster than flipping a book, and he smiled from ear to ear. You think this kind of small formation can suppress this prince? You're thinking too much. This time it was Bayou's turn to be surprised. He stared blankly. The formation he had painstakingly set up just disappeared like that, he said in surprise. The formation is gone, the third prince showed off. This is a formation dispelling talisman, a saint-grade talisman. It can disable your formation for half an hour. Of course, don't say you've never seen such a high-level talisman. You've probably never even heard of it. I'm just letting you die with understanding. This nonsense didn't mean anything to Bayou. He still smiled brightly. But I still have a certain kill talisman. Today you won't have a chance to show off anymore. Instead, the third prince's face wrinkled like a gorilla's. Kid, you dared to make me kneel. This prince is very angry now. Next I will make you watch with your own eyes as the entire Haiyuan city is buried for your foolish actions. His anger erupted, forming a shockwave that greatly surprised Bayou. The people around were very panicked. What's wrong? What's happening? Oh no, I have a feeling a great disaster is coming. The water surged, flooding the space, and the tide grew more and more turbulent. The common people opened their mouths wide and shouted in panic, What? That is, my God, are my eyes playing tricks on me? It's a huge flood. We're done for. How could there be such a big flood, a wave dozens of feet high? How can we survive? Seeing the monstrous wave, the ninth son's anger was also ignited, like pouring a bucket of gasoline on a fire. He gritted his teeth and urged himself, The third prince wants to flood the whole city. There's no time. Absorb for me. Countless spirit pearls surged into his body and a powerful force erupted throughout his body. The ninth son became so powerful, if anyone had been standing nearby, they would have been blown away like autumn leaves in the wind. At this moment, Bayou frowned in displeasure. The formation was gone, and now this beast actually wanted to flood the entire city. Unforgivable. That foolish third prince was still chattering endlessly. The third prince of the Sea Dragon King had never been so humiliated, especially by a low-level small sect. He cursed with a scowl on his face. You will pay the most painful price. Summon the clouds and rain, destroy this place for me. He raised his hand to summon the water waves, and in an instant the entire sea seemed to rise up, waving to him in greeting. The people fled in all directions, trying every possible way to escape. No, someone save us. Why are they flooding Haiyuan City? I don't want to die, the third prince laughed smugly. The deaths of tens of thousands of people will only make this prince a little bit happier. He opened his mouth wide like a madman on drugs, the kind that even a mental hospital would have to send back after dealing with this place. He had to destroy a human city to feel satisfied. Sect Master of the Bayou Sect, you remember this? Everyone today died because of you. At this moment, Bayou thought, for safety's sake, it seems I have to summon Big Wolf. But before he could do so, the water waves gradually receded. This left the third prince dumbfounded. The people cheered happily. The monstrous flood has receded. Someone is stopping this disaster. The third prince extended his hand to continue controlling the water element's spiritual energy, trying to stop this prince from casting a water spell. In your dreams, I am of the Sea Dragon royal family, whose water magic can be stronger than mine. Raise this place to the ground for me. His Jiao dragon opened its mouth wide, spitting out a torrential stream of water. Bayou pursed his lips and kept thinking, but after a while the water waves also dissipated, like a child playing with water who had lost interest and walked away. The third prince waved his hand in the chaos. Who dares to disrupt this prince's water spell? At this moment, Bayou couldn't help but feel suspicious about the strange disappearance of the water waves. Just then, the ninth son ran over, his body filled with spiritual pressure. It was me. Seeing it, he was completely stunned, his face expressionless as he roared through gritted teeth, "Ninth Son." The Ninth Son completely ignored him, just glancing at Bayou and asking with concern, "Sect Master, are you alright?" Bayou replied, "I'm fine, Ninth Son. This is the first time I've heard you speak." It stood out majestically and said in a firm voice, "Sect Master, this matter started because of me. Let me resolve it myself." So the young man reminded. "Be careful," the Ninth Son earnestly suggested. "Third brother, let the flood recede. Don't involve others in this matter." However, what he got was a scolding. "Are you worthy of calling me third brother?" The third prince curled his lip, his face showing unconcealed contempt. "Ninth Son, you've really got some nerve. You used to wag your tail when you saw me, and now you dare to reason with me." He spread his arms and mocked. "I can tell you clearly, not a single person in Hyuan City survived today in this remote place. Everyone must bear this prince's wrath," the Ninth Son argued. "Third brother, I have never provoked you. I have already left the Dragon King's palace. I don't want to fight my own kind. I beg you to leave." The third prince flew into a rage and cursed. "Can't you understand what I'm saying? Don't call me third brother," he cursed in a rapid-fire manner. "You are the shame of the sea dragon race. I have never acknowledged you as my brother. I don't even consider you a member of the dragon race. You are just a piece of trash that the dragon race accidentally gave birth to." The Ninth Son had a blank look on his face and blurted out, "I understand." Bayou, listening from the side, found it harsh and gave him the middle finger. "Is the third prince's mouth so foul from eating shit?" His hands and feet were out of his control. He was about to jump over and teach Bayou a lesson. "You still dare to be disrespectful to me, I'll kill you." The Ninth Son immediately stopped him. "Stay put," the Ninth Son emphasized. "I said this matter has nothing to do with the Sect Master. I will resolve today's matter." But the third prince looked as if he had heard a joke and mocked. "Sect Master, Ninth Son, you're being a watchdog for others here, submitting to a human. Today I will pull out your tendons, peel your skin, and get rid of you, this disgrace." Suddenly, the Ninth Son calmly exposed, "Third prince, stop pretending." He was burning with rage enough to cook 10 hot dogs and shouted, "Pretending? What is this prince pretending about?" The Ninth Son replied, "Actually, I know the real reason you all look down on me, and that is to devour your own kind. Devouring a kinsman can allow the devourer to achieve a great evolution. This is the real reason the 8 of you want to get rid of me the most." Caught red-handed, the third prince was dumbstruck. Then he sneered brazenly, "So you're not always stupid. You're right. When you were in the Dragon King's palace before, it wasn't easy for us to make a move on you. Now that this prince has found you, this is my good fortune." He laid his cards on the table without hesitation, pointing at him and saying viciously, "As long as I eat you, I can evolve again, and it might not even be impossible for me to become a golden giant dragon." The Ninth Son opened his mouth in anger. "In that case, then come on. I no longer have to care about so-called kinship and can make a move on you." The third prince mocked. "Are you kidding me?" He spoke harshly while pointing fingers, a perfect villain. "A lowly existence like you is worthy of making a move on me. Can you even block one of my fingers?" But the Ninth Son dodged nimbly, turning as if dancing at a ball. This greatly surprised the third prince. Then the Ninth Son sent him flying with a whip of his tail like being kicked out of a KTV without a ticket. He struggled to adjust his body's speed. The roar he let out louder than the village's loudspeaker. "How did you become so strong?" Seeing the good show, Bayou happily encouraged. "Ninth Son, that's it, hit him." The Ninth Son proudly said, "Everything I have now was bestowed by the Sect Master, so today I will protect the Bayou sect no matter what, and I will not let you destroy this place." The third prince's face contorted. "Damn it, you have completely enraged me." His mouth was full of curses. After hearing him, everyone secretly thought he must be practicing his voice for an international cursing competition. "A piece of trash I used to look down on like an insect actually hit me." Then he held a huge hammer in his hand and said through gritted teeth, "How can I tolerate this?" The Ninth Son saw it, his eyes widening as he raised his guard, quasi-divine artifact, the Death Hammer. Just as it was in despair, Bayou was by its side. "Ninth Son, use this sword." The Ninth Son happily caught the sword. The third prince became jealous again. "Trying to suppress my quasi-divine artifact with a divine artifact? You're thinking too much." He took another large hammer in his other hand, and his ugly face was raised in pride, arrogant. "I have 2 death hammers. 2 quasi-divine artifacts are enough to counter 1 divine artifact." However, Bayou gave the Ninth Son another magic treasure. Catch. The Ninth Son nimbly picked up another divine artifact, adding to his strength. The third prince's soul flew out of his body, unable to believe it. "What? Another divine artifact? How is that possible? Where did you get so many divine artifacts?" He was filled with jealousy. "This matter is too strange. My Dragon King's palace only has 3 divine artifacts, and 2 of them have been sealed. Usually only 1 is used to guard the Dragon King's palace, yet 2 have appeared here." Bayou shrugged, a casual shrug, but its power was comparable to an atomic bomb. He casually sent over a full-level set of contempt. "You're surprised by just 2 divine artifacts, and you said our place is a rural area. I think you're the fool who hasn't seen the world." Desperate, the third prince rushed up, still shouting, "So what if they're divine artifacts? Your combat power is far worse than this prince's. I can still crush you." The Ninth Son confidently used his technique, Supreme Profound Body Art. The third prince was so scared he almost fainted, standing there like a stone statue at the gate of a temple. He was sent flying. The third prince struggled to land. Controlling his speed, he shouted, "What cultivation art are you practicing? Why does it have such strong explosive power?" The Ninth Son proudly answered, "Of course it's a divine grade cultivation art taught by the Sect Master." After hearing this, he was greatly alarmed and cried out, What, a divine-grade cultivation art? There's actually a divine-grade cultivation art here. Even this prince has never cultivated a divine-grade art. Bayou revealed a contemptuous smile again. After laughing, he really wanted to take his arrogance home and place it on his ancestors' memorial tablet. Still surprised by this, the ninth son added another taunt. Now you know how ridiculous you are, don't you? Your arrogance is actually just a joke in front of the Bayou sect. You are that self-unaware clown. The third prince's eyes widened as he roared. You dare to laugh at me? How dare you laugh at me? Unable to accept this blow, he stretched out his hand to use his water power. His wrath of the sea god stirred up an angry vortex with raging waves. After casting it, he proudly said loudly, I'd like to see how you block this prince's water-based forbidden spell. The ninth son waved his hands to block the raging blow, controlling its direction. The ninth son answered firmly, Then you'd better watch closely. Seeing the scene before him, the third prince gritted his teeth. What, a piece of trash like you can actually cast a water-based forbidden spell? The water wave summoned by the ninth son roared with thunderous rage, sweeping everything away, its power so great that the nearby onlookers had to retreat 3 houses' lengths. The third prince's face was pale. How is this possible? How is my forbidden spell's power inferior to the ninth son's? The ninth son commented, You're just so, it seems I overestimated you. He was so angry his face turned green. Third prince still arrogantly asserted, Even if you've obtained some kind of opportunity, you will surely die. He immediately transformed into a giant true dragon and stood before the ninth son. Bayou glanced over, smacked his lips and muttered, Is this a living true dragon? First time I've seen one, he roared proudly. We are different by birth. This prince is of the true dragon bloodline, while you have been a dog with an impure bloodline from birth. The ninth son also stared with wide eyes. Then the third prince continued to roar, My true dragon body can crush you indefinitely. The third prince forcefully sent the ninth son flying. He said in a proud tone, Ninth son, the true dragon body is also the true combat power of the sea dragon race, and you can't even condense your true form, you're doomed. The ninth son retorted while dodging, Is that so? Ridiculous. The reason I haven't revealed my true form yet is because I'm afraid of scaring you to death. The third prince's mouth started clamoring again, just as noisy in his true form as in his human form. Are you dreaming? Still bragging when you're about to die? He opened his mouth wide, dreaming a beautiful dream. No matter what, you will be devoured by me today. The ninth son immediately shouted, startling him into a daze. Golden giant dragon. The ninth son transformed into a majestic true dragon, presenting the noble form of a golden dragon. Seeing this, the third prince was startled and questioned madly, What is this? How is this possible? How could you turn into a golden giant dragon? He widened his eyes, his mind filled with 10,000 whys. Why? What on earth is going on? You're just a mutt with an impure bloodline. How could you evolve into the incomparably noble golden giant dragon? The ninth son's roar at this moment was also enough to make him take notice. The ninth son answered confidently, It's fine to tell you. Everything was bestowed by the Sect Master. He gave me the dragon essence of a golden giant dragon, and then I continuously improved to get where I am today. So the third prince held a grudge. It's this human again. How can a mere human have a supreme treasure that even my dragon king's palace doesn't have? Bayou, who was dragged into this for no reason, looked at him with an expression that couldn't be more disgusted. The ninth son proudly added, So even though I am of the dragon race, I willingly follow the Sect Master. I have never felt that being a watchdog for the Sect Master is a disgrace, but rather an honor. He raised his head proudly. The ninth son gestured, Third prince, now lower your arrogant head and I can ask the Sect Master to be lenient with you. At this point, the third prince was still very stubborn, his mouth unyielding. Deal with me in your dreams. Do you think you've won? He opened his mouth wide. It's just beginning now, old turtle. The old turtle immediately spat out a strange dragon ball. The ninth son's eyes widened, his eyeballs almost popping out. Could it be? The third prince affirmed. You're not mistaken, this is a dragon ball. Eating it will grant magical powers. There are only 7 dragon balls in the world, and this prince was lucky enough to obtain one. He opened his mouth wide, preparing to swallow the spirit pearl. I originally wanted to collect all 7 before using them, but now it seems I have to use one first. At this moment a cloud of dust and smoke rose before the ninth son. The third prince evolved in his new attire, his whole body engulfed in flames, and he stared with pride. I've evolved from a black dragon to a fire dragon. This feeling of being full of power is really great. Then he continued to put on airs. Ninth son, a golden giant dragon like you who has just begun to evolve. How can you compare to me? He continuously released countless scorching fireballs, carrying immense power. He opened his mouth and spewed flames one after another, like a leaking gas tank exploding, which made people worry it would cause a fire. The third prince mocked, Die in my dragon flame. Over here Lu Yuan was fighting nonstop. He used his insightful eye to look at the seahorse, thinking, after breaking through, my insightful eye has also strengthened, I can see through a cultivator's weaknesses. Then after he got tired of looking at the seahorse's bulging belly, he shouted, This guy's weakness is his belly, attack his belly. Yang Jianfeng shouted, Kill. And the two rushed up and beat him fiercely. Yang Jianfeng attacked his hand and Lu Yuan also took the opportunity to get close. He punched him in the stomach. A few seconds later he spat out blood and fell to the ground, retreating backward. Lu Yuan smiled with satisfaction. It's working. Continue. Suddenly the seahorse became serious, putting on a solemn expression. Hold on, you two little humans. This general is about to use his ultimate move. Lu Yuan and Yang Jianfeng were so surprised their eyeballs almost fell out. They were dumbstruck. their minds emptier than a wallet at the end of the month. The two stared blankly at the sky, not expecting this despicable fellow to use such a shameless move. "I'm running." The two young men froze on the spot. "He just ran away." Then the seahorse ran back to bother the third prince. "Third prince, help!" Seeing his face, the third prince was thoroughly annoyed. "Useless, didn't you say you were going to crush them?" Lu Yuan caught up. "Where are you running? All talk and no action." The seahorse now burst into tears. "Third prince, stop talking and save me first." Unexpectedly, the third prince also came over, but this time his approach felt strange. He opened his bloody maw. The seahorse was stunned, only able to utter, "What?" In the final moment of his life he tried to plead, "Don't," but the third prince still mercilessly swallowed him. He said with eyes full of evil energy, "What's the use of a worthless thing? My Dragon King's palace never needs useless trash." Witnessing this, Lu Yuan exclaimed, "This third prince is too ruthless. He devours his own people just like that. Is this the true nature of the Sea Dragon royal family?" The third prince looked at Lu Yuan and Yang Jianfeng, and walked over with a murderous aura. "And you two come into this prince's mouth as well. To think the dragon flame didn't burn you to death." The two young men cowered on the ground, trembling so hard their bodies were about to fall apart. He opened his mouth wide, preparing to enjoy his next fragrant meal, but the ninth sun flew in just in time to save them. It knocked the third prince away, teaching him a lesson. Seeing that it was still alive and kicking and even had the strength to knock him down, the third prince was filled with resentment. "To think the dragon flame didn't burn you to death." The ninth sun looked at him with eyes full of resentment. "Third prince," I said, "if you have a problem, direct it at me. Don't involve others," the third prince retorted madly. "At this point you still want to protect this group of lowly humans." His mouth was at full blast, constantly roaring, "I will not let you have your way." "Old turtle." The old turtle understood and sent out another battle general. The ninth sun's eyes widened as he said, "The three-headed shrimp battle general, one of the Dragon King's palace's generals. You actually brought him too?" The three-headed shrimp stood before everyone with 3 heads and 6 arms. A pity it wasn't as handsome as Neza. Bayou was still very calm. He picked his nose and sighed. "Three-headed shrimp with soy sauce. This guy looks pretty tasty." The third prince became smug again. "Didn't expect that, did you? This prince is inspecting all the rivers in the world. Of course I have to bring some peerless battle generals." The three-headed shrimp spoke. "For the third prince to summon me, it seems he's encountered a strong enemy." He looked ahead, his mouth agape in surprise. "It was a golden giant dragon, a species that had been extinct for 10,000 years. He asked, extremely puzzled, "Does the third prince want me to deal with a golden giant dragon that isn't even fully grown?" After a moment of thought, the third prince ordered, "Three-headed shrimp battle general, kill all the humans for me. This prince will deal with the golden giant dragon personally." The three-headed shrimp looked at Lu Yuan's side and laughed contemptuously. "This group of humans is pitifully weak. Are you sure you want me to deal with them?" Then the third prince opened his eyes. "Don't underestimate them. They have divine artifacts in their hands." Only then did he nod and accept the order. "That makes it a little interesting." Before he even made a move, he proudly proclaimed, "I'll finish them within 10 breaths," seeing that the situation was not good. The ninth sun looked to Bayou for advice. "Sect Master, I'll hold them off you all," but Bayou just smiled confidently. "Ninth sun, you focus on the fire dragon. You don't have to worry about this three-headed shrimp with soy sauce." The ninth sun accepted the order and nodded. "All right," it roared coldly. "Third prince, since you show no regard for old ties today, I won't be polite either. The strong are invincible. No matter how powerful the battle general is, there's no need to worry." The ninth sun's anger erupted and he opened his mouth wide. The third prince's eyes widened, ready for a fight to the death. The two sides twisted together in a fight. Meanwhile, on a distant mountain, Big Wolf was struggling forward, panting and smacking his lips. 3 months. It's been 3 months. I finally made it from the human emperor realm to the endless demon domain. It wasn't easy. Ahead is my cave abode. My wife must be waiting anxiously." A voice came from inside the cave. "Be careful. She's at a critical stage of her breakthrough right now. Don't disturb the fetus." The dog cursed with a pained heart. "You're annoying, you know. I'm at a critical stage of my breakthrough. You still got me pregnant." The black bear demon laughed smugly. "Such a blessed land. I didn't expect Demon Lord Tinlong to suddenly disappear. Now the Spirit Stone Cave and his wife are all mine." He raised his guilt-ridden face, and the dog said uneasily, "Do you think he'll suddenly come back?" But the black bear demon stubbornly replied, "What's there to be afraid of? You had other motives for becoming his Tao companion in the first place, and besides, so what if he comes back?" He lovingly stroked her belly and laughed happily. "And it's been so long, he's not coming back." But Big Wolf had already reached the entrance, joyfully shouting, "My wife, I'm back." The black bear demon, who had been laughing so confidently just a moment ago, now had a stiff face. Seeing this scene of a loving couple, Big Wolf's jealousy flared, and he roared, "What are you doing?" The two, who had forgotten to wipe their mouths after their affair, turned back in astonishment, at a loss for what to do. The sister-in-law was too surprised, only able to say, "Husband." The black bear demon couldn't control his emotions and babbled, "Big brother, why are you back?" Big Wolf gritted his teeth and asked, "I asked what you were doing." But the black bear demon replied as if nothing had happened, "I was taking care of your son for you." Big Wolf was startled again. "Son, my wife, you're pregnant?" The black bear demon made a false counter-accusation. "Big brother, I told you, you suddenly disappeared, leaving sister-in-law all alone. What was she supposed to do? Not to mention she's pregnant. If it weren't for my kind help, the child would have been long gone." He turned to leave. "Since you're back, I'll be on my way." But Big Wolf roared loudly. "Stop," he said sternly. "Let me ask you, if I only give you a flower pot, can you grow spirit grass in an empty pot?" The black bear demon scratched his head and replied nonchalantly, Of course not. How can you grow spirit grass without a seed? Big Wolf roared, his voice as hoarse as a broken speaker echoing in all directions. You also know that spirit grass can't grow without a seed. Then explain to me. We haven't even had our wedding night. Where did the child come from? The black bear demon said again without batting an eye. Maybe heaven sent it. Big Wolf couldn't hold back any longer and slapped him hard. I think heaven sent you a slap. This earth-shattering blow sent the black bear demon rolling to the ground. Big Wolf looked at his wife with rage. Big Wolf roared at the top of his lungs, his spit flying everywhere. Bitch, who is the adulterer? Don't you know how to write the words for shame? She still smiled brightly. I don't know what you're talking about. He extended his clawed hand. You don't know, do you? Then Big Wolf prepared to strike. I'll kill the bastard in your belly first, the sister-in-law stammered in fear. Don't, the situation was urgent. The black bear demon's fur stood on end and he shouted to stop him. Wait, he struggled to his feet and approached, using morality to persuade him. Big brother, the child is innocent. Big Wolf looked at him with shining eyes and accused, it seems this child is yours, the adulterer is you. Big Wolf continued to shout at the top of his lungs, every word causing a headache, cursing him thoroughly. Black Bear Demon, I saved your life and you dare to do something to wrong me, this demon lord will tear you to pieces. It's unknown what was going on in his mind, but the Black Bear Demon replied nonchalantly. Big brother, don't get excited. I was just being helpful completely for your sake. Big brother, think about it from another perspective. Having a child without any hard work, what a good thing. After hearing this, Big Wolf became even more furious. He jumped forward, shut up, you're dead today. But suddenly he froze, a sword pierced through Big Wolf's body. It was his wife who had ruthlessly stabbed him. He shouted in disbelief, Bitch, you dare to attack me, she spoke. Demon Lord Tinlong, my purpose in getting close to you was to kill you. This is your destiny. Big Wolf, filled with resentment, turned back and questioned, Who sent you? Why do you want to kill me? The sister-in-law said decisively, Of course it's because you provoked someone you shouldn't have. There's no use in talking, I'll send you on your way, Big Wolf shouted madly. With just your skills, you're no match for this demon lord. The sister-in-law frowned, her mouth agape as she was pushed far away. The sister-in-law sighed as expected of a demon lord level expert. Truly hard to deal with, the black bear demon said. Fortunately, we were prepared. Burning with anger, Big Wolf said decisively, Adulterer and adulteress, I will definitely kill you. But the sister-in-law said, Demon Lord Tinlong, you've been missing for so long, this place is no longer under your control. She opened her mouth wide to activate the formation and Big Wolf was struck again. Standing in the center of the formation, he roared, What is this? The Three Gates Annihilation Formation. The Black Bear Demon mocked. Big brother, what do you think I was talking to you for so long for? It was to lure you into this great formation. Only then did he realize. Big Wolf could only curse. You actually set up a killing formation in my cave, how vicious. The sister-in-law smugly extended her hand. Demon Lord Tinlong, accept your fate. The Three Gates Annihilation Formation is a peerless killing formation. Even if you're a demon lord, you will surely die. She flicked her finger to cast the spell and Big Wolf's body began to be attacked, causing him to fall to the ground, coughing incessantly. Big Wolf was unwilling. Damn it, is there really no escape? He shouted. Ah, forget it, the battle over here was still fierce. But Lu Yuan and Yang Jianfeng were gradually being defeated. The two struggled to their feet in a panic. The three-headed shrimp mocked, Too weak, I'm completely losing interest. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and said, Sect Master, I'm afraid the three-headed shrimp battle general has reached the demon lord realm, or even stronger, we are no match at all. The three-headed shrimp looked at them with a disdainful gaze and said, But I still have to kill you, after all it's the third prince's order. In the back mountain, Li Shu was also engaged in a fierce battle with his sword. Bei Tangshui was also fighting hard at the side. Li Shu used a technique and said, Everything is to let master eat king crab. His power was so great that even the red-haired man was stunned. What? How can a king marquee realm expert use such power? Li Shu slashed at him with his sword and he could only scream loudly. Li Shu's power caught the attention of the three-headed shrimp. He sighed. That one over there has just entered the King Marquis realm, yet he can use power close to the transcendent realm. Interesting. The sky-piercing demon ape next to him suggested, Master, I'll return to my true form and fight him. But Bei Tangshui gently refused. No need, your strength hasn't recovered yet. She threw a fierce punch and said, I'll do it. That black-haired man tried to use all his techniques, but they were all easily neutralized by Bei Tangshui and shattered. Bei Tangshui took the initiative to attack. Emperor's Icequake. Countless ice blocks flew towards the black-haired man. Just like that, he was frozen on the spot. Bei Tangshui breathed a sigh of relief. At the critical moment, the ice underwent a qualitative change. I finally dealt with him. The three-headed shrimp sighed again. That little girl is even more interesting. Ordinary people can't use this kind of ice magic. Not even the Ice Dragon King of the Dragon King's palace. Lu Yuan gave a thumbs up. He could feel that these two disciples of the Sect Master were really fighting for their lives just to let their master eat king crab. Yang Jianfeng was so scared he almost wet his pants, he said absent-mindedly. Brother Lu can still joke at a time like this. I'm really not as good as you. Facing the three-headed shrimp battle general, I'm scared to death right now, Lu Yuan confided worriedly. I'm also just barely keeping my composure. He looked at Bayou, who had his arms crossed and an expressionless face, and said, After all, the Sect Master is as calm as ever. Bei Tangshui and Li Shu quickly ran towards him, shouting, Master, Master. At this time, the three-headed shrimp also walked towards them. He extended his hand to negotiate. 2 juniors, I'll give you 2 choices. One is to submit to the Dragon King's palace. The other is death. They gave him a friendly middle finger. The two replied, Here's a middle finger for you, figure it out yourself. The three-headed shrimp gritted his teeth, furious. He madly used his inner energy to counterattack. In that case, I'll destroy you. At this moment, Bayou raised his hand to signal, and the young man said, next, it's my turn to posture. The three-headed shrimp was furious. What are you, afraid your master is weak, or do you just like to brag? Bei Tangshui advised. Master, let's avoid him for now, don't fight him head-on. This three-headed shrimp is extremely strong, even stronger than the third prince. But he just smiled and emphasized no need. The three-headed shrimp gathered his strength and erupted with power, his spiritual energy pouring out like a broken dam. He screamed, not letting anyone have peace. Die! Bayou shouted. Big Wolf's angry face immediately appeared. He was still in a frenzy, constantly waving his hand. Bitch, I'll kill you even if I die. The three-headed shrimp asked itself in a panic. What is this? He quickly dodged to the side, causing thick smoke to billow. The three-headed shrimp began to doubt his life. What's going on? Where did this demon lord-level expert come from? Big Wolf stood before him as if about to devour everything. 3 minutes ago, the black bear demon laughed contemptuously. Big brother, stop struggling. The sooner you die, the sooner you can be reborn. Big Wolf opened his mouth wide. I'll kill you. The formation completely controlled his body, leaving Big Wolf unable to move. Seeing him fall to the ground, the black bear demon was extremely smug. You fool, you deserve this end. He turned to embrace the beautiful woman. My dear, without this eyesore, we can now live happily ever after. The sister-in-law repeated his words with a cold face. We can indeed live happily ever after. Hearing this, a chill ran down the black bear demon's spine. He stood dumbfounded, his eyes wide with bewilderment. The sister-in-law transformed into her beast form, licking her lips, drooling over her prey. The black bear demon fell back in fear. My dear, what are you? I'm smiling like it's a bountiful harvest. Demon Lord Tianlong is dead. You're useless now. He fell backward and said in a panic. Don't mean that, do you? You've changed too quickly. I haven't even processed it yet. The sister-in-law opened her mouth wide and replied coldly, once you're dead, you won't have to think so much. Although he was being devoured, he still struggled in the final moments of his life. But I'm the child's father. The sister-in-law ignored him and swallowed him whole. She said to herself, the child needs nutrition. It is precisely because you are the child's father that your sacrifice is only natural for the child to grow. Tianlong suddenly stood up, trembling with anger. Bitch, even if I die? The sister-in-law burst out laughing. You should die too. Tianlong stretched out his hands trying to grab her, but the sister-in-law showed a puzzled look. She looked at the empty formation and asked doubtfully, what? How is that possible? Demon Lord Tianlong had suddenly disappeared. Tianlong looked around, having appeared out of thin air, and upon seeing Bayou he became furious again. Tianlong roared, it was you who summoned me again. The young man raised his hand in greeting, but Tianlong clung to him, weeping and wailing, making a huge scene. Do you know how long it took me to get back to the endless demon domain? Do you know what happened after I got back? Bayou tried to negotiate. Big Wolf, don't be angry. I summoned you this time because I want you to help me kill someone. After it's done, this Sect Master will. Tianlong shook off his hand and shouted, cut the crap, who do you want to kill? Bayou even joked, so straightforward? Seeing the young man chattering on, Tianlong roared, who do you want to kill? Bayou sighed and pointed ahead and said, that three-headed shrimp. He revealed a smug smile. I want to eat it with dipping sauce. Tianlong charged straight ahead, opening his mouth wide, ready to devour anything in his path. This demon lord is going to kill you right now. The three-headed shrimp stood with its hands on its hips and cursed. How audacious. I am a battle general of the Dragon King's palace. What are you? The heart-wrenching pain struck again, and Tianlong roared, adulteress, go to hell. Suddenly having his gender changed, the three-headed shrimp was bewildered, not yet understanding the situation. Adulteress? Tianlong couldn't be bothered to answer and knocked him down with a single move. Bayou exclaimed happily. Big Wolf is still the fiercest. The three-headed shrimp recovered and said through gritted teeth, damn you, you dare to challenge the dignity of the Dragon King's palace. But Tianlong continued his attack. The adulteress must die. Then the three-headed shrimp rolled on the ground looking as if it had been severely taught a lesson. It raised its head and said indignantly, you called me an adulteress, you're bullying a shrimp too much. With that it took out several sharp swords. The three-headed shrimp waved its hands, slashing wildly. We are both demon lords, do you think I'm afraid of you? On the ninth sun's side the battle was also raging. The third prince mocked, a mutt like you, how did you manage to grow to this point to fight me? The ninth sun said, third prince, this is your last chance. Get out of here. But for this stubborn third prince it all went in one ear and out the other. Ridiculous, you're not worthy of speaking to me. What can you do to me? He glared and announced in a threatening tone. There is only one way for me to leave this place, and that is to destroy all living beings here. Then he cast a spell of stubborn resistance, and at the same time the ninth sun used its golden chains. The chains wrapped tightly around the third prince, locking his every bone and muscle, making his struggles futile. He roared in anger, what? Dripping with cold sweat. The third prince panicked. You can actually cast the legendary golden chains then? The ninth sun approached and mocked. Are you surprised? The third prince's face turned pale and he stood frozen on the spot, his soul scattered. He was pinned to the ground and beaten fiercely by the ninth sun, but his mouth was still very stubborn. Crash, let me go. The ninth sun raised its eyebrow and said, stubborn resistance. The ninth sun's claws gripped his hand tightly. The third prince finally knew what fear was, sweating profusely. The ninth sun opened its mouth wide, its aura soaring. A murderous aura filled the air. It spewed raging flames that shot into the sky, burning endlessly. In the other battle, the fight between the three-headed shrimp and Tianlong was just as fierce. The three-headed shrimp said proudly as it brandished its swords, although we are both demon lords, I am at the peak of the demon lord realm, only one step away from becoming a demon emperor. You are no match for me. Tinlong knelt on the ground preparing for a desperate fight, his blood boiling. He roared, his eyes filled with fury. The adulterer and adulteress must both die. His entire body was engulfed in raging flames. And then he charged towards the three-headed shrimp. The three-headed shrimp roared loudly, its three mouths speaking at the same time. Just listening to it was enough to cause a headache. Overestimating your own abilities. It dodged Tinlong's attacks while swinging its swords, its body flying through the air as it continuously slashed fiercely. At this moment Tinlong frowned, raised his guard, and then seized its opening. Tinlong looked at him with angry eyes, and the three-headed shrimp could only shout, "What? Let me go." Tinlong's face darkened, filled with resentment. The three-headed shrimp struggled desperately. "Madman, if you don't let go, I'll beat you to death." Tinlong bit the three-headed shrimp's hand tightly, grinding its teeth and saying, "Adulteress, die." The three-headed shrimp was severely injured and struggled to fly away. It roared loudly, its voice so miserable that even the ancestors on the memorial tablets would be scared into jumping up. The three-headed shrimp struggled and said, "What kind of madman are you to actually fight me by trading injury for injury? How can this be?" Tinlong roared and charged up again, recklessly. The three-headed shrimp was already terrified, and it waved its swords wildly. "Madman, don't come over." The three-headed shrimp was forced to resist. A third prince screamed, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. He couldn't accept all of this. "Ninth son, you dare to injure me?" He looked up to the sky and roared, looking insufferably arrogant. That appearance was truly unbearable. "I am the third prince of the Dragon King's palace. You actually dare to injure me?" The ninth son looked at him with disdain, its face filled with contempt. "You foolish thing who doesn't know life from death. HMPH, today will be your death day." The ninth son sent him flying with a single blow, and the ground beneath his feet caved in. Unable to win, the third prince cried for help. "Three-headed shrimp battle general, hurry and save this prince." The three-headed shrimp hurriedly rushed over, its pathetic appearance both anxious and shameful. "Third prince, I'm coming." It flew over abruptly, startling the third prince. His mouth was wide open and he couldn't close it. But seeing his master chained up like a dog, the three-headed shrimp also panicked, not knowing what had happened, looking even more miserable than itself. The third prince still sternly rebuked, "You're here, but as a mighty battle general of the Dragon King's palace, how did you get beaten like this?" He defended himself. "Didn't you tell me to hurry?" Tinlong chased after him madly. "Adulteress, where are you running?" Seeing Tinlong, the third prince smacked his lips. "A demon lord. Such a small sect actually has a demon lord. What kind of sect is this?" he confidently asserted. "But even if he's a demon lord, he's definitely not your opponent. You are at the peak of the demon lord realm." Unexpectedly, the three-headed shrimp started crying. "He's just a demon lord, but who knew he's also a madman, calling me an adulteress and fighting me to the death. I can't beat him." Tinlong rushed over madly, opening his mouth to wait for the ready-made food, swallowing it as soon as it arrived. "Adulteress, I wish I could pull out your tendons and peel your skin." Tinlong charged over at high speed, looking at the third prince. The ninth son said, "It's over." But the third prince laughed like a madman, doubling over with laughter. He returned to his human form and curled his lip. "Do you know what I'm laughing about?" The ninth son opened its mouth wide, unable to wait. "Not interested in knowing, I just want to destroy you." The third prince shouted smugly, "You think you're worthy, old turtle?" The old turtle immediately flew over, catching the ninth son off guard. It caused a huge tremor.